Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, New Student. Disclaimer: this story is purely fictional and has no connection to any real-world figures or events. This is an entirely new world. Author's note: all characters here are 18 years old, despite still being in high school. Additionally, the school grade levels at Advanced Nurturing High School have been raised by 6 years to age 24 to make everything safer for readers. April arrived with brightly shining sun and gentle breezes. In the midst of that beautiful seasonal atmosphere, the new student admission ceremony at Advanced Nurturing High School officially began. Inside a bus traveling toward the school, a young man named Akasaka Ryunosuke sat in silence. His eyes appeared deep, as if contemplating the complex meaning of existence. He was no ordinary teenager. Ryunosuke was a transmigrator whose soul had been hurled into this world like a lonely meteor splitting through space and time. Without superpowers or a system to help him, Ryunosuke felt like a small boat adrift in a vast ocean. However, that darkness dissipated when he received an acceptance letter from a school. Upon seeing the name, Advanced Nurturing High School, he immediately realized he had entered the world of classroom of the elite, full of intrigue. Ryunosuke had investigated his new identity. His father was a gambler who squandered the family fortune before ultimately being exiled to Africa to plant potatoes for the rest of his life. He now lived alone, shadowed by debt collectors. Fortunately, those debt collectors gave him a grace period of 3 years because he had successfully entered this elite school. Now, his main focus was just one thing: finding money. At this school, points were everything. Armed with knowledge about the original storyline from his previous world, Ryunosuke was determined to exploit his future prophecy to accumulate as many points as possible. His reverie was interrupted when an elderly woman boarded the already crowded bus. Ryunosuke observed his surroundings. The students and office workers appeared indifferent. He knew this was most likely a hidden test from the school administration, but he chose to remain seated. With the original body owner's poor academic scores, he was 100% certain he would be placed in Class D. In his mind, Ryunosuke began mapping out the strengths of the existing classes. Class D, a gathering place for troubled but talented individuals, like the mysterious Ayanokoji Kiyotaka, the eccentric Koenji Rokusuke, and the sharp-tongued Horikita Suzune. Class C, a dictatorship under the violent Ryuen Kakeru. Class B, a warm family led by the overly kind-hearted Ichinos Hanayome. Class A, the pinnacle of the school, currently led by Sakayanaji Arisu, a dangerous genius girl. Ryunosuke let out a long sigh. If he wanted to earn many points, he would surely clash with dragon ladies like Sakayanaji Arisu. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted the bus's silence. "Don't you think you should give up your seat?" Ryunosuke looked up and saw Kushida Kikyo reprimanding Koenji Rokusuke, who was sitting casually in a priority seat. An argument ensued, but it ended with Kushida's failure due to Koenji's unwavering selfishness. In the midst of that commotion, Ryunosuke's eyes accidentally focused on a beautiful black-haired girl sitting not far from him. That girl was Horikita Suzune. Ryunosuke stared at her for 5 seconds, admiring her cold beauty, until finally Suzune noticed the gaze and returned it with a sharp glare. Eventually, another girl named Kamuro Masumi stood up and gave her seat to the elderly woman. Ryunosuke was slightly surprised. He knew Masumi was a future Class A member. Is this how she got into Class A? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Upon arriving at school, Ryunosuke headed toward his classroom. As predicted, Class D. Once inside, he immediately went to his chosen seat, the back row near the window. The king's seat. He muttered contentedly. However, his peace was disturbed when Suzune, who turned out to be sitting right in front of him, suddenly turned around. "What was the meaning of your stare on the bus earlier?" Suzune asked in a voice as cold as ice. Ryunosuke was momentarily stunned, but he quickly answered honestly, "Sorry, it's because you're too beautiful, so I accidentally stared at you a bit too long." Suzune's face briefly flushed at such blunt honesty, but she immediately retorted curtly, "Are you a pervert? Your stare was disgusting. Please turn yourself into the police on charges of harassment." Ryunosuke smiled wryly inwardly. This girl truly had sharp thorns. He was forced to apologize formally to avoid being labeled a pervert by classmates who were beginning to notice them. "Forgive me, that was my fault. I shouldn't have stared at you for 5 seconds. Please forgive me, I promise I won't look directly at you again in the future." Shortly after, Ryunosuke observed the awkward interaction between Suzune and the flat-faced young man beside her, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. He also joined in their brief introduction. "My name is Akasaka Ryunosuke. Please take care of me for the next 3 years," he said amiably. While waiting for the bell, Ryunosuke observed the girls in his class. There was the Jairu-styled Karuizawa Kei, the shy Sakura Eri, and Matsushita Chiaki who was hiding her talents. To him, the school was a warehouse of beauties. After paying off my debts later, maybe I should find a girlfriend here. Ryunosuke thought with a thin smile. The school bell rang, signaling the ceremony's start. For him, this wasn't just an ordinary school, it was a battlefield for gaining wealth and freedom. His new life at Advanced Nurturing High School had officially begun. Chapter 2, Homeroom Teacher Chabashira Sae. The class bell rang, and a beautiful, mature adult woman stepped into the classroom. She wore professional black work attire. Her pair of alluring beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings. Her beautiful black hair was tied in a high ponytail. Her chest was at least C+ cup size, with an incredible figure, slim where it should be, and full where it ought to be. This type of woman must be liked by all men. She looked like someone who could be both dominant and submissive. Is this just my imagination? Why does it feel like she's looking at me? Instantly, Ryunosuke recalled Suzan's sharp intuition from earlier that seemed able to read minds. He immediately corrected his sitting posture to be upright. Sure enough, the teacher averted her gaze, making him breathe a sigh of relief. What exactly is it with you women's intuition? How can you sense what I'm thinking in my heart? Chabashira Sae turned her gaze away from Ryunosuke and swept across the entire room. Before long, everyone felt the teacher's sharp stare. The commotion in the class subsided. It was then that Ryunosuke realized the target of that gaze wasn't just him, but the entire class. That firm stare made the students instantly tense. The previously noisy class became dead silent. Seeing everyone had calmed down, the teacher nodded satisfactorily and began introducing herself. My name is Chabashira Sae, your homeroom teacher. Her voice contained not a shred of emotion, instead filled with the authority of an educator. She deliberately paused for a moment so everyone's attention would focus on her, then continued. This school will not conduct class reassignments. This means that for the next 3 years, I will remain your homeroom teacher. Our school is very special. You are exempted from all educational fees. In exchange, for the next 3 years you are required to live in the dormitory and are prohibited from contacting the outside world. Of course, for physical and mental health as well as living comfort, the school provides a large-scale shopping center. Almost all daily necessities and entertainment items can be purchased there. Entertainment facilities such as karaoke, movie theaters, and cafes are also fully available. After saying that, Sae paused briefly, again drawing the masses' attention, then continued explaining the school rules. Actually, she hoped the students would notice something strange, but she wouldn't give special warnings. Perhaps after years of trying and failing, she had reached the stage of resignation. She didn't care whether the students in this class noticed the problem or not. She continued explaining the school rules like a machine. With the student cards being distributed now, you can use all facilities at the school and shop. However, remember, this card is similar to a credit card. Using it will consume something called personal points. Anything at the school can be bought. How to use it is very simple, you can learn it yourselves later. Points will be automatically deposited every first of the month. Currently, you have each been given 100,000 points, equivalent to 100,000 yen. As soon as Sae finished speaking, the classroom atmosphere immediately erupted. However, that couldn't be blamed. They were just high school kids, anyone would surely be happy to receive such sudden wealth. Combined with the complete entertainment facilities, they were surely fantasizing about how to spend that money. However, no one considered that there's no free lunch in this world. The money given must have a price to be paid. As the saying goes, where there's value there's reward, that's a law that applies everywhere, except for fools. Sae looked at the enthusiastic faces of the students below the podium with a bit of disappointment. Although she no longer held high hopes, she still hoped a class would emerge that had the ability to climb up. Currently, her feelings were very contradictory, she wanted to move up in class but didn't want to help her students. Finally, she stopped thinking and returned to carrying out her duties as a teacher. Surprised that the school gives this many points. This school measures you based on ability. So, you who could enter here have comparable value. Points represent the school's evaluation of you. Use them as you please. If anyone wants to transfer points to someone else, that's permitted. However, don't threaten or extort others. The school is very firm in handling bullying issues. As a note, the new student admission ceremony will be held in the gymnasium in 1 hour. After saying so, Sae left the classroom without looking back. Once the homeroom teacher left, the atmosphere became noisy again. They had clearly already planned a shopping spree. Suddenly, a young man who looked like the sun stood up. His golden blonde hair shone brightly, as if sunlight was illuminating the earth. He stood slowly with a warm smile like a spring breeze that immediately captivated the girls around him. Seeing this, Ryunosuke felt a bit of envy in his heart. What's so great about being handsome? What's the big deal? The blonde young man, like a noble prince, stood from his desk and began an elegant self-introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Hirata Yosuke. I like soccer. Since we just entered this class, how about we each introduce ourselves? That way, we can get to know each other better. Ryunosuke could only sigh. He was truly envious of handsome men, those girls' eyes even looked like they were sparkling looking at him. He stood calmly, intending to leave this noisy classroom. At the same time, Susan also stood up. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't love at first sight, they were just shocked at standing up at the same time. Seeing their synchronization, Ayanokuji thought for a moment then also stood up. Ryunosuke and Susan stared at him confusedly, making the atmosphere awkward. Susan immediately grabbed her bag and walked past Ryunosuke without hesitation. She seemed to have not the slightest interest in the self-introduction session in class. Ryunosuke hesitated for a moment, seeing Ayanokuji who looked awkward and alone. He decided to invite him to the supermarket together, because someday he would need this big boss's help. Ryunosuke stepped forward and whispered softly, "You're Ayanokuji Kiyotaka, right? Let's go to the supermarket together to shop." Ayanokuji's expression didn't change, but a flash of light seemed to pass through his eyes. He immediately nodded and answered calmly, "All right, let's go together." Instantly, Ayanokuji grabbed his bag as fast as the wind and looked at him. Seeing the other party's speed, Ryunosuke was silent for a moment. He then took his bag and prepared to leave. As they were about to exit, a voice stopped them. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair and reddish-purple eyes approached. She was Kushida Kikyo, who looked very friendly and cute. "Hello, Ayanokuji-kun, and also Akasaka-kun. My name is Kushida Kikyo." She blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in a sweet tone. "Since none of my middle school friends entered this school, I'm alone. So, I hope to quickly remember everyone's faces and names, and become friends. So Ayanokuji-kun, Akasaka-kun, would you like to be friends with me?" Kushida blinked her lively eyes, looking very sweet. If it were normal guys, they surely wouldn't refuse. But unfortunately, neither Ryunosuke nor Ayanokuji were normal people. "Hello, Kushida-san. My name is Akasaka Ryunosuke. Please take care of me for the next 3 years. I have urgent business at the mini-market to buy living necessities, so I'll go ahead." After speaking, Ryunosuke shot past Kushida like the wind. Kushida's body stiffened instantly. She didn't expect to be rejected so harshly. She reflexively wanted to stop him, but held back. In her downcast eyes, a flash of indescribable light glinted. Kushida then turned toward Ayanokuji, who had been motionless all this time. Currently Ayanokuji's heart was slightly stirred because he felt he could gain another new friend. He stared at Ryunosuke, who was getting farther away, feeling conflicted. If he didn't chase, he might lose a friend, Ryunosuke, but gaining a new friend, Kushida, wasn't bad either. In the midst of Ayanokuji's confusion, Ryunosuke's voice was heard from the distance. "Ayanokuji, you stay there first to get acquainted with the others. Don't worry, we're already friends, so don't think about trivial things like this." Hearing that, Ayanokuji felt relieved. That way, he didn't need to choose between two friends. Kushida stared at Ryunosuke's receding back with a cunning gaze like a fox. For some reason, she felt very curious about that man, as if Ryunosuke was a mirror that could reflect her true self. Ryunosuke always skillfully avoided her, and that actually triggered her curiosity. Kushida decided to follow him secretly like a leopard stalking prey. Ayanokuji, who saw Kushida secretly following Ryunosuke, only stroked his chin while thinking. Is this what's called push and pull in books? This is a very valuable lesson. Soon, the self-introduction session began, led by Hirata and the others. Ayanokuji also joined in, intending to find a few more friends at this school. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke walked slowly toward his dormitory. This school dormitory had 6 floors, 3 upper floors for the girls' dormitory and 3 lower floors for the boys' dormitory. His room was on the 3rd floor, right at the boundary between the boys' and girls' dormitories, a very strategic location. He took out his access card, scanned it, and opened the room door. The inside was very clean, clearly having been cleaned beforehand. Remembering the cleanliness of his old dormitory, Ryunosuke felt very grateful to get his own room. The shared room at his old university often smelled foul because his roommate liked to eat snail noodles or stinky tofu. The room was about 40 square meters. Equipped with a single bed, writing desk, computer, and TV. There was also a bathroom with shower and bathtub, as well as a kitchen. Ryunosuke was impressed by this government-supported school's facilities. However, aside from the bed, there were no other basic necessities yet. He had to go to the supermarket immediately. Upon arriving in front of the supermarket, Ryunosuke met Susan again. Seeing that girl, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why meet again? Suzun crossed her arms over her chest, stepped back 2 steps warily, then stared at him with her beautiful reddish-purple eyes. Are you following me, pervert Kuin? Ryunosuke could only remain silent. Fate was indeed hard to explain. Once or twice might be coincidence, but this was already the 3rd time. To avoid misunderstanding, he immediately explained. I came here to buy living necessities, just happened to pass by. The two of them were silent for a moment. Finally Suzun sighed and walked into the supermarket. Ryunosuke followed behind, but Suzun deliberately kept her distance from him, which made him feel mentally struck. Does she have to be that wary of me? Ryunosuke searched for the items he needed until he found a remote area labeled free. His eyes immediately sparkled, the genes from his previous life in China seemed to activate. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage. Who wants to pay when there's something free? Ryunosuke rushed to the free goods area. However, when about to take free toothpaste, Suzun's hand also reached there. Their hands accidentally touched. Both reflexively pulled their hands back and looked at each other. Ryunosuke asked calmly, unexpectedly Horikita-san is actually very frugal. Despite having 100,000 points, still this thrifty. Suzun snorted softly. Don't you realize there's something strange about this school? Oh. Strange in what way? Suzun continued calmly, this school gives students 100,000 points, yet still provides a free goods area. Even the dining area has free options. This school radiates strangeness everywhere. Ryunosuke admired inwardly. Indeed impressive, she has talent. Unfortunately, if only that cold nature and antisocial aura of hers were eliminated, she'd be perfect. But well, there's no perfect human, right? While Ryunosuke was busy with his thoughts, Suzun spoke again. I came to this school not to play, I have a goal. I want to stand at the peak of all students at this school to prove myself. I'm not interested in playing house with you all. Suzun stared at him seriously. Ryunosuke just shrugged. Is that so? Then do your best. Amazing people at this school aren't just you. Humph, you don't need to remind me. After finishing selecting free goods, they prepared to leave. But in front of the door there was a commotion. Turned out Pseudo-Ken was involved in a dispute with an upperclassman. Well, all that is useless, said Ryunosuke as he walked away. He intended to put his shopping items in his room then go to the admission ceremony. Chapter 3, the money-making operation begins. The new student admission ceremony proceeded as usual. There was nothing to add, the content was only about regulations and norms for students. Ryunosuke immediately lost interest, he had to think about how to make money now. He needed a large amount of points to guarantee his life after graduation later. He went to the mini-market, intending to spy on someone. If his guess wasn't wrong, someone's weakness would be caught here. Sure enough, without waiting long, a beautiful purple-haired girl came to the mini-market with suspicious movements. Seeing how she was sneaking around, it was clear she was a beginner. Ryunosuke secretly followed behind her while taking out his phone to record. The girl didn't disappoint his expectations, she took a can of beer and immediately put it in her bag. Ryunosuke didn't appear to stop her. That was his goal, he needed the woman in front of him to become his spy and help him do some things. For that reason, he had to hold this woman's secret so she would be completely obedient. The woman in front of him was Kamuro Masumi, whom he had previously met on the bus. After getting her beer, Masumi intended to leave immediately. Ryunosuke followed her steps, while glancing toward a small white-haired girl hiding in the darkness. It seemed the small white-haired girl was also already targeting Masumi. However, seeing her prey was already being targeted by someone else, Arisu just smiled and left. For Arisu, it didn't matter to look for other prey, she just needed an obedient little dog. Seeing her give up, Ryunosuke continued tailing Masumi's steps and called for her to stop. Please wait a moment. Hearing someone calling, Kamuro stopped her steps. What is it? Facing Masumi's question, Ryunosuke without a word took out his phone and showed the earlier recording, right at the part when she stole the can of beer. Masumi reflexively wanted to snatch the phone, but Ryunosuke immediately pulled it back. Ryunosuke stared at her and made an offer. If you don't want this beer theft recording to be known by others, become my person. Masumi suddenly stepped back, shrinking her body and staring at him full of wariness. Seeing that wary reaction, Ryunosuke knew the other party had misunderstood, so he immediately corrected his words. I mean, become my spy and help me monitor every movement of Class A. Of course I won't let you work for free, I'll pay you with equivalent points as compensation. Facing that suggestion, Masumi didn't care at all, instead staring at him full of confusion. What exactly is your purpose in exploiting me? You want me to become a spy in Class A and work for you? Ryunosuke nodded. That's right, that's what I mean. As long as you obey my words, this beer theft issue I won't tell anyone. How about it? Masumi gritted her teeth and ruffled her hair in frustration. Had I known, I wouldn't have stolen that beer. Unexpectedly caught red-handed by someone from another class, really unlucky. Alright then, what can I do since you already hold my secret? But I'll make it clear from the start, if you dare mess with me, go ahead and try, I can die together with you, mutually assured destruction. This was Masumi's final boundary. If the opponent crossed this line, she'd rather expose everything and be destroyed together. Fine, I agree. Besides, I don't like the type of person who's stup. I mean, the type whose muscles are bigger than their brain like you at all. You were going to say I'm stupid, weren't you? No. Ryunosuke denied desperately. Seeing that, Masumi sighed. Looks like from now on I'm forced to become your accomplice. What class are you from? Class 1D, Akasaka Ryunosuke. After speaking, Ryunosuke extended his hand. Class 1A, Kamuro Masumi. The girl shook his hand reluctantly, then immediately released it with disgust. Now I can leave, right? Please. Ryunosuke gave way, signaling she could go. Masumi snorted irritably and walked away. Before she went far, Ryunosuke exchanged contacts with her to make it easy to contact her later. Watching her leave, he sighed. It doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved, I can use any method. After that, he tidied his bag and returned to rest. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, Ryunosuke arrived at class. As he expected, the class was very chaotic. Everyone was whispering and chatting without caring about the teacher teaching in front. And this was only the second day. Truly characteristic of Class D. Ryunosuke had absolutely no intention of bringing this bunch of trash up to Class A. Let that troublesome problem be thrown to Ayanokuji, his task was only to find money. He went to his seat in the back row near the window, put down his bag, and followed the lesson normally. Once the lesson ended, he stood up and continued his grand money-making plan. Armed with his knowledge about the future, he wanted to accumulate wealth quickly at this school. When he graduated later, even if he only put his money in the bank to earn interest, he should already be able to live peacefully for life. Then he'd just find beautiful love, this life would be perfect. Kushida, the cute black angel, saw Ryunosuke about to leave and immediately stood up to chase him. Since yesterday, she was very curious why this young man always avoided her. As if this young man could see through her, and that made her very uneasy. She had to make sure whether this young man was previously in the same school as her or not. If so, Kushida's eyes slowly showed her dark side. The matter from middle school must not be exposed, absolutely not. Kushida showed a sweet smile and approached. Hello, Akasaka-kun, can we be friends? Kushida showed a very sweet and charming smile. If it were an ordinary guy, they might have already succumbed. Unfortunately, Ryunosuke wasn't an ordinary person. Ryunosuke put his hands in his pockets and stared straight at Kushida without averting his gaze even slightly. He stared at her sharply. Kushida felt embarrassed being stared at like that and avoided his gaze. Of course, that might just be acting. This woman is too good at pretending. Facing Ryunosuke's intense stare, Kushida squirmed her body as if embarrassed and said, Akasaka-kun, staring at a girl like that is very impolite, I'm getting embarrassed. TCH, what a bitch. Your acting is so good. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue inwardly, then just passed her to leave the classroom. He didn't have time to deal with this black swan's theatrics, finding money was more important. In his eyes there was only money. The black swan froze seeing him just leave like that. She immediately came to her senses and turned to grab Ryunosuke's wrist. Please wait a moment, Akasaka-kun. Let's exchange contacts, I want to be your friend. Ryunosuke didn't expect Kushida to be so bold as to grab him in front of many classmates. It seemed the girl had become desperate. Facing many people's gazes, Kushida was also a bit nervous. This was the first time she met a man this difficult to deal with. Usually, other guys she could already make kneel with just a few words. Under the jealous and envious gazes of male students, and the confused gazes of female students, Kushida deliberately put on an embarrassed expression and said in a sad tone. Does Akasaka-kun hate me? Why won't you be friends with me? Her eyes even became teary, as if it really happened. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue in admiration. Acting this good, it's a shame not to become an actor. Although thinking so inwardly, on the surface Ryunosuke still acted innocent and said to Kushida. Kushida-san, I don't hate you. I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet. If you hold me like this, I'll be in great difficulty. Kushida immediately released her hand with a blushing face. Sorry, I didn't know Akasaka-kun wanted to go to the toilet. I'll leave now. After that, she ran away with a flushed face. This man has no shame. Even if you really want to go to the toilet, don't say it in front of a girl. This makes me look like someone who's very bothersome. Kushida screamed inwardly. Seeing Kushida finally leave, Ryunosuke showed a victorious smile because his plan succeeded. So small, how could you possibly control me? He took his bag and prepared to leave. Of course he wasn't really going to the toilet, that was just an excuse to get rid of Kushida. What was more urgent now was finding money opportunities, by any means. He took out his phone and contacted Masumi, who had just cooperated with him yesterday. The call was immediately answered, and Masumi's impatient voice was heard from the other side. What is it? Facing this impolite woman, Ryunosuke had no emotional reaction whatsoever. From the start he was only exploiting her to achieve his own goals. He loosened his tie that was a bit tight and opened the top 2 buttons to be more relaxed. This school uniform was nice, but too formal, so his neck felt very uncomfortable. He gave instructions to Masumi on the phone. In your class, is there someone named Sakayanagi Arisu? Masumi on the other end of the phone snorted cynically. Are you a pedophile? Ryunosuke was silent. It seems you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Asking me about that girl, if not that then what? Ryunosuke massaged the bridge of his tired nose, his tone slightly more serious. I'm talking about something important with you, can you be more serious? Masumi immediately fell silent and nodded. Say it, what do you want me to do? Help me monitor that girl named Sakayanagi Arisu. After finishing giving instructions to Masumi, Ryunosuke closed the phone and looked at his watch. Time for the next step. He arrived at the student council president's office and knocked on the door gently. Please come in. A clear girl's voice was heard from inside. The one who opened the door was Horikita Manibu's secretary, Tachibana Akane. Akane looked at the visitor and asked, Junior, what business do you have? Ah, hello, I'm a first-year student, Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class D. Is Horikita Manibu-senpai here? I have business with him. Manibu, who was initially processing student council business in the president's chair, stopped his movement when he heard that the visitor was his younger sister's classmate. He adjusted his glasses. Let him in, Tachibana. But President, you're still busy. It's fine, let him in. The work is almost finished, and a moment won't make a difference. All right, I understand. Chapter 4, Meeting Horikita Manibu. Manibu adjusted the glasses on his face, then rested his chin on both hands while staring straight at Ryunosuke. The pressure he emitted felt very strong. However, Ryunosuke didn't care at all. He knew very well that this man's weakness was his own younger sister. As long as he could hold that weak point, he had a chance to negotiate with him. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke immediately sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, as if not caring that the person in front of him was the great student council president. Seeing this attitude, Akane wanted to reprimand him, but Manibu raised his hand to stop her. He stared at this junior of his, seeing Ryunosuke's aura that was completely undaunted. A hint of interest appeared in his eyes. Not just anyone could face his aura without feeling intimidated. From this point alone, it was enough to make Manibu feel interested. Manibu asked in a serious tone, I want to know, what business does Junior have coming to find me? Is there a difficulty in your class? If so, please submit a complaint officially, rather than coming directly to the student council. You've crossed the line, kid. From the start, Manibu was already giving a warning to Ryunosuke. However, Ryunosuke wasn't afraid in the slightest and calmly returned the gaze. Manibu also smiled thinly. It seems this year's Class D students aren't all trash as usual. Manibu leaned his body against the chair back and narrowed his eyes. He deliberately gave information indirectly, appearing casual but actually intentional. He wanted to see how far this junior in front of him could analyze that one sentence. Sure enough, Ryunosuke pretended as if he was thinking hard. In fact, in his heart he already understood everything. However, on the surface he had to act like a beginner, couldn't be too smart to avoid suspicion, but also couldn't be too stupid to remain valued. After thinking for about 10 seconds, Ryunosuke asked Manibu, does the school divide its levels based on the order A, B, C, and D? From what you just said, Class D seems to be the worst. If Class D is the worst, then conversely, Class A is the best. I'm not wrong, am I? Manibu immediately straightened his body and stared at him with a shocked expression, as if looking at a monster. You can analyze that much from just one sentence of mine. Manibu now had to view this junior in front of him seriously. Even for himself, it wouldn't be possible to analyze that much information from just one short sentence. Seeing the serious expression of the student council president, Akane also realized this junior was no ordinary person. Able to deduce the school structure from just a few words, no wonder Manibu was being this formal. Manibu adjusted his glasses again and sat back down, but this time his expression was far more serious than before. You came here to find information, right? Facing Manibu's question, Ryunosuke immediately nodded in acknowledgement, then added one thing. In my class there's also a female student with the surname Horikita. I'm curious, do you two have a relationship? Manibu smiled thinly. I have to admit, you're very sharp. She's my younger sister, though she's a bit useless. He acknowledged it very honestly, but there was also a tone of resignation. His sister had always clung to him since childhood, even insisting on entering the same school as her older brother. As a result, Suzun really did follow him here. Honestly, Manibu didn't want Suzun to enter this school. This school used the law of the jungle. A child like Suzun was too easy to lose. With Suzun's personality of usually having no friends, fighting alone in this ability-focused school would only make her ostracized. Manibu was very worried about his sister. However, when seeing this young man in front of him, maybe I can ask this young man for help to look after my sister, as long as I give him enough benefits. But that's if this young man doesn't have other objectives. Manibu pretended to think for a moment, then said to Ryunosuke, "Your name is Akasaka Ryunosuke, right? Sincerely, I invite you to join the student council." Akane standing beside him was shocked. She didn't expect the student council president to invite a new student who had only entered for 2 days into the student council. Something like this had never happened at this school, which proved how much Manibu valued the person in front of him. Ryunosuke deliberately stroked his chin while thinking, calculating how to maximize benefits, then asked, "What benefits do I get if I join the student council?" Manibu smiled. As long as it could be transacted with benefits, that was better. He was actually afraid if someone couldn't be negotiated with regarding benefits. Manibu explained the benefits of joining the student council. After joining, every month there will be a bonus of 100,000 points that comes in. This is additional, not included in class points. Manibu took that opportunity to leak a bit more information. School rules forbade speaking bluntly, but giving hints was still allowed. Facing Manibu, who kept giving information subtly, Ryunosuke snorted inwardly. What a siscon. But on the surface, he remained calm and continued his game. I see. That means, next month's points aren't necessarily 100,000 points. That's right, isn't it, President? Manibu smiled again, this time with a look full of appreciation. He didn't expect this junior to be so brilliant. If he leaked just a bit more, this school's secrets might be completely stripped by him. Manibu maintained his boundaries. For the sake of fair competition among students, he didn't intend to leak more information. He pushed the student council acceptance letter in front of Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate anymore. Free 100,000 points would be a shame to pass up. Besides, this was one of his purposes in coming here. He immediately signed the letter and returned it. Manibu nodded satisfactorily, then took out his phone and transferred 100,000 points to Ryunosuke right then. Seeing the additional 100,000 points on his phone, Ryunosuke felt curious. Does the student council always give salaries up front a month early? Manibu shook his head. No. Usually it's given on the first of the following month. This month's payment is my investment in you. Of course, that money is yours. It's just that this is 1 month's salary in advance, so next month you won't receive it. Ryunosuke sneered a bit inwardly. He thought he could get an additional 100,000 points for free. However, he still accepted the student council president's goodwill because he indeed needed it for his next plan. Seeing Ryunosuke accept it, Manibu nodded satisfactorily and instructed. Come tomorrow to report. I'm sure tomorrow, when the homeroom teachers from other classes hear this news, they'll be shocked with their mouths agape. Manibu showed a smile full of hidden meaning. Only the second day of school and already entering the student council, moreover from the worst class D. It seems you won't be able to be an ordinary person anymore, right? This was Manibu's purpose. On the surface he invited Ryunosuke to join the student council, but actually he was binding him to emerge to the surface. As long as he was in a visible position, he had no choice but to help his class. And because his sister's class was the worst class D, if that class wanted to rise in rank, to some extent they would have to rely on this young man's help. Even if he didn't want to intervene, his homeroom teacher, Chabashira Sae, would definitely not let him go so easily. After all, that homeroom teacher was almost crazy wanting to raise her class level. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Shortly after, Ryunosuke left the student council president's office. Now, the points he possessed totaled 200,000. Still far from financial freedom, but this was a solid small step, wasn't it? His lips slowly curved into a smile. This school is really amazing. Being able to get money this fast, something unthinkable in my previous life. I really love this school. Chapter 5, Lunch with Horikita Suzun. Time passed quickly, and now it was already the third day. Ryunosuke attended classes as usual. But honestly, he felt the current lesson material no longer needed to be followed because... He looked around, staring at the students who were lazing about and busy playing on their phones. He could only shake his head. Fortunately, from the beginning he had already decided to ignore this bunch who were only a burden. Even if he really had to guide this trash class, even though he was capable of doing so, he absolutely didn't want to. Ryanosuke hated most people who wanted to get results without effort. Moreover, people like this could become time bombs that could explode at any time and hinder his plans. Whether it was Kushida or Hirata, both were like time bombs ready to explode at any moment. Bring this class up to Class A. Let this world's protagonist, Ayanokuji, be the one to worry about it. Currently, Ryanosuke only wanted to find money. While Ryanosuke was busy daydreaming, he didn't realize that most of his classmates' attention was focused on him. Because of the broadcast announcement after school yesterday, everyone knew that the person in front of them had just joined the student council on the second day of school. Curiosity piqued. Especially for Suzune. She repeatedly glanced toward Ryanosuke, seemingly wanting to say something but always abandoning the intention. Shortly after, the bell rang signaling the lesson period had ended. As soon as Ryanosuke stood up and prepared to leave, he was called by the homeroom teacher, Chabashira Sae. Akasaka Ryanosuke, see me in the office after school ends. There's something I want to discuss with you. TCH, is this woman finally starting to target me? Ryanosuke felt slightly dizzy, but he knew this indeed had to be faced. I understand, sensei. Sae nodded then got up to leave. Seeing that, Ryanosuke prepared to go for lunch. Although the free lunch menu here felt less delicious, at least it wasn't impossible to swallow. Still far better than eating steamed buns with pickled vegetables like in his previous life. Moreover, it was free, he had saved expenses to an extreme point for these 2 days without spending a single penny. Just as Ryanosuke was about to step forward, Suzune who was sitting in front of him stood up and blocked his path. Without caring about others' gazes, she said boldly. There's something I want to discuss with you. Let's have lunch together today. The other students, both male and female, were instantly shocked. Especially Kushida, her eyes looked momentarily empty. Even the supreme masterpiece, from the black room, Yamauchi Haruki, began commenting nonsensically. No way, right? Horikita-san, who's that beautiful, how could she be into a guy whose looks are even worse than mine? The vein in Ryanosuke's temple throbbed, he cursed inwardly. Although I'm indeed not handsome, it's not to the point of losing to your ugly face. Truly the supreme masterpiece, his words are very infuriating. I've decided, I'll definitely get you expelled from school. Ryanosuke thought inwardly. But on the surface, he still looked calm. Facing the whispers and fingers pointing at her, Suzune remained unmoved like a wooden pole. She didn't care, even repeating her invitation again. Akasaka-kun, so are you coming to eat or not? Answer. Not receiving a response, Suzune began to look impatient. Ryanosuke clicked his tongue softly. Why is this girl so insensitive? Inviting in front of many people in a way that could cause misunderstanding, people who don't know would surely think she has a crush on me. If only he didn't know this girl's true personality from his knowledge of the original story, he might have the illusion that this girl liked him. Under the gazes full of curiosity, jealousy, and anger from the male students, Ryanosuke calmly nodded in agreement. Instantly, the male students there hung their heads dejectedly. Although everyone had begun to realize how cold Suzune was over the past 2 days, it had to be acknowledged that she was indeed very beautiful. Although difficult to approach like a flower on a mountaintop, her beauty still occupied the top position even in Class D, which was filled with many beautiful girls. Shortly after, Ryanosuke and Suzune arrived at the student cafeteria. Without realizing it, they both simultaneously stepped toward the free food counter. Ryanosuke's expression instantly became strange. You said you wanted to treat me to a meal, the treat is this free menu. He pointed toward the free food counter. Suzune didn't care. She ordered a free menu worth 400 yen consisting of tonkatsu rice, fried pork, then placed it on Ryanosuke's tray with a flat face. This is the treat, eat quickly. Ryanosuke was silent. Hey, wants to feed me with just 400 yen. Naive. However, he still ate it. Only a fool would refuse benefits, how could he return food already placed in front of his mouth? They sat at the cafeteria table and began eating lunch. After seeing him eat the treat food, Suzune put down her spoon and began asking. You have joined the student council. While chewing, Ryanosuke nodded. That's right. Why? Do you want to join too? I can help you, you know. He moved his chopsticks, signaling his willingness to help. However, Suzune looked hesitant. Forget it. Seeing that reaction, Ryanosuke stopped that conversation. He knew what was really happening. This stubborn girl, just like her Siscon older brother, was equally dishonest with her own feelings. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After finishing lunch, they parted ways. Suzune spent 400 yen just to try to dig for information about her brother through Ryanosuke, but in the end she chickened out and wasted her 400 yen. After school time arrived, Ryanosuke went to the homeroom teacher's office. He knocked on the door gently, and a melodious but firm voice was heard from inside. "Please come in." He stepped inside and found there was another person in the room, Class 1B's homeroom teacher, Hashinomi Chie. Upon seeing him enter, the two women stopped chatting and stared at him with looks as if viewing prey, making Ryunosuke shudder. Seeing him enter, Sae turned toward Chie, who kept clinging to her. "Chie, can you leave for a moment? There's something I want to discuss with this child." Hearing herself being asked to leave, Hashinomi was instantly displeased. "Sae-chan, is there a conversation I'm not allowed to hear? Don't tell me you're still ambitious about rising to Class A. My advice, you'd better give up now because that's impossible." Chie continued while smiling sweetly but pointedly. Sae wasn't angry at all, as if already used to her friend's behavior. "If you're done talking, please leave quickly." Not getting any reaction, Chie pouted her lips and began acting spoiled while shaking Sae's arm. "Come on, Sae-chan, let me stay here to listen just a little." Impatiently, Sae pushed her friend out of the room, then closed the door and locked it tightly. Outside the room, Chie's face instantly turned gloomy. "Want to rise to Class A? Sae, oh Sae. You're too naive. I won't let you succeed." After muttering, she left. Inside the room, the conversation between the two began. Chapter 6, Agreement with Chabashira Sae. Sae put out the cigarette in her hand, then raised her gaze toward Ryunosuke. "I heard you joined the student council. Congratulations. I never expected there would be a student in my class this impressive, truly beyond expectations." Ryunosuke glanced at the chair beside him and asked softly. "May I sit to talk, Chabashira-sensei?" "Please." After getting permission, Ryunosuke sat down and stared at his homeroom teacher. "Sensei is looking for me, what business do you have? Just get straight to the point, I don't want to waste time." Seeing this attitude, Sae wasn't angry, instead showing an expression of appreciation. "You're quite something. During the 3 years I've led Class D, you're the only one who on the second day. More precisely in this entire school, only you could enter the student council on the second day. You're extraordinary. I've already looked at your profile, and I'm starting to suspect, were you deliberately hiding your abilities before?" Ryunosuke rolled his eyes lazily, thinking inwardly, hiding your ass. "Before this I hadn't even transmigrated here, of course I was stupid before." However, on the surface, he answered formally. "You're praising me too much, sensei. I'm just an ordinary student. You're looking for me surely not to discuss trivial things like this, right? Let's get straight to the main issue." "Oh. Not even calling me sensei anymore. Interesting." Sae was just about to light another cigarette to calm her turbulent heart. How many years has it been? She had always longed to rise to Class A, but what Sae got every day was just a pile of trash. This time, she finally found one person she could rely on. It would be a lie if she didn't feel excited. Sae inhaled the cigarette deeply, exhaled smoke rings, then said slowly, "Surely after entering the student council, you already understand this school's secret, right? I want you to help Class D rise to Class A." "Excuse me." Ryunosuke immediately stood up and was about to leave. Don't joke, no benefit but ordering him to do forced labor. Dream on. This action truly made Sae, who was acting calm, become stunned. Seeing him almost reaching the door, she just came to her senses and shouted, calling him. "Wait. You can propose any conditions. I'll help to the extent of my abilities." Ryunosuke's step stopped. He showed a victorious smile. "Gotcha." He sat back down and stared at Sae. "Help the class rise to Class A, what benefits can I get?" Sae looked at the person demanding compensation in front of her with slight resignation. But this was better, people like this were actually easier to control. What was frightening were those who had no ambition and couldn't be ordered around. As long as problems could be solved with conditions, then it wasn't a problem. Sae took out her terminal device and showed it to him. Her savings points amounted to 8,050,000 points. Ryunosuke took a deep breath, his brain starting to spin thinking of ways to get those points. Seeing his excitement that couldn't be hidden, Sae felt very satisfied. Good, matters that could be solved with points weren't big problems. Sae immediately stated her conditions. Help the class rise to Class A. Every time you rise one class rank, I'll give you 2 million points. Simply put, if you make the class rise from Class D to Class C, you'll get 2 million personal points. Each step up, you get 2 million. How about it? Consider it. These very large personal points can be converted to the same amount of cash when you graduate later. The condition is, you must graduate as a Class A student to be able to take that money out of school. So, this isn't just about helping your class, but also for yourself. Turned out because of the temptation of 2 million points earlier, his body gave a spontaneous reaction. His drool dripped and his eyes turned into money symbols. He hurriedly wiped his mouth. What else could he do, both in this life and the previous one? He had never seen that much money. He got a bit out of control. He regulated his breathing to return to peak condition so as not to fall into SAE's trap, then said with a flat face. Chabashira-sensei, rising to Class A is indeed too difficult, I can't do it. I can't give guarantees, but I can try. So, may this 2 million be given up front. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Some time later. Ryunosuke left the teacher's office carrying a duplicate contract. He and SAE each held one. In the contract it was clearly written that for every class rank rise, he would get 2 million points. SAE agreed to give 800,000 points as initial capital, while the remaining 1,200,000 would only be paid after actually rising to Class C. He opened his phone and looked at his current point balance. Akasaka Ryunosuke, remaining personal points, 1 million. The smile on his lips really couldn't be held back anymore. However, he was aware this much money wasn't enough to let him relax for life after graduation later. He still had to work hard. Just as he was about to leave the teacher's office floor, Hashinomiya Chie, who had left earlier, suddenly appeared in front of him and pulled him into her private office. Ryunosuke arrived at Chie's workspace. Seeing this Class B homeroom teacher, he seemed to have already expected this and didn't look too surprised. Chie stared at him with an investigating gaze. An interesting child. Just one look and already feels different from other students. Able to enter the student council on the second day, something that's never happened at this school. Chie stretched her body lazily, showing her perfect and sexy body curves. Although already 30 years old, her skin was very well maintained. If someone said she was in her 20s, people would surely believe it. Added to her somewhat careless nature, it added a cute impression. However, Ryunosuke knew the woman in front of him was very difficult to deal with and wouldn't be fooled by her appearance. This girl is a true little devil. Equivalent to Kushida. Facing Ryunosuke's investigating gaze, Chie didn't mind. In fact, she thought if this child wanted to work for her, it didn't matter to give him a little bonus. Ryunosuke immediately averted his gaze and asked flatly. What business does the Class 1B homeroom teacher have looking for me? I'm a Class D student. If I'm not mistaken, we're now in a competitive relationship. Oh. Chie tilted her head cutely. Only the third day, it seems Akasaka-kun already understands what needs to be understood, even knows about competitive relationships. But it's reasonable, people who can enter the student council on the second day surely aren't simple. There must be something that made that student council president interested in you. Do you know? Now many people are paying attention to you, little celebrity. Chie then touched Ryunosuke's nose playfully, as if unaware they were strangers. Ryunosuke irritably brushed away those mischievous fingers and asked again, if there's no business, I'll be leaving. He stepped toward the door. Chie hurriedly stopped him. Don't leave yet, Ryunosuke-chan. Want to make a deal with sensei? Ryunosuke's step stopped. What deal? Chie showed a smile full of hidden meaning. Help me destroy Class D, and I'll give you personal points in large amounts. Chapter 7, Agreement with Hashinomiya Chie. Facing Chie's request, Ryunosuke rejected it very firmly. Because this conflicted with his agreement with SAE. Unless the woman in front of him offered a higher price than SAE, enough to cover the potential loss of his 8 million points. Sorry, Hashinomiya-sensei. As part of Class D, in life or death I belong to Class D. I won't betray my class. Chie didn't look too surprised seeing that rejection. She extended 3 small fingers and waved them gently. 2,100,000 personal points. How about it, interested? Ryunosuke, who had just put on a face full of integrity and sworn not to betray his class, began to waver. He seemed to adjust glasses he wasn't actually wearing. About that, actually, it can still be discussed. Chie was silent for a moment. You're really a very money-minded child. Sensei has no right to tell me that. Because you could offer a price as high as 2.1 million, you must have eavesdropped on Chabashira-sensei's conversation offering me 2 million in front of the door earlier, right? Otherwise, how could the number be this coincidental? Although his sentence was in question form, Ryunosuke was very certain this teacher had indeed eavesdropped. Chie acknowledged it very casually. Wow. You're truly an extraordinary student. If only you had entered my Class B. How about it? Want to consider transferring classes? Class B's door is always open for you. Facing that invitation, Ryunosuke rejected it very firmly again. Sorry. I live as a Class D dog, and die as a Class D ghost. I won't betray my class. Chie tilted her head cutely. But earlier when facing the temptation of 2.1 million from me, you were clearly tempted, right? Ahem, lies. No way. With just 2.1 million you want to bribe me. At least it needs 9 million to cover the loss of 8 million points I should be able to get. Chie showed a cunning smile. That 8 million points isn't certain you can get, you know. Don't underestimate Class A and Class B, Ryunosuke-chan. Even though you're very impressive, in the end you're just one person. You won't be able to move an entire class alone. At this school, one person's strength always has limits. Better to cooperate with sensei. Destroying your class, which from the start was called the worst class, is far easier and more profitable. Hearing Chie's advice, Ryunosuke was aware there was truth in her words. However, he was reluctant to listen because it didn't give him additional benefits. He stared at Chie while thinking about his agreement with SAE, and began to feel dizzy. He wanted to take money from both sides, but their tasks were diametrically opposed. How to work around it? He had to find a way to get money from both without problems. Ryunosuke thought for a moment, then asked Chie, to what extent must I act to get the 2.1 million in your hands? Facing that question, the corner of Chie's lips curved into a mysterious smile, then she explained slowly. I want you to create chaos in your own class, to such an extent that their personal points, class points, fall below 100 next month. As long as you can do that, I'll give you 2,100,000 personal points. Chie waved her finger cutely, but Ryunosuke didn't pay much attention to that. He stared at her with a serious gaze. The price to be paid is too high. That will make me a disgrace in class. Do you think I'll do it? Seeing that reaction, Chie nodded in understanding. True. Besides, you'll be in a position opposite to your class. If you don't want to, I can't force you either. Ryunosuke immediately raised his hand to stop her. No. That's not what I meant. What I mean is, the price must be increased. Chie was silent like a statue. In the end the two reached an agreement and signed a duplicate contract. There it was clearly written that if next month Class D's points fell below 100, he would get 2.1 million personal points. Ryunosuke had asked for a down payment, but unfortunately the other party wasn't as easy as SAE to fool. Chie insisted on only paying after the task was completed. Ryunosuke was forced to agree. After all, the contract was already signed. What mattered now was for that 2.1 million. As for the contract with SAE, he would find another way. There was still a loophole that could be exploited so he could take money from both sides without any conflict of interest. Ryunosuke rushed to the student council and knocked on the door gently. Akane's sweet voice was heard again from inside. Coming. Akane opened the door and invited him in, while complaining, why are you only coming now? First day joining the student council and already daring to be late. Akane put her hands on her hips, her small body leaning forward while staring dissatisfiedly. However, Ryunosuke instead felt the other party looked even cuter like that. He immediately explained his reason. My homeroom teacher called me to the office earlier, so it took some time. Besides, I wasn't too late, right? Only about half an hour, and I already informed the president beforehand. He glanced at Manibu, who was still busy working. Manibu stopped his movement briefly and nodded as confirmation without saying a word, then continued working. Ryunosuke and Manibu had already exchanged contacts, so he had given notice when called by the teacher earlier. Realizing her carelessness, Akane immediately bowed to apologize. Sorry, I didn't know you had already reported to the president. Really sorry. Facing the apology from that small senior, Ryunosuke said it was okay and sat in his chair to start working. Today was his first day of work, so he couldn't be careless. Even though for his current self 100,000 points was no longer a fantastic amount, but little by little it became a lot. 100,000 points if saved could cover his living expenses for half a year. Ryunosuke took a pen and documents and began working. Because he was already used to being a corporate slave in his previous life, a workload like this felt very light to him. Seeing Ryunosuke could immediately adapt quickly, Akane nodded satisfactorily and returned to her own secretarial duties. At Advanced Nurturing High School, class hours started from 9:30 until 15:30. Student council working hours started between 15:30 until 1600 hours, and ended at 17:30. Of course there was overtime, for example during sports festivals or cultural festivals. Ryunosuke's current status, remaining points, 1000. Time, third day of school. Chapter 8, Ichino's Hanami. 2 days passed in a flash, and now it was the 5th day. The leaders in other classes seemed to have almost finished organizing their respective classes. This was the right time to take the next step. Ryunosuke walked out of his room with his hands in his pockets, intending to head to school. When he entered the elevator and was about to press the button, a girl with pink gold hair and a very cute and sweet face hurriedly ran in. The girl held her knees while panting. The girl's chest rose and fell due to her rapid breathing, as if her uniform could barely contain the tightness. This newcomer was none other than Ichino's Hanami from Class B. After her breathing calmed a bit, Hanami patted her small chest and muttered, "That was close." Good thing I didn't miss the elevator. She then noticed Ryunosuke's presence beside her and felt bad. Sorry for disturbing you. It's okay, just waiting a few seconds. After answering, Ryunosuke pressed the elevator button. The door closed, and now there were only the two of them inside the elevator. Hanami opened her phone and chatted with her friends without the slightest hesitation. She didn't feel worried or wary at all even though she was alone with a man in a confined space. Ryunosuke could only sigh softly, but didn't say anything. Hanami seemed to remember something and asked the young man beside her. Hello, I'm Ichino's Hanami from Class 1B. Please take care of me for the next 3 years. After speaking, she extended her soft small hand toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke accepted the handshake. I'm Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class 1D. Please take care of me, Ichino-san. Hanami immediately waved her hand. Just call me Ichino's, no need to be so formal. We already know each other now. She's really someone who warms up quickly. Ryunosuke thought. The other party's social ability indeed didn't need to be doubted. He didn't respond to her friendliness, instead asking back, what do you think of this school, Ichino-san? Hanami pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. I already told you to just call me Ichino's, you're really stiff. You're just too quick to be familiar. Ryunosuke replied with a slight complaint, then continued the previous topic to guide Hanami toward the answer he wanted. Don't you feel this school is very unusual? Ryunosuke began explaining various things that didn't make sense at this school. For example, the existence of a free cafeteria, distribution of free living necessities, even free bathing supplies. It was clear all of this was prepared for certain people. Moreover, seniors from Class D often looked very poor, even unable to buy instant noodles. These were very clear signs that something was wrong. Hearing that explanation, Hanami began to furrow her brows and think seriously. What you say does make sense, Akasaka-kun. So, what secret is this school actually hiding? Hanami blinked her large beautiful eyes at Ryunosuke, as if her eyes said, I'm curious. TCH, another one wanting to get free information. But it was okay, Ryunosuke would find a way to get benefits from her later. He raised one finger in front of the very cute Hanami and said flatly, want to know the answer? Give me 1 million personal points, then I'll tell you everything I know. Hanami widened her eyes and stared at him with an unbelieving look. Akasaka-kun, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can ask your homeroom teacher how much it costs to buy information about the school system. The price should be no less than 2 million points. Ryunosuke remembered the price in the original story was indeed around 2 million points. Asking for half the price from Hanami was actually very cheap. Hanami was silent for a moment then answered, can you give me time to prepare? I want to confirm it first. Please. Ryunosuke waved his hand casually, signaling he didn't mind. Hanami gave a sweet smile. Thank you, Akasaka-kun. She immediately took out her phone and confirmed the information in her class chat group, without caring there was someone behind her seeing all her activities. Through Hanami's phone screen, Ryunosuke saw the number of group members was 40 people. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly, little angel, Hanami, in just 5 days she had already managed to gather all 40 class members and unite them in one bond. Her solidarity was no joke. Hanami realized Ryunosuke was looking at her phone screen, but she didn't avoid it. She even boldly invited him to look together. Currently, Hanami didn't yet know this school's secret, that's why she was being so careless. If she knew that there was a competitive relationship between classes, she definitely wouldn't let the enemy side see her information. Ryunosuke didn't accept Hanami's offer. He turned his face away and closed his eyes as if resting. Seeing that, Hanami didn't say anything else and continued sending a brief message, asking her friends to confirm the truth of that information. Shortly after, replies from her friends came in. One student had asked their homeroom teacher, Hashinomiya Chie, and it was indeed true there was information worth 2 million personal points. That homeroom teacher even told them that if someone was selling that information for 1 million points, they should buy it. Of course, all this was already predicted by Ryunosuke. Yesterday, after completing the dark transaction with Chie, he deliberately exchanged contacts to make communication easier. When Hanami was discussing with her classmates earlier, Ryunosuke secretly sent a brief message to Chie about his plan to sell information to Class B. For Chie, this only brought benefits without the slightest loss. So, she happily cooperated with Ryunosuke from within. She even invited him to drink together as a token of thanks, but was refused by Ryunosuke on the grounds of being underage. After confirming the situation, Hanami now fully believed Ryunosuke's words. Her expression changed from relaxed to serious, but still looked cute. Indeed, beauty is justice. I've already confirmed it with my classmates, Akasaka-kun. But regarding purchasing information for 1 million points, please give me time to think further. I have to discuss it with my classmates. This isn't a decision I can make alone. It's okay, Ichino-san. You can also send your friend to check the condition of the upperclassmen, whether it's true as I said or not. If you're sure, I'm always open. But I want to remind you of one thing, do it as quickly as possible. If you're late, that information might already be useless. After saying that, Ryunosuke slung his school bag over his shoulder. He turned toward Hanami and took out his phone. Can we exchange contacts, Ichino-san? Of course. Hanami happily exchanged contacts. After getting Hanami's contact, Ryunosuke stepped away. All along the way to class, he kept thinking hard about how to make the contracts from both homeroom teachers not clash with each other. Make the class points fall below 100 to get 2.1 million points, but at the same time have to make his class rise in rank. So, there was only one way. Ryunosuke's gaze became dark and mysterious. Which class should I make the sacrifice? Let me think. Chapter 9, Agreement with Ichino's Hanami. Ryunosuke came to class to attend lessons as usual, and soon lunchtime break arrived. Hanami came to the classroom door casually, poking her head inside to look for Ryunosuke's whereabouts. Upon seeing him, she immediately waved her hand in greeting. Akasaka-kun. Instantly, all of Class D's occupants shifted their gaze toward them. Ryunosuke reflexively covered his face with his hand. Oh my god. You really came looking for me so casually. Do you have any common sense? He screamed inwardly. Reluctantly, he stood up and immediately pulled Hanami's hand, who was still standing innocently frozen there, then hurriedly fled from that place. Hanami made a cute confused sound, but Ryunosuke didn't have time to listen to her. What mattered now was to escape immediately. He could already predict how they would talk about him after he left. But it was okay, he only cared about getting points. Just let them talk as they pleased. Sure enough, shortly after he left, Class D immediately became chaotic. Especially the idiot trio, Sudo-ken, Ikanji, and Yamauchi Haruki. Because Ayanokuji had already gotten male friends, he didn't hang out with that trio like in the original story. However, this one friend of his, since the first day going to the student council, rarely responded to him anymore. This made Ayanokuji, who actually wanted to make friends, feel quite troubled, even had thought about just finding new friends. Sudo, Ike, and Yamauchi witnessed with their own eyes how Ryunosuke pulled an incredibly beautiful girl and just left so openly. The three of them gritted their teeth in envy, especially Yamauchi, who exclaimed in disagreement. He's clearly not more handsome than me, how can he get a girl that beautiful? I won't accept this. The entire class could only be silent. Even the flat-faced Ayanokuji couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Although Akasaka can't be said to be very handsome, at least he's far better than you. How can you have the courage to say you're more handsome than him? Initially, classmates were still whispering curiously about how Ryunosuke could be connected with a female student from another class. However, because of Yamauchi's actions, their attention was diverted to him and they showed disgusted expressions. Indirectly, Yamauchi helped Ryunosuke dampen that gossip. Susan just furrowed her brows without saying anything. What did it have to do with her? As long as it didn't disturb her studies, she wasn't the type of person who liked to gossip behind other people's backs. She stood up, looked at her friends, then muttered the word boring before going to the cafeteria for lunch. Her words instantly triggered the anger of other students. Horikita is so pretentious, isn't she? Who does she think she is? Karuizawa-K grumbled. The Jairu gang around her also showed dislike, except one person who didn't join in condemning Susan. This girl actually wasn't a real Jairu, she just pretended to look compatible with her group and not be ostracized. That person was Matsushita Chiaki. She played with her phone, but her gaze kept focusing on Ryunosuke's departure with a look full of curiosity. Interesting. Akasaka Ryunosuke, huh? It seems he's worth paying attention to. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke was with Ichino's Hanami, Kenzaki Ruji, and even Hashinomi Achiya was present. Ryunosuke stared at her with a strange look. As if understanding the meaning of that gaze, Hanami immediately explained. Well, this is my classmate, his name is Kenzaki Ruji. He seems uneasy letting me make a transaction alone with you, so he came along. Hanami scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. Ruji greeted and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Kenzaki Ruji. Ichino's in our class is too naive, I'm uneasy letting her be alone with a strange man, so I came along. You don't mind, right? Although phrased as a question, it was actually a statement of dominance. A warning so that Ryunosuke wouldn't have bad intentions toward Hanami, like taking advantage of her. But honestly, Ryunosuke didn't have intentions in that direction yet. His main focus now was only money. As long as he could make money, he would do anything. After greeting Ruji, Ryunosuke observed the young man carefully. Kenzaki Ruji was one of Class B's core figures, Had the best academic and physical abilities in his class, spoke calmly and behaved very friendly. He often acted together with Hanami. This young man's level was quite high and had a chance to enter Class A, maybe someday they could cooperate. Ryanosuke noted that name in his heart, then turned toward Chie who came to interfere. Then, what are you doing here yourself? Chie raised her small hand cutely. Hi. Sensei just came to see the excitement. Besides, I'm also uneasy leaving Hanami-chan alone. After speaking, she immediately clung affectionately to Hanami. Both had quite large assets that looked compressed and changed shape. This made the two men beside them, Ryanosuke and Ruji, reflexively turn their faces away, but occasionally still stole glances. After all, they were men, they were very honest with their instincts. Hanami, who felt embarrassed, immediately pushed her teacher away. Sensei, don't be like this, it's embarrassing. Hee, Hanami-chan is shy. But you're right, now important matters should take priority. Chie instantly became serious, in stark contrast to her earlier attitude. Ryanosuke-chan, as Class 1B's homeroom teacher, I have the right to supervise your transaction. Besides, you need a witness, and I'm the most appropriate person. Chie said proudly while taking out a duplicate contract draft from her small bag. Ryanosuke felt a bit helpless. Do you teachers always carry contracts everywhere? Can pull them out anytime and anywhere. Although complaining, he still accepted the contract and read it carefully to prevent any fraud. After all, this was about money. Even though this was relatively honest Japan, he still had to be cautious. His experience being deceived by devil contracts in his previous life traumatized him. Seeing how careful Ryanosuke was, Chie pouted her lips. What the heck? Are you afraid Sensei will cheat in the contract? Sensei won't do such things. Ryanosuke adjusted his imaginary glasses position. Sorry, Chabashira-sensei, checking contracts is mandatory to be cautious. Please understand. After confirming there were no problems, he returned the draft. So, can we start the transaction? The three people in front of him sat up straight and nodded. Chie explained the contract details. Simply put, Akasaka Ryanosuke provides information, and Class B buys it for 1 million points. To prove the truth of that information, on the 1st of next month, that is, when points are distributed, if the information is proven true, then 1 million personal points will be transferred to Akasaka Ryanosuke. Does Akasaka-kun object? Ryanosuke shook his head. That was reasonable, it was impossible for people to want to pay before the truth of the information was proven. Good. Chie weighed the document in her hand and gave a pen to Hanami and Ryanosuke. Please sign. After signing, the contract officially takes effect. Both signed their names and pressed their thumbprints. Chie checked again, then gave one copy to each party. Ryanosuke and Hanami stored the contract in their bags safely. Now, Ryanosuke began explaining the information worth 1 million points. The survival system at this school is based on competition between classes. I'll keep it brief, I won't beat around the bush. Class A is the best, followed by B, C, and D. Class D is the worst. Hanami hurriedly interrupted that explanation with a surprised expression. You say Class D is the worst. But you yourself are from Class D, and you found problems we didn't realize. Ryanosuke looked slightly annoyed at her interruption. Ichino-san, please don't interrupt when I'm speaking, thank you. Oh, sorry. Hanami immediately felt a bit deflated after being reprimanded. Chie immediately chimed in to calm things down. Hanami-chan, Ryanosuke-chan is different. He's a student who entered the student council in just 2 days. At this school, he's the first person who could do that, so he's an exception that can't be measured by ordinary logic. Chie tried to explain while also giving a signal that Ryanosuke wasn't an ordinary person, hoping Hanami could establish a good relationship with him rather than become enemies. As the future leader of Class B, Hanami wasn't stupid, she immediately understood the teacher's implied meaning, stopped interrupting, and listened patiently. Ryanosuke nodded satisfactorily and continued his explanation. Hanami even took out a small notebook to record every important point. He explained almost all important information, competitive relationships between classes, first-month evaluation content related to discipline, and the fact that monthly points weren't a fixed 100,000 but rather results from class competition evaluation. In the first month all classes were given 1,000 class points, equivalent to 100,000 personal points per student. Once the first month ended, new evaluation would be conducted. If they wanted to surpass other classes, they had to create distance at this first month's starting line. If they failed to create distance in the first month, it would be very difficult to catch up later. After hearing that explanation, Hanami placed her hand on her lips while thinking hard. There's a competitive relationship between classes, the simplest way to win is to behave very well in the first month, if possible no points deducted. Now it's only the 5th day and we already know the information, it's not impossible to surpass Class A. Ruji nodded in agreement. Ichinos is right, this month is the best opportunity. Maybe we really can do it. Ryunosuke immediately crushed their enthusiasm. On one hand he admired Class B, which was far more solid than his class, but on the other hand he had to give a harsh warning. You're underestimating Class A. They're not that easy to deal with. If my guess is correct, there's someone in their class who has already realized this competition system. Just look at how they study orderly and collect phones before lessons start since the second day, that's a sign they already know the school's secret. Everyone was shocked, especially Hanami, who raised her hand to ask again. Akasaka-kun, how can you know things like that? Ryunosuke didn't answer, instead staring at her as if looking at a stupid person. Hanami tilted her head cutely because she didn't understand. Ruji immediately explained, Ichinos, he must have his own way to get that information. Even if you ask, he won't tell you. Ryunosuke of course had his own source of information, the spy he placed in Class A, Kamuro Masumi. All information about Class A's condition he got through phone communication with that person. It had to be acknowledged, Class A was indeed impressive. In the original story they only lost 60 points, a very difficult distance to chase. Class B in the original story only had about 650 points left. Even with this early information, maybe they still couldn't catch up. Because in the early days before knowing the secret, they must have already lost some points. Even if Class B knew earlier, being able to survive at 900 would be very good. Surpassing Class A was almost impossible, unless he intervened. Instantly, a crazy idea flashed in Ryunosuke's mind. He covered his face with one hand while laughing inwardly with joy. Right. I can use this to make another transaction with Class B and rake in points in large amounts again. I'm truly a genius. Hanami, who saw Ryunosuke laughing crazily like the Uchiha clan while covering his face, felt worried. She whispered to Chie. Ryunosuke-chan, he's okay, right? Why is he laughing alone like that? Chie also looked confused. Does this child have a problem in his head? Chapter 10, Kushida Kikyo. Ryunosuke offered another transaction to Hanami. His offer was to help them rise to Class A next month, with the condition of an additional payment of 1 million personal points. Hanami looked somewhat troubled. Sorry, Akasaka-kun, I can't agree to it. The 1 million points we're paying this time is the result of collecting from all 40 people in the class. If we have to pay another 1 million points, the burden will become too great for us. Besides, since we already know the information early, the gap shouldn't be too far. Even if we end up below Class A later, the difference won't be much, and we're already satisfied with that. I see. What a shame. Ryunosuke muttered while putting on a heartbroken expression. That was truly sincere pain from the depths of his heart. 1 million points flying away just like that. Shortly after, Hanami and Ruji prepared to get up and leave. Right at that moment, Chie gave a good suggestion. Since it's lunchtime now, let's eat first before leaving. Everyone didn't mind and planned to leave after eating. Ryunosuke stood up and prepared to leave alone. His goal was already achieved, there was no reason for him to stay. Seeing Ryunosuke about to leave, Chie immediately called out to him. Meet me in the office after school, there's something I want to discuss with you. Ryunosuke instantly stumbled. Something else to discuss? I'm so busy today. Somewhat resignedly, he agreed to Chie's request then left. Hanami, curious, then asked, Sensei, why are you telling him to come to the office? Is there an urgent matter you want to discuss? Chie smiled mysteriously. You'll know later. I also don't intend to keep it secret from you. I want to make a transaction with him, buying the opportunity to rise to Class A. Although I don't know if that child is just boasting to me or not. But that's enough for me to take the risk of trying. Chie's expression became very serious, very different from her cheerful personality earlier, but a second later she returned to her original nature and smiled broadly. Don't worry, Sensei will bear the cost. Besides, if we really rise to Class A, Sensei's salary will also double, this money will return soon. So don't feel burdened. Chie waved her hand, signaling Hanami not to feel awkward. She was confident she could get that money back. Hanami felt a bit guilty. After all, letting the teacher spend her own money felt inappropriate. Finally she began negotiating with Chie, the student side would bear half. Initially Chie refused, but she couldn't win against Hanami's persistence and finally gave up. This Hanami-chan really turns out to be stubborn too. Chie held her cheek while complaining softly, but she really acknowledged how understanding and sweet this child was. Unfortunately, at advanced nurturing high school, such things were what were least needed. Chie felt worried whether this child would be able to survive at this school in the future, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke had finished lunch and returned to class. He immediately ran into Kushida who had been waiting for him quite a while. He immediately stepped on his foot brakes and turned to leave, he didn't want to deal with this troublesome person. Kushida, who had been waiting long, immediately brightened up when she saw him come and wanted to greet him. However, when she saw Ryunosuke turn to leave, she discarded her gentle and kind-hearted image, then immediately grabbed Ryunosuke's hand, who was about to escape. "Please wait a moment." Seeing his hand gripped, Ryunosuke realized he couldn't run anymore. He turned toward Kushida. "What business do you have, Kushida-san?" Kushida put on a fragile, cute, and pitiful gaze. If it were an ordinary guy, they might have already knelt under her skirt, but unfortunately Ryunosuke wasn't an ordinary student. "Is Akasaka-kun avoiding me? Why are you avoiding me? Is there something I did that made you angry?" Students around began to turn and put on gossip-hungry expressions, thinking this was an unfinished romance drama. "TCH, this woman, truly a talented actress." However, Ryunosuke answered normally. "Kushida-san, I've said it very clearly. I don't want to be friends with you. How long are you going to keep bothering me?" Facing such a blunt answer, Kushida was momentarily stunned. Why was this man so different from the men she had met before? So difficult to conquer. She had already humbled herself, but this man still wasn't satisfied. Kushida's face slightly darkened. This was the first time she felt her defenses penetrated by a man. Usually anyone would submit to her tricks, but why was this person in front of her immune to infiltration? However, on the surface, she still acted normal and even looked very hurt, positioning Ryunosuke as the most guilty party. "Does Akasaka-kun hate me?" she said sadly while her eyes began to glisten with tears. This was bad. Her action immediately cornered Ryunosuke. People around began whispering, even blaming him. "That guy dares to bully Kushida, disgusting," grumbled the Jairu gang leader, Karuizawa K. Other Jairu girls agreed, even Matsushita Chiaki, for the sake of her small group, was forced to add a sentence. Although personally, she had seen the entire chronology of events clearly. However, to maintain her formal social relationships, she was forced to say, "Akasaka is indeed a bit too much, who does he think he is?" However, she didn't say it too harshly and immediately shut her mouth after that. She just wanted to blend in so her life would be peaceful, similar to Ayanokuji, who was an expert at hiding abilities. In short, Chiaki was a low-spec version of Ayanokuji. Even Ayanokuji, who by name was Ryunosuke's only friend, had no intention of defending his friend. He knew very well if he helped speak now, he would definitely be ostracized by the majority of other students. That wasn't beneficial. Ayanokuji analyzed the situation very clearly and could only mourn inwardly for Ryunosuke. "Forgive me, I also don't want to be ostracized. I want to be a normal, ordinary person." Seeing the situation develop in a bad direction, Ryunosuke's face became gloomy. He stared at Kushida, who was pretending to be pitiful with a completely impolite tone of speech. "Kushida-san, how many times do I have to say it? I don't want to know you. Why are you like a plaster that keeps sticking, endlessly? Can't peel off at all?" Kushida froze awkwardly. She didn't expect the other party's words would be that harsh. She hurriedly wanted to defend herself. "You're mistaken, Akasaka-kun. I just want to be friends with you." Ryunosuke immediately raised his hand to cut off her words. He looked around, at classmates who were dissatisfied with him, then looked back at Kushida. "No matter how many times you say it, my answer won't change. I don't want to establish good relations with you. Please don't bother me anymore from now on. You're very annoying." After saying that, he returned to sit in his chair. Just like Suzune, he was now ostracized by his classmates. But that didn't matter, he didn't intend to have social relations in this class, he just wanted to find money. Kushida's body froze in place. Even after Ryunosuke sat down, she couldn't react yet. Her eyes became dark and emitted hatred, she cursed heavily in her heart. "Akasaka Ryunosuke, you disgusting man, just wait for my revenge." Shortly after, the lesson bell rang, and everyone returned to their respective seats to start the lesson. Chapter 11, Bargaining. After school time soon arrived. Ryunosuke stood up from his chair and prepared to head to the student council room. He didn't care at all about the hateful and disgusted gazes from other students. To him, this trash wasn't worth thinking about, he just needed to be himself. Ryunosuke slung his school bag over his shoulder and was about to step away. Kushida had wanted to stand up to try to establish good relations with him again, but she was stopped by Kei. "What are you doing, Kushida-chan? Why care about someone like that? Let's just ostracize him." Seeing that, Kushida was forced to suppress her small intention and continued chatting with Kei. "Karuizawa-san, it seems this is just a misunderstanding. Akasaka, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Even now you're still defending him, Kushida. You're really too kind," criticized Sato Maya while playing with her phone. Kushida just smiled thinly without saying anything. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side. Ryunosuke took out his phone and sent a brief message to the student council president, saying there was urgent business and he would be late. Manibu immediately replied, okay, as a sign of understanding, but he also stated that the delayed work must be completed with overtime. As a former corporate slave, in his previous life, Ryunosuke immediately agreed to that condition. He put his phone in his pocket and stepped toward Chie's office. Meanwhile, in the student council room, Manibu looked at the message on his phone with a slight sigh. For the sake of helping his younger sister, he was forced to be a bit patient with this child. Vice President of the Student Council, Nagumo Miyabi, felt somewhat disappointed because for 2 days now he had failed to meet the legend who could enter the Student Council in 2 days because Ryunosuke always came late. Looking at today's situation, it seemed he wouldn't be able to meet him again. Nagumo stood up to leave. He didn't want to waste too much time just for one man. Rather than waiting, it was better to look for pretty girls. That was far more realistic. Seeing Nagumo about to leave, Manibu adjusted his glasses position and reminded, Nagumo, it's fine to go home early, but don't leave your work behind. Nagumo waved his hand. Don't worry, President. I'll take the work home and finish it. You don't need to worry. Nagumo gave a mysterious smile. Actually, student council work didn't have an absolute rule that it must be done in the office. Nagumo often used this excuse to escape, taking his work home, then using personal points to pay others to do his assignments. As the absolute leader in the second year who controlled all classes A through D, he wasn't short of points at all. He preferred paying people rather than wasting time on boring things. He preferred dating and chatting with beautiful women. Shortly after, Nagumo left, leaving Manibu and Akane. Akane felt a bit excited because today she could be alone again with the president. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke had arrived at Chie's office. Chie apparently had been waiting for a long time. Seeing his arrival, she immediately pulled out a chair and invited him to sit. Her very friendly attitude made Ryunosuke feel strange. Hashinomiya-sensei, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why did you suddenly become so attentive? As soon as Ryunosuke sat down, Chie rolled her eyes irritably. This is because I can't wait to make a transaction with you. Hey, you're not bluffing, right? You really have a way for Class B to rise to Class A. Chie's tone of speech sounded very serious. Ryunosuke crossed his legs casually. In any case, we'll be signing a contract later. Sensei doesn't need to worry, I'll deceive you all, right? That's true. Instantly Chie returned to her original nature. She brought her face closer while smiling until it almost touched Ryunosuke's face, but the young man remained flat-faced. Although this woman was already in her 30s, she took very good care of herself. Her large clear eyes, smooth skin, and perfect body shape would make anyone not believe she was already in her 30s. If someone said she was 22 years old, people would surely believe it. Ryunosuke stared at her carefully. Rather than being embarrassed, Chie instead felt proud. As a woman, being stared at by a man proved she still had charm. At least she still felt like a beautiful girl in her 20s. After observing, Ryunosuke immediately averted his gaze and asked seriously. So, what business do you have looking for me, Hashinomiya-sensei? You mentioned about rising to Class A earlier. Do you want to pay 1 million points to transact with me? Chie nodded. That's right, I want to transact. But I'm curious, can you really do it? Whether I can or not, you just need to pay. Leave the rest to me. Chie propped her face with both hands on the table. But Sensei feels uneasy. Can you explain the detailed plan so Sensei has an overview? Ryunosuke shook his head firmly. Sorry, I can't fulfill that request, Hashinomiya-sensei. Honestly, to rise to Class A, there must be dark things that need to be done that aren't appropriate for others to know. Please understand. All right then. Chie pouted her lips because she failed to get information. If you really have a way to make Class B rise to Class A, this transaction can be done. It's just that, about the price. Chie wiggled her finger, preparing to bargain. You know that Class B already knows the school's secret. The point gap with Class A will definitely be very small. Isn't the price of 1 million points too expensive? Hearing Chie wanted to bargain, Ryunosuke's heart felt pained. Every point cut was his money. He couldn't possibly be willing just like that and immediately argued. Hashinomiya-sensei, you must be aware. Without my help, even though you know the secret early, it will be very difficult to catch up to Class A. In the first days, everyone was at the same starting line. Based on the information I got, Class A already started acting since the second day, collecting phones and studying seriously. That means, their points will be very difficult to reduce from then on. Whereas you only started on the 5th day after getting information from me. That time gap might seem small, but the impact is big. I think, the price of 1 million points is very reasonable. Chie extended 5 fingers. 500,000 points, no more. Ryunosuke immediately countered with 9 fingers. 999,999 points, no less. Chie felt helpless. You only gave a 1-point discount. What's the difference? Of course there's a difference. Ryunosuke answered with a serious face. 1 point can buy. This was bad, he forgot this was in Japan, not in his previous country. 1 yen really couldn't buy anything it seemed. If in his previous life, small change could still buy a steamed bun for lunch. Ryunosuke fell silent, losing the right reason. Seeing that, Chie bargained again, 550,000 points. Ryunosuke tried to raise the price again. 990,000 points, this is my final limit. 600,000 points, no more. You're so stingy, sensei. Be careful, if you have a son later he won't have a butthole. What do you mean have a child without a butthole? Oh, that, it means later you'll only have daughters, no, Rod. What did you say? Rotten brat, how dare you curse me? Chie suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Her relaxed nature disappeared, her face turned fierce like a demon. 300,000 points. Ryunosuke immediately panicked. Why is the price going down even more? Chapter 12, Buying Information on School Violations. In the end, because he had made Chie angry, the deal price was set at 600,000 points. Ryunosuke signed the contract listlessly with a face full of unwillingness. He felt as if he had just lost 400,000 points. The two shook hands as a sign the agreement was reached. Ryunosuke proposed that in the future he might need cooperation from Hanami or other Class B people. Chie stated she didn't mind and would convey it to them. Their transaction was officially complete. As for the money, it remained the same as before, prove the results first, then get paid. This was very reasonable, only a fool would want to pay up front before the work was done. Ryunosuke arrived at the student council room. After greeting Manibu as usual, he sat down and began working. His upperclassman, Akane, looked a bit displeased because Ryunosuke's presence was considered to disturb the alone time between herself and the president. After completing part of his work, Ryunosuke pretended to ponder and asked Manibu. President, how many points are needed to buy information about student regulations and violation penalties? Manibu stopped his work and adjusted his glasses position. Oh. So you're about to make your move? Ryunosuke played dumb and shook his head. I don't understand what the president means. Manibu glanced at Akane beside him. He understood Ryunosuke's reason for playing dumb and said, Tachibana, go out for a moment. There's something important I want to discuss with him. Akane just answered, oh, then left. She stood in front of the student council room door to stand guard. Seeing Akane had left, Ryunosuke stopped pretending and directly asked, how many points are needed to buy information on the student regulation system and penalty standards? Manibu extended one finger, 1 million personal points. Thud. Ryunosuke almost fell from his chair. Damn, 1 million again. Did he have bad luck with the number 1 million? The transaction with Hanami was also 1 million. If it continued like this, wouldn't he not make any profit at all? He immediately got up and sat back in his chair, trying to act calm while playing the emotional card. President, look at my dedication working for you for years. Can't the price be negotiated again? Ryunosuke rubbed his fingers and extended one finger symbolically. 10,000 points, how about it? I promise I'll take better care of your younger sister in the future. Manibu was almost made to laugh by the craziness of this thick-faced young man in front of him. Forget about those 10,000 points. It seems you've only been working for me for 2 days. How can you say it so confidently and shamelessly? Iya. Facing Manibu's sarcasm, even the usually thick-faced Ryunosuke felt a bit embarrassed until his face reddened. However, he still boldly continued bargaining. After all, this was about money. Bargaining even a little meant he could save more to pay off the debts outside. Due to persistent pleas and shameless attitude, Manibu finally compromised. The price dropped to 500,000 personal points, with an additional condition, helping his younger sister, Suzune, so she could develop. Ryunosuke agreed without hesitation. As for guiding his sister, he unconsciously immediately threw the thought to the back of his head. Besides, later there would be Ayanokuji who could be used as a tool, he didn't want to bother dealing with that. He didn't know that in the future, because of his interference, Ayanokuji wouldn't choose Suzune as his main tool, but would consider Ryunosuke as the best choice. Back to the present, Ryunosuke transferred 500,000 personal points to Manibu's terminal account and completed the transaction. He immediately took the regulation documents and began reading them. To him, every second passed without reading these documents felt like a financial loss. Manibu, seeing him so serious, didn't disturb him. Since time was almost up, he placed the student council room key on the table and gave a friendly warning. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Without looking up, Ryunosuke waved his hand as a sign of understanding. After Manibu left, Ryunosuke continued reading those regulations until finished. After understanding all the school regulations, he rubbed his tired eyes and let out a long sigh. Now all the rules were clear. What behaviors deducted points and conditions for adding points were fully understood. The next steps would be more convincing. Ryunosuke recalled the contradictory agreements between SAE and Chie, and he began formulating a plan. Although difficult, it wasn't impossible to do, at least in this first month. He wanted to rake in money from both sides. On one side was Chie's request for Class D's points to drop below 100. On the other side was SAE's desire to rise in rank, where each rank increase was valued at 2 million points. So far he had 500,000 personal points remaining after paying for information earlier. Coming from SAE's down payment of 800,000, student council salary 100,000, and living expense savings from always eating free packages. He sat on the sofa while holding his forehead and sighing. Money really disappeared quickly. The only golden opportunity to find money was in this first month, when other classes hadn't realized the school's situation yet, so he could maximize profits. Ryunosuke took the key on the table and prepared to leave. It was now 7 p.m. He wanted to see if the supermarket still provided free food. If not, he'd be forced to spend 193 yen to buy instant noodles. This was the consequence of the massive debt left by his parents. Although he wasn't the one who borrowed, as a child, he felt he had a moral obligation to pay it off. Ryunosuke could only think hard about making money at this school by utilizing his knowledge of the future. He was very aware that once he left this school, he was nobody. He had no business talent and his physical abilities were average. Even in his previous life he didn't finish his schooling. That's why he had to study seriously here so as not to fall behind. He knew where his strengths lay, while understanding where his weaknesses were. His knowledge of the future would disappear once he graduated. So, he had to accumulate as much money as possible now, at least enough to pay off debts and have leftovers for a decent life. That was the reason why he was so crazy about finding money, solely so he wouldn't starve to death after leaving the school later. Chapter 13, TCH, damn it, running into little Angel Kushida again. Ryunosuke went to the mini-market and reluctantly spent 193 yen to buy a pack of instant noodles, and not even cup noodles at that, but regular packaged noodles. This made him feel even more desperate. 193 yen if converted to his original currency was about 12.3 yuan. In his previous country, that much money could buy 6 kilograms of potatoes or sweet potatoes, enough to eat for several days. Even if buying cheap instant noodles, he could get 12 packs. Or if wanting to be slightly luxurious, he could get 5 cup noodles that were almost expired. The more he compared, the more Ryunosuke felt the value of yen was very small. Money flowed out too quickly, and he found it hard to accept. Ryunosuke carried the pack of instant noodles and shamelessly asked for a free plastic bag. At that time, the cashier stared at him with a strange look, but he didn't care. To him, not taking available benefits was a loss. He returned to the dormitory in a bad mood. The cause was that the 193 yen expenditure had destroyed the zero spending record he had maintained for these 5 days. Upon arriving at the dormitory lobby, he ran into Ayanokuji who was going out to buy drinks. He greeted him. "Yo, Ayanokuji, good evening." Ayanokuji, who was taking a can of drink from the vending machine, nodded slightly with a flat stare. "Good evening, Akasaka. Just back from the student council room." "Something like that." Ryunosuke answered in a listless but polite tone. "Student council work is very busy. If it weren't for the additional points, I'd be too lazy to take it." "Oh. Is Akasaka short on money?" Ayanokuji asked. His tone of speech sounded casual, when in fact he was gathering information. Through his observations over the past 2 days, Ayanokuji knew that Ryunosuke really needed money. This was evident from his very frugal lifestyle. What normal student would eat only free menu items every day and not want to spend a single penny? Even for daily necessities, he only took the free ones. From his movements, he looked very short on money. Ryunosuke admitted it honestly. After all, he never hid it, anyone with a brain could surely realize he was broke. Seeing his conversation partner was honest, Ayanokuji didn't ask further. Everyone had privacy, and if wanting to establish good relations, it was better not to interfere too much in other people's affairs. The two fell silent for a moment. Then, Ryunosuke made a suggestion. "How about we go out for a walk for a bit?" But I want to go back to sleep," Ayanokuji answered with a hesitant face, but he didn't refuse. After all, formally, Ryunosuke was his only friend at this school. Because Ayanokuji already had a friend, he didn't wander around with the idiot trio like in the original story, which was something to be grateful for. Those 3 people usually only gave Ayanokuji trouble. The two walked together without a clear destination. Ayanokuji glanced at Ryunosuke beside him with a look that was hard to read. He knew this young man was a great talent. From the interactions over the past few days, Ryunosuke's actions and movements very much caught his attention. Not romantic interest, but a feeling like meeting someone with a similar fate. This conversation partner of his was struggling hard for a goal, perhaps debts in the outside world. As for himself, he just wanted to live peacefully. And if anyone dared to disturb his peace, Ayanokuji squeezed the can in his hand until it was dented. Anyone who disturbed his peaceful life had to be eliminated, and Ryunosuke beside him was a tool that could be utilized. Because he needed money, most likely this young man would be willing to do anything. He could control him from behind the scenes. As long as I give him money, he surely won't mind me making him a tool, Ayanokuji thought. On the other side, Ryunosuke was also thinking inwardly. Ayanokuji is a figure who can be utilized, but he is a double-edged sword. If used wrongly, I myself will be in trouble. However, judging from the original story, this young man just wants to live normally. As long as I fulfill his wishes, he surely won't mind me making him a tool to find money. Ryunosuke thought. Both had the same thought, wanting to use each other. Truly full of schemes. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from the direction of the barrier fence, followed by the sound of impacts and cursing. And surprisingly, the object of the cursing seemed to be Ryunosuke himself. Damn Akasaka. Don't think I don't know you occasionally steal glances at my chest. Damn it. Acting all cold too. I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me? Bam, 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 bam. A beautiful and stylish girl was seen kicking the barrier fence hard while cursing. Ayanokuji glanced at Ryunosuke with a strange look. He didn't say anything, but his gaze seemed to be asking everything. Hearing that commotion, Ryunosuke's eyelids twitched heavily. He remembered in the original story there was indeed a scene like this. Damn unlucky. Kushida Kikyo's scandal hit him instead. He had already tried to stay away, why were they always involved with each other? Was fate playing with him? Who's there? The girl who was kicking the fence realized there were people near her. She immediately became wary with a very cold eye stare. Very different from herself during the day. During the day, she was like a blooming flower, cheerful, beautiful, and the dream of all male students. But at this time, her gaze was very cold and sharp. Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji came out from the shadows with hands in their pockets, staring at Kushida calmly. Seeing the two of them, the sharpness in Kushida's eyes instantly disappeared. She returned to being the smiling, little angel Kushida, then stepped closer to them step by step. Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji stepped back step by step. Seeing that, Kushida quickened her pace and ran lightly in front of them. She grabbed both their red ties, stopping their steps that wanted to escape, then said while smiling sweetly. You saw it, right? Ayanokuji answered with a flat face, if I say I didn't see, is it still in time? Ryunosuke also felt helpless. I didn't intend to see it, I just happened to pass by. Can you let me go? I swear I won't tell anyone. Kushida of course didn't believe verbal promises. She pulled the two of them toward her room, intending to talk more seriously. Chapter 14, two iconic scenes in succession, Ryunosuke was left speechless. Inside Kushida's room, Ryunosuke and Ayanokuji sat on the tatami while staring ahead with helpless expressions. Both were truly unlucky. How could they coincidentally encounter the iconic scene where Kushida brutally kicked the barrier fence? Earlier they intended to leave quietly, but unfortunately Kushida didn't give permission. In front of them, Kushida's face looked gloomy. There was no longer the gentleness and friendliness she usually showed, what existed was only a cold aura that pierced to the bone. She stared at the two people who had caught her little secret while clicking her tongue inwardly. Damn it. How could these two be the ones who saw it, what should I do? Kushida racked her brain looking for ways to handle this situation. Suddenly an idea emerged, she immediately pulled both their wrists and was about to direct them to her own chest. Whoa, crazy. Ryunosuke was startled and immediately used his maximum strength to pull his hand back. Ayanokuji managed to free himself very easily. While Ryunosuke and Kushida were pulling back and forth, Ayanokuji quickly opened the room door and acted like a traitor, he escaped first. Ryunosuke stared at the closed door while cursing inwardly. You dog. How dare you betray your friend and run away alone? Just wait, I'll definitely get back at you later. Finally, Ryunosuke gave up resisting and resigned himself to letting his hand touch that landmine with a feeling of wanting to cry. He really felt cheated. Kushida, feeling her plan had succeeded, immediately released the young man's hand and said with a cold gaze, this incident is a secret between us. If you dare tell others, I'll use the fingerprints on this shirt to get you expelled from school. I think the school won't give tolerance to male students who sexually harass female students, right? Kushida suddenly changed her mask, showing a smile like a black angel that looked innocent and cute. However, to Ryunosuke, the figure in front of him was not cute at all, but disgusting. He could only sigh resignedly. It was his own fault for agreeing to go out for a walk at night. Ayanokuji, just wait for my revenge. After receiving that threat, Ryunosuke intended to leave immediately. However, Kushida called him back with an artificially sweet voice. Akasaka-kun, now we can be friends, right? While saying so, she thrust her phone in front of Ryunosuke as if she had complete control. Ryunosuke could only resign himself. He took out his phone and finally added Kushida as a friend. After getting that contact, Kushida looked very happy. She pushed Ryunosuke out of the room while smiling sweetly and said, "See you tomorrow," before slamming the door hard, leaving the young man alone in front of the door with a miserable feeling. However, for Ryunosuke, this wasn't too fatal as long as Kushida didn't obstruct his way of finding money. Whatever that woman wanted to do, whether betraying the class or becoming Ayanokuji's enemy, he didn't care as long as his point wallet was safe. As he turned to go home, the phone in his pocket rang. He saw that Manibu was calling. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, President, what is it?" "Let me say first, I've already left work. If you want to order me to do something, you have to pay extra overtime money." On the other end of the phone, Manibu answered curtly, "Come here and help me act. After it's done, I'll give you 100,000 points. After that, the call was immediately disconnected and a coordinate message came in. Ryunosuke felt confused for a moment before finally realizing something. "Oh, I understand. This is about Horikita Suzun, right? This must be the iconic scene where Manibu gave his sister a harsh lesson. But, ordered to work for only 100,000 points. That was too cheap for Ryunosuke." He grinned mischievously. Before heading to the location, he remembered Ayanokuji who had escaped earlier. A cunning idea popped into his head. Besides being able to get money, he could simultaneously get revenge on Mr. Flatface. He returned to Ayanokuji's room, coaxing him with various threats and tricks until finally succeeding in dragging him out. On the way, Ayanokuji said in a resigned tone, "I admit, betraying you earlier was my mistake. Consider this help to atone for it, how about it?" "Of course." Ryunosuke answered without hesitation. That was indeed his goal, using this opportunity to force Ayanokuji to act against the student council president. They arrived at a small alley and heard the sound of an argument from inside. "Ni-san. I'm no longer the useless me," Suzun said persistently. Manibu sighed. "Suzun, you're not suited to be at this school. Right now, resign." "I won't." Seeing Ryunosuke's arrival, Manibu immediately started his acting. He grabbed Suzun's hand to the wall and pressed her stomach with his knee. Just as he was about to throw a fake punch toward his sister's stomach, Ryunosuke jumped out from the bushes while raising his phone. "Aha. I recorded everything. President, without 500,000 points, don't expect this matter to end peacefully." The two biological siblings were startled. Manibu remained calm despite being annoyed. "Secretary, hand over your phone." Even Suzun, who had just been oppressed, instead defended her brother. "Akasaka-kun, don't you dare harm Ni-san." Ryunosuke could only gape inwardly. "Oi, little girl, I'm helping you here. Why are you stabbing me in the back?" Ryunosuke stood by his position and demanded 500,000 points as hush money. Before Manibu could agree, Suzun shouted that she would prove her brother's innocence even if that video spread. "Damn it. Whose side are you on anyway?" Ryunosuke exclaimed, starting to lose his temper. Taking advantage of that gap, Manibu released Suzun and lunged toward Ryunosuke. However, the young man immediately retreated and shouted, "Ayanokuji, beat him up." Ayanokuji stepped forward to block Manibu's path and said flatly that he had to pay his debt to Ryunosuke. Manibu, who didn't understand, still attacked with high-level martial arts techniques. However, Ayanokuji skillfully caught Manibu's wrist and performed a shoulder throw until the president was thrown. Manibu, who managed to stand up again, stared at Ayanokuji seriously. "I didn't expect there was an expert like you in Class D." Realizing he wouldn't be able to seize the phone from Ryunosuke's hands, Manibu finally gave up and transferred 500,000 personal points. Before leaving, he warned that Ryunosuke's work tomorrow would be doubled. Ryunosuke grimaced slightly, but he felt satisfied because his point capital had returned. Before really leaving, Manibu instructed them both to look after his useless sister. "As long as the money is right, I can do anything. Even make your sister surpass you," Ryunosuke said in a serious tone. After Manibu left, only the three of them remained. Suzun immediately snatched Ryunosuke's phone to delete that video. After finishing, she returned the phone while stepping on Ryunosuke's foot to vent her annoyance. "It hurts, Suzun. Don't call me Suzun. We're not that close." Suzun snapped before going to buy cola and giving one to Ryunosuke, while Ayanokuji was completely ignored until he chose to go home first. Now only Ryunosuke and Suzun remained sitting on the stone bench in silence. Suzun then asked if there was anything hidden between Ryunosuke and her brother. Why aren't you as smart in front of your brother as you are now? Ryunosuke mocked. Or do you immediately become stupid when he's around? Susan's face turned bright red. She tried to step on Ryunosuke's foot again, but the young man kept dodging while mocking her. Come on, step on me, you idiot. You won't hit me. Frustrated, Susan finally used her locking technique and pinned Ryunosuke to the wall. Let go. My shoulder's about to come off. It hurts. Ryunosuke screamed. I've been training in martial arts since childhood. Don't think just because I'm a girl, I can't beat you up, Susan said with a face full of anger. Chapter 15, Sakayanaji Arisu and Morishita AI. Let go quickly. It really hurts, let go. Susan's anger had subsided by half. She released her hold on Ryunosuke. The young man breathed a sigh of relief while muttering softly. What a violent woman. Susan immediately launched a kick at Ryunosuke's shin, but her strength wasn't too great, clearly she was holding back. After that, Susan turned to leave, and Ryunosuke also prepared to go home. Their first serious meeting ended just like that. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, precisely on the 6th day. Because Ryunosuke had already obtained the details of the school's rules of play, everything became much easier. Now was the time to move to the next stage. While walking to school, he took out his phone and sent a message to Masumi. Akasaka, do you have time, Kamuro? Masumi, I do. What's your business this time? Facing the curt question from Masumi, Ryunosuke didn't care and continued replying. Can you invite Sakayanaji Arisu from your class to talk with me? On the other end of the phone, Masumi snorted in disgust and typed a reply, pedophile, just die. Ryunosuke, neutral face. I already told you I'm not a pedophile. I have important business to discuss with her. Can you help me get her to come out? I'll give you 50,000 points. Masumi thought for a moment then replied, no need to give me points. I'll get her to come out for you. After that, she turned off her phone. Ryunosuke stared at his phone screen with a helpless feeling. At least tell me the time and location. If you don't say anything, where am I supposed to look for you? Ryunosuke sent a brief message again. Masumi only replied, okay, I'll let you know later, then disappeared again. Ryunosuke could only shake his head. Whatever made that girl so rushed? He put his phone in his pocket and prepared to enter class. Upon arriving at class, he was immediately stuck to by Kushida. The girl approached intimately and smiled sweetly. Good morning, Akasaka-kun. This time you won't avoid me anymore, right? Seeing that face so innocent, cute, and with sparkling eyes, it was hard to imagine she was the same person as the figure from last night. Ryunosuke nodded and answered briefly. I won't. Other students in class who saw that scene were stunned again. They all thought inwardly, since when did their relationship become that close? The bell rang and lessons began. No one had time to think about their sudden closeness anymore. Although lessons were in progress, Class D students acted as they pleased. Some played on their phones, listened to music, and some were even worse like Yamauchi who openly played PS console without caring about the teacher. Ryunosuke felt dizzy. These people couldn't possibly spend 100,000 points in just 6 days, right? This was bad. He had to save the remaining class points by any means necessary. If their points were depleted to 0, even if he succeeded in bringing down other classes, Class D still wouldn't be able to rise in rank. It seemed he had to move today. If left for another 2 or 3 days, this class's points could really be wiped out. As soon as school ended, Ryunosuke kept waiting for news from Masumi. Finally, a message came in. I've arranged the meeting. She said she wants to meet in a karaoke room. I feel uneasy, so I'll come along. If you dare try anything with her, I don't want to be considered an accomplice. After that, Masumi immediately went offline. Ryunosuke smiled thinly seeing that message. Whatever people wanted to think, what mattered was that his goal was achieved. He immediately slung his bag and headed to the location. He arrived in front of the designated room door and knocked gently. The door opened, revealing a beautiful strange girl with bluish-purple hair who looked innocent. The girl had a sweet but stiff face, as if she suffered from facial paralysis, difficulty expressing. Ryunosuke tried to remember, it seemed he had seen this character in the original story. Her name, if he wasn't mistaken, was Morishita AI. Being stared at for quite a while, the girl looked a bit uncomfortable and stepped back 2 steps. Ryunosuke just realized that staring at a strange girl too long was impolite, then he averted his gaze. At that moment, Arisu's voice was heard from inside the room. Since you've arrived, please come in, Akasaka-kun. Besides, staring openly at my assistant is very impolite, you know. So she's her assistant. Ryunosuke thought. Because of his interference, Arisu couldn't make Masumi a tool through the theft secret, so she looked for someone else as her assistant. Ryunosuke entered the room and sat facing Arisu. Masumi stood on Arisa's left side with a wary attitude as if truly guarding her from a predator. Arisa placed her cane slowly. She sat in an elegant, diagonal style, her small legs wrapped in white stockings closed together politely. Her appearance as pure as a white lotus flower, very beautiful and innocent with short white hair and her characteristic beret hat. Wow. Ryunosuke once again admired the beauty standards at this school. Why was it called Advanced Nurturing High School? It should just be renamed Beautiful Girls High School. Arisa didn't mind Ryunosuke's gaze. She wasn't the type of narrow-minded woman who forbade men from looking at her. Moreover, she could sense that the other party's gaze was purely appreciation, not perverted thoughts. However, Masumi beside her felt annoyed. Since the first day of meeting, this young man always stared at her with such an evaluating look. Now he was doing it again to the petite Arisu. Slam. Masumi slammed the table hard, forcing Ryunosuke to wake from his reverie. After feeling satisfied, Masumi returned to stand straight beside Arisu. Meanwhile, AI who had closed the door now stood on Arisu's right side, flanking the leader like two loyal guards. Arisu laughed lightly and gave an apologetic look to Ryunosuke. Forgive them, Akasaka-kun. Because of my unstable legs, they both are uneasy if I meet alone with a healthy young man like you. If something unwanted happens, it will be troublesome. Please understand. After saying so, she sipped her coffee slowly while showing a cunning smile like a fox. Chapter 16, Betting Contract Agreement with Sakayanaji Arisu. Arisu showed an interested expression to the young man in front of her, while occasionally tapping the cane in her hand. You are Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class D, aren't you? Being able to enter the student council in just 2 days, you are the first person in Advanced Nurturing High School history to do that. I'm very interested in you, Akasaka-kun. Arisu showed a cute face, but her gaze was as if looking at a new toy. On the other side, Ryunosuke crossed his arms and legs casually. It turns out your reputation really matches the real thing, Sakayanaji Arisu. I'm also very interested in you. How about we make a bet? Oh. Bet on what? Arisu asked curiously. Ryunosuke initially wanted to extend one finger, but he remembered yesterday's 193 yen expenditure that made his point balance no longer around 1 million. He changed his finger to the number 9. Let's bet with a wager of 900,000 personal points. The bet is on next month's class rankings. Whether I can drag you down from the Class A throne. Arisu's pupils narrowed. Her friendly expression disappeared, replaced by a cold gaze. Meanwhile, AI and Masumi standing beside her showed shocked expressions. They seemed not to understand what Ryunosuke's words meant. Based on Class A's current situation, aside from the leaders at the top who knew the actual situation, other students were completely blind. So, it was natural if AI and Masumi didn't know anything. AI might have felt something was strange but had no proof, but Arisa must have already known this school's secret. Seeing the change in their expressions, Ryunosuke showed a confident smile and continued baiting. He knew exactly what type of person Arisa was, that girl wouldn't refuse an interesting challenge. For a young lady like her, this was just a way to kill boring time, because she actually wasn't too interested in ordinary school life. Sure enough, as Ryunosuke predicted, Arisa didn't refuse. She instead stared at him like staring at prey and said slowly. Why should I agree? Betting with you would only make Class A have to be vigilant at all times against dirty tricks you might pull. It seems there's no benefit for us, right? Give me one reason that can convince me. Arisa didn't refuse, but also didn't immediately agree. She took a position in the middle. Ryunosuke's lips curved into a cunning smile. Finally, the bait is taken. Arisa shivered slightly seeing that smile. She felt the young man in front of her had bad intentions and she felt as if being stripped naked by his gaze. Ryunosuke slowly lifted his teacup, sipped it a little, then said the thing that most caught Arisa's attention. Aren't you curious, how I will drag Class A down from your throne? Arisu instantly felt interested. Her eyes stared straight at him. Oh. Try telling me. Ryunosuke's lips formed a slightly cruel smile, making the 3 girls in front of him feel uncomfortable. However, they still listened patiently when he began to speak. I think Sakayanaji-san already understands the school's regulations, right? Although it sounded like a question, Ryunosuke said it in a very confident tone. Arisa just nodded slightly as a sign of acknowledgement. Then the rest will be easy. Ryunosuke clapped softly, signaling the 3 girls to pay attention because he was about to play his ace card. The 3 girls stared at him with curiosity. However, the words that came out of Ryunosuke's mouth next sounded so arrogant that they were stunned. Class A, B, C, and D. From top to bottom represents differences in ability. Class D is the worst, and Class A is the best. Could it be that Sakayanaji-san doesn't dare to bet with me despite having such a huge advantage? If so, you're really a loser. Ryunosuke showed a mocking expression, openly provoking Arisu. Sure enough, provoked by that sentence, the three girls across from him clenched their fists. Arisu thought for a moment, then instead smiled. I see. Akasaka-kun really has an excellent method. You want to use this provocation to force me to make a transaction. But unfortunately, I'm not the type of person who's easily influenced by emotions. Your strategy doesn't work on me. Ryunosuke didn't care about Arisu's rebuttal. He kept staring at her sharply, as if very confident that the girl would agree. This made Arisu frown slightly. She felt displeased because she felt read by the person in front of her. Although feeling displeased, Arisu still gave the answer she had actually decided from the beginning. She opened her small lips and uttered a sentence that contrasted greatly with her small body. Although I can read your strategy, what you said has some truth. If Class A doesn't even dare to take this bet, then we don't deserve to bear the name Class A. But more importantly is... Arisu's body leaned forward toward Ryunosuke. She spoke in a tone like a little devil, her pitch-black eyes as if wanting to swallow him whole. I'm very interested in your method, to drag Class A down from our position. So, let's bet. Akasaka Ryunosuke. Arisu showed a smile like a yandere, as if she had just found a very tempting new toy. Finally the two reached an agreement and prepared to sign a contract. Due to time constraints, the contract was handwritten and composed entirely by Ryunosuke, then handed to Arisu to be checked. After confirmation, the bet officially began. Contract contents: Akasaka Ryunosuke personally declares war on Class A. This bet is a personal matter and does not involve other class members. The bet value is 900,000 personal points. If on next month's point distribution day Akasaka Ryunosuke fails to bring Class A down to Class B position or lower, he must pay 900,000 points to Sakayanaji Arisu. If Akasaka Ryunosuke succeeds in bringing Class A down to Class B position or lower, he will receive 900,000 personal points from Sakayanaji Arisu. This bet is confidential and personal. It is forbidden to invite classmates to help directly. Violators will be immediately declared losers. Signature: Sakayanaji Arisu. Signature: Akasaka Ryunosuke. Contract valid from school day 6, April 8, until next month's point distribution day, May 3. Chapter 17, Starting to Move, Narrowing the Point Gap Between Both Classes. Ryunosuke made the contract in duplicate, one for himself and one for Arisu. There was no teacher supervising here, because this was a personal bet. Besides, Arisu was too arrogant to cheat. That bet amount was completely nothing in her eyes. In fact, through chess matches with upperclassmen previously, Arisu had already won many personal points, almost reaching 2.8 million points. To her, 900,000 points was just pocket change. What was important, she felt Ryunosuke was an interesting person and wanted to play with him. Although Arisu didn't feel she would lose, she remained vigilant. After all, the young man in front of her was a monster who managed to enter the student council in just 2 days. After Ryunosuke left, a smile still adorned Arisu's face. She felt that life at this school wouldn't be boring anymore. Let's go, Morishita-san, Kamuro-san. Arisu said while taking her cane and standing slowly. The two girls followed beside her like guards until they left that karaoke room. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke stared at the signed contract in his hand. Since there was no one around, he no longer held back and laughed heartily toward the sky. His laughter was wild, similar to Uchiha Madara's laughing style. Ha 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 ha. This is what it truly feels like to be alive. Magnificent. A stray cat passing by stared at that strange man with disgust, as if wanting to say, what a crazy person. Ryunosuke's wild laughter stopped instantly. Seeing the cat seemingly mocking him, he snorted irritably and kicked gravel toward the cat. After the cat ran away scared, he muttered, damn it. When I'm rich later, I'll slap the cat's mouth with stacks of money. Although his mood was soaring, Ryunosuke didn't forget that he had to act immediately. Time was very tight until next month's point distribution day. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At 17:30, after student council duties finished, Ryunosuke contacted Hanami and Masumi to meet. In his heart, he briefly mocked Arisu. Cute stupid girl. I never said I would make Class D surpass Class A. Turns out she didn't notice the loophole in that contract. Well, no matter how smart her brain is, she still lacks practical experience. Shortly after, Hanami arrived, followed by Masumi. Masumi looked displeased at being called at night. What did you call me for again? Do you think because you hold my secret, you can order me around as you please? Masumi asked curtly. Ryunosuke stared at the purple-haired girl and sighed. Just need a small favor, once every night, can you do it? He then introduced Hanami from Class B. Facing Hanami's friendly greeting, even the usually angry Masumi was forced to reply politely though then turned her face away embarrassed. What business do you have calling me and Ichino-san from Class B? Masumi asked suspiciously. Ryunosuke felt a bit guilty. What he was about to ask Masumi to do was clearly a form of betrayal to her class. However, he decided not to explain in detail so Masumi wouldn't refuse. The plan began. Under CCTV camera surveillance, Masumi was ordered to kick over trash cans twice, then Hanami stepped forward to tidy them back up. Do this every night, understand? Ryunosuke instructed. Don't worry Kamuro, I'll give you 100,000 points after all this is done. Both girls were confused. Hanami immediately asked what the purpose was, while Masumi snorted, what bad thing are you planning now? No need to give me points, I can do a small favor like this for free. Ryunosuke just smiled faintly and asked them to just follow his orders without asking further. Although feeling suspicious, Masumi finally agreed because Ryunosuke insisted on giving points as compensation for her evening time. A good child, it's a shame she's a bit naive. She doesn't know she's being used. Ryunosuke thought inwardly. After sending Hanami home first, Ryunosuke remained alone with Masumi. He planned to take the final step to reduce Class A's points. When they arrived at a deserted place monitored by CCTV, Masumi looked very nervous. She thought Ryunosuke was going to do something indecent and began trembling. Ryunosuke didn't care about the girl's nervousness. He focused on the camera above them. He began unbuttoning his outer jacket so it wouldn't get dirty. Seeing that, Masumi panicked even more and shouted, "Isn't this too fast? Give me time." Huh? What are you talking about? Ryunosuke asked confused while continuing to remove his jacket. Masumi, whose face had turned bright red, shouted shameless, and tried to run. Ryunosuke caught her wrist to ask what was wrong, but the panicked Masumi instead performed a hard over-the-shoulder throw toward him. Thud. Ryunosuke sprawled on the ground. Instead of getting angry, he instead endured the pain and stared at the CCTV camera on the streetlight. Hit me again, Masumi. Don't be too hard, just act. Ryunosuke requested from the floor. Masumi gaped. You have masochistic tendencies. Ryunosuke didn't explain. He knew if he told her this was to cut Class A's points, Masumi would definitely refuse. Seeing him just stay silent, Masumi helped him stand while grumbling about how strange that young man was. However, to ensure Class A's points were really cut due to violence violations, Ryunosuke had to provoke Masumi to hit him seriously in front of the camera. He then took a reckless action by pinching Masumi's waist. Kaya! Masumi screamed in surprise and stared at him sharply. Ryunosuke became even bolder by pinching both sides of her waist. Finally, Masumi lost her patience and delivered a hard slap that sent Ryunosuke flying down. After that, she left with angry feelings. Ryunosuke, whose head was dizzy from that slap, instead felt relieved when seeing the CCTV camera. Done with this, the chance to surpass Class A is even greater. He got up and put his jacket back on. On the way home, he calculated his strategy. Based on the rules information he bought for 500,000 points, violence violations in the first month were deducted 30 points per incident, maximum twice per person. Added with the act of littering every night for 25 days, 50 points, the total gap he created was 110 points. In the original story, Class A had 940 points and Class B 650 points in the first month. A gap of 110 points might be small, but it was the best opportunity he could create without major risk. If his plan succeeded, he got 900,000 points from Arisa for bringing down Class A, or at least making Class B rise to a rank. He completed the task from Hashinomiya-sensei to bring Class B to a rank, 600,000 points bonus. Class D's points would definitely drop below 100 due to the student's own actions, fulfilling another task from Chabashira-sensei. The transaction with Chabashira-sensei to raise Class D's rank could be done later, because there was no time limit. Ryunosuke grinned widely. Everything was going according to plan. Money would soon flow heavily into his pocket. Chapter 18, Pseudo expelled from school. 1 month had passed, and the point distribution day arrived, which was May 3rd. As Ryunosuke predicted, the points for Class D didn't come in. This proved that their class points this month were 0. However, he didn't care about that, what he cared about was the results for Class A and Class B. This concerned a bet of 1.5 million points, so he couldn't be careless. Ryunosuke sat in class, waiting calmly when Chabashira-sensei entered to announce the results. Around him, students whispered in panic because their balances remained empty. What's going on? Why haven't this month's points come in yet? Is the system broken? Who knows? Last month I just bought a PS console and spent all my points. If there are no points this month, I'll have to eat dirt. Pseudo hit the table hard. Damn it. Why aren't the points being sent? I need to buy a new sports uniform and basketball. My ball broke last month, I need money. Seeing Pseudo's rough behavior, everyone showed disgusted faces, but no one dared to respond because they had the same anxiety. Where were their points? Shortly after, SAE entered the class with a very gloomy face. She didn't expect Class D this time to be so bad that they didn't leave even 1 point. The disgust on her face was no longer hidden when she looked at her students. The students felt strange. Usually their homeroom teacher was indifferent, why this time did she look so angry? SAE posted this month's points results poster on the blackboard and hit the table hard so all attention focused on her. She took a deep breath to suppress her annoyance, then stared sharply at the students she considered trash. You are truly trash among trash. Really beyond expectations. Initially I thought you would at least leave 1 or 200 class points. Seems I rated you too highly. You're amazingly great, leaving 0 points. SAE laughed because she was so angry. She then explained about the class point system and why their points this month were 0. Amazing. In the first month, you managed to achieve a legendary record, 0 points. This is the first case in this school's history. Even I have to tip my hat to you all. SAE clapped with a mocking tone. The students hung their heads in shame, except Ryunosuke. His focus wasn't on Class D, but on the other class's data. Class points on the blackboard. Class A. Class B. Class C. Class D. Seeing those results, Ryunosuke breathed a sigh of relief. He succeeded. However, he realized the gap was much thinner than he imagined. If it weren't for Masumi's help cutting Class A's points through violence and trash incidents, Class B would never have won. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, in the original Class A, now becoming Class B. Their homeroom teacher, Mishima Tamanari, had a very gloomy face. He couldn't figure out why Class A could fall. Their points shouldn't have been reduced that much. Other Class A students also looked devastated, especially Sakayanaji Arisu. Arisu gritted her teeth. She seemed to know who the culprit was. One name came out of her mouth with suppressed hatred. Akasaka Ryunosuke. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Conversely, in Class B which had just risen to Class A, the atmosphere was full of cheers. Hashinomiya Chie happily invited all her students to celebrate their victory at karaoke with expenses from her own pocket. She whispered to Hanami. Don't forget to invite Akasaka-kun. There's something sensei wants to discuss with him. Chie greatly admired the abilities of that young man named Ryunosuke. He really made it happen, truly terrifying. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile in Class C, because the 490 points were still within predictions, they didn't react too excessively. However, the class strategist, Shina Hiyori, felt something was strange. Strange, logically Class A should be superior. Why is there such a big gap with Class B? Has interclass competition started this quickly? Hiyori muttered. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After school time arrived. Ryunosuke tidied his bag, not caring about the commotion in Class D. Inside the class, after realizing class points depended on discipline, they began accusing each other. You're the one who plays games most often during lessons. You must be the one who made our points run out. Karuizawa Kei exclaimed while pointing at Yamauchi Haruki. Yamauchi didn't accept it and replied rudely, what right do you have to talk like that, you whore? You yourself often play on your phone during lessons too, tch. Then he spat on the floor. Kei stood up angrily. Who are you calling a whore? Say it again. I'm calling you. What are you gonna do? Whore, Yamauchi mocked. Yamauchi Haruki. Kei lifted her chair, preparing to throw it. Yamauchi was scared and hid behind Sudo while continuing to curse. The women here are all wrong. You pretend to be pure, when behind the scenes who knows how many men you've played with. Kei's face reddened, she cried and ran out of class leaving her bag. Her gang friends immediately chased her. Other female students stared at Yamauchi with disgust. What are you all looking at? Who do you think you are to lecture me? Yamauchi replied wildly. He even insulted Hasebi Haruka about her body size, until Haruka almost hit him if not stopped by her friends. Yamauchi's attacks didn't stop. He began mocking Sakura Eri, accusing her of taking indecent photos because she was often seen carrying a camera. Eri cried at her desk. Sato Maya tried to defend, but Sudo stood blocking. Sudo was on Yamauchi's side because he felt these girls were too demanding. Yamauchi felt he had the upper hand being protected by Sudo. He looked for a new target and saw Suzun who had been studying silently. Horikita, every day you're so arrogant as if everyone owes you millions. What are you so proud of? Suzun frowned but ignored him. Yamauchi, feeling ignored, became annoyed. He sat on Suzun's desk and snatched the book the girl was reading, then threw it on the floor and stepped on it. Suzun stood up with suppressed anger. Sudo immediately blocked her way. I don't hit women, as long as you don't touch my friend. Before Sudo finished speaking, Suzun released a high kick that struck Sudo's chin squarely. The large body nearly 2 meters tall was thrown back and fell unconscious. Suzun stared at Yamauchi with cold eyes. Yamauchi was scared, he crawled backward until he fell. Horikita-san, I was just joking. Hitting a schoolmate will get class points deducted. He pointed toward the CCTV camera. However, Suzun didn't care anymore. Class points were already 0, there was nothing left to fear. Other girls also supported Suzun to beat up Yamauchi. Just as Suzun approached, Sudo, who had fainted earlier, woke up again. With exploding anger due to the pain in his chin, he lunged toward Suzun. Suzun dodged and they got into a fight. Her trained technique was able to match Sudo's raw strength. Sudo, whose eyes were getting dark, lifted a desk and slammed it toward Suzun. Suzun couldn't dodge completely, her head was hit until it bled. Seeing the violence had gone too far, Hirata immediately came with the infirmary teacher. Due to his brutal actions, Sudo-ken was announced expelled from school that very day. The school decided to look for an excellent transfer student as a replacement to fill the vacancy in Class D, while class points were left at 0 as initial punishment. Chapter 19, Reaping the Fruits of Victory. Ryunosuke let out a long sigh. He himself didn't expect the situation would become like this. It seemed with his presence at this school, many things no longer went according to the original plot. He thought to himself that he had to be more careful in the future. While peeling an apple in his hand, Ryunosuke offered it to Suzun, who was lying in the infirmary bed. Suzun looked at him with a displeased expression. Why are you here? Ryunosuke shrugged resignedly. He couldn't possibly tell the truth that Suzun's older brother, Horikita Manibu, that high-prestige Siscon, was busy handling Sudo's expulsion process, so he couldn't come, and ended up paying him to watch over his sister. Yes, Sudo was expelled because of Manibu's doing. Actually, that incident didn't necessarily have to end with student expulsion, but Sudo had injured the student council president's younger sister. Manibu didn't let Sudo get away with it, he used 10 million personal points to force the school to expel Sudo. At this school, points could buy anything, even expelling someone, as long as the points were enough. Because Sudo had indeed hit first and the injury was quite serious, Manibu got a discount, so 10 million points were enough to settle it. Ryunosuke himself was paid about 50,000 points by Manibu to watch over Suzun. As someone who had many overseas debts, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, in front of Suzun, he looked for another reason. As a classmate, it's natural if I'm worried about you, right? Suzun looked at him suspiciously. That sentence doesn't sound like something that would come out of your mouth. Even so, she still accepted the apple slices and ate them without saying thank you. Ryunosuke could only be patient, after all, he was working and had already received payment. After a moment of silence, Suzun asked while pretending not to care, aren't you going to the student council today? Who do you think I'm here because of? My classmate is injured, how could I have the spirit to work? Ryunosuke answered casually. Besides, you don't have a single friend, that makes me a bit uneasy. Suzun glared sharply, but she couldn't argue. The reality was, even though she was injured defending the class, no one came to visit her except the people who took her to the infirmary earlier. Suzun sighed, feeling a bit bitter. Her brother didn't acknowledge her, and she had no true friends. She felt her life was quite a failure. Seeing Suzun looking gloomy, Ryunosuke asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Suzun was stunned for a moment. Are you going to cook for me? Ryunosuke stood up. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you, consider it as repayment for the 400 yen tonkatsu rice you bought back then. Then bring something worth 400 yen too. That way we're even. Suzun answered with a complicated expression. No wonder you don't have friends. None of your business. Suzun snapped while turning her face away. I don't need friends. Shortly after, Ryunosuke returned bringing food. Eat up. Tomorrow I'll visit you again. That wound won't heal in a week. Suzun accepted the food and muttered thanks quietly, though still had time to be sarcastic, it's not more than 400 yen, right? If it's more, I won't reimburse you. Ryunosuke shook his head. You're really calculating. That 400 yen issue is just an excuse, do you think I'd come visit you just for such small money? You're stupid but cute too. Suzun's face reddened slightly, but she didn't argue. She knew it wasn't about the 400 yen debt, but purely the kindness of others, something she actually rarely received or understood how to respond to. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After his task was done, Ryunosuke went to Hoshinomiya Chie's office to collect his winning points. He knocked on the door and heard a lazy voice from inside telling him to enter. Inside, Chie appeared to be lightly drunk. She leaned on the table with a wide smile that couldn't be hidden. It seems you're so happy you got drunk like this, sensei. Ryunosuke said while sitting in front of her. Of course I'm happy. Hick, our class rose to Class A, my salary doubled. How can I not be happy? Hic. Chie exclaimed while shaking her drink bottle. Ryunosuke was interested. Oh. So class rank promotion also raises teachers' salaries. Chie smiled mysteriously and began making circular motions on Ryunosuke's chest with her finger. You want to dig for information. This secret must be paid for with points, one Isan won't tell you for free hic. Ryunosuke fixed his sitting position. No need, Hashinomiya-sensei. Knowing that teachers' salaries rise when classes rise is enough for me. Chie whined like a small child, rolling around in her chair. Ah. Not fair. Ryunosuke-kun must buy my information. I've spent millions of points from my personal pocket. At least let me break even. Oh, you reminded me. I came to collect the remaining payment, sensei. Instantly Chie fell silent. She sat up straight and tidied her face that had been messy from alcohol. She took out her phone to transfer points. Ryunosuke received 2-point transfers. 2.1 million points for making Class D's points below 100. 600,000 points for bringing Class B up to Class A. Total, 2.7 million points. As Ryunosuke was about to leave, Chie called him. Ryunosuke-kun, are you interested in transferring to our class? You're too talented to stay in Class D. Our class, our current Class A, is the right place for you. Chie stared at him with a hungry gaze. She felt it was a waste of talent like Ryunosuke was in SAE's class. She was even willing to pay the 20 million point class transfer fee to get this young man. To her, Ryunosuke was too terrifying if he became an enemy. In just 1 month, Ryunosuke dragged Class B to Class A and made his own class's points 0. Chie misunderstood and thought Class D's 0 points were purely Ryunosuke's sabotage, when in fact it was the result of the hard work of the defective students in Class D themselves. Ryunosuke answered directly, I won't spend 20 million points to transfer classes. You don't need to pay. Sensei will bear it. My personal savings are still quite a lot. Chie offered sweetly. Ryunosuke began calculating in his brain. From Chie's words, he concluded that the salaries of Class A, B, C, and D teachers were very different. Through quick calculations based on comparing SAE's and Chie's savings, he guessed Class A teachers' monthly salaries could reach 2.4 million yen. No wonder you're so generous, sensei. Turns out the income is that big. Ryunosuke muttered enviously. Chie was stunned. She shivered because Ryunosuke could guess her salary figure very accurately from just a few clues. Fear began to creep into her heart. This young man was no longer just a monster, he was an anomaly. I really don't want to be your enemy. Honami-chan will definitely be eaten up by a wolf like you. Chie said in a serious tone she rarely showed. Thank you for the praise, sensei. I'm not praising you. So, how about that class transfer offer? I'll consider it. Ryunosuke answered briefly before taking his leave. He walked toward Arisa's place to collect one more debt. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Currently, after adding payments from Manibu and Chie, and subtracting small costs for Masumi, his personal point balance had reached 3,365,500 points. If he added 900,000 points from Arisa soon, he would have 4,265,500 points. But that wasn't enough for him. After knowing teachers' salaries were so high, his target began to shift. Why squeeze students who didn't have much money when there were rich teachers at this school? Ryunosuke showed an evil smile that seemed to come from the depths of the abyss of death. Sorry, teachers, you're too rich, I can't resist not targeting you all. Chapter 20, Winning the Bet Points from Sakayanaji Arisu. Inside a karaoke room, Ryunosuke and Arisu's group met again. Seeing the 3 people in front of him, Ryunosuke couldn't hold back a smile. You all really are inseparable, Sakayanaji-san, Kamuro, and Morishita-san. AI suddenly put her hands on her hips and struck a cute pose with one hand making a V sign in front of her eyes. Yes. We are the best trio, Team Rocket. Ryunosuke reflexively clapped and responded according to that iconic script, then who are you all? Seeing Ryunosuke's question that was very familiar to anime fans, AI's eyes instantly sparkled. She immediately entered acute level Chinibu mode. The girl put one hand on her hip while the other covered her face, similar to Uchiha Sasuke's pose, complete with a forced smile. He, since you asked so sincerely. Silence fell for a moment. Since no one responded, AI elbowed Masumi standing beside her. However, Masumi just folded her arms and turned her face away, clearly not willing to get involved in this madness. AI didn't give up, she counterattacked by brutally tickling Masumi's armpit. Ticklish. Ha ha ha. Stop AI. Enough. I surrender, I'll do it. Masumi screamed while laughing hysterically. AI stopped and stared sharply at Masumi, demanding cooperation. Masumi, feeling her dignity shattered, was finally forced to follow the game with a reluctant tone. Since you asked so sincerely, Masumi said weakly. AI responded enthusiastically, then we will answer it with full compassion. Masumi gritted her teeth and continued with a feeling of humiliation, to prevent the world's destruction. To protect the world's peace. AI continued. Upholding love and the true evil side. Masumi said with an increasingly small voice. A cute yet charming antagonist character. AI posed beautifully with one hand on her hip. Kamuro Masumi. Morishita AI. The two suddenly knelt with one knee facing Arisa who sat on the sofa, as if she was their big boss. Two Team Rocket members crossing the galaxy. AI exclaimed, getting more excited with that embarrassing dialogue. Meanwhile, Masumi looked like she had lost the will to live. White hole, white future is waiting for us. Now only the last line from the third member, Meowth, remained. AI stared at Arisa with full hope. Sitting on the sofa while holding her cane, the young lady appeared to be on the verge of an angry explosion. She couldn't believe she had recruited such strange assistants. Since when did AI have such a personality? It seemed she hid it very deeply behind that stiff face. Facing AI's pleading gaze, Arisa finally said awkwardly, sorry, I don't know the next line. I've never watched Pokemon. Actually she had watched it, but she refused to acknowledge that because she was unwilling to say that embarrassing dialogue. Seeing her boss wouldn't cooperate, AI's spirit immediately dropped and she looked instantly withered. Ryunosuke laughed seeing that comical scene and voluntarily completed the last line. Meowth, that's right. We are Team Rocket. AI's eyes sparkled again. She lunged toward Ryunosuke and gripped his hands tightly. True comrade. Seeing AI's enthusiasm, Ryunosuke immediately took out his phone to ask for the girl's contact. Not because he was attracted to her beauty, but purely because he felt she might be useful in the future. AI without hesitation added Ryunosuke's contact. When Ryunosuke glanced briefly at her phone gallery, he clicked his tongue admiringly seeing the girl's favorite anime list from Code Geass to Madoka Magica. Just call me AI, comrade. AI said casually. Why are you so sure I'm your true comrade? Ryunosuke asked while raising an eyebrow. Instinct among the same species. AI answered confidently. The two stared at each other with full respect, even making a kiss gesture in the air as a sign of brotherhood. Arisu and Masumi almost fell over seeing that absurd behavior. What are you two doing? Are you falling in love? Masumi shouted annoyed after getting up from the table. Sorry, we just respect each other and couldn't hold back. Ryunosuke and AI answered simultaneously. Arisu rolled her eyes. Akasaka-kun, you became Southwest quickly close to my assistant. People who don't know would surely think you're on the same side. You don't understand, Sakayanagi-san. This is a strong bond among fellow anime lovers. Ryunosuke replied casually. Exactly right. AI responded while standing beside Ryunosuke, truly looking like a traitor in Arisa's eyes. Arisa began to suspect that her class's point decrease might be caused by a traitor inside, and seeing AI's behavior now, her suspicion grew stronger. AI covered one eye and pointed her hand toward Ryunosuke, as if activating Geass power. In my name, Lelouch 6 Britannia, I command you, Akasaka Ryunosuke, submit to me. Ryunosuke responded with wild laughter typical of anime villains. With such low-level mental disturbance, in front of my Manjiki Sharingan. Enough you two. Arisa screamed, finally exploding. She was fed up with this Chinibu drama. She regretted choosing AI as an assistant. Turned out behind her silent demeanor, the girl was a hardcore anime fanatic. Ryunosuke and AI were startled and immediately put on apologetic faces. They got too carried away because they rarely met patients with the same disease at their age. AI returned to stand behind Arisa with a flat face as if nothing happened, while Ryunosuke returned to his serious mode. Arisa took a deep breath to calm herself before starting the core conversation. I admit I lost this time, Akasaka-kun. But I want to know clearly, who betrayed our Class A? Arisa stared at him sharply, certain there was an insider who helped the sabotage. Ryunosuke didn't intend to expose anyone. After all, Masumi helped him without realizing her actions would have such a big impact on class rankings. Although Masumi was a bit careless, he couldn't bear to sell her out. There's no traitor in your class, Sakayanagi-san. You're overthinking. Ryunosuke answered while shaking his head. Arisa snorted in disbelief. If there's no traitor, how could you make our points decrease? But alright, I'm a sporting person. I'll still pay the bet money. Arisa then transferred 900,000 personal points to him. The young man received the transfer with a flat face, because the millions of points he had just received from teachers made him no longer too shocked by the number 900,000. Seeing that cold attitude, Arisa became more curious. Judging from your reaction, it seems the balance in your hands is far more than this 900,000. And Class B's victory, that was also your doing, right? You must have made a big profit from there. Although phrased as a question, Arisa's tone showed certainty. She became more interested in Ryunosuke. Since childhood, aside from the White Room incident, she had never felt this curious about someone. She began looking at him like viewing prey that could only be hers. Ryunosuke was aware he was being targeted by this young lady, but he didn't care as long as he got his points. After his business was done, he took his leave and left the room. At the doorway, Arisa smiled thinly, looking at Ryunosuke's back. See you again, Akasaka-kun. Our battle has just begun. After Ryunosuke truly left, Arisa took her phone and called her father, the school foundation chairman. Father, I met an interesting person. Can father help me investigate the profile of someone named Akasaka Ryunosuke? I want his complete data as soon as possible. Her father, Sakayanaji Naramori, sighed on the other end of the phone. My daughter, you're asking me to abuse my authority. That's not fair. If father doesn't agree, I won't talk to father forever. Arisa replied in a threatening sweet tone. As a father who greatly spoiled his daughter, Naramori immediately agreed without conditions. Arisa closed the phone with a cunning smile. Let's just see later, Akasaka-kun. To win a battle, one must know their enemy inside and out. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke suddenly sneezed hard. Achoo. Damn, who's talking about my bad points behind my back? He muttered in wonder. Chapter 21, Horikita Manibu's Request. On the way home, Ryunosuke took out his phone and looked at his personal point balance, which had reached 4,535,500 points. He breathed a sigh of relief. His desire to pay off his debts was one step closer. Now, he had to report on Suzan's condition to the student council president. Really troublesome, what a siscon older brother. He thought. Manibu was very worried about his sister, but pretended not to care and instead paid someone else with points to watch over her. Those siblings really had rigid personalities. Ryunosuke arrived at the student council president's residence. Since it was already late and student council activities had ended, he had to meet Manibu at his house. He knocked on the door, and a firm voice was heard from inside. The door isn't locked, come in. Ryunosuke entered Manibu's room. The decoration inside was similar to a kendo dojo. Many bamboo swords, shurnai, hung on the walls. There was even an unsharpened Japanese katana. In the middle of the room was a wooden board inscribed Budokyuden, Hall of Martial Virtue. It seemed the student council president highly upheld martial arts ethics. Manibu sat on the tatami and signaled Ryunosuke to sit. He began brewing tea while Ryunosuke looked at him calmly. What do you need calling me, President? Ryunosuke asked. Manibu's hand stopped briefly while pouring tea, but he soon continued his movement. It's nothing, it's about my sister, is she all right? Ryunosuke sipped his tea and replied curtly. If you're so worried, why not visit her directly? Instead you go around giving points for me to go watch over her. Manibu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Suzan and I are both stubborn. I watched her grow up, I know exactly how strong her character is. She and I, forget it. The two chatted for quite a while, especially about Suzan's childhood. Finally Ryunosuke couldn't stand it anymore and sarcastically said, Oi, the topic is starting to drift far. If continued, you might tell Suzan's entire life history from infancy to me. Ahem. Manibu coughed slightly in embarrassment. Sorry, it's been a long time since I talked about my sister, I got carried away. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes. This person's siscon nature in front of him was excessive. Feeling his business was done, he prepared to leave, but Manibu stopped him with a request. My sister, can I ask for your help to watch over her? Don't worry, I won't ask you to work for free. I'll give you equivalent points. Manibu immediately stated his terms so as not to be refused. He knew Ryunosuke's profile of having parental debt burdens, so money offers would definitely be considered. Sure enough, Ryunosuke looked hesitant. Seeing that negotiation gap, Manibu immediately gave his ultimate offer. I'll give you all my points, 20 million points. I don't expect Suzan to rise to Class A, I just want her to develop and no longer be lonely. At least, let her have a few true friends. Ryunosuke was truly tempted. 20 million points wasn't a small amount, it was equivalent to an extra life at this school because it could be used to transfer classes or cancel student expulsions. However, if he agreed, he had to deal with the stubborn and individualistic Suzan. I want the money, but lazy to work, what should I do? Ryunosuke thought anxiously. Suddenly he remembered someone, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. Right. I just need to hand this matter over to him. Let Ayanokuji guide Horikita like the original plot. That way I don't need to sweat but money still comes in, he muttered inwardly. Ryunosuke put on a serious face and said slowly, I can't guarantee success, but I'll try my best. Manibu breathed a sigh of relief. To him, that 20 million points was nothing because his family was very wealthy and would give him company capital after graduation. His main focus was only on Suzan's survival at this school after he graduated later. Good that you agree. As long as you watch over her and make her develop, I'll give you all my points when I graduate later. Manibu said while adjusting his glasses. Ryunosuke frowned. Didn't you say earlier just watch over? Now you want me to educate her too? Must add money if so. Manibu chuckled. That's all I have, take it or leave it. Finally the contract was signed. The contents, watch over Manibu's younger sister until he graduated, and in return, Ryunosuke would receive all of Manibu's personal points upon graduation. The word all made Ryunosuke a bit worried. If Manibu lost many points along the way, his share would also decrease. He felt trapped in the same boat as the student council president. It seems in the future I'm forced to help if something happens to Tachibana-san so the president's points aren't deducted. He complained inwardly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After returning to the dormitory, Ryunosuke recalculated his capital which now amounted to 4,535,500 points. He felt these points were enough to start the next step. It's time to act against the teachers. Who should I make the first target? Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. It was from Chabashira SAE. Ryunosuke felt a bad premonition. Most likely his homeroom teacher would demand an explanation why Class D's points could become 0 when he had already received 800,000 points from her. He answered the phone and heard SAE's angry voice. Akasaka Ryunosuke. There's something I want to discuss, come to my house now. In just a short time, Ryunosuke was already at SAE's apartment. The teacher sat with crossed legs, looking like she had been waiting long with an aura of anger. Ryunosuke closed the door tightly so their conversation wouldn't leak, then hung his jacket calmly. SAE took a deep breath. You've already received my money, but is this how you work? She asked in a sharp tone. Ryunosuke shrugged. Don't blame me, sensei. Don't you yourself know how bad Class D is? Honestly, I'm also struggling. He sat in a chair and continued, but, if sensei increases the payment, maybe I can do something. SAE laughed cynically. Increase money? Like your transaction with Hashinomiya Chiya. Ryunosuke was startled. It seems Hashinomiya-sensei couldn't keep secrets and had already leaked their cooperation to Chabashira-sensei. SAE lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke with a sad yet disappointed gaze. I didn't expect, besides transacting with me, you also have another relationship with Hashinomiya. Oi, sensei. Please watch your language. What relationship? I'm clean, we only conducted financial transactions. Ryunosuke quickly denied. Chapter 22, Sorry Ayanokuji, I'm selling you out again. Why was this conversation getting weirder? Ryunosuke felt his words were starting to deviate, but that wasn't the main problem now. His main problem was how to make this teacher of his let him go so he could sleep peacefully. After thinking for a moment, he decided to sacrifice Ayanokuji. Sorry, Ayanokuji, for the sake of my grand money-making plan, you have to suffer a little. Ryunosuke stared sharply at SAE and without hesitation disclosed the fact that Ayanokuji was an expert hiding his abilities. When SAE heard there was a great person in her class, her face showed joy. And when she learned that Ayanokuji deliberately scored exactly 50 in all subjects on the entrance exam to suppress his scores, the teacher became even more excited. While he was at it, Ryunosuke also sold Suzun. Although initially SAE seemed uninterested. However, once Ryunosuke informed her of the fact that Suzun was Horikita's younger sister, and had utility value because Manibu wouldn't just let her be, SAE's interest returned. Actually, SAE already knew that. It wasn't a secret if someone intended to find out, their surnames were the same, and she wasn't stupid enough not to investigate. It was just that Suzun's performance so far hadn't been too outstanding, so SAE had abandoned the idea of using her to raise class rankings. By successfully selling those two people to SAE, Ryunosuke managed to regain his peace. At the same time, he dragged Ayanokuji, who just wanted to live peacefully, into the vortex of conflict and under SAE's surveillance radar. This way, the teacher surely wouldn't let that tool go easily. Ryunosuke felt relieved. He could let Ayanokuji handle Suzun's problem while helping raise class rankings. Truly killing 2 or 3 birds with one stone. Ryunosuke didn't need to do anything, money still came in, and tasks were completed. This was what's called victory without effort. In the end, SAE no longer took issue with Ryunosuke's poor performance this month. She was aware of Class D's true nature, she just needed someone to vent her frustration on, otherwise she could go crazy. 3 years after 3 years she tried, when could she rise to Class A? Initially she thought this Class D was the worst in history, but it turned out there were some hidden gems. Starting from Ryanosuke, who entered the student council in 2 days and brought Class B to a rank, although she didn't know how, he did it himself. If this young man was willing to move, it wasn't impossible for Class D to rise in rank. Because she needed Ryanosuke, she couldn't offend him. SAE shifted her target to someone else who now made her curious, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. That student seemed ordinary from the start of entry, nothing stood out, his eyes even looked lifeless like a dead person. SAE thought he was just an ordinary student, turned out to be an expert at manipulating scores. And again, the Ayanokuji surname, she felt she had heard it somewhere. Was there a connection to that political figure, or just a coincidence? Ah, forget it. What do I care? I just want to rise to Class A. As long as I can reach Class A, I'll do anything. Even if the young man in front of me wants my body, I might agree, as long as he can bring this class up. I'm willing to do anything, even sell my soul. SAE extinguished her cigarette butt and stared at him with an unconcealed heated gaze, making Ryanosuke feel strange. Feeling threatened by that gaze, Ryanosuke shivered and reflexively stepped back while protecting his body. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at me like that? You're not planning something strange, are you, Chabashira-sensei? Facing that question, SAE immediately returned to normal and sighed. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to be willing to move? As long as I'm capable of doing it, I'll comply. SAE lit another cigarette. Ryanosuke, seeing the ashtray already full with butts from almost 2 packs, reminded with good intentions. Smoking isn't good for health. Take care of your body. SAE waved her hand unconcerned. I've been smoking like this for 3 years and I'm fine, cough, cough. She immediately choked. Ryanosuke felt resigned. Chabashira-sensei, smoking won't solve problems. After calming down, SAE replied curtly, then help me solve the problem, asshole. I already paid, but you haven't exerted any effort. Ryanosuke shrugged. I'll move in a day or 2. Oh. SAE was interested. What are you going to do? Ryanosuke smiled mysteriously. Secret. SAE rolled her eyes. Whatever if you don't want to say. Need my help? Ryanosuke shook his head. No need. You just handle Ayanokuji and Horikita's matters first. Find a way to drag those 2 into this plan. Remember, don't leak that I'm the one who told you. To avoid being hated by Ayanokuji, Ryanosuke deliberately warned about that. If that genius knew his peace was disturbed by him, he would surely retaliate. To convince his teacher, he gave a big guarantee. As long as sensei can control those 2, don't worry about the rest. I'll help from behind the scenes. Rising to Class A is just a matter of time. In his heart he added, because Ayanokuji will be the one doing it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, Saturday. Ryanosuke intended to prepare for the next action. Because he wanted to rake in points in large amounts, he had to devise a mature strategy. He went to an electronics supermarket to buy many surveillance cameras. Upon arriving there, he saw a familiar figure. A wine-red-haired girl wearing glasses to hide her beauty, his classmate, Sakura Eri. Remembering the original timeline, it was indeed time for that incident to happen. Ryanosuke stared at the store assistant nearby, his eyes sparkled full of enthusiasm. His luck was really good, an opportunity to find money came again. He stepped forward and greeted the hesitant Eri. Yo, good morning Sakura. You're here wanting to buy a digital camera. Hearing the sudden voice, Eri was startled. Her camera almost fell if she hadn't immediately clutched it tightly to her chest. After seeing it was Ryanosuke, she nodded shyly. Good morning. Akasaka-kun. Chapter 23, Kato Megumi enters school. That voice was very small, weak, and powerless, but Ryanosuke could still hear her answer. He nodded, accepting that greeting. Eri's expression changed slightly, she glanced up briefly before hurriedly looking down again. Facing Eri, who was so timid, Ryanosuke wasn't in a hurry to approach her aggressively. He remained focused on buying a large number of micro-surveillance cameras and backup batteries in front of the girl. Eri felt curious and wanted to ask why Ryanosuke was buying so many cameras, but in the end her fear won, and that question was never voiced. After all, her purpose in coming here was to secretly repair her digital camera, she didn't want her secret as a gravure idol exposed. The incident with Yamauchi earlier had left quite a big trauma for her, making her even more afraid to get close to men. Shortly after, Ryanosuke finished buying the cameras and pretended to leave. Eri breathed a sigh of relief, then handed her digital camera to the store assistant to be checked. The store assistant examined its contents, and instantly his eyes sparkled, then he stared at Eri with a disgusting lustful gaze. That vulgar stare was immediately noticed by Eri, who reflexively lowered her head deeper so her face wouldn't be clearly visible. Eri knew exactly what was in that camera, they were all photos of herself. She could only hope in her heart that the store assistant would keep her secret. However, she didn't realize that the man's gaze was very aggressive, as if he had just met the female lead of his favorite adult film. The man tried to hold back his surge of excitement and pretended to act normal. "Pick it up tomorrow, I'll finish it for you tomorrow." Eri bowed, thanked him softly, and immediately hurried away. She really couldn't stand the store assistant's gaze that openly undressed her. From behind the door, Ryunosuke observed everything. He stared at the store assistant who appeared to be grinning lewdly until almost drooling, and showed a disgusted expression. Has he never seen a woman? His thoughts are written clearly on his face, but Sakura doesn't realize it. Well, that's right, Sakura keeps looking down, must not have seen it. Ryunosuke didn't think too much and immediately left. The most urgent thing now was to install surveillance cameras at the school's blind spots before Eri's incident really peaked. He installed micro cameras in various hidden places difficult to detect even at night. He also bought many power backups for periodic replacement. This spent hundreds of thousands of his personal points, but he didn't care, because he knew the next profits would be 10 times this capital. But come to think of it, when he was still poor before, buying instant noodles for 193 yen felt painful. Why did spending hundreds of thousands of points now feel normal? Really strange. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Monday arrived, school day started again. Today there was a new transfer student coming to fill the vacancy left by Pseudo. Because Pseudo's unusual expulsion incident, the school decided to recruit a new student from outside to maintain balance between classes, considering official exams hadn't even started yet. Sae entered the class with more relaxed steps than before. Perhaps because she knew that in her class there were actually many talents that could be used, she became a bit calmer. She put books on the desk and clapped her hands. Now, Class D was far more obedient than before. After knowing their monthly points were related to discipline and school norms, they became honest, at least no longer causing trouble and listening to lessons well. Even so, everything was too late for this month. Catching up from a 0 score wasn't easy. Sae actually wanted to give up and not care, but Ryunosuke had given her new hope. She wanted to try one more time. Sae stared sharply at Ayanokuji and Suzun. "You two, come to my office during lunch break later. There's something I want to discuss." The two people whose names were called felt strange, but still nodded in agreement. Ayanokuji seemed to realize something and reflexively stared at Ryunosuke. Feeling uncomfortable being stared at by that loner genius, Ryunosuke turned his face away and whistled to cover his awkwardness. Phew. Ayanokuji withdrew his gaze, but in his heart he noted this small grudge. He knew very well that the reason his teacher paid attention to him must be because he had been sold out by the only friend he had here. Seeing Ayanokuji had already turned his face away, Ryunosuke wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Shortly after, Sae introduced the new student. "Come in. I will introduce our transfer student." Sae clapped, signaling the new student to enter. A girl stepped in, her face was very sweet and cute. She had bob hair with perfect body proportions. However, whether it was just an illusion or not, since she entered, most students in class didn't give her full attention. Some were daydreaming, some were confused, as if not seeing this new student's presence. Only about a third of the class truly paid attention to her. Ryunosuke was one of them. But when he saw that familiar figure, he was stunned. He recognized her, that girl was the legendary figure of ideal wife and mother. Kato Megumi. The sweet bob-haired girl walked forward with a calm gaze and began introducing herself. "My name is Kato Megumi. Please guide me for the next 3 years." Unfortunately, the welcome from the students was very flat. Yamauchi didn't even glance at her. Because Megumi's existence was very thin, low presence, she didn't enter Yamauchi's radar. People had difficulty remembering her face, in their memories, her figure seemed covered by mosaic censorship. For most people, Megumi was a character who would always be ignored. But for Ryunosuke, the story was different. His body trembled from excitement. This was the legendary, grand assassin. He had to get to know her. Not because he wanted her romantically, but he was targeting her ability that had very low presence. With such ability, many secret plans could be carried out smoothly. Ryunosuke was already fantasizing about using Megumi to help him do various jobs to rake in points in large amounts. But of course, he had to get acquainted normally first. Yes, he had to look normal. Chapter 24, Lunch with Megumi. Sae looked at the students in front of her, nodded, then spoke to Megumi standing beside her. "Kato-san, you sit with Akasaka. In the back row near the window." Sae pointed toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke's eyes instantly sparkled. This was truly like, when you want something, it comes to you. "Thank you, Chabashira-sensei." Megumi nodded softly, came down from the front of the class with calm steps, and walked toward Ryunosuke's seat. Ryunosuke politely adjusted his desk position to make room. "Please sit," Ryunosuke said. Megumi's eyes sparkled slightly, she murmured, "Thank you," in a low voice, then sat down preparing to follow the lesson. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Approaching noon. Ayanokuji and Suzun were called by SAE to talk privately. Ryunosuke stared toward Megumi, whose presence was so thin it was scary. Although Megumi was a new transfer student, not a single classmate came to greet her. Really? It seemed if she committed murder of the president in broad daylight, no one might notice. Of course that was just a joke, but it illustrated how amazing Megumi's ability was at hiding her presence aura. Ryunosuke stared at his benchmate and asked, "Kato-san, do you need me to escort you to the cafeteria? This is your first day, you might not know the way to the cafeteria yet. Let me guide you." Megumi's usually calm, unwavering eyes seemed to tremble slightly, then she nodded. "If so, please help me, Akasaka-kun." The two stood up and left the class heading to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Ayanokuji and Suzun had just returned from the teacher's office with quite heavy expressions. Ayanokuji now shouldered a big responsibility to help Class D rise in rank, although actually he didn't want to do it. He preferred making Suzun a tool or shield in the front line, while he lived peacefully behind the scenes. Kushida saw Ayanokuji and Suzun going to eat together with an expression that wasn't pleasant to look at. Other students also whispered, wondering since when their relationship had become so close. "Let's eat, even though the menu at the free window isn't good, but what can we do? Our points have been spent by someone," Kei insinuated while glancing at Yamauchi. Kei held a deep grudge against Yamauchi because of the crude insults the other day. Other students also began to blame Yamauchi. They looked for a scapegoat to cover up the fact that the 0-point score was actually the result of collective error contributions, not just one person. Yamauchi didn't care about their chatter. He snorted, got up from his seat, and walked toward the cafeteria with an arrogant style. He wouldn't care about people he considered stupid. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke had arrived at the cafeteria with Megumi and was queuing at the free menu window. Because this was the second month for Megumi entering school, Ryunosuke assumed the girl didn't have points. Megumi tilted her head cutely. Akasaka-kun, do we have to eat this free food?" She stared at the very clear and bland free menu, then gazed at the beef ramen priced at 500 yen in the next window. Ryunosuke's movement stopped. "You have points." Megumi nodded and showed her phone. "I do, Akasaka-kun. Did you bring me here because you thought I didn't have points?" Ryunosuke nodded awkwardly. "Considering our class points this month are 0, and you just transferred, I reflexively thought you didn't have any." Megumi showed a meaningful smile. "Akasaka-kun is really a good person. But don't worry, the school gave me 10,000 points as initial pocket money. If I'm frugal, this is enough for 4 or 5 months. Ryunosuke didn't really notice the change in Megumi's way of calling him, now mentioning him with the more familiar "kun" suffix. He just answered, "Oh, I see. Then I don't need to worry." Ryunosuke pointed to the paid window. "I recommend the tonkatsu set for 428 yen. Just add 28 yen more and you get a free glass of lemonade. Very economical." Megumi played with the tip of her hair. "Thank you for the suggestion, Akasaka-kun. I'll order the food." Shortly after, Megumi came carrying a bowl of beef ramen priced at 500 yen. Ryunosuke was stunned for a moment. Turns out Kato-san is quite rebellious. "Not only didn't you order the tonkatsu set I recommended, you instead ordered the more expensive beef ramen," Ryunosuke joked. Megumi shook her head and replied, "Akasaka-kun should know, tonkatsu calories are very high, especially fried. Very easy to gain weight." Megumi pointed at him with chopsticks with a serious face. "Women pay great attention to body health, we won't eat high-calorie foods carelessly." Ryunosuke stared at her and replied, "It seems it's not health you're paying attention to, but you're afraid of getting fat." Megumi took a piece of beef and fed it to Ryunosuke's mouth to silence him. "Akasaka-kun, telling a girl she'll get fat can make you hated, you know." Ryunosuke immediately devoured that beef roll. After all, there was food thrust into his mouth, how could he refuse? Moreover, he hadn't eaten good meat in a long time. Megumi saw how heartily Ryunosuke ate and finally moved half her beef portion to Ryunosuke's very pitiful free food set plate, which only contained rice doused with tea water and bonito flakes, katsuobushi, sprinkles. Although bland and not oily, Ryunosuke still ate that menu. Why? Because it was free. If it weren't free, what sane person would want to eat that? Chapter 25, Horikita Suzun wants to become leader. Ryunosuke accepted the gift of meat from Megumi without hesitation. In his heart, he noted this debt of gratitude and promised to repay it someday. Seeing how heartily Ryunosuke ate, Megumi asked in a slightly worried tone, "Akasaka-kun, are you having money difficulties?" As soon as that sentence came out, Megumi immediately regretted it. She just remembered that Ryunosuke had said their class points this month were 0, so it was natural if he didn't have money. Seeing Megumi's awkward expression, Ryunosuke waved his hand as a signal that he didn't mind, making the girl breathe a sigh of relief. Megumi felt a bit sorry seeing her benchmate enjoying that very simple free food set so heartily. She then offered, "If Akasaka-kun needs points, I can lend you mine. You can return them next month." Ryunosuke shook his head and waved his hand rejecting that offer. In his heart, he felt amazed. Truly a perfect woman. No wonder in my previous world, many people called her Saint Megumi. She's very kind, finds it hard to refuse other people's requests, beautiful, and her body proportions are ideally above average. A girl this good, with an extraordinary personality, if not for her thin presence, she would surely already be fought over by many men. However, strangely Megumi's almost undetectable presence seemed not to apply to Ryunosuke. Was it because he was a transmigrator? On the other side, Megumi was also thinking the same thing. The man before her was the first person who had never ignored her. Since childhood, even her parents and older brother often forgot about her. Once when shopping, they just left her at the supermarket. They only realized at dinner because the number of utensils was one short. Megumi was used to being ignored. Since elementary school she had no friends. She once disappeared for a day and night without anyone noticing, until finally she came home by herself. Her parents had even once tied a rope from their waists to Megumi's hand when going out so she wouldn't get lost again, an incident that instead got them arrested by police for being mistaken as kidnappers. Only Megumi was forgotten. That's why she greatly appreciated Ryunosuke, the only person who noticed her presence from the start. In Megumi's somewhat pessimistic thinking, she felt perhaps Ryunosuke was the only person who could become her life partner later. Because who else could see her? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After finishing lunch, the two walked together back to class. Ryunosuke didn't expect to become close friends with Megumi this quickly. His original intention was indeed to approach this girl because her unique ability was very suitable for spying on situations. As soon as they entered class, they were treated to the sight of Suzune and Yusuke competing for the leader position. More precisely, Yusuke was being yielding, while Suzune unilaterally wanted to seize the Class D leader position. Suzune hit the table, tossed her long black hair, and stared at everyone with full confidence. "I think Class D can't continue like this. We need a leader, and I feel I'm the most suitable person." Koenji, who was combing his hair, looked at Suzune while leaning his feet on the table. "An interesting suggestion, lady. I don't mind you becoming leader, after all to me there's no difference because I won't listen to you." Suzune, who felt offended, was just about to retort, but was stopped by Ayanokuji. "Horikita, just let it go. That person has no intention of competing, he's not a threat to you. Don't waste time on him." Suzune then turned to look at Yusuke, the person who technically had the most support in class. Yusuke smiled bitterly. "I have no ambition to become leader. I just want us all to get along and rise to class together. So, I abstain." Yusuke's resignation triggered protests, especially from Kei, who publicly was already Yusuke's girlfriend. Kei stood up and berated Suzune without mincing words. "Horikita, what qualifies you to be leader? I admit your grades are slightly better than mine, but so what? With your antisocial personality, you want to lead us to Class A. Don't joke around." Suzune frowned. "I need to correct you, Karuizawa-san. Your grades are ranked 32nd, while my grades are ranked 1st. The gap in our abilities isn't slight, but very far." Kei's face turned bright red with anger. "That's why you don't have friends. You stiff woman. What business is it of yours if I don't have friends? Besides, I don't need friends." Suzune replied coldly. Kei was left speechless from annoyance. Yusuke immediately tried to mediate so the debate wouldn't heat up. Finally, with Yusuke's withdrawal and no other candidates, Suzune successfully became Class D's leader officially. Although many were dissatisfied and most likely wouldn't follow her orders. Ayanokuji let out a long sigh inwardly. So troublesome. I just want to live peacefully, but Chabashira-sensei instead threatens me with student expulsion if I don't help. On the other side, Ryunosuke and Megumi were already sitting calmly in their respective seats, completely unconcerned with that leadership drama. For Ryunosuke, as long as it didn't make money, it wasn't his business. Chapter 26, Kato Megumi's Ability. After school time arrived. When Ryunosuke stood up to head to the student council room, he was blocked by Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji stared at him with his usual flat gaze. "You, come help Horikita." "Huh?" Ryunosuke pointed at himself confusedly. "You're telling me to help Horikita? On what basis?" "On the basis that you sold me out. The reason Chabashira-sensei is watching me is your doing, isn't it?" Ryunosuke instantly fell silent. That was indeed his doing, and he couldn't argue. He knew he couldn't hide it from Ayanokuji, but he didn't expect the young man to realize it this quickly. This truly left him speechless. Seeing Ayanokuji continue to stare at him calmly, Ryunosuke shrugged resignedly and agreed to the request. He immediately called Manibu to ask permission not to come to the student council. Once Manibu knew that Ryunosuke was absent to help his sister, the student council president immediately gave permission without hesitation. In fact, he gave additional leave for several days for fear Ryunosuke wouldn't have enough time. Ryunosuke could only think inwardly how much these people liked to impose their will. Suzun led a group consisting of 3 people, plus one more, Megumi. The problem was, Megumi's presence was very thin. Aside from Ryunosuke, everyone seemed to unconsciously ignore her. Suzun brought them to the cafeteria, not only to eat, but also to discuss the next steps. Ayanokuji gave initial advice: we need to find a way to stabilize class morale. If we want them to acknowledge Horikita, we must show real results. Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. Right. The majority of students in Class D don't like Horikita. To make them acknowledge her position as leader, we must prove it with actions to shut their mouths. Suddenly, Megumi spoke in an innocent tone: why am I also dragged into this? Suzun and Ayanokuji were shocked simultaneously. You're here too, Kato-san. Megumi sighed. Never mind, I'm used to it. Ayanokuji's face remained flat, but in his heart he felt very surprised. This girl named Kato. I didn't notice her presence near me at all throughout today. What kind of technique is that? I want to learn it. Ayanokuji thought if he had that ability, he could live the life of an ordinary person perfectly. While stroking his chin, a naughty thought crossed his mind. If I had that ability, could I enter the women's bath without being caught? Megumi's calm eyes trembled slightly. She stared at Ayanokuji, who was daydreaming. Please don't think about dirty things like that. Going to the women's bath is wrong. Ayanokuji's pupils instantly widened. How is that possible? She realized what I was thinking in my heart. The two stared at each other. Megumi again guessed what was in Ayanokuji's mind. Not really, I can't read minds. This time Ayanokuji truly lost his composure. He suddenly stood upright, his eyes even emitting a slight killing aura. Someone who could guess what he was thinking was a great threat to him. Ryunosuke realized something was wrong and immediately blocked in front of Megumi. What are you going to do, Ayanokuji? Seeing the figure protecting her, the corner of Megumi's lips formed a very beautiful thin curve, though no one noticed. Akasaka-kun is really a good person. She whispered softly. On the other side, Ryunosuke was sweating coldly. He didn't expect Ayanokuji's reaction to be this big. He didn't know exactly what happened, only knew that Megumi had just guessed something that made the loner emotional. He wasn't ready to become Ayanokuji's enemy, at least not now. After staring at each other for a while, Ayanokuji finally cancelled his intention. He sat back down while staring deeply at Megumi. For the first time in his life, he felt interested in a woman. Seeing Ayanokuji continue to stare at her, Megumi spoke again. Ayanokuji-kun, staring at a girl like that is very rude. Before she could finish speaking, Ryunosuke immediately covered Megumi's mouth. In his heart he screamed. My dear lady. Please be quiet for a moment, I beg you. Don't make our final boss angry and force me to fight him now, I can't win against him yet. Suzun, who watched the incident, felt confused and frowned. What are you all doing? Aren't we going to discuss Class D? What's the meaning of all this strange behavior? Ayanokuji answered briefly, it's nothing. Ryunosuke breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt grateful for Suzun's ignorance that helped cool the atmosphere. He looked at her with full gratitude. Being stared at like that made Suzun feel strange and suddenly annoyed. She kicked Ryunosuke's leg under the table hard to vent the uncomfortable feeling that appeared out of nowhere. After kicking, she felt much better. Ryunosuke didn't protest the kick, he instead immediately diverted the topic of conversation. He secretly glanced toward Megumi behind him. So you have a hidden ability like that, really beyond my expectations. Megumi again guessed Ryunosuke's thoughts. I don't have superpowers, you know, Akasaka-kun. Still saying you don't. You just guessed my thoughts again. Ryunosuke spontaneously protested. This world should be a slice of life genre, right? There won't suddenly be space earthquakes or strange spirits, right? Megumi tilted her head cutely. Although I don't know exactly what you're thinking, supernatural phenomena like that seem impossible to exist. Ryunosuke was truly shocked. You really don't have superpowers, Kato-san. I don't, Akasaka-kun. The more he stared at Megumi, the more Ryunosuke felt this girl was terrifying. How could he use someone who could read his intentions at any time? In front of this girl, he felt like being stripped naked. Megumi's face reddened, she turned her face away and muttered curtly, Akasaka-kun, pervert. Chapter 27, Test from Kato Megumi. In the end, the discussion about how to unite the class didn't yield definite results, and everyone prepared to leave. Since this was Megumi's first time coming to this school, she didn't know where her dormitory was located yet. Ryunosuke was forced to escort her, so the two of them walked together toward the student dormitory. Along the way, he kept asking with full curiosity about how Megumi could guess other people's thoughts. Megumi was straightforward. Since childhood, I've always felt burdened by my thin presence. To attract other people's attention, I learned to observe their movements and words to assess their actions and what they were thinking. Over time, my ability became like it is now. Maybe because of environmental factors since childhood, I became very good at reading situations. The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth twitched. What, good at reading situations? This was clearly mind-reading ability. Megumi seemed to again see what was in Ryunosuke's mind. Her lips slowly formed a beautiful curve, she suddenly wanted to tease him a little. Her footsteps became lighter. Akasaka-kun, would you like to try guessing what I'm thinking right now? Ryunosuke waved his hand. I don't want to. It's clear I won't be able to guess, why should I try? Megumi said in a calm tone, if Akasaka-kun can guess my thoughts, I'm willing to help you get a large amount of points. Ryunosuke's step stopped. Beads of sweat began to appear densely on his forehead. He stared at her with an incredulous look, as if looking at a monster. You already know everything? Ryunosuke asked. About my intention to use you. Megumi stared at him flatly. I know. From the first time I saw you, I already knew. In her heart, Megumi added, but compared to that, I care more about the fact that you can see me. Seeing his purpose already exposed, Ryunosuke no longer hid and boldly admitted. Right. I want to use you to help me get a large amount of points. I really need money. My parents left a lot of debt out there. I need to collect many points at this school to pay them off and exchange them for cash after graduation. Ryunosuke told his situation as it was to Megumi. He felt there was no use lying in front of someone who could guess thoughts, his only weapon was honesty. Megumi nodded understandingly. Although I don't know exactly what you want to do with me, you won't do anything dangerous, right? Ryunosuke raised his hand in oath. Absolutely not. Megumi nodded. I understand, Akasaka-kun. But, why should I help you find points? She tilted her head cutely. Ryunosuke instantly fell silent, unable to answer. Megumi turned her face away and no longer spoke. They were silent for quite a while until finally Ryunosuke exhaled a long breath, as if he had made a big decision. Kato-san, is what you said earlier still valid? If I successfully guess your thoughts, you'll help me find points. Megumi put on a slightly confused face. That's fine, Akasaka-kun. Please guess then. She stood frozen with an expressionless face. Guess just like that. No hints. Megumi didn't say anything, she remained silent like a statue, a sign that she was ready to be tested. Ryunosuke was forced to rack his brain and try to guess based on his knowledge of this girl from his previous world. After thinking for a moment, Ryunosuke said, Kato-san, you feel lonely, right? Megumi was silent for a moment. Please don't say something obvious, Akasaka-kun. Anyone can see that. All right then. Ryunosuke realized the tactic didn't work and tried to change strategy. He scratched his head in frustration and paced in place. Suddenly his eyes sparkled. How about I just mention your body measurements? If you dare say it, I'll report you to the police, Akasaka-kun. Megumi took out her phone expressionlessly, her finger already pressing the last number, just about to press the call button. Ryunosuke hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I'll think again. Give me one more chance. All right, one more chance for Akasaka-kun. Megumi lowered her phone while muttering softly, how does he know my body measurements? Unfortunately, that mutter was too small so it wasn't heard by Ryunosuke. To get Megumi's cooperation, Ryunosuke tried every way. Actually not deceiving, but cooperation. Seeing him so panicked and working so hard, Megumi suddenly felt a little joy in her heart. Since childhood, there had never been a man who struggled this hard for her. This feeling wasn't bad. The slightly mischievous nature in Megumi began to emerge because of Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke sighed resignedly. Forget it, let's try the last way. I'll say everything. He stood in front of Megumi like a knight ready to die, then poured out all his views about her. Kato-san, you are a very ordinary girl. I know that, Akasaka-kun. Please don't say something obvious. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue slightly annoyed. Don't interrupt me, I haven't finished talking. Megumi made a gesture as if closing a zipper on her lips, a sign she would be quiet. Ryunosuke tried to focus again, staring seriously into Megumi's eyes. You are an ordinary girl, so ordinary that you couldn't be more ordinary. Your academic scores are average. Your appearance is ordinary. You also have very little presence. In this world, there won't be found another girl as ordinary as you. Megumi's gaze began to empty. She felt like hitting someone now. However, Ryunosuke's tone suddenly changed. Although you seem ordinary and bland, actually that is your own unique charm. Ryunosuke adjusted the imaginary glasses on his face, intending to pour out his admiration for this character. He placed his hands on Megumi's shoulders and stared at her sharply. Megumi's body trembled, she was a little nervous and her heartbeat began to race. She was curious, what was she like in this man's eyes? Kato-san, you have a sensitive heart. You can feel other people's feelings sharply, an ability that many people don't have. You're great, you're not as ordinary as you think. At least in my eyes, you are an undeniably beautiful girl. Megumi's face instantly turned bright red. However, Ryunosuke's straight ball attack hadn't stopped, he continued to say words that sounded like a love confession. Although in other people's eyes you're ordinary, in my eyes, you are the only heroine I acknowledge. Kato-san, you are a very good girl. To me, you shine more than any other girl. I want to be friends with you not just for mutual exploitation, but as true friends. Will you be my friend, Kato-san? Ryunosuke extended his hand, waiting for an answer. He had given his maximum effort. The rest he left to fate. Megumi slightly turned her face away, her cheeks felt hot. She kept playing with the tips of her hair and said in a shy tone, Akasaka-kun is really cunning, you really see my true self. Ryunosuke was very happy. Then, are you willing to become mine? Please don't say things that cause misunderstandings, Akasaka-kun. We haven't reached that kind of relationship yet. Ah, sorry, I got too excited. Megumi looked at him calmly then extended her hand. Then, please help me, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke was stunned before finally shaking that hand tightly, afraid the girl would regret it. Kato-san, please help me too. Unintentionally, Megumi made a small request. From now on, don't call me Kato-san anymore. Just call me Kato. We're already friends, calling with a suffix feels too distant. Alright, I understand. From now on I'll call you Kato. Ryunosuke didn't think long. He wasn't a native Japanese, so he didn't know that calling a family name without a suffix was a very intimate act, usually only done by close friends, relatives, or lovers. He also didn't realize the difference when Megumi called him Akasaka-kun. This was Megumi's little tactic. As the only person who could notice her, she had unilaterally considered Ryunosuke as hers. Ryunosuke himself didn't notice that small intention, he was just happy because he had gotten help from a grand assassin. Someone who even if finishing you off before your eyes, no one would know who the culprit was. Chapter 28, Study Group. Currently, Ryunosuke was escorting Megumi back to the dormitory. Along the way, they occasionally chatted about Ayanokuji. Can you guess what that person named Ayanokuji is thinking? Ryunosuke asked. Facing that question, Megumi shook her head. Ayanokuji-kun is the most difficult type of person to guess that I've ever met. He seems to wear many types of masks, and not one of them is his true self. Even if at that time I successfully guessed his thoughts, I'm afraid even that wasn't his real thoughts, but something he was playing. He's really a strange person, I can't penetrate him. While carrying their school bags, the two arrived at the dormitory. Ryunosuke sighed. It's okay, if you can't penetrate him then so be it. That person indeed has quite a complex composition, I also don't expect to be able to deal with him easily. Megumi felt curious. Does Akasaka-kun care that much about that friend named Ayanokuji? Ryunosuke put on a serious face. It's not just caring, I consider him the final boss. Considering a classmate as the final boss is a bit excessive, Akasaka-kun. I don't think this is excessive. You have no idea how terrifying that person is. Ryunosuke escorted Megumi to the front door of the girls' dormitory. After signaling they had arrived, he continued talking. That person's terror is beyond your imagination. If not forced, I really don't want to be his enemy. But because I want to get points, I can't avoid this wall named Ayanokuji. Sooner or later, becoming enemies is an inevitable fate. Megumi nodded in understanding though only half comprehending, then stepped toward the girls' dormitory elevator. The next floor is a forbidden area for men, so I can't escort you further. Go to the middle floor and look for room number 405. Ryunosuke explained while explaining how to use the room access card. Just tap the card on the door frame. See you tomorrow, Kato. Yes, see you tomorrow, Akasaka-kun. Megumi stood in front of the elevator door and waved goodbye. After quite a while, Ryunosuke breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly. If possible, I really don't want to be your enemy, Ayanokuji. Being your enemy is too scary. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning. Chabashira SAE announced about next month's midterm exam. She also explained that after the exam ended, they could get some points. This immediately made the students who had run out of points and were confused become enthusiastic again. After the lesson ended, students began whispering and preparing to form study groups to improve their grades. This study group was organized by the most popular students in class, Hirata Yosuke and Kushida Kikyo. However, the figure who was nominally the class leader, Horikita Suzun, was completely ignored, perhaps intentionally by Kushida. It was very clear that everyone didn't acknowledge this surface leader figure. But Suzun didn't care. She grabbed her bag and was about to leave. Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke sighed simultaneously. Still wanting to be class leader with an attitude like that. Both thought inwardly. Really no self-awareness. They continued in their hearts. Ayanokuji again blocked Suzun, signaling her to participate in the study group. Suzun looked uncomprehending. Why should I study with a bunch of trash who can't even score 70 on an exam? That will only ruin my grades. Suzun's flat and self-righteous statement made Ayanokuji pause briefly. This person is really difficult to guide. Beside them, Ryunosuke held back laughter. Ayanokuji glanced at him with a calm gaze. You also help. TCH, Ryunosuke clicked his tongue annoyed, but he was forced to agree. Blame himself for having sold out Ayanokuji. As a result, the study group was divided into two. The first group was led by Hirata and Kushida with 36 members. As known, the total students in class were 40 people. With 36 people taken by the opposing side, the remaining 4 didn't need to be asked. Namely Ryunosuke, Suzun, Ayanokuji, plus one transparent figure, Megumi. This group truly looked separated from the class. What was Suzun thinking? What was the use of fighting alone? Did she think she could take down 40 people alone? What kind of joke was that? Of course, if it was Ayanokuji doing it, consider that statement never said, because he wasn't a normal human. The 4 of them arrived at the library and divided areas. On one side was a large group containing 36 people with Hirata and Kushida, on the other side was a pitiful small group containing 4 people. Ryunosuke laid himself on the table boredly. He hated studying the most. Didn't expect after reincarnating he was still a student, it seemed he couldn't escape the fate of studying. If possible, he wanted to directly become an adult just to avoid the suffering of studying. Seeing Ryunosuke so lazy, Megumi could only sigh and stroke his head like coaxing a small child. Good child, if you don't study properly, you could be expelled from school. If that happens, your intention to find money to pay debts also won't be possible to achieve. Kato-san is indeed great, I also want to learn mind-reading skills. I already told you I can't read minds, Ayanokuji-kun, Megumi replied resignedly. No matter how much she explained, Ayanokuji always considered her to have psychic abilities. Moreover, Ayanokuji often tried to approach her intentionally or not. Although being noticed by others was a happy thing, she didn't want this kind of attention. Megumi felt this person named Ayanokuji was very dangerous. Instinctively, she felt a bit reluctant to get close to him. That's what Megumi thought. On the other side, Suzun didn't think that far. She just wanted to focus on studying and didn't think about team interests at all. Although Chabashira-sensei had already told them everyone had to pass this exam to get points, Suzun remained selfish and didn't care about her classmates' fate. This made Ayanokuji feel resigned. He even considered looking for another tool. Using the current tool felt impractical and took a long time to develop. Ayanokuji unintentionally stared at Ryunosuke who was studying, and his eyes sparkled slightly. This one tool is far stronger than Horikita. Ryunosuke who was studying suddenly got goosebumps. He felt a strange cold aura, and when he turned, he found Ayanokuji was staring at him. A bad premonition immediately attacked his heart. This is bad, this bastard is targeting me. There must be no good intentions in his head. Chapter 29, Thoughts. Ryunosuke felt a bit creeped out being stared at by Ayanokuji, he didn't know what to do. Megumi who noticed that difficulty immediately took a book, stood up, and blocked Ayanokuji's gaze to help Ryunosuke get out of that awkward situation. She asked in a calm voice. I don't know how to solve this problem, could Akasaka-kun teach me? Ryunosuke of course knew Megumi was helping him. He looked at her gratefully while accepting the book. Of course, leave it to me. This problem should be solved like this. However, his sentence stopped midway because it turned out he also couldn't solve it. Ayanokuji forgot that he himself was a student with poor academic scores. Megumi sighed resignedly. She should have known this person couldn't solve the problem. She took back the book and approached Suzun. She really couldn't answer the problem, so she needed someone's help. Horikita-san, could you help me answer this problem? I really don't understand. Suzun, who was usually cold, miraculously didn't refuse. She took the book and patiently explained to Megumi. This problem should be solved like this. Megumi sat beside her and listened carefully. In her heart she thought, Horikita-san turns out not to be that difficult to talk to, she just has a somewhat cold personality. Now it was Ayanokuji's and Ryunosuke's turn to look at each other. They thought simultaneously inwardly, this Horikita, it seems she can still be saved. Suzun seemed to sense an evil aura. She looked up confusedly while furrowing her beautiful brow. You two, are you cursing me in your hearts? Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke were startled. Ayanokuji acted better, he remained calm without expression. However, Ryunosuke was terrible, his face clearly showed the expression, how did you know? That was clearly read by Suzun. Suzun took a pen and cruelly stabbed it into Ryunosuke's arm. Ryunosuke looked at the red mark on his arm with helpless feelings. Why did you only stab me and not stab him? Ryunosuke asked while pointing at Ayanokuji who was busy drinking water. Ayanokuji played dumb by tilting his head, as if he didn't know anything. This made Ryunosuke furious. He hit the table and stood up while pointing at him. You bastard, don't pretend. You must be thinking the same thing as me, don't think I don't know. Ayanokuji kept acting innocent, I don't understand what you're talking about, Akasaka. Please don't slander me, I'm a good citizen. Ryunosuke felt like vomiting blood. If you're a good citizen, I dare believe General Chow Chow is still alive. Suzun again showed her pen, pressed its button, and released the sharp pen nib. Any other explanations? I'll allow you to say your last words. Ryunosuke stood and prepared to flee. I just remembered that the rice cooker at home hasn't been turned off. The rice could burn, I have to go home for a moment. However, Megumi cruelly exposed his lie. Akasaka-kun, rice cookers automatically turn off when done, so it's impossible to burn. Ryunosuke glared at Megumi annoyed. Whose side are you on? Aren't you my partner? Seeing the meaning of Ryunosuke's stare, Megumi instead felt happy. As if teasing him gave her particular satisfaction. The slightly devil nature in her had now fully opened, but only to Ryunosuke. After his reason was exposed by his teammate, Ryunosuke immediately racked his brain for another way. Suddenly he remembered something and said to Suzun. I have a way for the entire class to pass the exam. Do you trust me? Suzun put down her pen and folded her arms across her chest. Say it. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue slightly, feeling relieved because the topic of conversation was successfully diverted. He then began explaining his idea, which was also the method in the original story. We can use personal points to buy last year's exam questions from Senpai as reference. I've already observed in the student council. The first-year exam questions for the first 3 months are always the same. It's clearly the school's deliberate intention. This is provided so students can cheat, the question is just whether you think to do it or not. Hearing Ryunosuke's explanation, Suzun reflexively wanted to refuse. Because in her opinion, studying should be done honestly and must not cheat. As a model student, she never considered things like cheating. Just as Suzun was about to refuse, Ayanokuji extended his hand to stop her. Suzun glared at him dissatisfied. What are you going to do? Do you want us to win by cheating? What's the use of doing that? One's own abilities won't improve. Later if there's another exam, still won't be able to pass. But this can solve the urgent problem, Horikita, Ayanokuji said in a resigned tone, while pointing toward the other 36 students behind them. You might not need it, but they do. Have you considered the impact of exam failure? It will drag down the entire class. Then what if the entire class is dragged down? It's because they didn't try hard enough, Suzun replied with her chin still raised, not feeling at all that she was wrong. Actually Suzun wasn't wrong, in the real world indeed one shouldn't cheat. However, this wasn't an ordinary school, but advanced nurturing high school, a school that deeply simulates the work environment. If in the work world, the choice would be different. They wouldn't always step honestly because that's too slow. It's more profitable to seize other people's work results. That's the reason why advanced nurturing high school gives exactly the same questions in the first 3 months. It's a special method so that classes like C or D full of problem children can pass exams. After 3 months pass, only then must they study seriously. In short, this is a transition period. This proves that in the work world, it doesn't mean people with the best academic scores will immediately succeed, but rather who is smarter at reading situations and can please superiors who will have the opportunity for promotion. People who don't know how to bow their heads will be pressed down for life and will only become miserable hard workers. Even their achievements can be seized by others by any means. Of course, this method shouldn't be imitated, so please don't do it. After hearing Ayanokuji's long explanation, Suzun began to understand the big picture and finally compromised. She agreed with the plan, but stated that if points were needed, they had to do fundraising from the entire class. Ayanokuji and Ryunosuke again looked at each other and thought inwardly, this child, turns out still very naive. Even hoping for fundraising. Reflexively, they both looked toward those 36 lazy studying students and shook their heads inwardly. It seems the money will be very difficult to collect. Chapter 30, Shina Hiyori. In the end, the matter of buying exam questions from seniors was entrusted to Ryunosuke. This allowed him to escape from the study group and go find a way on his own. Megumi actually wanted to come along, but considering her average academic scores, she was afraid she wouldn't pass if she didn't study seriously. Finally she abandoned her intention, sat back down next to Suzune, and began asking carefully. Suzune taught her patiently. This was mainly because Megumi's personality was very good, she didn't get angry easily no matter what happened, which gave her no reason to be harsh. Even the cold and arrogant Suzune seemed to meet her natural enemy when facing someone like Megumi. It seemed the two of them could become good friends. Ayanokuji, who was beside them, couldn't help but think so. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke had spent 20,000 personal points to buy those exam questions. However, he had one problem, he wanted to get them for free. But of course that was impossible, if he didn't pay points, the seniors wouldn't give the questions. Hope his classmates would do fundraising. Forget it, that was impossible. Asking those delinquent students to pay money was the same as asking for their lives. Besides, they didn't have a single point this month, they had to wait for next month's points to be dispersed. Ryunosuke stroked his chin, thinking of a strategy. Suddenly he remembered Class C. This might be exploitable, but if he went alone to meet Ryu and Kakeru, most likely he wouldn't return safely. Considering that person's temperament, Ryunosuke wouldn't just be beaten up, his money would be robbed, and his questions would be stolen. In the worst case, he might even be blackmailed into becoming a spy. It wasn't that he was overthinking, he was just considering the worst possibility to be vigilant. While thinking, his gaze focused on the library. He remembered someone, and the corner of his lips slowly lifted. How could he forget the anomaly in Class C? The genius and strategist of Class C, Shina Hiyori. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the library. Hiyori was sitting in a chair, turning the pages of a book titled The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes very intently. Her long silver hair glistened blown by the gentle breeze from the window, looking as soft as silk. This literary girl reading was Shina Hiyori from Class 1C. This should have been a peaceful afternoon time for her, but Hiyori looked up and stared at the young man before her. The young man was writing something on draft paper, seemingly writing a novel. This instantly attracted Hiyori's interest. She wanted to approach to see, but felt somewhat hesitant. For quite a while she pretended to read while occasionally stealing glances at the young man. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, she asked softly, "Are you writing a novel?" Ryunosuke's writing movement stopped. He put down his pen, looked up at the beautiful literary girl before him, and nodded softly. "You could say that. I'm planning to write a novel. I heard this school doesn't prohibit students from submitting manuscripts outside, so I want to try. Want to read?" Hiyori's eyes sparkled, she even stood up enthusiastically. "May I?" Ryunosuke nodded and pushed his draft paper toward Hiyori. The girl received it with both hands as if holding a treasure. She read its contents and was instantly captivated by one sentence in it. The speed at which cherry blossom petals fall is 5 centimeters per second. Hiyori seemed to sink into an ocean of knowledge, very carried away by its contents. She read very seriously. After a while, Hiyori finished reading the manuscript of about 20,000 words. She looked at him with a gaze that seemed to ask, "Is there more?" Ryunosuke spread his hands, signaling it was finished. After all, that was a manuscript he had just written on the spot, being able to complete 20,000 words was already very impressive. Hiyori sighed, slightly disappointed, but still returned the manuscript respectfully. "Thank you. Your content I think is very worthy of publication, even more than that. If you're confused about choosing a publisher, I suggest sending it to MF Bunko, because they're very friendly to beginner writers." "Thank you for the suggestion," Ryunosuke replied, then continued, "Does submitting a manuscript require points?" "I heard at this school everything requires points. My points are running low now, I might not be able to send it." Hiyori thought for a moment. At this school, if you want to submit a manuscript, it seems to require an administrative fee of 20,000 points. The rest the school will handle. "You, don't tell me you don't have 20,000 points." Hiyori covered her mouth in shock. Ryunosuke shrugged resignedly. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class 1D. The class that got a score of 0 points in the first month. Do you think I still have points?" Hiyori gaped. After realizing the young man was from Class D, she finally understood why Ryunosuke was struggling. For classes A, B, or C, 20,000 points was an amount easily spent, but for Class D it was impossible unless they were very frugal from the first month. Hiyori, who didn't want such a good work to be buried just like that, took out her phone. She didn't want to see this work go to waste. "Akasaka-kun, how about? I lend you my points. You can return them when you have points later." Hiyori was actually prepared if those points didn't come back, but she didn't regret it because that work was very valuable to her. Ryunosuke squinted, seeing the balance on Hayori's phone, which only had 23,000 points left. Thank you for your kindness, Shina-san. But your points aren't many either. If you lend me 20,000, you'll only have 3,000 left. Can you survive this month? Hayori shook her head. It's okay. The school provides free food. 3,000 points is enough if saved. Besides, I rarely snack, I prefer reading books. Facing Hayori's kindness, Ryunosuke didn't accept immediately. He thought for a moment, then took out the exam questions he had just bought for 20,000 points and handed them to Hayori. Hayori received them confusedly. This, first-year exam questions. Ryunosuke nodded. That's right. These are first-year exam questions collected by our class from seniors. The contents are first-semester exam materials. We want to ensure everyone in class passes. We already got information that the questions for the first 3 months every year are always the same. We just need to memorize the contents, and the exam will definitely be safe. Hayori looked at those questions and began to understand Ryunosuke's meaning. You want to use these questions to replace my 20,000 points? Ryunosuke waved his hand. I'm not that shameless. Oh right, what's your name? Until now I don't know your name. Of course he was pretending not to know. Hayori answered frankly, my name is Shina Hayori, just call me Shina. I'm a Class 1C student. Alright, then I'll call you Shina-san. After officially getting acquainted, Ryunosuke said slowly, Shina-san, you can take these questions back to your class and do fundraising. Considering how important this information is, they'll surely be willing to collect points. That way, your points will return. Hayori smiled thinly while covering her mouth. Akasaka-kun is really good at calculating. This way, my point crisis is resolved, and your difficulty also disappears. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not really, this is just a small trick that's nothing much, Ryunosuke replied modestly. However, Hayori's expression became serious. This isn't just a small trick, Akasaka-kun. Being able to flexibly utilize school rules to cheat, although I don't think this is right, but for the sake of class interests, this indeed must be done. You're already better than most people at this school because you thought of this way. Ryunosuke hurriedly interrupted, it wasn't me who thought of it, but someone else. I'm just the operational part. Oh, I see. Hayori didn't ask further, but she looked worried. Then if you give these questions to me, what about you? Ryunosuke shook the questions in his hand. Don't worry. I just need to pay 50 points at the copy shop across to copy it. The original document will remain in my hands. Hayori was finally relieved. They went to make copies together, then Hayori transferred 20,000 points to Ryunosuke as thanks. Thank you, Akasaka-kun. These questions will surely help many problem students in my class. You're welcome, Ryunosuke answered casually. He then gave advice, Shina-san, when collecting points later, set the price a bit high. Since only the 2 of us know the original price, it's okay if you take a bit more. Hayori chuckled hearing that cunning intention. I'll consider it. The 2 returned to the library to read quietly and exchanged contacts. Hayori felt she had found a great book friend because someone who could write such good literary work must be a good reader. Ryunosuke's goal was achieved, his points returned, and he got a bonus in the form of a connection with Hayori. It turned out the novel he wrote carelessly, plagiarizing work from his previous world, as a reason to approach the literary girl actually had potential to be published. This meant he could add income outside of school. Hayori even told about her relationship with publishers. My mother is a novelist, but her works always fail in the market. My father, to fulfill mother's dream, bought 51% shares in publishers like MF Bunko and Kadokawa so he has veto rights and absolute decision rights. My father really worked hard so mother's works could be published. Hayori said that incredibly boastful thing with an innocent face. Ryunosuke was shocked. Crazy, you're actually a rich kid. He briefly thought about just pursuing Hayori for an easy life, but he was aware of his debts and Hayori's parents surely wouldn't hand over their daughter to someone with financial problems. While chatting, the topic shifted to class problems. Hayori murmured, the person who thought to buy these questions is really not simple. He must have realized the school rules from the first day. If so, why did he let Class D become like now? Ryunosuke answered, there's a reason why Class D became Class D. Even if the person who realized that tried. Oops, almost slipped. He immediately corrected. Even if that person tried, he couldn't save Class D because they wouldn't listen. If they were willing to listen, they wouldn't have gotten 0 points. Hayori seemed to understand. Akasaka-kun must be very difficult being in a class like that. She felt a common fate because Class C wasn't too friendly either, it was only filled with students who liked to fight. She herself could live peacefully because from the beginning she reported the school rules she found to Ryuin. Ryunosuke laid himself on the table with a listless expression. Exactly right, being in a class like that is torture. Hayori looked at him sprawled on the table and laughed softly while covering her mouth. Chapter 31, Ryuen Kakeru. Ryunosuke pulled out his phone, saw that it was already quite late, and intended to say goodbye to Hayori before leaving. Hayori felt a bit reluctant. For her, it was rare to find someone to chat with who shared the same hobby. She actually wanted to discuss more, but unfortunately the young man had to go. Hayori reluctantly saw him off and decided to continue reading in the library. It wasn't that she had no friends or liked being alone, she simply wanted to find a quiet place to enjoy her favorite books. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other hand, Ryunosuke had already returned to class. He had tried to see if he could squeeze these students again to get points, but unfortunately his efforts failed. Once the students learned that purchasing exam questions from upperclassmen was Susan's idea, they showed surprised expressions. This was actually Ryunosuke's tactic to give all the credit to Susan, while also fulfilling Manibu's request to look after his sister. Besides, since Manibu's points would be handed over to him after graduation, he couldn't just sit idle without doing anything, right? If not, he wouldn't feel comfortable accepting that money. Susan quickly stood up wanting to deny that it wasn't her idea, but Ayanokuji immediately stopped her and made her sit back down. Susan glared at him irritably. What are you trying to do? To calm her down, Ayanokuji used words that triggered Susan's motivation. Don't you want to prove yourself to your older brother? If so, just accept this credit. Akasaka gave you this credit so you could stabilize class morale, allowing you to lead the class more quickly. Don't waste his good intentions. Ayanokuji patted Susan's shoulder, making the girl stare at Ryunosuke with a complicated look. However, Ryunosuke's goal of collecting points still wasn't achieved. None of the students were willing to chip in points. Some gave the excuse of not having money, others said to wait until next month. TCH, good thing I was prepared by taking points from Shina earlier, otherwise I'd really have taken a loss. In the end, Hirata dug into his own pocket and pulled out about 8,000 points. Meanwhile Kushida, who knows what she was thinking, probably to strengthen her good girl image, pulled out 3,000 points, unclear if that was all her points or not. As a result, only those two were willing to pay. On the surface, Ryunosuke was still down 9,000 points. Ryunosuke shrugged resignedly as if he didn't care since he'd actually already broken even, but he still acted with a sour face as if he was deeply pained by losing 9,000 points. He handed over the exam questions with an annoyed expression. Although Hirata promised to find a way to collect points next month to pay off the remaining 9,000 points, Ryunosuke didn't take it too seriously. To him, money paid up front versus money paid in installments or on credit had vastly different values. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other hand, Hayori had handed over those exam questions to the real leader of Class C, Ryuen Kakeru. Ryuen only glanced at them briefly then ordered his friends to copy the questions. He greatly trusted Hayori's intelligence. He was certain that as a smart person, Hayori wouldn't deceive him with false information, especially since they were in the same class. There was no way Hayori would do something that would harm herself. When he learned that Hayori had spent 20,000 points to buy those questions, without much talk Ryuen directly transferred 50,000 points to her. Hayori wanted to refuse, but Ryuen's attitude was very firm. Consider the extra 30,000 points as a bonus for you. I'm clear about rewards and punishments. If I can't even do something this small, how will my subordinates submit to me? Hayori gave up and accepted the additional points. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. I haven't finished reading my book. She hugged her book tightly, intending to find a quiet place again. Ryuen waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead. I really don't understand what's so great about reading books. You're such a bookworm. Hayori took offense and retorted, Ryuen-kun, books are very interesting. You just don't understand their beauty. Ryuen sneered with a disgusted face. This young master has hated studying all his life. You want to convince me to read? Dream on. Why did I become a delinquent? Because I'm lazy about reading books. Ryuen propped his legs up on the desk. Hayori could only leave dejectedly. She always felt she didn't fit in with this class's atmosphere. She wondered to herself why someone like her was placed in Class C when she felt she had no deficiencies. She didn't know that the school arranged this to maintain balance. Each class must have at least one or two people who could serve as pillars to create healthy competition. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to Ryunosuke's side. He was preparing to leave for work at the student council, but was suddenly called by Susan. Hey! How many more points are needed? Let me cover it. Susan walked over with a tsundere attitude and pulled out her phone. Ryunosuke initially didn't react. Seeing this, Susan frowned, then without further ado she reached into Ryunosuke's pocket to take his phone and transfer points. Ryunosuke caught Susan's wrist with a resigned face. You're really rude, just taking a guy's phone carelessly. Suzun freed her hand from Ryunosuke's grip, then continued reaching into the young man's pocket. After successfully pulling out Ryunosuke's phone, she operated it and transferred 20,000 personal points, then threw the phone back. Ryunosuke hurriedly caught his nearly falling phone with an annoyed face. Hey, what's with your mood? Did I do something wrong to you? Besides, you transferred too much, right? The shortage was only 9,000, why did you send 20,000? Suzun tossed her long black hair arrogantly, her face also looking displeased. I, Horikita Suzun, never want to owe favors. Regarding you giving me all the credit this time, I'll remember it. I'll repay it if there's an opportunity. Suzun grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. When passing by Ryunosuke's side, she stopped for half a second and whispered softly. Don't do things like this again in the future. I want to gain my brother's recognition through my own efforts, not through pity given by others. Ryunosuke shrugged. Then you'll have to work hard, sister of Horikita Manibu. Humph, you really are irritating. When passing Ryunosuke, Suzun stepped hard on the young man's foot before leaving with her arrogant demeanor. Ryunosuke looked at his stepped-on toe with resignation, then prepared to report to the student council. Chapter 32, Katsuragi Kohei joins the student council. Ryunosuke arrived at the student council office building. Honestly, this school was truly excessive. The student council even had its own building, really rich, no doubt this was indeed a state-funded school. Just as Ryunosuke arrived below the student council building, he met two acquaintances and reflexively greeted them. Yo, little angel and strong guy. Hearing his voice, Hanami immediately puffed out her cute cheeks. Akasaka-kun, how can you just give people random nicknames? Ryunosuke yawned and answered casually, I'm complimenting you, little angel Ichinos. Hanami's face turned bright red. She pretended to be angry and turned her face away, but still looked very sweet. Truly, a face is justice. Beside her, Kohei furrowed his brow. If angel refers to Ichinos, then the strong guy you mentioned is me. Besides, are we even close? You're giving me a nickname the first time we meet. Ryunosuke walked over with both hands behind his head. I've heard about you from Sakayanagi. You're Katsuragi Kohei from Class 1A, right? I'm Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class 1D. Oh. So you're Akasaka. A name I've heard for a long time. Kohei extended his hand for a handshake. Ryunosuke accepted it and asked full of curiosity. Why? Am I that famous? Just as Kohei was about to answer, Hanami, smiling cheerfully, immediately cut into the conversation. Akasaka-kun is really humble. Right now in the first year, there's no one who doesn't know about you, said Hanami while waving her finger. Kohei also nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, on just the second day of school you were already able to join the student council. Moreover, Class A seems to have been dragged down to the bottom position because of your behind-the-scenes actions. Even Class B has your fingerprints on it. I heard you helped Class B rise to Class A position from the side. We, the former Class A, all thanks to you, directly dropped to Class B in the first month. We all hate you so much we want to grit our teeth, Kohei said in a half-joking tone. Ryunosuke showed an awkward but still polite smile. That. Turns out I'm that famous. Of course. Aren't you aware of what you've done? Kohei replied irritably. To say he didn't hate this man was impossible. All because of this man, the former Class A immediately became Class B. Even their homeroom teacher's salary was cut in half. Perhaps the one who hated him most was their homeroom teacher. After all, teachers' salaries were ranked based on class standing. The higher the class rank, the higher the salary. Imagine going from a monthly salary of 2.4 million yen cut down to 1.2 million yen, it must feel incredibly painful. The former Class A teachers must want to skin Ryunosuke alive and make him into soup. Now Ryunosuke began to feel anxious. Your teachers won't take revenge on me, will they? Kohei adjusted his non-existent glasses. You should be grateful this is a law-abiding society. If this were the old days, it wouldn't be surprising if you'd already been secretly disposed of by the teachers, because you really attract hatred. Ryunosuke felt increasingly awkward and immediately changed the topic. By the way, what are you doing here? Why are you in front of the student council door? The two of them just remembered their purpose for coming here. We came to apply for a student council job, they answered simultaneously. Apply. Ryunosuke tilted his head in confusion. Isn't the student council already not short of people? Why recruit again? Before long the door opened. Kohei and Hanami went inside, including Ryunosuke. Before Kohei or Hanami could speak, Ryunosuke immediately stepped in front of the student council president and asked in a loud tone. Hey, what's going on? Why are you recruiting people again? Doesn't the student council already not need people? Manibu adjusted his glasses. Here's the thing, I'm giving you paid leave. During this period, someone needs to replace your work, so I'm planning to recruit one more person. Ryunosuke pointed at himself. Then what about me? Manibu cleared his throat softly, signaling that there were other people there and there were things that couldn't be discussed now. Ryunosuke understood and intended to ask about it privately later. The interview process began. Tachibana Akane poured tea for them. After they gave thanks, the interview started simultaneously. Since Hanami entered, Nagumo Miyabi's eyes kept staring at her sharply without shifting even once. The corners of his lips slowly lifted, he thought to himself full of passion, truly a masterpiece. Whether it's her body shape, face, or personality, everything is first class. I wonder what it would be like if I tasted her. Nagumo had set his sights on the girl named Ichino's Hanami. Before long the interview ended. Kohei was selected to become a student council member. Conversely, Hanami was eliminated. The reason was that her personality was too gentle, so she wasn't suitable for joining the student council. Actually, this was Manibu's form of protection for Hanami. Because he knew very well the behavior of his vice president, Nagumo Miyabi, who sometimes even flirted with Akane. As the current Class A leader, former B, Hanami needed to be protected. Especially since the entire second-year class was already under Nagumo's control, if he also successfully infiltrated the first year, then the students in the future would be in danger. Regarding this protection from the student council president, Hanami didn't know at all. Seeing herself not selected, she felt very dejected. With a sad expression, Hanami left the student council room. Nagumo immediately followed from behind, intending to take advantage of the opportunity while the girl's mental defenses were weak. His main goal was the girl's body, he didn't care whether she was a class leader or not. He just wanted to get this beauty. Manibu realized Miyabi's intention and gave Ryunosuke a knowing look. Ryunosuke nodded in understanding and immediately followed them. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Outside the building. Hanami kicked a small stone on the roadside and stopped under a tree. She leaned her head against the tree trunk with a very sad expression. I really wasn't selected. Nagumo took that opportunity to approach Hanami from behind. His heavy and magnetic voice sounded in Hanami's ear. Yo, beautiful girl, what are you doing here? Playing statues. He walked closer with both hands in his pants pockets. Hanami, seeing the vice president, immediately gave her respects. Hello, vice president. Miyabi waved his hand, signaling that it wasn't necessary. I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. In front of me, you don't need to be too strict about etiquette. Hanami raised her head nervously. From close range, Nagumo could see her face clearly. Impulsively he held Hanami's chin and lifted it, his gaze full of dominating intent. Want to join the student council? If you become my girlfriend, I'll arrange it for you. Hanami brushed Nagumo's hand away from her chin and stepped back warily. I'm sorry. Vice President Nagumo, I'm not that kind of person. If it has to be like this to join the student council, I'd rather give up. After saying that, she was about to leave. Nagumo quickly caught Hanami's wrist and offered again. Are you really not going to consider it? Being my girlfriend has many advantages, you know. I can even use my authority to give you leaked first-year exam questions early. If you won't think about yourself, at least think about your class. That statement really struck Hanami's weak point. Chapter 33, Helping Ichino's Hanami Out of Trouble. Nagumo's words really struck Hanami's weak point, making her hesitate. Seeing Hanami seemingly about to sacrifice herself for the class's benefit by accepting Nagumo's invitation, Ryunosuke suddenly grabbed Nagumo's wrist, yanked him back, and stared at him with a cold gaze. Vice President Nagumo, if you want to pursue my woman, you should know the etiquette of who came first. Or, do you really want to become my enemy? Ryunosuke showed a firm attitude he had never shown before, clearly he wasn't joking. If Nagumo insisted on taking Hanami, Ryunosuke was truly ready to become his enemy. Meanwhile, Hanami still stood frozen witnessing all this. Her mind kept echoing Ryunosuke's words calling her, my woman. Her face instantly turned bright red, and steam seemed to come out of her head. Ryunosuke didn't have time to pay attention to that, his eyes remained locked on Nagumo. Nagumo was silent for quite a while before finally chuckling. You should have said from the start that she's your woman, I wouldn't have touched her. After all, we're co-workers, right? Nagumo gave up. Not because he was afraid, but because at this time he had to focus on dealing with Manibu and didn't want to needlessly add enemies. Especially an enemy no less formidable than the president, possibly even stronger. Based on circulating rumors, this Ryunosuke before him was the main mastermind behind the position swap between Class A and Class B. Nagumo didn't want to antagonize such a strong opponent yet, at least not now. Finally, he abandoned his intention to pursue Hanami and left casually. Ryunosuke watched him leave without uttering a single word. Hanami tugged at the edge of Ryunosuke's collar and bowed in thanks. Thank you for helping me, Akasaka-kun. But using me as an excuse is a bit much. Hanami puffed out her cheeks. She just realized now that Ryunosuke was only using her as an excuse. The touched feeling that had briefly appeared immediately vanished, replaced with a bit of annoyance. Facing such a cute Hanami, Ryunosuke remained calm and gave good advice. Stay away from Nagumo Miyabi from now on. This time I could help you because I happened to be passing by, next time your luck might not be this good. Hanami nodded seriously. I understand, thank you for the warning. Seeing Hanami's problem resolved, Ryunosuke prepared to leave. If there's no other business, I'll go first, Ichinos. Hanami first nodded then quickly shook her head. Ryunosuke looked at her strangely. With a flushed face, Hanami said shyly, that. Akasaka-kun, let me treat you to a meal. Since you helped me, let me show my gratitude. After thinking for a moment, Ryunosuke agreed. After all, this was a free meal, there was no harm in enjoying good food. Cheerfully, Hanami escorted him to the school cafeteria and ordered the most luxurious student package worth 3,800 personal points. Ryunosuke ate heartily. It was a super luxurious package, not only adorned with Australian lobster, but also had 6 pieces of large tempura shrimp. The dessert consisted of chocolate cake and strawberry pudding, with drinks of milkshake and milk tea. Ryunosuke ate very contentedly, usually he couldn't bear to spend points on such luxurious food. Hanami just watched from the side, remembering the times before entering school when she was also a big eater. At that time she was still in her growth phase, her body was a bit plump and her face round. But during her 3rd year of middle school, she began to bloom until becoming as she is now. If her middle school friends saw her now, they definitely wouldn't recognize her. Her hair used to be light brown, linen, but now for some reason it changed on its own to reddish blonde, pink gold. Hanami played with the ends of her hair with a confused expression. Very strange, I didn't dye my hair, but my hair changed on its own to reddish blonde. Ryunosuke quickly finished his meal, burped softly, then took a toothpick with a satisfied face. Wow. It's been a long time since I've eaten this full. He patted his stomach, indicating he was satisfied. Hanami happily paid their bill. Their total expenses, including hers, were 4,030 personal points. Hanami herself was very frugal, she only ordered the value package for 230 points. Although her classmates entrusted most of their points to her, she didn't dare touch them carelessly, even being extremely stingy with her own points. Since learning that everything in the school could be bought with points, Hanami realized how important those points were. Usually she only spent around 10,000 points in a month. Currently her point balance still had around 180,000 points remaining, you could imagine how frugal she was, equivalent to Ryunosuke. But even so, that didn't hinder her body's growth. Truly confusing, despite being very frugal, Hanami still grew very abundantly, making many other female students envious, especially the flat-board group like Sakayanagi Arisu. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In another place, Arisu suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Who's talking about me? Arisu furrowed her brow deeply, but still looked adorable. Meanwhile, the members of former Class A, now B, were already captivated by her cuteness, with half of them willing to kneel beneath her feet wearing white socks, white silk. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to Ryunosuke's side, after saying goodbye to Hanami, he prepared to return. He still had important business to discuss with Manibu Horikita. Under Hanami's reluctant gaze, Ryunosuke finally disappeared from her view. Not far along, Ryunosuke met Nagumo who had been waiting for him for quite a while. Ryunosuke looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. More business. Nagumo put his hands in his pockets, his face showing a faint smile as he approached and asked curiously. Are you really dating Hanami-chan? Why does it not seem like it? Nagumo pointed toward Hanami in the distance. A normal couple wouldn't just leave their girlfriend alone like that. You're just pretending, right? Ryunosuke stared at him coldly. Why? You want to take her from me? Nagumo shrugged. Don't speak so harshly, this is about mutual affection. If you hadn't appeared earlier, I might have already gotten her. Nagumo patted Ryunosuke's shoulder. Ichinos will sooner or later become mine. A woman I've set my sights on will never escape. Let's just see later. Nagumo walked back toward Hanami's direction, clearly he hadn't given up while also wanting to test the truth of their relationship. Someone sitting in his position didn't just think using the lower part of his body. Ryunosuke let out a long sigh. He knew this was a trap, but he was forced to step into it. Seeing Nagumo approaching her again, Hanami became nervous. Now there was no Ryunosuke to help her. Trembling, she took out her phone, preparing to call her classmate, Kenzaki Ruji, to ask for help. But Ruji would definitely need time to arrive, it wouldn't be as fast as Nagumo who was already right in front of her. Nagumo soon arrived in front of Hanami, his hand about to wrap around her shoulder while glancing toward Ryunosuke in the distance. Seeing Ryunosuke not moving closer, he felt strange. Strange, did I guess wrong? Just as Nagumo thought he was right, the sound of a camera shutter was heard, the characteristic sound of Japanese phones when taking photos. In Japan, to prevent voyeurism, all phones are set so the camera sound cannot be turned off. Nagumo was startled, realizing he had been photographed, his feeling immediately turned bad. After photographing Nagumo bothering Hanami, Ryunosuke ran quickly, brushed away the dirty hand that was about to touch Hanami, and gallantly pulled the girl back into his embrace. Oh, Hanami let out a small cute groan, her face turning bright red when her slender waist was tightly embraced by Ryunosuke. She hid her face in Ryunosuke's chest, feeling too embarrassed to look at anyone. Ryunosuke immediately called the student council president to report, completely unaware that Hanami in his embrace was already almost cooked from embarrassment. Before long the call was answered, and Ryunosuke immediately complained without preamble. Hello. President Horikita. Nagumo is bothering my girlfriend, he's trying to take my woman. I have photo evidence. You have to defend me, President. Ryunosuke pretended to wipe crocodile tears, continuing to tell of non-existent suffering. If Nagumo doesn't give me compensation of millions of points for this emotional damage, I won't let him go. Nagumo. Manibu. And Hanami could only display an extremely adorable dumbfounded expression. Chapter 34, Dealing with Nagumo Miyabi. Student Council President's Office. Manibu stared at the photo given by Ryunosuke with a headache. Tell me, what crazy plan are you running now? Manibu asked while looking at Ryunosuke in front of him. Ryunosuke just shrugged, then pulled Hanami's hand and waved it in front of Manibu. You see for yourself, President. Ichino's is my girlfriend. But this Nagumo, even though he already knows, still dares to flirt with my woman. A man would rather die than be humiliated. President, you have to defend me. If today he doesn't give me compensation of about 1 million personal points, I won't let him go. Nagumo sneered, you're blackmailing me, Akasaka. Besides, you two, are you really a couple? Nagumo looked at them with full suspicion. Just from holding hands, Hanami was already heated and looked dazed there. Ryunosuke complained internally, just holding hands and this girl already can't handle it. Right now, Hanami's mind was completely blank, her hand held tightly by Ryunosuke. She understood, most likely this was a lesson Ryunosuke wanted to teach Nagumo, and she should cooperate. But. The more Hanami thought, the redder her face became. Her hand was still held by Ryunosuke. Although there were no other excessive actions, she had never held hands with a boy before. My first hand-holding with the opposite sex was taken just like that by Akasaka-kun. Oh, Akasaka-kun is so mean. Right now Hanami was having wild fantasies in her head, truly not knowing what was happening in the outside world. Ryunosuke gently pulled her hand, and only then did she come to her senses. What were you thinking to space out like that? Yua. Hanami, startled by the sudden stimulation, immediately stood up straight. Everyone stared at her. Out of embarrassment, she quickly sat back down with steam rising from her head. Ryunosuke, having no other choice, put his arm around her and whispered softly in her ear. Follow my lead. I promise after this Nagumo won't dare bother you again. You have to cooperate with me, understand? Hanami nodded slightly in Ryunosuke's embrace as a sign she understood. However, her face was already maximally red and her heart was pounding like there were deer running around. Ryunosuke didn't care about that, he just wanted to make money now. Women would only slow down his money-making speed. He looked at Nagumo and said, there's photographic evidence that you bothered my girlfriend. Tell me, how will you resolve this matter? Nagumo instead leaned back casually on the sofa with a helpless expression. Please stop being ridiculous, Akasaka. I only lightly put my hand on her shoulder, that can't be considered harassment. Don't slander my good name, or I'll sue you for defamation. Manibu gave Ryunosuke a knowing look, indicating that Nagumo's words had some merit. However, Ryunosuke instead began to act shamelessly. In that case, if I also approach your girlfriend, can you still speak calmly like that? Nagumo's eyebrow raised, he answered very generously. Please go ahead. I'll still calmly say it again. But I warn you, I have quite a few girlfriends, can you handle it? I've dated almost all the second-year female students, you know. The number is around 20-something people. Should I make a list so you can approach them? Ha ha ha. Nagumo laughed heartily, not minding at all if his girls were approached by Ryunosuke. To Nagumo, those girls were just decorations, there wasn't a single one he valued. If Ryunosuke wanted, just give them to him. However, Ryunosuke's next sentence made him unable to stay calm anymore. Oh. In that case, what if I approach Asahina Nazuna-senpai? Nagumo immediately stood up, his eyes reddening. You. Realizing he had lost control, Nagumo sat back down, but his gaze became very sharp and vicious. Ryunosuke laughed mockingly. Why? Seeing such a strong reaction from you, didn't you say I could freely choose? Why can't you accept it when it's your turn? Facing Ryunosuke's mockery, Nagumo didn't respond with harsh words, but said flatly, Nazuna, she once rejected my invitation to date. Choose someone else, she's not my girlfriend. Ryunosuke spat in disgust. You can bother my girlfriend, but I can't approach your childhood friend. Because you forbid me, I'll do it even more. I will definitely get Asahina-senpai. You. Nagumo stood up again, his fists cracking. Nazuna was his sacred boundary. He didn't allow anyone to touch her. Even though the girl rejected him, in his heart he already considered Nazuna as his and she must not be defiled by anyone. Seeing the two of them already at each other's throats and about to fight, Manibu slammed the desk hard to stop the argument. Enough. What are you two becoming? Remember your positions as student council members. Rewrite the school rules 300 times. I want the report tomorrow. Because of the student council president's intervention, their argument was forced to stop. Nagumo looked at Ryunosuke with a displeased face and gave a warning once more. If you dare touch Nazuna, I won't let you go. This time it was Ryunosuke's turn to wave his hand casually. Yes, I understand. As long as you don't touch my Hanami, I also won't touch your childhood friend. How's that? You. Nagumo was left speechless. He knew very well this man was deliberately provoking his emotions, but he didn't dare gamble. His relationship with Nazuna was indeed a bit bad because of his behavior with other girls. It was possible that Nazuna would really date this kid just out of annoyance. Nagumo really didn't dare gamble because he truly cared for Nazuna, not just wanting to play around. Ryunosuke understood this was a tacit agreement. From now on Nagumo wouldn't bother Hanami anymore. Although his method was a bit underhanded, the important thing was it worked. Before leaving, Nagumo glanced at Ryunosuke. We'll see about this later. After throwing out a threat, he just left. Ryunosuke watched him leave expressionlessly. His mind was instead thinking about what delicious food to eat tonight. He didn't care at all about Nagumo's threat. For him who had knowledge of the scenario, aside from Ayanokuji who was an unpredictable variable, he didn't consider others as a significant threat. While Ryunosuke was thinking about the dinner menu, Hanami approached and tugged at the edge of his clothes, asking worriedly, Akasaka-kun, aren't you worried about Nagumo-senpai's threat earlier? Ryunosuke waved his hand. No need to worry. In front of me, he won't be able to do anything. If he dares attack me, I'd actually be happy, because I'm indeed short on a lot of points. Hanami was curious. Akasaka-kun needs personal points badly. Seeing you being so frugal every day, do you have a problem? If you need points, I can lend them to you. Hanami took out her phone, intending to lend her personal points. Really has no sense of caution at all, Ryunosuke thought to himself. Hanami looked at her balance of only 180,000 points and said somewhat confused, these are all my personal points, I don't know if it's enough for you. As thanks for helping me this time, I can lend you everything. Just return it whenever. Hanami showed her phone screen. Ryunosuke saw her balance actually reached more than 2 million points. As if understanding what he was thinking, Hanami hurriedly explained to avoid misunderstanding. Akasaka-kun, that's not mine. Those are points collected by classmates for emergency funds. Because it's not my personal property, I can't lend it to you. Ryunosuke took the documents beside him and lightly hit Hanami's head. Ow, that hurts. Hanami held her head with both hands, looking a bit petulant. What are you doing, Akasaka-kun? That hurt. Who told you to think unnecessary things? Do I look like someone who would extort you? Eh? Isn't that exactly it, Akasaka-kun? Damn you. Ryunosuke was almost annoyed by Hanami. The girl instead stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking very adorable. Ha! Manibu who was beside them finally couldn't take it anymore and cut off their flirting. This is the student council office. If you want to show affection, do it outside. Don't disturb my work. Manibu shooed them both away. The two immediately stopped joking and put on embarrassed expressions. Ryunosuke signaled for Hanami to go home first because he still had business with the student council president. Although she still wanted to talk, Hanami understood the situation and said goodbye before leaving. As soon as Hanami left, the warm expression on Ryunosuke's face immediately vanished, turning flat and emotionless, exactly like Ayanokuji. All of it was just an act. Chapter 35, Nagumo Miyabi leaves in fury. All of it was just a disguise deliberately done so Ryunosuke wouldn't appear too prominent. After all, his soul was that of an adult. If he acted too mature, people would instead feel something was off. Manibu saw all those expression changes and couldn't help but praise. The impression you give is truly terrifying, as if you're a fortune teller who can calculate everything. First, you used Ichinos to test Nagumo's patience limits so you could determine a strategy to counter him. Or perhaps you deliberately approached Ichinos because you wanted to make her a pawn. Ryunosuke let out a long breath, his tone returning flat and cold. President Horikita, my only goal is to make money. For that, I can justify any means. If you really want to use me to help your sister, you must prepare enough money. If not, I can betray you at any time. Ryunosuke looked at him calmly, and Manibu looked back without the slightest bit of fear. After some time, Manibu was the first to look away. He was certain that the person before him was not joking. To be able to move him, there had to be sufficient profit, if not, he could turn and attack at any time. Ryunosuke also asserted his position to the president. As long as the money was enough, even if it meant dealing with a teacher, he truly had the confidence to do it. Armed with his knowledge from his previous life and the fact that he was a hardcore fan of this series who had watched it many times, he was like holding a game walkthrough. Like having a god's eye view, he knew exactly what moves these people would take next. If he still lost with conditions like this, then his transmigration would be in vain. The only thing he wasn't sure about was the variable named Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. But, as long as he didn't provoke trouble with him, there should be no major problems. At least in the short term, he didn't want to deal with Ayanokuji yet because there was no benefit in it. Manibu gave Ryunosuke long-term paid leave. Simply put, this was so Ryunosuke would have free time to help his sister, Suzune. That was the reason why he recruited a new student council member, Katsuragi Kohei, to replace Ryunosuke's work. Toward what Manibu did, Ryunosuke gave no big reaction. He was like the surface of a calm lake without the slightest ripple. If there's no other business, I'll go first, President Horikita. Manibu nodded resignedly. Go ahead. The student council doesn't need you for the time being. You don't need to come in the near future, just come occasionally to check in so people know you still exist. Ryunosuke smiled. You're abusing your authority, President. Manibu glanced at him briefly. I only have one more year before graduation. If you have authority, use it while you can. Ha ha ha, that's true. Then I'll go first. Ryunosuke got up from the student council chair and prepared to leave. Before stepping out, he gave a warning as a good intention. Be careful with Nagumo. That person isn't the honest type. There's a high chance he'll make trouble in the last year of your term. Be vigilant. Facing that sincere warning, Manibu only gave a small nod in response without taking it too much to heart. Seeing that, Ryunosuke prepared to leave. But seeing the president's attitude of seemingly not taking it too seriously, he felt he couldn't just stand by. After all, the student council president's money was his money too, he couldn't be careless. He couldn't let Akane get trapped like in the original story, where they had to spend a large amount of points to save her. Because that would cause economic losses that would also harm his share of points. It seemed when the time came, he would be forced to take action himself. Chapter 36, Manabe Shiho. Time passed quickly. It was now May 28th, with only 5 days remaining before next month's point distribution. Thanks to the leaked exam questions, the Class 1D students no longer needed to worry about next month's exam. Ryunosuke as usual checked his surveillance equipment at various school camera blind spots, while also replacing the backup batteries. This surveillance device had a standby time of about 1 week. He only needed to replace the batteries once a week to keep it functioning normally. Today he checked the memory cards in his devices to see if there was any interesting content. Considering the story's timeline, it should be about time for something to happen. Although Sudo had already been expelled, in previous chapters of this story, he didn't know if the events in the original story would still repeat. He had to be vigilant, because this was a golden opportunity to make money, an opportunity to extort points from Class C. As Ryunosuke suspected, he found something interesting. There was footage of Nagumo with a female student in a quiet alley doing intimate things. Of course just kissing and groping each other, except for the final step, they did everything. Ryunosuke watched it with full interest and saved the recording for later. Of course he wouldn't use it just for fun, he wanted to use this recording to get points from Nagumo. If Nagumo stubbornly refused to pay, then he would be forced to accidentally drop the recording in front of Nozuna. He wasn't a devil. Hey, he accidentally dropped it, and who would know it was his doing? As long as he didn't talk, no one would know. Ryunosuke put that matter aside for now and continued looking at the other memory card contents. He found another interesting thing, Yamauchi was dating a Class C female student. Oh. This was getting interesting, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Yamauchi was currently holding hands with a girl, who was none other than Manabe Shiho from Class C. Yamauchi kept stroking the girl's hand with a lecherous smile. The girl actually showed a disgusted expression, but for the sake of Ryuin's plan, she suppressed the nausea in her heart and pretended to be a weak, clingy girl. Yamauchi-kun, let's go to that small alley to do something fun. Yamauchi's face immediately changed like a pig in heat, his drool almost dripping. Of course Manabe-chan. After speaking, his hand rudely wrapped around Shiho's waist. Suppressing the urge to hit him, Shiho walked into the alley with Yamauchi with a stiff smile. However, Ryuen was already waiting there to trap them. As soon as they arrived in the alley, Yamauchi couldn't wait to pounce on her. But his steps were immediately stopped by a large body, the black man, Albert. Yamauchi was stunned. Wait, who is this giant? Where's my Manabe? Shiho had already moved to Ryuen's side. With disgust she took off the outer jacket that Yamauchi had touched and handed it to Ryuen. Take this. This clothing is dirty, I don't want it anymore. Please throw it away after this. Ryuen grinned mischievously. Understood. I'll throw it away later. After this, go to Class A. Shiho furrowed her brows. Me again. Shiho complained. Ryuen shrugged. What else can we do? The pretty girls in our class besides you and Ibuki are only Shina left. Shina is our brain, she cannot be sacrificed, so there's no other choice. Shiho immediately took offense. Then you can get Ibuki. Why does it always have to be me? Ryuen pointed toward Ibuki standing beside him. As soon as she saw Ryuen pointing at her, Ibuki got goosebumps and kept stepping back. Don't look at me. If you tell me to fight I can, but if you tell me to seduce men. Forget it, I'd rather fight. Ryuen spread both his hands. You see for yourself, right? Shiho gritted her teeth fiercely. Fine. I'll go, okay. Damn it. She kicked the trash can beside her to vent her frustration, then walked toward Class A to continue the seduction mission. Meanwhile on Yamauchi's side, Ryuen forcibly took his hand and pressed it onto the jacket Shiho had just removed. Now, the jacket was full of Yamauchi's fingerprints. After his goal was achieved, Ryuen ordered Albert to release Yamauchi. Seeing himself already free, Yamauchi immediately ran away in a panic. Right now, how could he have time to think about why his fingerprints were taken? The important thing was to escape as quickly as possible. Ryuen watched Yamauchi fleeing with a mocking expression. Truly a useless man, not an ounce of courage. But fortunately there's a traitor from Class D who provided information, otherwise it would be difficult to find their weak points. It's just that traitor is quite capable too, even having information about Class A. There's someone who can be utilized. That's right. The person selling information to Ryuen was none other than Kushida. The reason she did it was purely because she was already fed up with Yamauchi. Yamauchi talked dirty in class every day, discussing her body shape, her chest size, and things like that. Kushida had long lost her patience. She cooperated with Ryuen because she wanted to get Yamauchi expelled from school so this annoying fly would truly disappear. The information about Class A was just an extra to avoid being suspected. She gave that information to divert attention so no one would accuse her of being an informant. Originally Ryuen wanted to use a more rough method, like in the original story by provoking 3 different classes to retaliate, then using that reason to bring them all down. But now there was a better way, he didn't need to take such a big risk. The figures of Ryuen and the others slowly disappeared into the darkness of the narrow alley. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, in Class A, Shiho deliberately acted shy, truly showing the attitude of an innocent girl. She felt disgusted with herself because she was absolutely not that type. But for the sake of the class's interests, she was forced to do it. She forced herself to act like a proper girl, like a quiet, graceful, and beautiful young lady. She knocked on Class A's door gently and said with a blush on her face. Excuse me, is Tatsuka Yahiko-kun here? I have business with him. Chapter 37, Tatsuka Yahiko. The student beside him elbowed Yahiko. Tatsuka, there's a cute girl looking for you. Shiho stood at the door with a shy demeanor. Yahiko's face reddened as he stood up. He didn't expect his spring had finally arrived, especially since the one looking for him was a sweet girl. He hurried out with an innocent face. Sweet girl, what business do you have looking for me? Shiho said with a flushed face, there's something I want to tell you, can you come with me for a moment? She deliberately glanced around and said in a coquettish tone, there are too many people here, I'm embarrassed. Yahiko's cheeks blushed unnaturally, and steam seemed to come out of his nose. Okay. No problem. Yahiko stepped away enthusiastically. Many other male students looked at him with envy. However, if they knew later what actually happened, that envy would surely turn into mocking laughter. Shiho deceived him again to the narrow alley she already knew. Same recipe, same tactics. Albert skillfully restrained him, and Ryuen casually took his hand then pressed it onto Shiho's other spare jacket. Now both of Shiho's spare jackets were unusable. Ryuen promised to replace them with 2 new clothes before the girl would calm down. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke. At his house, he was looking at the memory card contents and couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Unexpected, unexpected, Ryuin, you can also use such lowly methods. Truly beyond expectation. Ryunosuke hit the table while laughing until his stomach hurt. However, he had no intention of stopping those actions. After all, he didn't like Yamauchi either, so just let him learn his lesson this time. He didn't expect that after Sudo was expelled, the plot changes would become so drastic. From physical provocation it changed to honey trap tactics, seduction. The future seemed increasingly difficult to predict. Never mind, let's go out to find food, I'm hungry. Ryunosuke got up to go look for food. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Yahiko, who had just been released, was lying face down on the ground while moaning painfully. Not because he was beaten, but because his fragile heart was severely wounded. You've gone too far. How dare you use honey trap tactics to ensnare me? Shiho sneered disgustedly. Being caught in such a trap proves you're not a good person either. Manabe-chan. Don't call me by that name. Disgusting. Shiho stepped on Yahiko's face and rubbed it hard. Ryuin snorted coldly. Stop fooling around, Manabe. Next you go seduce Akasaka from Class D, that's a request from our informant. Shiho removed her foot disgustedly. Why me again? Why not just tell Ibuki to do it? Besides, if I keep appearing, people will get suspicious, right? Ryuin thought for a moment. You're right too, if you keep appearing it's indeed easy to be suspected. In that case, let Ibuki go. Huh. Ibuki pointed at herself. You're telling me to seduce a man? You'd better just tell me to fight, that's more satisfying. Will you go or not? Ryuin asked in an impatient tone. Won't. Ibuki crossed her arms in front of her chest, showing a firm attitude of refusal. Just as Ryuin was about to force Ibuki to go, Hiyori immediately stopped him. Let me go instead. Everyone was startled simultaneously, looking at her with full confusion. Hiyori's face was adorned with an unnatural blush, but she still insisted. I'll pay attention to the boundaries, you don't need to worry. Hearing that, the others finally gave up. Ryuin approached her, patted her shoulder, and tried to comfort her. Don't force yourself, Shina. You are a strategist. If the situation doesn't allow it, just give up immediately. Don't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. Hiyori hugged tightly the book Ryunosuke had given her. I understand. Shiho sneered dissatisfiedly. Really playing favorites. With me, you've never been that gentle. She kicked the trash can beside her again in annoyance, a sight that was already normal for them. Hiyori then took on this great responsibility. She went to the place Ryunosuke usually passed to intercept him. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke had just left the supermarket with 2 plastic bags in his hands, clearly he had bought many items. When about to return to the dormitory, he saw Hiyori had been waiting quite a while on a park bench. Hiyori, who was holding the book Ryunosuke had given her, greeted with a wide smile. Good afternoon, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke raised his plastic bags and walked over. Good afternoon, Shina-san. Why are you here? Hiyori patted the bench beside her. Won't you sit and chat with me? In that case, excuse me. Ryunosuke sat down beside Hiyori. Hiyori's eyes sparkled as she held out her book. The 5 centimeters per second book you gave me, I finished reading the top and middle parts. When will you release the final part? This was Hiyori's real purpose. As a true bookworm, how could she stand being left hanging at a crucial part of the story? That's why she enthusiastically volunteered, in order to collect the final volume from Ryunosuke. The two had now become reading friends. Ryunosuke asked Hiyori to check his book content to see if it was ready or not. If it was ready, he would use Hiyori's connections to send his manuscript to a publisher. After all, the girl's father had shares in a publishing company, it would be a shame not to utilize such connections. Hiyori was also very happy with this arrangement. That way, she could read the book contents earlier than anyone else. The two immediately agreed to become work partners as well as close book friends. Through quality checking by Hiyori, the manuscript would be sent to her father's publishing company for a publishing contract. Ryunosuke could get additional income from outside school through these connections, a mutually beneficial strategy. Hiyori's reading desire was fulfilled, while Ryunosuke got additional point coffers. Ryuin and the others hiding nearby felt something was off. Seeing Hiyori's happy face that didn't look like acting, they began to realize the problem. Ibuki spoke up in a suspicious tone. Why do I feel Shina looks very happy? Don't tell me that man is her old boyfriend. Everyone fell silent, realizing this oddity. Hiyori's relationship with that man was clearly unusual, otherwise, how could they laugh and chat so closely? Ryuin's molars were almost crushed from frustration. He had never seen Hiyori that happy in front of him. Who exactly was that delinquent? Seeing Hiyori so engrossed in chatting that she forgot the plan Ryuen had laid out, the Class C leader stroked his chin and thought, it seems this plan needs to be modified a bit. Chapter 38, Ryuen Kakeru attacks Ibuki Mio. Hiyori kept shifting her seat closer to Ryunosuke. Hey, is the content of the third volume finished? Hurry and show it to me. She was so enthusiastic to see the third volume that her body leaned toward him. Ryunosuke hurriedly held her back. Too close. Shina-san, you're too close. Hiyori just realized and moved away with an embarrassed face. She was too enthusiastic about reading that her emotions overflowed. Seeing that scene, Ibuki teased Ryuen. Our strategist seems about to be stolen by someone. Responding to Ibuki's teasing, Ryuen's face became very gloomy. Damn brat. Don't tell me he's known Hiyori for a long time. No wonder Hiyori was so aggressive in volunteering. Ryuen came out of the alley with his hands in his pockets, no longer wanting to do any testing. He appeared openly in front of Ryunosuke with a displeased face. Oi. Green brat, where are you trying to take Shina, huh? Facing Ryuen's sudden appearance, Ryunosuke actually cheered internally. He glanced at the hidden camera he had installed in the blind spot, then still maintained a calm face. Oh. Seeing his calmness, Ryuen instead suspected whether this was a trap. He wasn't a brainless idiot. Although he was a delinquent, it didn't mean he couldn't think. Seeing the opponent's reaction like that, he knew for sure there was something being hidden. Ryuen suddenly stopped his steps, looking around warily. He was afraid someone would suddenly jump out and hit him from behind. Seeing Ryuen stop, Ryunosuke felt a bit disappointed. He actually wanted to bait the other party into making a small mistake like what Yamauchi did. If he could record enough evidence, he could use it to blackmail Ryuen. Unfortunately, the opponent was too wary and didn't take the bait. Seeing the situation heating up, Hiyori stood up and protected Ryunosuke, looking directly at Ryuen. Ryuen-kun, that's enough for this time. Please let him go, okay? Facing Hiyori's plea, Ryuen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and kicked the trash can beside him. Unfortunately, that trash can was where Ryunosuke hid his surveillance camera. Damn, bad luck. Ryunosuke didn't expect Ryuen's random kick to hit his camera exactly. Really unlucky. Although complaining internally, on the surface Ryunosuke still acted calm without ripples to deceive Ryuen. If the opponent knew, the problem could become bigger. Fortunately there was Hiyori protecting him, so Ryuen wouldn't act further. Sure enough, Ryuen gave face to Hiyori and didn't extend the matter. He turned to leave with his hands in his pockets. Let's go, Shina. Remember, there better not be a next time. Hiyori sighed in relief and gave thanks. Thank you, Ryuen-kun. I'll continue to work hard for the class. Humph. Ryuen snorted but didn't argue. For him, Hiyori's willingness to voluntarily help the class was something he greatly hoped for. It could be said, letting Ryunosuke go wasn't a loss, but rather a profit for him because Hiyori was very important to his team. Hiyori looked at Ryunosuke with an apologetic gaze. Forgive me, Akasaka-kun, for troubling you. I didn't want it to turn out like this. I just wanted to read books peacefully with you. Hiyori hugged the book in her embrace tightly and pursed her lips. Ryunosuke waved his hand, signaling that it wasn't a big problem. Hiyori hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but when she saw Ryuen beside her, she felt it difficult to ask Ryunosuke for the next volume. As if understanding what she was thinking, Ryunosuke smiled faintly. He took out his phone and offered, let's exchange contacts, Shina-san. As soon as I finish writing the third volume of 5 centimeters per second, I'll immediately send it to you. Hiyori's eyes sparkled with delight. She moved closer to me with eyes glistening with happiness. Really? You're really willing to send me the contents of the third volume? Facing Hiyori like this, Ryunosuke could only smile helplessly. Of course, aren't we the best reading friends? Quickly take out your phone, let's become friends. He waved the phone in his hand. Hiyori impatiently took out her phone and linked contacts with Ryunosuke. After finishing, Ryunosuke said goodbye to Hiyori. The girl looked a bit reluctant because this was a rare reading friend for her. But she also understood that as long as Ryuen was still there, letting Ryunosuke leave as quickly as possible was the safest choice. Hiyori waved when I left. Let's read together again sometime, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke replied with an okay hand signal. On the other side, Ryuen's face became increasingly gloomy. He didn't have a crush on Hiyori, he only considered her as a strategist. But now, his strategist seemed to be getting stolen by someone. Ibuki approached again and chimed in without reading the situation. You no longer have a chance, Ryuen. Shina clearly has someone she likes, and that person isn't you. Ha. Ryuen looked at her like looking at an idiot. Are you stupid? Where did you see that I like Shina? I value her talent, not her as a person. Is your brain sick? Ryuen spat in disgust. Damn, there's not a single smart person in this class. What the hell are they thinking every day? Ibuki, realizing her guess was wrong, immediately felt embarrassed and her face heated up. Without further ado, she immediately challenged Ryuen to fight. Stop right there. Ibuki blocked Ryuen with a fighting stance. Instantly she launched a kick toward Ryuen's crotch. Ryuen raised his hand to block, his forehead furrowed. Oi, don't think I won't dare fight back. Go ahead and fight back. If you don't dare fight back, you're not a man. Damn, you really think I can't bear to hit you, huh? Ryuen, who was also hot-tempered, immediately got into a fight with Ibuki. It didn't take long before the winner was visible. Ryuen won. After all, the physical difference was hard to cover with just technique. Ibuki leaned in the corner with dirty clothes, but her gaze remained unyielding. When he was about to extend his hand to help her stand, Ibuki spat right in his face. Ryuen froze for a moment before the veins in his temple bulged with anger. Seeing Ryuen about to hit again, Albert, who couldn't stand it, finally intervened. With his muscular body, he immediately carried Ryuen. Enough, Ryuen. What's the use of continuing to fight? We're in the same class. What? What did you say, bastard? She spat on me. She spat on me, you think I can be patient? Chapter 39, Class C Dialectic Court Session. The day of point distribution soon arrived, which was June 3rd. It had now been 2 months since school enrollment, and the midterm exams had been successfully passed by everyone, so next month there would definitely be points coming into the balance. However, unfortunately, this time Class D's points hadn't been dispersed. Even Class B, previously Class A, also didn't receive their points. Everyone was confused and began asking their respective homeroom teachers about what happened. Why weren't this month's points distributed? Chabashira SAE with a gloomy face revealed the truth. Someone in our class has sexually harassed a female student from another class, and they have strong evidence. Currently, the opposing party is demanding compensation. If we can't provide it, that person will be expelled from school. Instantly the entire class was in an uproar. Who was this person who was so outrageous? Doing something stupid at the time of point distribution, causing everyone not to get their points. Yamauchi, with feelings of guilt, laid his face on the desk, pretending to sleep. Clearly, he was the culprit who harassed that female student. Suzun furrowed her brow, feeling something was off about this incident. She immediately asked about her suspicions. Why weren't Class B's points distributed either? SAE saw this stiff-looking class leader not even willing to call her a teacher, so she didn't give a friendly face. Before asking something of others, shouldn't you fix your attitude first? Suzun felt there was nothing wrong with herself. She crossed her arms over her chest and didn't back down one step when facing SAE. I feel there's no problem with my attitude, at least it's better than a certain teacher who only knows how to smoke and drink alcohol. If this teacher had given a little help since the first month, this class wouldn't have reached this point now. SAE laughed from anger. You're blaming me for not helping you in the first month. Why don't you think about your own mistakes? Everyone was at the same starting line without knowing anything, but you all could still get exam results that bad. Don't be too proud of yourself, Horikita Suzun. Seeing the two of them about to have a big fight, Ryunosuke immediately stepped forward to block them both. He spread his arms to hold back each party and said in a cold tone. What's the use of talking like this now? Better quickly think about how to solve it. If not, no one will get points this month. Everyone snapped out of their daze and began busily looking for who had harassed that female student. They swore they wouldn't let that person go. Yamauchi trembled in fear and became even more afraid to show himself. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, in Class A, now Class B, the same thing happened. However, the situation was better than Class D, at least the perpetrator was willing to admit his actions, and no classmates blamed him. Because they were Class A, previously, the quality of the students was clearly better. Yahiko also told the details of the incident in detail. Everyone realized this was a trap, a honey trap set by Class C. Classmates who had initially been envious of Yahiko now instead laughed heartily. Yahiko's face reddened with embarrassment. Don't laugh. I'm also a victim here, you know. He cried, sobbing in his leader's embrace, feeling humiliated. Kohei could only comfort him resignedly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Student Council President's Office. Student Council President, Manibu, received a report letter about sexual harassment of a female student. He adjusted the position of his black-framed glasses. Tachibana, announce for representatives of first-year Class C, Class B, and Class D to gather. The Student Council will hold a dialectic court session with Class C. Before that, the distribution of all first-year points will be postponed. Yes, President, answered Akane, then left to carry out her task. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Before long, representatives from the 3 classes gathered in a meeting room. The reporting party was Class C. The objects of the report were Yamauchi Haruki from Class D and Tatsuka Yahiko from Class B, ex-Class A. The report was that they had harassed Manabe Shiho from Class C, complete with strong fingerprint evidence. The opposing party's current demand was, each class must pay compensation of 5 million personal points to settle peacefully, or the perpetrators would be expelled from school. Hearing this news, both reported classes immediately exploded. Don't joke around. 5 million personal points. You might as well just rob us, shouted Yahiko pointing at Ryuin. Ryuin showed a mocking expression and shrugged casually. You can choose not to pay, at most he'll be expelled. But I remind you, if you choose expulsion, your class points will be reduced by 300 points. Yahiko fell silent. The situation in Class D was no less complicated. They had just successfully passed the midterm exam to get points. The points weren't even in hand yet. Where would they get 5 million points to save Yamauchi? Even if they had them, they didn't want to give them. Someone like Yamauchi deserved it. Especially the female faction, whether it was Kei, Hasebi, or Maya, they preferred Yamauchi to be expelled rather than having to waste points to save him. Yamauchi became the common enemy. The great pressure of public opinion crushed him, making him feel desperate. He didn't want to be expelled yet. In this school there were many pretty girls, he didn't want to leave. Yamauchi tried to defend himself with all his might, saying that he was deceived, he never harassed that female student, and he was framed. Unfortunately, it was useless. With his bad reputation, even if he really didn't do it, no one would believe him. Because he really looked like the type of person who would do such a thing. His words had no credibility, moreover the opposing party had fingerprint evidence on the jacket. Seeing his friends had no intention of helping him, Yamauchi was truly desperate. Ryunosuke just silently observed everything without intention to stop it. He actually had a chance to save Yamauchi because he had camera footage that captured everything. But, why should he save Yamauchi? There was no benefit for him. Just at that moment, Sae seemed to have made a certain decision. She extinguished her cigarette butt and stepped forward firmly. Ryunosuke's heart immediately sank. He had a bad feeling. Sae stood in front of Ryuin, took out her phone, and said with a tense face. I'm willing to pay 5 million personal points to save Yamauchi. Seeing the opposing homeroom teacher willing to pay personal points to save her student, Ryuin immediately laughed. It was a laugh full of victory. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was already cursing internally, why are you interfering, Chabashira-sensei? Chapter 40, Pay points to protect someone, or let points decrease for the class. This situation was truly special. Because the evidence was already very clear, there were only 2 paths that could be taken. Either accept the expulsion of students which would result in a 300 class point reduction, or pay 5 million personal points to settle peacefully. Logically, spending 5 million points was far more advantageous. However, Class D didn't have that much money. For the sake of her ambition to rise to the upper classes, Sae was truly desperate. She even intended to dig into her own pocket for 5 million points just to save Yamauchi. Truly foolish. Ryunosuke watched all this coldly. In his heart, he already felt very disappointed in Sae. This woman is really stupid. What does it matter if class points are reduced? After exams and various events this month, Class D's points won't even reach 100. Why waste that much money for such a small loss? Truly not worth it. On the other side, the situation in Class B also wasn't going smoothly. 5 million personal points wasn't a small amount. Currently, it hadn't even been 2 full months since school started. Even if they didn't eat and drink at all, one class's balance was at most only around 7 million points. Spending 5 million points meant draining Class B's entire wealth. Of course, the majority of students disagreed. Kohei tried hard to save Yahiko. However, the students in his class were divided in 2, about half supported him, while the rest were Arisu's faction. Arisu's lips curved, forming a meaningful smile. Katsuragi-kun, spending 5 million personal points to save Tatsuka-kun is a very disadvantageous transaction. Allow me to reject this unreasonable agreement. Kohei immediately objected. This isn't about profit or loss. If Tatsuka is expelled, class points will be reduced by 300. When that happens, it will be very difficult to catch up to Class A again. Please think about the bigger picture, Sakayanagi-san. Arisu tapped her cane lightly, then stepped closer to Kohei. Her sharp gaze like a hungry wolf locked onto Kohei's figure, contrasting with her body that appeared frail, as if she could swallow the men alive. Her lips smiled thinly as she said to Kohei. Katsuragi-kun, have you ever heard the saying, without destruction, there will be no construction? It means, if we don't destroy the old, we can't build a new order. Likewise with cutting off one's own hand to survive. Which is more important? Just 300 class points or 5 million personal points? It seems I don't need to explain further, you surely understand yourself. Kohei immediately fell silent. Simple logic like that, how could he not understand? He just didn't want to admit it. Seeing him fall silent, Arisa stopped her attack. Let's go, Kamuro, Morishita. Let Katsuragi-kun contemplate for a moment. When Arisa turned to leave, she realized one person was missing. Arisa looked toward Masumi on her left side. Where is Morishita-san? Masumi with a flat face pointed in a certain direction. Arisa turned and saw AI acting strangely. Yo, my friend, Kagami. AI approached Ryunosuke and gave him a tight hug. Ryunosuke also responded with very good cooperation. How have you been lately, my AIBO? AI's eyes sparkled, feeling their frequency matched perfectly. She immediately took out the 3 Egyptian gods cards and showed them off in front of Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke was instantly stunned seeing them. Amazing. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Obelisk the Tormentor. The Winged Dragon of Ra. Ryunosuke was so shocked he stepped back several steps, putting on an unbelieving face. You managed to collect all 3. How? AI showed a proud expression while waving the cards. Want to play? I can lend them to you for a few days. I also have Mutayugi's Dark Magician. Even the rarest Dark Magician girl I have. Ryunosuke's eyes sharpened. Do you have Holacti the Creator of Light? Instantly AI's spirit wilted. Don't have it. That card is too rare, I haven't been able to get it. Moreover, that card only exists one in the world, its price has reached 38 million yen. Even the collector's edition Blue Eyes White Dragon alone costs 30 million. My allowance isn't enough to buy it. Ryunosuke almost vomited blood. What does she mean, my allowance isn't enough? That means outside you're a rich woman. Damn. Arisu approached while leaning on her cane with a faint smile. This gentleman truly has great methods, able to make my assistant this dazed. She even ignores her master whom she should serve. AI and Ryunosuke simultaneously looked at Arisu with unfriendly gazes. You don't understand the pure friendship between us. They both said in unison. The corner of Arisu's lips twitched slightly. I indeed don't understand your Chinibu friendship, because I'm not a Chinibu sufferer. Arisu stood right in front of Ryunosuke. This time you won't intervene? She asked with a meaningful tone. Ryunosuke's lips curved, forming a handsome smile. I will intervene, but not now. Oh. Arisu's interest was immediately ignited. She played with her cane casually. In that case, I want to see how Akasaka-kun will resolve this crisis. Rest assured, my method won't disappoint you. Arisu and Ryunosuke looked at each other and smiled. The two looked like old friends who hadn't met in a long time, chatting intimately. The people around them whispered, especially Kohei from Class B and the Class D students who kept watching them. Facing the gaze of many people, Arisa didn't care at all. She gently raised her small smooth hand and said to Ryunosuke. My legs aren't strong enough to walk far, are you willing to escort me back to the dormitory? Ryunosuke glanced toward her 2 bodyguards, Masumi and AI, and he knew that Arisa wanted to talk with him alone. So he agreed, placed his hand, and held Arisu's small hand. With pleasure, Sakayanagi-san. Thus, in front of many people, Ryunosuke held the girl's hand and left the location openly. Yamauchi snorted dissatisfiedly. Why whenever there's a pretty girl, he's always the one who gets her? I don't accept it. I'm far more handsome than him. How can this be? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Arisu and Ryunosuke had found a cafe outside and sat down to begin an in-depth conversation. Arisu called the waiter and ordered a cup of cappuccino, then looked at Ryunosuke. What do you want to order? I'm treating. Ryunosuke also wasn't shy and ordered the most expensive menu. Please bring one of the most expensive flat white, thank you. He returned the menu book to the waiter. Arisu rolled her eyes sweetly. You're really not shy, immediately ordering the most expensive. Ryunosuke spread his hands with an innocent face. Didn't you yourself tell me not to be shy? Since you're treating, of course I have to order the most expensive. Chapter 41, This school is a concentration camp for rich kids. Before long, both of their drinks arrived at the table. Ryunosuke was kind enough to order drinks for AI and Manami, who had only been standing all this time. The two of them finally also sat down and drank together. AI seemed to have no sense of awkwardness at all, immediately sitting beside Ryunosuke, right across from Arisu. Arisu didn't mind, she instead gave a teasing comment. Morishita-san seems to like you very much, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke lifted his coffee and smiled resignedly. We just feel compatible with each other, like true friends. Perhaps in the future, this will become an inseparable bad fate. AI held her coffee with both hands, sipped it a little carefully, then stuck out her small tongue. bitter. This thing isn't good to drink. AI then glanced toward Ryunosuke, specifically toward the flat white drink in his hand with a longing gaze. After all, the drink Ryunosuke ordered was in the sweet drink category. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke pushed his untouched flat white toward AI, and exchanged it with AI's already sipped coffee. He didn't care at all about gender differences or the concept of indirect kissing. AI also accepted it casually, as if not caring at all. She was like a lazy little cat, leaning on the table while sticking out her tongue to lick the flat white in the glass, truly resembling a lazy cat. Ryunosuke boldly reached out his hand and stroked the girl's purple mixed with blue hair. AI didn't resist, but instead let him do as he pleased. This scene truly stunned Arisu and Manami who were watching from in front of them. Seeing AI so obedient under Ryunosuke's hand, both of them showed strange expressions. Manami who was beside them couldn't help but comment. "You two are very close, why not just date?" Ryunosuke and AI were startled simultaneously. They glanced at each other, then answered in unison. "That's fine. I don't want to." Ah. X4. The one who said didn't want to was Ryunosuke, while the one who said it was fine was AI. AI didn't expect to be rejected, she felt she wasn't bad-looking. On the other hand, Ryunosuke also didn't expect the girl would agree, truly beyond expectation. Arisu covered her mouth while laughing softly. Morishita-san just got dumped. AI who felt depressed began biting the straw and blowing bubbles into her drink, clearly she was sulking. Ryunosuke felt a bit awkward and immediately gave an explanation. "I have a big debt outside. Before that debt is paid off, I'm not considering entering into a romantic relationship. If not, that would be very unfair to the woman's side. I didn't expect Akasaka-kun to have such a high sense of responsibility." Arisu said in a teasing tone. "But don't worry. The Morishita family is very wealthy. Your small debt is to the Morishita family like just one feather on top of 9 oxen." Facing Arisu's teasing, Ryunosuke stirred the coffee in his glass with a spoon. His shadow was reflected on the coffee's surface. "I don't want to become a man who only relies on a woman's wealth, soft rice eater." The atmosphere instantly became quiet. That sentence truly stunned the 3 girls in front of him. Manami was the first to react, she immediately laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're so funny, Akasaka." Manami laughed while holding her stomach, even her tears almost came out. Ryunosuke's face began to heat up from embarrassment. "Why are you laughing? What's funny? I don't understand where the joke is. I just don't want to live off a woman's wealth, am I wrong?" Arisu also laughed softly. "Akasaka-kun does have a sense of responsibility, but after you know Morishita-san's family lineage and how rich they are, will you still say the same thing?" Hearing that, Ryunosuke felt confused. What's the big deal? Just because they're rich they can buy him? Sakayanagi seemed to understand Ryunosuke's thoughts and snapped her fingers. AI immediately understood and began introducing herself. "Akasaka-kun, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Morishita AI, the only daughter of the owner of Morishita International Company, Limited. This company is in the world's top 500, focused on virtual dive technology research and development of various large-scale games. We also do research on robotic exoskeleton frames to help people with disabilities regain function of their limbs. Our company has won international awards such as Germany's IF Design Award, America's IDEA Award, and Japan's Good Design Award to improve the quality of Japanese consumer consumption. We also received the G-Mark Design Award held by the Japan Industrial Design Promotion Organization, which is known as the Oscar of Eastern Design." Wait. Ryunosuke immediately interrupted. His heart began to not be able to handle hearing it. My God. What kind of family background is this? He had just rejected a rich woman. Was it too late to regret now? AI seemed to see the man's thoughts. She put her hands on her hips proudly while raising her head high. It's too late to regret now. This girl won't deign to eat back the grass that's been thrown away. Ryunosuke immediately went limp and lay face down on the table, shedding fictional tears of regret. In the past there was true love in front of me, but I didn't appreciate it. If God is still kind enough to give me another chance to live off a woman's wealth, I would definitely say 3 words to that girl, I love you. Arisu laughed freely. Akasaka-kun's love is truly cheap. In that case, shouldn't you also say it to me? Because my family background is no less than Morishita-san's. Me too. Manami also raised her hand and chimed in. Kamuro Manami. My family owns a biological hospital. Although not comparable to the 2 of them, the market value still reaches tens of billions. Ryunosuke looked at the 3 beautiful girls in front of him in shock. Right now, for him, whether they were beautiful or not was no longer important. Even if they were 3 ugly wild boars, he would consider them as beautiful as Jiao-chan. Manami furrowed her brow, sensing evil intent. Are you thinking something bad? Ahem, ahem. Ryunosuke coughed awkwardly and immediately changed the topic. I'm just shocked hearing your backgrounds. But by the way, in this school, is everyone at your level? Arisu laughed softly and answered Ryunosuke's curiosity. Rest assured. In this school, you can consider them as just ordinary students. They were all forced by their parents to this school to be educated into qualified successors. Whatever happens in this school, even if they receive unfair treatment, they won't sue for anything. Because their goal is to produce successors, not to raise spoiled social trash. If they can't even survive in this school, then their parents have to consider having a second child. Chapter 42, Morishita AI begins to be captivated. After hearing Arisu's explanation, Ryunosuke sneered dissatisfiedly. You rich people really have too much free time doing useless things. Arisu waved her finger. Can't say that. There are also ordinary students in this school. For example, the current Class A leader, Ichino's Hanami. She comes from an ordinary family and entered through the school's special invitation route. Of course, the school doesn't accept just anyone. They only accept talented people. This school won't nurture useless people. Really realistic, huh, this school? Ryunosuke murmured with feeling. Arisu considered that as it should be. The country spends so much money on this school, of course the purpose is to produce pillars of the nation. How could they waste money on useless people? The students at this school have all gone through various stages of strict selection throughout Japan. They are the best, or at least have very great potential. Just as Arisu was explaining how extraordinary this school was, Ryunosuke's phone received a message. It was a message informing him that the session had ended. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate to show it to Arisu. Arisu only glanced at it briefly then ignored it, as if it wasn't her class's business. Ryunosuke felt curious. Aren't you worried your class will spend 5 million personal points to save that person? It's only been 2 months since school started. Even if you don't eat and drink, your total points are only about 7 million. After deducting living costs and having to spend another 5 million, you'll have almost no money left. In this school, points are everything. It will affect your movements in the future, you know. However, Arisu waved her hand casually. No problem. If Katsuragi-kun really spends 5 million to save Tatsuka-kun, then that's what I hope for. Oh. This time it was Ryunosuke's turn to be interested. He was curious about what plan the other party was formulating. Arisu then unhesitatingly revealed her plan. If Katsuragi-kun really spends 5 million to save one person, then his position as class leader will be shaken, right? He and I each hold half of the number of students in the class. Through this incident, I can seize the class leader position more quickly. Regarding the loss of 5 million personal points, for me it's just a necessary means to achieve the goal. Lost is just lost. Lost points can be searched for again, but the opportunity to unite the class quickly may only come once. Arisu said meaningfully. Clearly, she was very confident in her plan this time. Based on her knowledge of Kohei, that man would definitely save Yihiko. Sure enough, as Arisu expected, Kohei chose to use 5 million personal points to save that person. And as a result, his position as sole leader could no longer be maintained. From now on, he wouldn't be able to resist Arisu anymore. Ryunosuke looked at Arisu with curiosity. You don't look like someone hungry for power. Why did your nature suddenly change drastically? The corner of Arisu's lips curved, forming a sweet smile. Because I met an interesting person. Someone worthy for me to face seriously. Arisu looked at him sharply. Clearly, the person she meant was Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke could only smile bitterly. Sakayanagi-san overestimates me. I'm not as great as you think, you don't need to face me that seriously. Arisu pointed her cane toward Ryunosuke, declaring war. This is war, Akasaka-kun. This is my war declaration, Sakayanagi Arisu, to you. I want to have a fair duel with you, that's why I can't wait to seize the class leader position. Even if it has to harm the class's own interests. If it were before, I wouldn't care about this trivial leader position. But now it's different. Because I have found prey that interests me greatly. Akasaka-kun, are you willing to accept my war declaration? Arisu's gaze was so deep, as if a cat stalking its prey and refusing to let go. Although she looked harmless, behind her cute appearance, she was a real Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ryunosuke didn't respond to her declaration, but also didn't refuse it. Before leaving, he gave one warning to the girl. If you want to challenge me, use points as the stakes. You know I really need money. As long as you have points in large amounts, I'll definitely take you on. The corner of Arisu's lips slowly curved. Then I'll work hard to make money, Akasaka-kun. Wait until I defeat you fairly another time. I won't lose again. Ryunosuke left, this time really left. Manami looked at these two crazy people with annoyed feelings. Crazy. You're all crazy. Sacrificing a big loss for the class just for something small like this, you're really not normal people. But Arisa didn't care. Komuro-san, there aren't many normal people in this school. You have to learn to adapt to the environment. Adapt what? I don't want to play with you crazy people. Manami grabbed her school bag and just left. She swore she wouldn't become crazy like them. Truly unreasonable. Arisa shook her head resignedly and stood slowly. Let's go, Morishita-san. She saw no reaction from her assistant and turned around confused. Right now, AI was still staring in the direction Ryunosuke left, unable to shift her gaze for a long time. Arisa took this opportunity to tease. Really captivated? AI nodded without denying. You could say that. After all, he's a partner who has the same frequency as me. If really together, it would definitely be very enjoyable. Arisa let out a long sigh. I already gave you a chance, but unfortunately the other party doesn't have thoughts in that direction for now. I know. AI snapped out of her reverie, held Arisa's hand, and took her away. This time you can serve me wholeheartedly, right? Even though I failed earlier. Arisa said in a meaningful tone. AI nodded softly as a sign of agreement. Good. Then please help me from now on, as my right and left hand. Happy to serve you, Sakayanagi-san. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke went to the student council room, specifically to see Manibu. He deliberately waited until everyone left and only left Manibu before entering. Manibu looked surprised seeing his arrival. Regarding your class's problem, I thought you would intervene, but didn't expect you chose to watch coldly. Ryunosuke approached the sofa and sat down. Don't talk like that. I intend to intervene, but after the incident. Oh. After the incident. Manibu's interest began to emerge. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ryunosuke threw a USB drive to him. Manibu caught it and was about to ask, but was immediately cut off by Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke stood with his hands in his pockets, his face remaining calm. Tonight at exactly 8:30. Remember, not a minute more, not a minute less. You must open this USB exactly at 8:30. After that, you'll know what to do. Don't ever open it early, it will ruin my plan. Manibu adjusted the position of his black-framed glasses. What's the benefit for me in this? Helping your sister, Susan, rise to the upper classes. Do you think that's enough? Okay, I'll help. Manibu gripped the USB tightly in his hand. I'll cooperate with you. At 8:30, not less, not more. Seeing that, Ryunosuke felt at ease and prepared to leave. Chapter 43, Time for Ryunosuke to act. Ryunosuke was worried that if he met Ryuen alone he would suffer losses, so he intended to bring two people who could fight as his bodyguards. First, he went to the library to meet Susan who was reviewing lessons, as well as Megumi who was also studying beside her. Currently, the relationship between Megumi and Susan had become very close, as if inseparable. Their relationship was very subtle, you could say friends but also not. It's just that Susan couldn't do anything against Megumi who had a very calm nature, so she let the girl follow her. While Megumi, in order to review lessons, kept sticking to Susan who had top-tier academic grades. Susan was truly helpless facing her, Megumi seemed to be her natural enemy. Just like the relationship between Yukinoshita Yukino and Yokohama Yui. The only difference was Megumi had a higher level, she held control over Susan very precisely and even found it enjoyable. Seeing Ryunosuke's arrival, both of them greeted him. Akasaka-kun, did you also come for extra studying? Megumi asked curiously. Susan only glanced at him briefly without sound, although her eyes also radiated curiosity. Ryunosuke pulled a chair beside them and sat facing them, then said in a resigned tone. I came to ask for Horikita's help. Susan's eyebrow raised. She put down her book and crossed her arms over her chest. Oh. Just say it. Seeing her reaction very similar to Manibu's, Ryunosuke muttered internally that they were indeed siblings, in some parts truly identical. Then he stated his request. I'm planning to meet Class C's leader, Ryuen, to discuss something. But I don't dare go alone, I need a bodyguard who can fight. Susan now understood his request. She propped her chin with her hand and began thinking. What business do you have with him? We just finished a debate session with Class C, and our relationship is not good. Meeting him at a time like this isn't a good idea. Ryunosuke didn't know the final result of that session yet, so he asked with curiosity. What was the result earlier this afternoon? Susan knew that the other party left midway and didn't know about it, so she began explaining. Chabashira-sensei spent 5 million personal points to save Yamauchi. Class B on the other hand was the same. Led by Katsuragi Kohei, they collected points from students totaling 5 million to save Tatsuka Yahiko. Both those classes could be said to have suffered major losses because of this problem. Especially Class B, they almost spent all their personal points. Oh right, this month's points have been distributed. Try checking. At Suzun's reminder, Ryunosuke took out his phone and looked at the points issued this month. Class A, Ichino's Hanami last month 915 points, this month plus individual exam 60 points, total 975 points. Class B, Katsuragi Kohei last month 855 points, this month plus individual exam 70 points, total 925 points. Class C, Ryuin Kakeru last month 490 points, this month plus individual exam 80 points, total 570 points. Class D, Hirata Yosuke last month 0 points, this month plus individual exam 87 points, total 87 points. The points received this month were 8,700 personal points. Ryunosuke put his phone back in his pocket, no need to look further, the important thing was he knew the result. Then he looked at Suzun and asked again. Suzun, can you fight? Don't call me Suzun. We're not that close. Suzun objected first before continuing. I've studied karate and grappling techniques. For normal one-on-one combat there's no problem. My limit is facing 3 to 4 people at once. Ryunosuke clapped. Amazing. Are you willing to come with me and be my bodyguard? Initially Suzun wanted to refuse because she didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters, but she remembered that previously she owed this man a favor. She decided to repay that debt of gratitude with this help. While thinking so, Suzun stood up and swept back her hair with an arrogant gaze. This time I'll go with you. Consider this payback for the exam question purchase matter back then. From now on, we're even. Ryunosuke stated no problem. Megumi also wanted to come along, but was refused by him with the reason it was too dangerous and not suitable for girls. Hearing that reason, Suzun's eyebrow raised. You mean, I'm not a girl? Ryunosuke hurriedly explained to avoid being hit by her. You're different, you're a woman who can fight and has the ability to protect herself. Kato doesn't. Suzun was forced to accept that reason and suggested Megumi not come along. However, Megumi said with an expressionless face. Someone with a thin presence like me, do you think they'll notice my presence? Ryunosuke and Suzun instantly fell silent. Thinking about it, she was right, with Megumi's level of presence like that, perhaps even while they were talking they could forget about her. Finally, unable to win the debate, they decided to bring her along. However, with a lineup like this, it still didn't feel safe. Ryunosuke planned to call for outside help again. He took out his phone and contacted someone. So. You called me in the middle of the night just for business like this? Ayanokuji looked expressionlessly at the one and only close friend, as well as troublesome friend, in front of him. He felt very resigned. Actually he didn't want to get involved, but because the man in front of him was the only friend he had openly at this school, as well as the most useful tool, he didn't want bad things to happen to him. Of course, Ryunosuke didn't let his friend work for free, he promised to give each of them 100,000 points as compensation after the matter was finished. However, Suzun flatly refused, sticking to her stance of repaying the debt of gratitude. Ryunosuke was happy because he could save 100,000 points. After everyone gathered and the timing felt right, Ryunosuke contacted Hiyori from Class C and asked her to make an appointment to meet with Ryuin. Would Ryuin be willing to come out? He was certain Ryuin would definitely come. Because he had sent a video clip to Hiyori, which contained a scene when Ryuin threatened Yamauchi. He happened to record it and this was truly a big profit for him. Since getting this recording, Ryunosuke had already planned this, that's why he didn't do anything during the debate session. His purpose was to let the target get fat before being slaughtered. After Ryuin got 10 million points from those two classes, he would extort back those 10 million points from Ryuin's hands. Truly perfect. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryuin was currently at a karaoke place, treating all his classmates to a big meal to celebrate their big victory. However, for some reason, his eyelid kept twitching non-stop. Strange, why do I have a bad feeling? His premonition soon became reality. Hiyori came with an awkward face and handed her phone to Ryuin. The contents of the message were sent by Ryunosuke. Hello. Ryuin Ko, I have good stuff here, do you want to see it? Message note, Sinful Money. The following is a video sent by Sinful Money, video. After watching that video, the veins in Ryuin's temple protruded. He wanted to smash that phone right then and there. But because it was Hiyori's phone, he held back with all his might. He stood angrily from the sofa. How could he have the appetite to celebrate now? His plan was exposed, and the opponent had video evidence. This was bad. Currently the time showed 7 p.m. Chapter 44, Time to Brawl, the brawl begins. The time showed 7:30 p.m. Inside a private KTV room. There were two groups of people facing each other. On one side was Ryuin's group, and on the other side was Ryunosuke. Both parties sat on opposing sofas with crossed legs. Ryuin's face was very gloomy, his chest felt tight from overflowing anger. He stared sharply at Ryunosuke in front of him, until his molars made sounds from strong grinding. Ayanokuji and Suzun stood on each side of Ryunosuke, while Megumi, like a hired assassin, had already slipped behind Ryuin. To be precise, because Megumi's presence was too low and she felt bored, she decided to circle around to the opponent's back. During that process, not a single person noticed her. Ayanokuji couldn't contain his envy. Very good. I also want to learn that technique, sometime I need to learn from Kato-san. The official negotiation began. Ryuin attacked first by slamming the table and shouting. You bastard. When did you install that camera? Ryunosuke spread his hands. Of course at night, how could I install it in broad daylight? Ryuin immediately fell silent, his breath ragged from emotion before finally he calmed himself down and sat back on the sofa. State your terms. What do you want for that video to be deleted? Seeing the opponent had entered the core of the conversation, Ryunosuke stopped playing around. In front of Ryuin, he took out 2 sets of contracts that had been prepared beforehand. Ryuin's eyebrow raised. Seems like you've been planning this for a long time, kid. Ryunosuke chuckled softly while swaying his crossed leg. Just looking for a meal, boss. You surely don't mind, right? Ryuin showed a cruel smile. He gave an eye signal to his subordinates to close the door, then said in a casual tone. Of course I don't mind. What could I possibly protest? As soon as the room door was tightly closed by his subordinates, Ryuin removed his mask and showed a fierce expression. Because you won't have a chance to protest anymore, kid. Attack. Finish them all. Ryuin waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to capture them. Ryunosuke showed an expression as if he had already expected this. I knew it. He then turned toward Ayanokuji and Suzun, waved his large hand, and shouted loudly. Attack. My trusted right and left hands. Suzun's forehead furrowed deeply. Who are you calling your right and left hands? Don't misunderstand first. Despite saying that, Suzun still moved forward to fight. Her opponents were 2 girls, one was Manabe Shiho, and the other was Ibuki Mio. Meanwhile, the literary girl, Shina Hiyori, had already sat calmly with Ryunosuke and chatted casually. Hiyori hugged her book, chatting relaxedly as if not caring that a war was happening before her eyes. Hiyori complained to Ryunosuke. You're really troubling me, Akasaka-kun. Where is that? I already tried to keep you out of it. Even in the video I sent, your face was already censored with mosaic and your voice was already specially processed. You won't be dragged into this problem. That's not what I meant. Hiyori saw both parties beginning to fight and let out a long sigh. I mean this, you made them fight. Ryunosuke shrugged resignedly. What else can I do? War between factions can't happen without casualties. Hiyori showed a resigned expression. Even though something like this could be avoided, but you instead chose the most aggressive way. I really don't know what to say about you. On the other side, Albert moved forward to face Ayanokuji, who had a height of 175 centimeters. Ayanokuji looked at the 2-meter-tall giant with an expressionless face, even had time to daydream. You're very tall. What did you eat to grow this big? Can you tell me? I also want to grow taller. Albert turned out to be honest enough to answer. Protein powder. Can protein powder make height increase? Ayanokuji asked, not understanding. Albert shook his head. No. But it can grow muscles. My height is from birth, so sorry, I can't answer your question because I don't know myself. I see. Ayanokuji put his hands in his pockets and said flatly. Then let's begin, I want to go home early to sleep. Albert nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'll finish this quickly. After that, he raised his sandbag-sized fist and swung it toward Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji remained expressionless, maintaining his hands in pockets position when facing Albert's fist. Albert threw a straight punch toward Ayanokuji's face. Ayanokuji tilted his head to dodge, then stepped forward quickly until he was right in front of Albert. His hand moved as fast as lightning in an open palm position, striking Albert's chin to trigger unconsciousness. After all, the human chin area is very fragile, just a little shock can cause brain concussion and cause fainting. That was his goal. Albert almost lost consciousness from that attack, but thanks to his strong physique, he was able to withstand that blow and tried to headbutt Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji was slightly surprised that the opponent didn't faint. He then rotated to avoid that headbutt, jumped into the air, and released a kick to Albert's neck, knocking him backward. His leg was still hanging in the air while his gaze stared coldly at the fallen Albert. Albert crawled out from the pile of destroyed goods and rotated his stiff neck. Ayanokuji slowly lowered his leg and sighed internally. Seems like I need to add a bit more power. This person has thick skin, if the force is too weak, he won't be able to be knocked unconscious. On the other side, Susan was also fighting against two girls. Shiho threw a hard kick toward her face. Susan used both her hands to block, but she was still pushed back several steps. Seeing her opponent pushed back, Shiho became too enthusiastic and charged forward alone. Susan took advantage of that momentum by swinging her school bag right toward the girl's temple, then followed up with an aerial kick that sent Shiho flying 3 or 4 meters away. Shiho's face kissed the floor, blood began flowing from her cheek. Clearly that kick was no joke. Susan didn't hold back, she indeed didn't have the luxury to do that. Susan rotated her ankle, then looked at the other enemy, namely Ibuki. Ibuki was also warming up her ankle with an expression full of enthusiasm. Chapter 45, Determining Victory. Your leg skills are pretty good, Ibuki said with an enthusiastic expression. She herself was an expert in fighting using legs. She could see at a glance whether her opponent had real ability or not, that's why she felt very enthusiastic. Finally she met a girl her age who was also a martial arts practitioner. Ibuki stepped forward quickly, immediately launching a high kick and using her knee to strike Susan's stomach. Susan winced, both her hands protecting her ribs to withstand that strong knee strike. Immediately after, she hugged the opponent's knee tightly, using her body's momentum to push Ibuki's stomach, and charged forward. Ibuki, who was caught off guard, was forcibly pushed by Susan until she hit the wall. Susan used her wrist to press the opponent's neck, trying to make Ibuki faint from lack of oxygen. Ibuki's face turned bright red from shortness of breath, she almost lost consciousness. Suddenly, Shiho stood up trembling. After seeing the bruise on her forehead, she truly exploded in anger. My face. You dare damage my face. Shiho immediately rammed her body toward Susan. Seeing that, Susan was forced to release her hands and dodge. Ibuki was saved. She sat on the floor panting for fresh air, earlier she really almost fainted. Her opponent was indeed not simple. Shiho tried to charge like a wild bull, but Susan very easily dodged. With her agile body movements, she shifted to the side so Shiho couldn't touch her at all. Shiho gritted her teeth and took out a stun gun. Die, Horikita Susan. Clearly she had lost her mind to the point of taking out a stun gun. That item should be used by girls for self-protection from harassment, but instead Shiho used it to fight. Susan was also very wary of that electric shock device, so she kept dodging and didn't dare approach. Relying on that stun gun, Shiho attacked at close range without fear. Susan glanced at a chair beside her. She immediately grabbed that chair and smashed it toward the opponent. The chair shattered into pieces, clearly she didn't hold back. Shiho fell to the floor with her head covered in blood and immediately fainted. Susan immediately approached her to check her pulse. After making sure the girl was still breathing, she felt relieved. Earlier, in self-defense, she really didn't hold back, and indeed couldn't. Because if she didn't quickly take down her opponent, she would be delayed while Ibuki could recover and join the fight, which would be very disadvantageous for her. That was Susan's assessment. Now on the battlefield only Ibuki, who had just recovered, remained. Susan didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. In one-on-one combat, she had never lost. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ayanokuji gripped Albert's face with one hand. Currently, Albert was covered in blood from Ayanokuji's punches. He sat on the floor, and only because of Ayanokuji's wrist strength gripping his face was he not immediately collapsed to the floor. One could imagine how terrifying Ayanokuji's arm strength was. Lifting a person with such a large body with just one hand was truly a horrifying sight. Seeing his opponent had lost consciousness, Ayanokuji released his grip. Albert immediately fell face down and fainted. Seeing that, Ryuin's eyelid twitched strongly. Even though the opponent was only 2 people, he brought dozens of people here. Why had none of his subordinates come forward to help? Ryuin turned confusedly toward his subordinates and was shocked when he found them all already mysteriously fainted on the floor. Oi, what's wrong with you all? Who did this? Only then did Ryuin realize there was one more person. A bob-haired girl holding a stun gun, she was Kato Megumi. Megumi pressed the stun gun button with a calm gaze. The device made an electric spark sound that made Ryuin's hair stand on end. When did this girl appear behind him? Why didn't he notice her at all? Eh? Where is she? Megumi's figure disappeared again from Ryuin's view. Ryuin was shocked beyond belief. He began to doubt whether he was facing a ghost, because a living human had just disappeared right before his eyes. Actually, it wasn't like that. Megumi deliberately hid her presence, thus creating that magical effect. In fact, even without hiding, her presence was indeed difficult to detect. If she was slightly serious about hiding her presence, she really was no different from a top-class hired assassin. That's how Megumi circled to the opponent's back, casually using the stun gun to incapacitate them one by one. Not a single person noticed her in the chaos, and that was quite terrifying. No wonder Ryuin felt scared, he thought he was facing a ghost. For him fighting with humans was normal, but if fighting with ghosts, better not, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ayanokuji, who saw his enemies were finished, turned towards Suzun, who hadn't finished her fight. Need help, Horikita? Suzun, who was fighting fiercely with the bookie, furrowed her brow and answered without turning. No need. Ayanokuji shrugged. If not needed, then fine. Then with a calm gaze he sat back on the sofa, right beside Ryunosuke. Currently, Ryunosuke was engrossed in chatting with Hiyori about book contents. Hiyori was even made to laugh softly by him, showing a sweet smile. Ayanokuji commented with a flat face. We're over there fighting to the death, while you're here happily chatting with a pretty girl. Do you think that's appropriate? The two stopped chatting. Hiyori's face reddened, she felt a bit embarrassed. She had even forgotten that these people came to cause trouble with her class, yet she was chatting intimately with their leader. She felt guilty seeing her classmates lying defeated. She looked at Ryunosuke and pleaded. Stop, Akasaka-kun. We're willing to negotiate with you. Ryunosuke waved his hand resignedly. It's not that I don't want to stop, but at least let Horikita finish her fight. Everyone just realized that almost all the fights in that room had ended. Megumi incapacitated dozens of minions without a single injury, like an elite hired assassin, killing without being seen, although of course she didn't kill anyone, just incapacitated them with an electric shock device. Megumi walked beside Ryunosuke, clearly showing that this man was her leader. Now only Suzun remained unfinished. Seeing only herself left, she didn't want to waste any more time. Suddenly she unleashed full power, kicking Ibuki until she fell face down. She immediately approached her, grabbed Ibuki's hair, and slammed her head to the floor. Bam, 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 bam. Hearing that hard impact sound, Ryunosuke and the other two people shuddered in horror seeing Suzun's ferocity. To win quickly, Suzun used quite an extreme method because she felt pressured by her ego that didn't want to be the last to finish. Immediately after Ibuki lost consciousness, Suzun released her. She tidied herself up, crossed her arms over her chest, and returned to Ryunosuke's side, again reinforcing Ryunosuke's position as leader in this group. Now, all the people on Ryunosuke's side had gathered. On the opponent's side, only the lone commander remained, Ryuen Kakeru. Ryuen sat on the opposite sofa with the corner of his lips twitching uncontrollably. He really felt he had hit a steel wall today. What kind of people was he facing? The opponent wasn't injured in the slightest, while his subordinates were completely wiped out. This is Class D. You must be joking, right? Chapter 46, Agreement Reached, Pocketing 10 million Personal Points Profit. Ryunosuke sat in front of Ryuen, crossing his legs in a very arrogant style. Truly a very prominent posture. Of course, after going through the trouble of hiring two thugs, if he didn't show off now, there might not be another chance. Across from him, Ryuen, who was now alone, looked at the opponent's team that wasn't injured in the slightest, the corner of his lips twitching. Who said Class D was the most useless trash? Come out here. Damn, something like this is called trash. Then doesn't that make Class A trash above trash? Right now Ryuen really wanted to smoke a cigarette to relieve the pressure in his heart. How could the pressure not be great? The entire opposing team was staring at him sharply, even his own tactician had already crossed to the opponent's side. Hiyori, who was sitting on the opponent's side, also felt somewhat awkward. She didn't expect the situation would turn out like this. Actually she intended to return to Ryuen's side, but her hand was held very dominantly by Ryunosuke. Hiyori looked at her held hand, her face turned bright red, and she remained silent. Ryunosuke himself didn't have any ulterior thoughts, he just didn't want Hiyori to give advice or strategy to Ryuen, because that could disrupt his next plan. Ryunosuke stared straight at the Class C leader, the corner of his lips lifting to form a mocking smile. Now we can sit and talk nicely, right? Ryuen Kakeru. Ryuen wiped the cold sweat seeping on his forehead, then forced a smile. Of course we can, let's talk nicely. Why use violence? That really damages ethics. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes. Weren't you the one who started first? How dare you say that? Ryuen felt awkward. He also didn't expect the opponent was actually very good at fighting. If he had known from the start, he wouldn't have rashly attacked. Ryuen cleared his throat, his gaze became serious. Just say it, how do you want to resolve this privately? Regarding that video recording, what conditions do you propose? Ryunosuke no longer acted casually and began responding seriously. After all, this concerned money, there must be no carelessness. He held up one finger. 10 million personal points. The trap video of Yamauchi Haruki along with its data will be deleted by me, and we'll sign a contract so you can be assured I won't suddenly betray. He handed the contract draft to Ryuen. This time Ryuen was forced to read it. The contents weren't strange, just a private settlement worth 10 million points bound by contract. If one party reneged, the contract would immediately become invalid. Although there wasn't written a high-risk sanction like dropout if violated, just simply returning the points that had been received, this actually made Ryuen feel disturbed. This proved that if the opponent wanted to cancel the agreement, they only needed to return the points they got without having to pay other heavy penalties. This greatly limited his movement. Because as long as the opponent held this ace card, they could betray at any time. If in the future Ryuen attacked Class D again, there was no guarantee the opponent wouldn't use that video again. If so, this would become an endless problem. Ryunosuke understood the opponent's concerns. This contract was indeed deliberately made like that. Besides making Ryuen annoyed so he wouldn't dare randomly attack Class D because he felt bound, this contract also had another function. He prepared 2 traps for Ryuen to step on. No matter which one was stepped on, he would still profit, just a matter of small profit or big profit. Sure enough, Ryuen didn't think too long and prepared to sign the contract. What could he do? He clearly couldn't win fighting against them, so he was forced to accept this loss. Moreover, the price was set at exactly 10 million points, the amount he had just obtained today from Class B and Class D. Clearly this was deliberate. This bastard. With a very unwilling heart, Ryuen prepared to sign the contract. Ryunosuke took out his pen and handed it over. Ryuen didn't notice anything wrong and immediately affixed his large signature. The corner of Ryunosuke's lips curved, showing a meaningful smile, then he took the pen and signed it in front of Ryuen. Up to here, Ryuen sighed in relief and immediately transferred 10 million personal points that he hadn't even had time to enjoy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He, Ryuen Kakeru, had never experienced such a big loss. He stared sharply at Ryunosuke and let out a rough breath. The contract has been signed, you can leave now, right? Please go, I won't escort you. Ryuen impatiently shooed them away, clearly giving an eviction order. Ryunosuke didn't care about his attitude and stood to leave. Before leaving, he took out a book from inside his clothes and handed it to Hiyori, who was still sitting on the sofa. Hiyori didn't know what book it was, but reflexively she received it with both hands. This. Ryunosuke smiled meaningfully. This is something you've been waiting for, and there's also a bonus. Hiyori immediately opened that book happily, as if confirming something. Before long, she smiled broadly. Thank you, Akasaka-kun. I really like this book. Inside there's not only the 3rd volume of 5 centimeters per second, but there's also a new manuscript. Is this your new novel? Hiyori asked curiously. Ryunosuke nodded. That's a manuscript I just finished writing titled Your Lie in April. If you like it, please help me send it for publication. Hiyori understood what he meant. Ryunosuke wanted her to write a recommendation letter so her father would help speed up his novel's publication process. Hiyori smiled sweetly. Which book does Akasaka-kun want to publish? Is it the completed 5 centimeters per second? I can write a recommendation letter and state that it's my recommendation. I'm sure at my father's publishing house, they'll give you a green lane to speed up the verification process. Then please help me, Shina-san. Later I'll give you 500,000 points as service compensation. Hiyori shook her head. I don't need points. You just need to let me read manuscripts you write earlier than others. That's the only compensation I ask. Hiyori's request was already in Ryunosuke's calculations. For a girl who only liked reading books, extraordinary works from his original world were the best bait to captivate her. Although utilizing Hiyori like this felt somewhat wrong, but because he had a very large debt, Ryunosuke was forced to use the girl's connections first. In the future he would find a way to repay her kindness. That's what Ryunosuke thought. At the same time, he felt a bit guilty for having utilized the girl. And Hiyori probably also realized it. However, even so, she was still willing to help just for the great works in Ryunosuke's hands. She was willing to be utilized. Both Ryunosuke and Hiyori were intelligent people. But precisely because of that, Ryunosuke began to feel a strange flutter toward a girl as great as Hiyori. Ryunosuke shook his head and smiled bitterly internally. I really, could actually be captivated. But thinking about it, it was natural, who wouldn't be captivated by a girl willing to be utilized without the slightest complaint? A girl as sincere as Hiyori, Ryunosuke even felt he didn't deserve to have her. Hiyori didn't know what the other party was thinking. She just wanted to read books, works by Ryunosuke. Even if she was utilized, she was willing to do it because those books were really very good. That was Hiyori's reason for helping him sincerely. Chapter 47, beginning the second phase of the plan. Hiyori waved a reluctant farewell to Ryunosuke, who was walking away. Meanwhile, beside her, Ryuen's face looked pitch black. He put his hands in his pockets angrily, then just turned and left. But that was natural. He had gone through the trouble of extorting 10 million personal points, but in the end he instead became a tool for others to gain profit. How could he not be angry? What was most annoying was his own tactician. That girl instead sided with outsiders and showed an expression as if reluctant to part. This was clearly already falling into the opponent's trap. His tactician's heart might have already been captivated by that man. Damn it. Thinking about this made Ryuan's fists make sounds from strong grinding. When had he ever been treated like this? Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class D, just you wait. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke, who saw 10 million personal points already in hand, didn't feel too happy. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he might have to sacrifice this money to get far more money. From the beginning, he had prepared two plans. The first plan was finished, so now it was time for the second plan to begin. The money from the first plan might have to be sacrificed for the second plan to reap bigger profits. That's why he didn't care too much, because these points might disappear soon. Suzun, who was standing beside him holding her school bag, prepared to say goodbye to Ryunosuke. If there's no other business, I'll go first. This incident I consider as repayment for the debt about the exam back then. From now on, we're even. Suzun's words were so firm, as if wanting to draw a clear boundary line with Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke understood that Suzun's nature was like that. However, for the sake of the next plan, he still wanted Suzun to stay a bit longer. Suzun, stay a bit longer. It's still too early to leave now. Didn't I tell you not to call me Suzun? We're not that close. Despite saying that, Suzun still chose to stay, then asked confusedly. Isn't the business finished? Facing Suzun's question, Ryunosuke nodded without hesitation. It's not finished yet. This has just begun. After saying that, Ryunosuke showed the contract that had just been signed to Suzun. Suzun felt strange, but she took that contract and observed it carefully. She was startled when she realized that the name in the signature column had disappeared. Her pupils instantly shrank. She looked at him with an incredulous expression. She now understood what happened. This man used some kind of invisible ink pen that would disappear after some time. Because Ryunosuke did this, it meant he intended to break his promise. And if he broke his promise, then those 10 million personal points wouldn't be his to keep, because they had to be returned or considered illegal. Suzun looked at the men in front of her as if asking, what are you actually planning? Ryunosuke shrugged. What else but for more money? As well as preparation for Class D to rise to Class C. That's why I asked you not to leave. As the Class D leader in the public eye, you have to help until the end, right? Suzun lowered the contract in her hand. If it's as you say, then I indeed shouldn't leave. Say it, what else do you want to do? Suzun crossed her arms over her chest. I'll accompany you to the end on this dark path. Besides, we can already be considered accomplices, conspirators. In that case, thank you very much for the cooperation, Horikita-san. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, the student council president's office. The time showed exactly 8:30 p.m., the time Ryunosuke requested of the student council president to open the USB drive. Manibu deftly inserted the USB into the computer. He saw the video contents inside, and his eyes emitted sharp flashes of light. Manibu adjusted the position of his glasses. It seemed he already understood what Ryunosuke wanted to do. He took the microphone device beside him and made a broadcast throughout the school. To Ryuan Kakeru from Class C and his homeroom teacher, please immediately come to the student council room. There is urgent business that must be discussed. Please arrive before 9 p.m., thank you. After that, he turned off the broadcast and waited for the people from Class C to arrive. He propped his chin with his hand on the desk, radiating an aura of wisdom. Akasaka Ryunosuke, let me see how far your abilities go. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Elsewhere, Ryunosuke and the others also heard that broadcast. They had just left the KTV at 8:20 p.m., and now it was 8:30 p.m., only a 10-minute difference. Ryunosuke sighed in relief. Seems like next time I need to give a longer time gap. If we hadn't made it out in time, it could have been bad. Right, the reason he asked Manibu to open the USB at 8:30 p.m. was to give time for himself to finish the transaction and leave. Ryunosuke calculated that 8:30 p.m. was the right time. He was afraid that if Ryuan heard this broadcast earlier, he would immediately suspect him, and if the contract hadn't been signed, or the ink hadn't disappeared yet, his plan could fall apart. This way, when Manibu saw the USB contents, he knew what to do. As an intelligent person, even if Ryunosuke didn't say much, he would definitely understand. Suzun, who heard her brother's voice in that broadcast, felt her heart pounding hard. She looked at Ryunosuke in panic. Is my brother also involved in this? Her lips trembled, clearly she felt emotional. She didn't expect her brother to participate. Did her brother see all her behavior earlier? Thinking about that, Suzun's tough nature immediately vanished. She changed into like a sweet neighbor's little sister, nervously gripping the edge of her skirt. Megumi, who noticed that anxiety, approached beside Suzun and wrapped around her arm, trying to relieve the pressure the girl felt. Apparently this method was very effective. Suzune immediately calmed down again and looked at Megumi with gratitude. Thank you. Megumi gave a faint smile. You're welcome, Horikita-san. Besides, we're friends. Hearing the word friends, Suzune's cheeks instantly blushed red from embarrassment. She really was helpless facing Megumi. That girl seemed to be her natural enemy who knew how to control her precisely. But she didn't hate her. Before long, the group of 4 arrived at the student council president's office. The student council president sat in the main chair. On the left side sat Ryuen from Class C with his homeroom teacher, Sakagami Kazuma. While the right side was clearly reserved for Ryunosuke's group. Seeing her brother sitting in the main chair, Suzune reflexively bowed her head. As if she felt ashamed if her brother saw this useless sister. After all, her brother was in Class A while she was in Class D, that was clearly embarrassing for her brother. If only I had a hat right now, Suzune thought. Suddenly she felt something on her head, it was Megumi's beret. Before Suzune could react, Megumi's calm voice was heard. Don't worry, Horikita-san. Use my beret to cover your face. Suzune looked at her with full gratitude. Thank you, Kato-san. Suzune's face blushed with embarrassment. Megumi only smiled faintly. No problem, we're friends after all. Megumi wrapped around her arm. Suzune was only startled for a moment but didn't refuse. Manibu saw all that and couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed his sister had already gotten a very good friend. However, outwardly, he still showed a very serious expression, as if he was a judge who had no feelings. Really a stiff person. Even though he loves his sister so much, what a siscon. Ryunosuke sneered internally. He could barely stand watching the interaction of these equally stiff siblings. Truly troublesome. Chapter 48, Class C Homeroom Teacher, Sakagami Kazuma. Come on, Kato-san, let's sit down quickly. Suzune, who felt embarrassed, slowly released her hand from Megumi's grip and sat down. However, Megumi still acted clingy and also sat beside her, again wrapping around Suzune's arm very intimately. Suzune felt helpless. She really couldn't resist facing Megumi, but because she didn't hate this feeling, she just let it be. Manibu's serious face for the first time showed a faint relieved smile. Unfortunately, it was only momentary and no one noticed it, except Ryunosuke, who had been watching him all along. Ryunosuke sneered internally again. What an acute siscon, beyond saving. Before long, the second round of battle against Class C began. Ryuen put his hands in his pockets and with very displeased feelings put his feet up on the table, completely not caring that he was currently in the student council room. Currently in the student council room there was only the student council president, Manibu, alone. This was his deliberate action to give silent support to Ryunosuke, doing cooperation from inside and outside. In short, he and Ryunosuke were in the same boat. For his sister's sake, he needed to help that man. And the condition for that man to help his sister was that he had to provide assistance in the form of a back channel. Everything in this world indeed couldn't escape from connections. If there were no insiders in top positions, then even stepping forward would be difficult. This was Ryunosuke's cleverness. By using Manibu's younger sister, he forced the student council president to board the same pirate ship. If Ryunosuke was caught, the student council president's actions in opening the back channel would also be exposed. At the lightest it was dismissal from the student council president position, at the heaviest it was expulsion from school. So, Manibu actually had no other choice. Since he started helping Ryunosuke, he was already trapped. Sakagami Kazuma, Class C's homeroom teacher, saw his student put his feet on the table and gave a soft warning. Put your feet down, Ryuen. This is the student council room, not your place to rule. Getting a warning from his homeroom teacher, Ryuen gave a little respect and lowered his feet. After all, this teacher had helped him dominate the class quickly, so he had to give him a little face. Manibu raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to calm down. Then he inserted the USB given by Ryunosuke into the computer and displayed it on the student council's special projector screen. The video that appeared was the scene where Ryuen designed a trap to eliminate Tatsuka Yahiko from Class B. How could Ryuen not know who did this? He looked at Ryunosuke with full resentment and immediately pointed at him while cursing harshly. You bastard. You son of AB*TCH. You and. Ryunosuke picked his ear, clearly not taking those curses to heart. He spat lightly with a dismissive tone and spread his hands casually. Let's talk logically, okay? The content of our previous transaction was about Yamauchi, and that matter is finished. Now what we're talking about is Tatsuka Yahiko from Class B, which has absolutely nothing to do with the previous matter. So don't curse anymore, I won't listen to it. After that, Ryunosuke stuck out both his middle fingers and plugged his own ears, signaling he didn't want to hear turtle sounds. Ryuen laughed from anger. You're even interfering in Class B's affairs? You really act like a hero. Ryunosuke immediately objected unhappily. Heh. Don't talk like that. As long as there's money to be made, then it's my business. Even though this is Class B's problem, I can use this to get additional income, so of course it becomes my business. Ryunosuke's very shameless statement truly shocked everyone present. Especially Ayanokuji. This person really worships money, huh? He thought internally. At the same time, he again strengthened his resolve to make this man a tool. This person was really too useful. Had brains, had tactics, didn't need to be worried about it all, just let him run wild. Occasionally if he was in danger then help him, the rest he could handle himself. Where else could he find a tool this useful? Ayanokuji almost fell in love with Ryunosuke's usefulness. Of course what was meant wasn't love for the person, but for his function as a practical tool. Facing Ryunosuke's very shameless attitude, Ryuen couldn't do anything. Because the opponent had a video, absolute evidence. This couldn't be hidden, so he could only swallow this loss once again and listen to what the opponent's conditions were. Ryunosuke immediately proposed his conditions. 20 million personal points. This matter can be settled privately. If not, then Ryuen, who is involved in this matter, along with several of his henchmen, a total of 7 people, all must be expelled from school. Hearing Ryunosuke's unilateral conditions, Kazuma gritted his teeth. This was clearly aimed at him, because only he was capable of spending that much money. That's why the student council called him here. Really a great tactic. This was absolutely not a tactic that a student should have. Not only fast and accurate, but also very cruel and sharp. Kazuma clenched his fists. He was very suspicious that the kid in front of him had already calculated how much money he had. Because in his point wallet, currently he only had exactly 21.2 million personal points. This wasn't a coincidence. This kid must know through the student council that he had been teaching at this school for 5 years. And he also had an unspeakable transaction with the current Class A homeroom teacher, Hashinomiya Chie, meaning a transaction regarding class promotion. Don't think strange things. So, most likely the opponent knew the amount of his salary through Chie, then roughly calculated that he had about 20 million personal points. This was really cruel. This kid wanted to drain his entire fortune and only leave him with pocket change. Really sadistic. However, outwardly, Kazuma said in a gentle tone. Let's discuss this, Akasaka-kun. I really can't spend those 20 million personal points, can the price still go down? Ryunosuke instead swayed his leg while holding nail clippers, cutting his nails casually without looking up. Then prepare to lose your students, Sakagami-sensei. If I remember correctly, expelling one person means a 300 class point reduction. This time there are about 7 people involved. It seems if this continues, you'll directly fall to Class D. Ryunosuke said in a mocking tone. The corner of Kazuma's lips twitched. What the opponent said was true, he had no room to negotiate, full control was in their hands. Kazuma let out a long sigh. I understand. I'll spend those 20 million personal points. You'll release my class, right? After saying that sentence, Kazuma's back, which was originally straight, now slightly hunched, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. After all, that was his salary for 5 years. 5 years. That meant he had worked in vain for 5 years, but he had no choice. The opponent held sufficiently strong evidence, even if he wanted to defend himself it was already useless. Moreover, it was already clear the student council president was on the opponent's side, otherwise how could he be willing to lead this meeting alone? He definitely came to take sides unilaterally. All sides were dead ends, better to just accept it resignedly so everything would finish quickly. Kazuma let out a long sigh. How could he be destroyed so badly by a student? Was this because of luck that the kid accidentally recorded him, or was it indeed planned from the beginning? If it was planned from the beginning, then this child was too terrifying. He would have to stake out for a full month for this to be possible. He hoped more that this child was just lucky, rather than the second option. Because if it was the second, then better just give up. This child was no longer at a level that ordinary people could face. Chapter 49, Destroying Class C. Kazuma immediately transferred 20 million personal points to save Ryuen and 6 others from the threat of dropping out. Ryunosuke saw the points he received, added with the previous 10 million points, now he held 30 million points. If added with his personal savings of 4 million plus, the total became 34 million points. His steps to pay off his debt were getting closer, but... He glanced toward Manibu, and Manibu also looked back as if waiting for something. Resignedly, Ryunosuke was forced to execute the third plan, which meant he had to give up losing the previous 10 million points. He called Kazuma and Ryuen, who had just been about to leave. Both of them instantly stopped their steps. Suddenly a bad feeling crept from their spine up to the top of their heads. Sure enough, Ryunosuke's next words proved their premonition. His voice that sounded like a devil's whisper entered Kazuma's ears again, making the man's face pale with horror. I forgot to tell you, Ryuen-kun. The first contract we signed earlier is invalid. Now, I will sue you about the Yamauchi matter. Ryunosuke waved the contract sheet in his hand. It was the contract about Yamauchi written using invisible ink pen. When Ryuin was about to curse nonsense, Ryunosuke gave a warning in a friendly tone. I suggest you look carefully at that contract. Is your name and my name still there? Ryuin's pupils enlarged. It seemed he realized something. He hurriedly took out his copy of the contract and checked it. Instantly, his expression froze. Seeing Ryuin's reaction, Kazuma knew something was wrong. Ryuin looked at Ryunosuke with an extremely hateful gaze, as if wanting to skin him alive. You bastard. From the beginning you already planned this. In front of everyone, Ryuin tore the contract into small pieces and scattered them in the meeting room. However, he didn't feel sorry at all, because that contract was indeed already useless, just a blank sheet of paper. Ryunosuke yawned softly. He also tore the contract in his hand into two parts and said expressionlessly. From the beginning that was indeed my plan. First, making a transaction with you to buy time to achieve a certain goal, while also dulling your vigilance. The second purpose is to transact about Tatsuka Yahiko from Class B. Using video evidence of you trapping him to extort personal points again. Of course, this time my target is your teacher. Because you students couldn't possibly spend 20 million points. When Kazuma was about to hurl curses, Ryunosuke stopped him. I'm not finished talking, don't interrupt me. Damn it. Kazuma almost vomited blood from the tightness. He sat limply in the chair with an empty gaze at the ceiling, his mouth kept muttering unclearly. Gone, it's all gone. Class C is truly destroyed. Kazuma understood the situation very well. Although Ryunosuke released 10 million points, because the contract was cancelled and he would report the case officially, in return 7 people from Class C would be expelled. 1 person expelled meant a 300 class point reduction. Just 2 people were enough to make class points 0, let alone 7 people. This was the reason Kazuma felt desperate. The opponent not only extorted him for 20 million points, but also destroyed the entire Class C. Starting next month, his class would directly plummet to Class D, while the old Class D position would rise to Class C. This was no longer killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but the benefits Ryunosuke got were already countless. And the reason Manibu helped him, most likely because there were benefits for his sister, Suzune. Thinking about it, it was indeed reasonable. After all they were siblings, Manibu surely wanted his sister to quickly rise in class and live a better life. Although usually appearing indifferent, actually he always paid attention to his sister. Kazuma laughed coldly with a bitter tone. Great tactics. For all the years I've been teaching, this is the first time I've met a monster like you. Thank you very much for the praise, sensei. I'm not praising you, bastard. Kazuma stood angrily, grabbed Ryunosuke's collar, and forcibly lifted him up. Manibu and Suzune intended to prevent it, but Ryunosuke signaled them to be quiet. He instead provoked the Class C homeroom teacher with a mocking smile. You dare hit me? Coward. Kazuma, who had already lost his sanity from emotion, completely didn't realize that it was a provocation trap. He immediately threw his fist at Ryunosuke's face. Ryunosuke fell backwards and remained lying expressionlessly on the floor while waving his hand toward Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji understood his meaning. He immediately lifted Kazuma with one hand, threw him to the side, then looked at Ryunosuke, who was still lying down. Did you achieve your goal? Ayanokuji asked flatly. Ryunosuke was slightly surprised. You know what I want to do? I can guess a little. Ayanokuji answered in a calm tone. Ryunosuke didn't show excessive surprise. After all, the man in front of him was the highest masterpiece from the White Room. He patted the dust on his clothes, stood up, then stared coldly at Kazuma. He took out a pinhole camera hidden in his chest brooch. Instantly, Kazuma's face became deathly pale. He could already guess the end of his fate. Ryunosuke handed the camera to the student council president. With this thing, can this teacher be eliminated from this school? Your words are truly terrifying, Secretary Akasaka. Manibu received the camera while still finding time to comment cynically. You're really cruel, even a teacher you play in the palm of your hand. But your words are correct, with this, that's more than enough. Hearing that, Kazuma knelt desperately. He hugged Manibu's leg and pleaded pitifully. Please release me. Whatever you want I'll give. I can give 70% of my future salary to you, please don't let me leave this school, I beg you. Manibu kicked him away disgustedly and said coldly. You're no longer a teacher at this school. I will report it officially, wait for the notification letter. A teacher who hits a student is something that absolutely will not be tolerated by the board of directors chairman. Prepare to pack your things and leave. After saying that, Manibu left with an authoritative style, leaving the desperate Kazuma and the dark-faced Ryuin. Ryunosuke didn't care about what happened next. After all, what needed to be done was done, money that needed to be taken was taken, and people who needed to be protected were protected. Speaking of that, Ryunosuke remembered Hiyori. Well, in the end he was still carried away by feelings. Ryunosuke walked in front with his hands in his pockets, leading with Megumi in the middle, Suzun on the left side, and Ayanokuji on the right side. Like a king, he left with a very cool style. The three people behind him also followed like loyal followers without a single complaint. Chapter 50, Private Meeting with Manibu Horikita. Ryuen stared at Ryunosuke's back that was slowly moving away. As if having made up his mind, he turned toward Kazuma beside him and asked. Hey, I have a way to save the others. Only I need to leave the school, help me a little. As soon as Ryuen turned around, he saw that Class C's homeroom teacher had lost all his fighting spirit. Instantly, the veins on his forehead protruded like coiled dragons, as if about to burst from anger. What's the use of wallowing here? Stand up and carry out your responsibility as a teacher, bastard. Ryuen snapped while shaking Kazuma's limp body. Kazuma looked at him with a rigid gaze. His eyes were teary, clearly he was already destroyed by too much pressure, he was finished. TCH. Ryuen clicked his tongue in annoyance before asking again. Sakagami-sensei, I'm asking you, if I bear all the blame alone, can the others avoid dropping out? Kazuma opened his mouth rigidly. It took a long time for him to produce sound with trembling lips. If you are the main mastermind, and the others only acted because they were threatened, most likely they'll be free from dropping out, but the class point reduction still can't be avoided. That's enough. Ryuen released Kazuma. He had already gotten the answer he wanted and prepared to say goodbye to his subordinates. He no longer wanted to pay attention to this useless teacher. For him, Kazuma's current condition was no different from a mentally disabled person. Ryuen put his hands in his pockets and left the place, leaving Kazuma sitting limply while continuing to ramble, it's all gone, repeatedly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Manibu privately sought out Ryunosuke and invited him to meet on the school rooftop. Ryunosuke decided to go fulfill that invitation, while also forcibly dragging along Suzun who was reluctant to come. Suzun struggled with all her might, clearly showing she didn't want to go. She felt afraid her brother would hate her. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue softly and gave her a sincere warning. You just hide on the side and eavesdrop. I'll make you hear the words you've wanted to hear all this time. Instantly Suzun stopped struggling. She turned her face away with a tsundere style. Don't act as if you understand me so well. Despite talking like that, clearly Suzun now wanted to come along. Ryunosuke sneered internally. Obviously understands, what a brocon. Suzun stepped on Ryunosuke's foot again, even deliberately twisting her heel, making Ryunosuke grimace in pain. The atmosphere between the two of them felt very subtle, making Megumi who was standing beside them feel very envious. How nice. I also want to joke around like that with Akasaka-kun. Beside them, Ayanokuji approached at an inappropriate time. He patiently wanted to ask Megumi how to learn that disappearing ability. Megumi answered with a flat face. Ayanokuji-kun, that's not a disappearing ability. That's my body constitution since birth, it can't be taught to others. I see. Ayanokuji showed a disappointed expression. For him, if he had that divine technique, even if after graduating school he was forced back to the White Room, he could escape again this way. Unfortunately he hoped for too much, Megumi's assassin technique couldn't be learned by him. Megumi's eyes glinted slightly. It seems you're thinking something very impolite, Ayanokuji-kun. Ayanokuji's eyes instantly sparkled. Can this mind-reading ability be taught? It can't, Ayanokuji-kun. Ayanokuji and Megumi left that place while chatting. They were very aware they shouldn't interfere in the next matter. As an intelligent person, Ayanokuji of course knew what Ryunosuke wanted to do. And as someone good at reading situations to the point of almost reading minds, Megumi of course understood even better. Megumi hoped that her only female friend could build a good relationship with her brother. That's right. Megumi had unilaterally considered Suzun as her good friend. But seeing her attitude, it seemed she also didn't refuse, or perhaps she just purely didn't realize it. After all, in some aspects, Suzun was quite insensitive and didn't pay attention to Megumi's small intentions at all. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke had brought along the reluctant Suzun and told her to hide behind the wall near the door. He repeatedly warned her not to make a sound. Suzun looked at him like looking at an idiot. I know such basic things, don't treat me like an idiot. Ryunosuke finally felt at ease. That's true, you're not stupid. Suzun glared at him sharply, her evil hand prepared to pinch Ryunosuke's waist, but the men managed to dodge. Alright, I won't joke anymore. Get ready, I'll make you hear what you want to hear. Suzun's expression froze, she slowly withdrew her hand and remained speechless. This time Ryunosuke didn't speak again, he looked at her bowing her head and gave a gentle faint smile. After this succeeds, you have to repay my kindness properly, treat me to good food. That's okay, right? Suzun turned her face away. I don't understand what you're talking about. Fine if you don't understand. Ryunosuke shook his head resignedly, then went out to meet Manibu. Manibu had been waiting a long time near the barrier fence. He stared at the scenery in the distance without turning as he said, "You came." Ryunosuke put his hands in his pockets, facing the sea breeze that was blowing, and walked casually to Manibu's side. He leaned his hands on the fence while looking at the distant scenery. This remote island is truly beautiful. This school was indeed an artificial island, a special talent training place established by the Japanese government. Although outwardly this was a school, but inside it was indeed a school, it's just that the people inside weren't ordinary people. They were children of CEOs of large companies, world's top 500 companies, or children of top-tier talents. The purpose of establishing this school was to educate those children to get the best education in Japan, so this group of people could peacefully serve the country. Apart from all that, those things had nothing to do with Ryunosuke. His only thought at this time was just to work hard making money to pay off the giant debt out there, then start a new life, fall in love, get married, have children, and build a happy family. That was the life of ordinary people in general, as well as the life most desired by Ryunosuke. The reason he worked so hard at this school was solely because there was a debt burden of almost 120 million yen hanging around his neck, forcing him to keep moving forward. Before that big debt was paid off, he felt he had no right to fall in love. This was a gene embedded in the bones of people from his homeland, China. If you can't give a lifetime of happiness to a girl, then don't disturb her life, because you can't give everything she wants. This was the reason why Ryunosuke rejected Morishita AI, that very extraordinary girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept her, but he felt unworthy. He couldn't possibly enter into a relationship with a girl while carrying a debt of 120 million yen, that was very irresponsible to her. Before the debt was paid off, he wouldn't get romantically involved with any girl. That was his principle. Chapter 51, Ryuen expelled from school. What business do you have looking for me? Keep it brief, don't waste my precious time. Ryunosuke spoke in a flat tone while enjoying the sea breeze on the balcony. Manibu adjusted the position of his glasses on his face. Good job this time. Ryunosuke laughed dismissively. I don't need your praise. Just say it, what business do you have? Turning around, he leaned his back against the balcony railing with a casual and relaxed expression. Manibu could only smile bitterly. Talking with smart people, indeed nothing can be hidden. In that case I'll be direct, thank you for helping Suzun occupy the Class D leader position. Behind the door, Suzun, who was eavesdropping, looked somewhat dazed. Nisan, all this time has been paying attention to me. Ryunosuke let out a long breath. You're welcome. Besides, this is indeed part of our cooperation. I help you educate Horikita Suzun and protect her during 3 years at this school so she won't be bullied by others. In exchange, after graduation, you must hand over all your points to me. That's the content of our agreement. We're just making a transaction, no need to thank me. Whether Ryunosuke deliberately said it so Suzun could hear, he revealed almost all important information. His purpose was so the other party would know that her older brother had been paying attention to her all this time. Suzun, who was eavesdropping behind the wall, bit her lips tightly. She finally understood Ryunosuke's reason for asking her to stay. The man wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between her and her brother. Really meddlesome. Although her inner self said so, the corner of her lips slightly curved, forming a sweet smile. Clearly her mood was very good right now. Manibu adjusted his glasses, feeling something was off. What did he mean suddenly talking like that? As if deliberately wanting to be heard by someone. Could it be? Manibu seemed to realize something. He glanced briefly toward the door, then let out a long sigh. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Ryunosuke showed a satisfied expression and laughed without burden. Who knows? I'm too lazy to deal with your sibling affairs. I'm just receiving your money, and occasionally providing additional services. He turned toward Manibu. You also don't want, after graduation, the misunderstanding with your sister still isn't resolved, right? Consider this extra service, don't forget to add the payment. Manibu gave an annoyed sharp gaze. Come out, Suzun. I know you're eavesdropping there. Suzun nervously gripped her skirt and walked out from behind the door. When she saw her brother, she reflexively shrank her neck and didn't dare look directly at him. Manibu sighed. Was he too harsh on his sister before? To the point that Suzun is now so afraid of him. Seeing Manibu spacing out, Ryunosuke elbowed his stomach. Why are you spacing out? Quickly go hug your sister. You stiff person. Manibu looked annoyed again, but he didn't argue. He slowly stepped in front of Suzun and said with his usual serious expression. Did you hear everything? Suzun nodded shyly, still not daring to look at her brother. Manibu sighed softly. He might have indeed made a mistake, but fortunately everything wasn't too late. This was really thanks to that bastard Ryunosuke's help. He raised both his hands, hesitated for a moment in the air, then steeled his resolve to give a warm hug to his sister. Susan's body trembled in shock. She didn't expect her brother would do that. She was momentarily panicked and confused about what to do, but finally reflexively leaned her body, enjoying this rare warm moment. Ryunosuke didn't want to be a disturbance between them. He scratched his head and said resignedly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first. I won't disturb your reunion." Manibu and Susan simultaneously waved their hands, signaling him to quickly leave and not disturb their time together. Ryunosuke left with a flat face. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. What the siblings talked about next, no one knew. However, since that time, their relationship became much more harmonious because many misunderstandings had been cleared. Well, family matters were settled, what remained was handling the traitors. Ryunosuke's gaze became cold. He didn't believe this was just a coincidence that Yamauchi was targeted, 80% likely there was someone who leaked information. Including Yuhiko's case from Class B, the fact that Class C could find weaknesses so accurately showed that person's information network was very wide. Having friends and connections in almost all of Class A, B, C, and D. Only the little angel, Kushida Kikyo, was capable of doing that. But why did she involve me too? I never offended her. If she wanted to bring down Susan, that makes sense, because they went to the same school before and Kushida might be afraid her past secrets would be exposed by Susan. But me? When did I offend this person? Could it be just because I'm too close to Susan, so I got dragged in too? Is it just because of that? It seemed that was the main reason. It's just that Ryunosuke thought too complicatedly and found it hard to believe the reason was that simple. He scratched his head in frustration. Fine. As long as she doesn't obstruct my path to making money, it's not a problem. But if she dares obstruct me... Ryunosuke's gaze became very gloomy. Then don't blame me if I act roughly, Kushida Kikyo. He emphasized that name very strongly, clearly he was truly angry. If someone dared obstruct his path to paying off debts, which was a life and death matter for him, then he didn't care how beautiful that person was, he would still kick them out of school. If that giant debt wasn't paid off, he didn't know what the debt collectors out there would do to him. At worst he'd be sent to Africa like his father, to plant potatoes that were never finished being harvested. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryuen had returned to his class. He bore all the blame on himself, proving that he was a responsible boss. Right now he was leaving his final messages. After all, he was really expelled from school. He needed to arrange what his subordinates should do after he left. But don't expect Ryuen to just leave obediently. He wasn't an obedient person. This time he was kicked out because he was careless, but that didn't mean he couldn't return. Ryuen raised his cold gaze, his eyes filled with unlimited killing aura. Akasaka Ryunosuke. Don't you think this is over? Let's just see later. I'll return to the school and fight with you again. This time I lost by one step, I'll remember you. Ryuen gritted his teeth with hatred, truly planting Ryunosuke's name in his heart. Even if he entered the grave, this feeling might be hard to disappear. This was the first time in his life he was destroyed so badly, without remainder, and without resistance. He acknowledged Ryunosuke's strength and considered him a true enemy. He had made him a lifelong rival. If he couldn't defeat him, he would never feel at peace. Chapter 52, Ryuen Kakeru arranges his final messages. He had truly made Ryunosuke his lifelong rival. If he couldn't defeat him, he would never feel at peace. Ryuen clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth hard, but finally he was forced to release his grip and let out a long sigh. This time I really lost completely. Not only were my actions exploited by others for their gain, but aside from the 10 million personal points returned by Akasaka, the rest of the matters destroyed me without remainder. Even the homeroom teacher disappeared too. Ryuen recalled the despairing face of the homeroom teacher, and he could only click his tongue. So cruel. Akasaka, you made a teacher so disgraced that he was forced out of school. No, more precisely forced to resign. Ryuen shook his head, trying to stop thinking about it. The most important thing now was to settle his own affairs cleanly. He couldn't let Ryunosuke hurt his subordinates again. He looked at all the Class C members who were now gathered there. When the Class C students learned that Ryuen bore all the blame alone and became the main mastermind to save them from the threat of dropping out, they were very touched. They fully acknowledged him as their leader and were ready to follow all his orders. This was what's called winning people's hearts. Outwardly, they all had to state to outsiders that Ryuen threatened them to do that, and not a single one of them did it voluntarily. Only by using this obviously false reason could the other 6 people be saved from the threat of expulsion. They would only receive point reduction penalties. At most their class points would become 0, but as long as they still remained at school, that was enough. This was the only way and the only path of survival that Ryuen could think of. As long as the other 6 people gave the same testimony, that it was a threat from Ryuin and not their own will, then this problem could be resolved. Fortunately Ryunosuke was still kind enough to return those 10 million points, so they still had provisions to survive. If not, he didn't know how these students would survive after their class points became 0 when he left later. Ryuin was also very aware that the reason the opponent held back was most likely because of Hiyori. That man's relationship with Hiyori was very unusual. To the point that he was willing to release 10 million personal points just so as not to put Hiyori in a difficult position. Hey, Ryuin sneered softly. That kid. 80% likely he likes Shina. But that's better, if I hand over the leader position to Shina, he definitely won't attack that girl, right? That way, Class C will be safe. Ryuin breathed a sigh of relief after completing his final message affairs. At the same time, he handed over the Class C leader identity to Hiyori. Not a single one of them felt objection. After all, their leader had done so much for them, consider this as fulfilling the leader's final wish before leaving. Even Ibuki and Shiho, who usually didn't get along with Hiyori, this time chose to keep quiet. They weren't stupid people, they knew that at times like this, internal division was forbidden. This was their weakest time, so they couldn't fight individually like before anymore. Seeing no one objected, Ryuin nodded satisfied. He then gave instructions to Albert and Ibuki. From now on, you two must help Shina to strengthen her position as Class C leader. Do you hear? Yes. We understand. The honest and naive Albert, along with Ibuki who was usually unreasonable and often defied Ryuin, both immediately accepted that order. Their leader had sacrificed himself for them, how could they not obey? Ryuin was worried that after he left, Hiyori wouldn't be able to control the situation. That's why he ordered Albert, who was physically strong, and Ibuki, who had influence among female students, to help her. With the two of them, Hiyori's position should be guaranteed. After all, Hiyori's calm nature and dislike of conflict made it difficult to control the situation. Without absolute power supporting her, it would be difficult for her to lead these people. Ryuin approached Hiyori, patted her shoulder heavily, and advised. While I'm gone, I entrust Class C to you. Hiyori nodded softly, her eyes showing a bit of sadness. Although Ryuin was the type of person she hated most because he always used violence, at critical times like this, Ryuin was the most reliable person. The courage to sacrifice himself to save many other students made Hiyori, the literary girl, acknowledge that man as class leader. Ryuin seemed to be able to guess what Hiyori was thinking. He grinned widely, showing his white teeth, then said in a mocking tone. Don't worry, it's not like I won't return. Your king will sooner or later return to control you all again. Wait for my return, you naughty children. Boo. All the students in class shouted loudly, as if welcoming the return of a new king. Although they didn't know how this king could return to school, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Sakagami Kazuma was sulking while gulping down alcohol at a bar. Currently, his appearance had completely changed into a depressed middle-aged man. His beard was messy, one of his socks wasn't worn, and many white hairs grew on his head. Clearly he was very devastated by this incident. Naturally, 5 years of salary gone deceived by people, plus the entire Class C he led was destroyed. Anyone wouldn't be able to withstand a blow like this. Meanwhile, Class A's homeroom teacher, who technically would now become Class B, Mishima Tomoya, was also there. The reason both of them fell into this situation was thanks to one same person. That's right, that person was Akasaka Ryunosuke. However, Mishima didn't harbor great resentment toward that child. He even felt a bit impressed. After all, having talent and ability was different from someone who actually practiced it. There were many geniuses who had high talent but just stayed in place without wanting to act. While geniuses who had ability and were willing to act were rare and valuable. That proved that child had ambition and strong desire to climb to Class A. Mishima really liked children like that. Moreover, for years he held a position in Class A, his savings money was already very much until it couldn't be used up. He wasn't someone lacking money, so he didn't hate that child. It's just that, he didn't expect that child would attack Class C, and his attack was so cruel that it didn't leave the slightest path of survival. Mishima looked at this drastically changed Kazuma, and he felt a bit horrified. That child was truly terrifying. He could actually make his colleague become this destroyed, truly scary. Mishima drank his alcohol again, intending to accompany his co-worker who would soon leave the school for a final drink. Before long, the bar door opened. It was the new Class A homeroom teacher, Hoshinomiya Chie. She also came to see off Kazuma's departure. Only the current Class D homeroom teacher, who would soon rise to Class C, Chabashira Sae, didn't come. The main reason was because she indeed didn't want to come. The situation was very awkward. It was a student from her class who made Kazuma like this. She would definitely feel crazy if she dared show her face there. Right now she wanted to hide as far as possible. How could she want to go to the spearhead and sprinkle salt on other people's wounds? Thus, the three homeroom teachers gathered there, drinking together in silence. Chapter 53, Seeing Off Sakagami Kazuma's Departure. Chie looked at her colleague's condition with feelings of shock to the point of being speechless. Is that child that amazing? Looking at Sakagami's current condition, he seems to be on the verge of mental breakdown. That child really has no mercy when acting. This is a teacher, was it necessary to act this cruelly? Not only draining his entire salary, he also destroyed Class C's leadership, made their points 0, and at the same time raised Class D to Class C position. Just one of this series of events would be enough to boast about for a lifetime, but you're telling me all this was done sequentially in one package? Are you joking? Chie took her beer glass and gulped down its contents greedily. She didn't even care when the liquid spilled onto her chest. How could she care about such small matters now? She was truly half-dead with envy of Sae. Chie wiped the remaining beer from her lips and slammed the glass on the table with a frustrated face. That bastard Sae. She really got a treasure. She must be laughing with joy behind us, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Chie's beer glass almost broke from that impact, but her tone still sounded full of deep envy. Damn. I'm so jealous of Sae-chan. If only that child named Akasaka Ryunosuke was in my class. I'd gladly trade all my Class A students for him. Chie gulped down several more swigs of alcohol very boldly. Ah, refreshing. Boss, one more glass of beer. She raised her glass high. The bar owner immediately refilled it. Clearly she was a regular customer and the boss knew how strong this woman's drinking capacity was. Ha. Kazuma let out a long sigh, gulping down brandy again until his eyes looked drowsy from drunkenness. Mishima, who couldn't stand seeing it, immediately snatched that glass. He signaled Kazuma to stop drinking. Today was their farewell, tomorrow Kazuma had to leave, so don't drink too much. Kazuma's eyes showed no glimmer of light at all, clearly he was already dead, mentally dead. He ignored their persuasion and kept gulping down hard liquor until he really couldn't get up anymore. His two colleagues could only resign themselves. They helped Kazuma to his dorm, covered him with a blanket, then shook their heads listlessly before leaving that place. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, the school's board of directors chairman's office, where Sakayanaji Naramori worked. Naramori looked at the information that had just come in with a headache. It was a report about Kazuma and Ryuin's expulsion from Class C. He had understood the entire chronology of events, and precisely because of that he felt dizzy. After all, Kazuma was a homeroom teacher, how could he be eliminated just like that? This story sounded so extraordinary that if today wasn't April 1st, he would think his staff was playing a joke on him. This incident was too unreasonable. A student not only eliminated a homeroom teacher, but also deceived that person for 20 million personal points, dragged Class C to the bottom until their class points became 0, and raised Class D to position C. This series of events were interconnected. Could this really be done by a student? Naramori read Ryunosuke's detailed document again, afraid he had missed something. But after reading it for quite a while, he found no irregularities. The data showed he was an ordinary person. From elementary school to university, he was just an ordinary person without outstanding achievements. So, where was the problem? He didn't understand. Besides his status as an ordinary person, the only striking thing was his giant debt reaching nearly 120 million yen. His principal debt was 87 million yen, and he was given 3 years, exactly the graduation time of this high school. The other additional money was interest during those 3 years. That's why the debt collectors released him temporarily. Could this person's potential have just emerged because he was cornered? Can pressure really make someone advance rapidly? Naramori stroked his chin while thinking. Should I try it at this school? Naramori began considering experimenting on other students, wanting to see if extreme pressure could really trigger rapid development. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke was already at Sae's private apartment. Don't misunderstand, his purpose for coming here was purely to collect the remaining promised points, no other intention. Sae had just finished bathing, she came out only wearing a pink bathrobe with her hair still dripping wet. She dried her hair with a towel, completely not caring about the teenage boy's presence in front of her. Ryunosuke also didn't care, he had no lustful intentions toward her. Compared to lust, he loved money far more. Sae sat on the sofa and crossed her legs without worrying about being exposed, then immediately ordered Ryunosuke. Get the hair dryer from the dressing table. Oh, okay, Ryunosuke reflexively did it. After bringing the device, Sae again asked for help drying her hair. Ryunosuke was obedient again, for money's sake, he was patient. Ryunosuke swept back Sae's long black hair and stood behind her to dry the teacher's hair. Sae closed her eyes enjoying her student's service. A long time later, she said softly. This time you did very well. Later I'll transfer the remaining 1.2 million points to you. Just dry my hair first. Alright, Ryunosuke sighed and continued drying her hair. After finishing, he returned that device to the dressing table and showed his student terminal. His meaning was very clear: job finished, where's the payment? SAE laughed bitterly. You're really money crazy. However, she still transferred 1.2 million personal points according to their agreement. For every class rank increase, she would give a 2 million point reward. Clearly Ryunosuke succeeded, even exceeding expectations. SAE realized she had found a precious gem. To rise to Class A, she would never let go of this child. SAE combed her hair with her fingers, radiating extraordinary mature charm. Ryunosuke remained flat-faced, completely unaffected. As soon as he saw the points had entered his account, without further ado he immediately turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a minute longer. SAE was stunned. Her hand that was tidying her hair froze in the air, her lips twitched slightly. My beauty charm shouldn't be bad, why is this kid not reacting at all? Really strange. Seeing Ryunosuke was really going to leave, SAE hurriedly called him. Wait a minute. What's so hard about chatting a bit with your teacher? But as soon as those words came out, Ryunosuke had already exited the room and locked the door from outside, as if afraid SAE would chase him. This made SAE feel a bit bitter. Am I already old? She touched her smooth wrinkle-free face. I'm not past 30 years old yet, should still be okay, right? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke, who had left SAE's room, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. Nearly couldn't resist, but fortunately my resolve toward money is stronger than the temptation of her charm. But, does that teacher still have money to pay me later? As I recall, she spent 5 million points to save Yamauchi, then gave me 2 million points. Her savings at most are only 8 million points, doesn't that mean she's already bankrupt now? Chapter 54, Sakura Eri. In the middle of the night, accompanied by the roar of rain and thunder, Kushida Kikyo kept running fast, as if fleeing from a terrifying figure. She ran into a small alley to find a hiding place, but accidentally her foot stumbled on a stone at the roadside. She fell face down on the ground, her palms were scraped, and her clothes were dirty, covered in mud. However, she had no time at all to care about such trivial matters. She was panting, her chest rising and falling rapidly, while her eyes stared full of fear at the black shadow that kept chasing her. That black shadow figure slowly approached in front of Kushida. He wore a pitch-black raincoat. Judging from his build, he was a man. Kushida gritted her teeth tightly, then screamed full of anger at that person. What do you want so you'll release me? Akasaka Ryunosuke. Kushida's scream sounded so pitiful. Along with a lightning strike splitting the sky, that person's figure reflected in Kushida's eyes. Sure enough, he was Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke slowly opened the hood of his raincoat, showing a very cold facial expression. He looked at the girl in front of him and said in a piercing tone. If next time you dare obstruct me from making money, prepare to be expelled from school, Kushida. Kushida suddenly sat up straight in her bed. Sweat poured down, drenching all her clothes like rain. She looked around her room with a horrified gaze. As soon as she realized where she was, she breathed a sigh of relief with a faint smile. Turns out it was just a dream. Kushida held her forehead. A slight fever, did I catch a cold? SSS, it hurts. Kushida suddenly realized something. She looked at her injured palm. It was the same scraped wound as when she fell last night. Her face was instantly filled with fear. That wasn't a dream. That was real. Akasaka already knows my secret, he knows everything about me. He knows I'm the one who betrayed the class. He knows everything. Kushida was like a crazy person, pulling her own hair and squeezing it non-stop. What do I do? What do I do? He knows I'm a class traitor, what should I do? What should I do? Damn Akasaka. Why don't you just die? Kushida screamed full of anger, as if wanting to vent all the resentment in her heart. She understood that Ryunosuke had taken hold of her weakness. She had no way to take revenge, not even room to choose. If that man used this information to report her, then her career at this school was finished. Not only expelled, all the social relationships she had painstakingly built would also be completely destroyed. She had struggled to come to this school to start a new life, she couldn't repeat the same mistake. Kushida's gaze suddenly became very cruel. I have to make him expelled from school. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, at school. Today was a normal school day. Kushida requested leave from school because of a fever. The reason she had a fever was purely because she was scared half to death by Ryunosuke yesterday, plus her body was soaking wet from the rain. The perpetrator was still Ryunosuke, who told him to carelessly discuss class betrayal with her. That made Kushida frightened on the spot and immediately ran away in panic. Before long, the school dismissal bell rang. Eri tremblingly took her school bag. Inside was stored her digital camera. That camera experienced damage today and needed to be taken to a service center. When she walked bent over about to leave the school gate, she accidentally bumped into someone. Her digital camera bounced and fell, and she herself fell sitting on the ground. The male student who bumped into her picked up the camera and reflexively examined it. This made Eri frightened. She immediately snatched back her camera and hugged it tightly to her chest, while checking if there was further damage. But unfortunately, that camera was already badly damaged and couldn't be turned on anymore. Eri's eyes began to tear up. Her personal points this month weren't much anymore. Although this month they successfully rose to Class C, their points were still 8,700 points, completely insufficient to repair a digital camera. Seeing Eri almost crying, that student immediately apologized to her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, Sakura-san." Hearing this familiar voice, Eri finally raised her head that was always bowed. As soon as she saw who that person was, she reflexively exclaimed. "Akasaka-kun, why is it you?" Ryunosuke scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Sorry, your camera broke from falling because of me. I'll replace it or pay the repair costs, how about it?" Eri hesitated for a moment, then nodded softly. "In that case, I'm troubling you, Akasaka-kun." "No trouble," Ryunosuke waved his hand as a sign he didn't mind. "Besides, that camera broke because of me, I'm obligated to give compensation. Let's go, Sakura-san, to the electronic service shop. I'll pay the costs." Eri nodded slightly, then followed me to the camera service shop, which was also the place she had visited last month. There was still a lecherous-looking shop clerk on duty behind the counter. When he saw Eri, his eyes immediately sparkled brightly. He even ignored other customers and immediately approached her. Now in his eyes there was only Eri-chan. That was his idol. He was a hardcore fan of Eri, a very fanatical die-hard fan. That clerk didn't hide at all his fondness for Eri, his gaze full of greedy glints. As if he wanted to embrace Eri into his arms and inhale her scent to his heart's content. Eri reflexively stepped back. She really couldn't stand that dirty gaze. Ryunosuke immediately stepped in front of Eri, blocking the shop clerk's view and helping her out of the difficult situation. Eri showed a grateful expression and thanked him internally, but outwardly she didn't have the courage to say it. She bowed her head shyly and remained silent. Seeing someone blocking his view of Eri, that shop clerk felt annoyed and reflexively wanted to push him. "Just getting in the way. You." But before those words came out completely, he already shrank from Ryunosuke's cold gaze. The clerk swallowed nervously, just realizing he was doing business. While wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he asked reflexively. Customer, is there anything I can help you with? This shop sells digital cameras and other products." "Eh? I remember now, last month you seemed to buy many spy cameras here. Don't tell me you're..." That clerk showed an expression as if they were like-minded comrades, clearly he was thinking lewdly. Ryunosuke didn't waste time making small talk with him. He took out Eri's camera and asked, "Can you repair this camera?" As soon as he saw that camera, the clerk immediately recognized it as Eri's. After all, that special pink-colored camera was bought by Eri from him, of course he remembered very clearly. Moreover, the owner was his own idol, it was impossible for him to forget. Chapter 55, Repairing Sakura Eri's Camera. The shop clerk pretended to check the camera's damage level, when in reality he was trying to pry out the memory card, SD card, inside. He knew very well what the contents of that memory card were, of course he wanted to take it so he could bring it home and watch it slowly. Ryunosuke noticed that small movement. He immediately snatched back that digital camera, pulled out its memory card in front of the clerk's eyes, then handed it to that clerk again while deliberately mocking. "Repairs shouldn't require a memory card, right?" The corner of the clerk's lips twitched, but he didn't dare argue. He was forced to do a normal and honest technical inspection. Eri showed a grateful expression. She also realized something was wrong with that clerk, but she didn't dare speak up, she was indeed a bit too timid. Ryunosuke kept watching that clerk while he examined the camera. Finally, that clerk gave an answer. "Repair time will take about a week. The cost is 23,000 personal points. Do you want to repair it? If yes, please pay the points first, then fill in the delivery address. A week later, I'll send it to you." Ryunosuke transferred 23,000 personal points. Eri reflexively was about to fill in her address, while the clerk showed a disgusting lecherous expression. Seeing that expression, Eri felt frightened. Her hand that was about to write the address froze in the air, unable to move the pen. That clerk urged. "Hurry and sign. If you don't fill in the address, how can I send this camera?" Eri said in a small trembling voice. "Actually, I can come myself to pick it up." "How can that be?" That clerk stood up emotionally. After realizing he was acting excessively, he sat back down and tried to explain with fake patience. If you don't fill in the address, this shop won't repair it. Let me tell you, at this school, only I'm the only one who can repair digital cameras. Think carefully. Eri wavered, not knowing whether she should fill it in or not. Ryunosuke immediately took the pen from Eri's hand, wrote his own dorm address, then handed it to that clerk. My address should work too, right? Sakura-san, later you just pick it up at my place. Thank you, Akasaka-kun. Eri said full of gratitude. That shop clerk clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn brat, acting like a hero. He muttered softly, but was still heard by Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke smiled coldly and thought internally, don't celebrate yet, after this incident is over, I'll also make you disappear from this school. After the address matter was settled, Ryunosuke led Eri out of that camera shop. He then returned the memory card containing Eri's personal photo collection to her. Eri received it carefully, gripping it tightly in her palm while continuing to bow her head. After all, in that card there were photos of herself as a photo model. Thinking that card had just been held by Ryunosuke made her feel a bit difficult to accept reality from embarrassment. Ryunosuke actually knew what the contents of that card were, but for the sake of his next plan, he pretended not to know and continued executing his plan. He then offered something to Eri. I have a digital camera at home. If you don't mind, you can use it temporarily for now. After your own camera is finished being repaired, then return it to me. Hearing that, Eri's emotions overflowed with joy. Really? But she immediately realized she was acting excessively and tried to calm down again. Sorry, I lost control earlier, she said with slightly flushed cheeks. Ryunosuke signaled that it wasn't a problem, then deliberately asked. Do you really like photography? Eri's body reflexively trembled. She immediately shook her head to deny. She didn't want to admit that she was a photo model, because that would cause many problems. Seeing Eri's reaction, Ryunosuke realized he shouldn't rush. Actually, this meeting was his deliberate doing. His purpose was to get additional points from this naive girl. After all, his debt was very large, not a small amount. If he only relied on safe ways to make money, who knows when the debt would be paid off. Therefore, he was forced to take a risky path and use slightly dark methods to make money. Although feeling a bit guilty for having to take advantage of the girl in front of him, he promised to give her compensation later. The naive Eri had no idea at all what was in Ryunosuke's mind. She only looked at him full of hope. She really liked cameras but didn't dare admit it. Actually, she very much wanted to borrow Ryunosuke's camera, but she was afraid her small secret as a photo model would be exposed, so it was difficult for her to say it. Ryunosuke understood the girl's dilemma. Partly because of his guilt, he said. You don't need to worry. Just take the camera and use it. I won't ask what you're using it for, just return it to me after you're done using it. Eri hesitated for a few seconds, but finally she dared to nod. Thank you, Akasaka-kun. After saying that, she bowed deeply. She wasn't a stupid person, she knew Ryunosuke said that to protect her feelings. Ryunosuke must have realized how much she liked cameras, but still respected her privacy. Akasaka-kun is truly a gentle person, Eri thought internally. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Before long, the two of them arrived at the boys' dormitory where Ryunosuke lived. Because this was a male area, Eri could only wait outside while Ryunosuke took the camera. Ryunosuke entered his room and took the camera he had prepared. This digital camera was already equipped with a GPS tracker, the purpose being so he could know Eri's position at any time. Although he intended to take advantage of her to get a large amount of points, he had to guarantee that girl's safety. If not, even if points were obtained, his heart wouldn't be at peace. He immediately handed that camera to Eri. Eri really liked it and promised to take good care of that camera. At the same time, they mutually added contacts on each other's student terminals. Initially Eri didn't want to add contacts, but Ryunosuke used the reason, need to contact when the original camera is finished being repaired, so she was forced to agree. The reason Eri was reluctant wasn't because she didn't want to, but because she felt she was troubling others too much and felt embarrassed. Her personality was indeed fragile, she became a photo model precisely to change herself to have courage to communicate normally with others. Ryunosuke was one of the few people she could communicate with normally, as a friend, perhaps. Have we already become friends? Eri thought internally with mixed feelings. She said shyly. Thank you, Akasaka-kun, for being willing to lend me the camera. Ryunosuke acted indifferent. No problem. Besides, I'm the one who damaged your camera, it's only natural I give you compensation. You don't need to feel bad. Oh yes. He gave a small warning. If you have difficulties, remember to contact me. You already have my contact, call anytime. That sincere warning was given so when Eri was in danger, he would be the first person contacted. Eri's cheeks heated up slightly, this was the first time she felt there was someone who cared so much about her. This feeling felt very subtle and foreign. Chapter 56, Visiting Kushida. After escorting Eri to a certain distance, Ryunosuke let out a long breath. Forgive me, Sakura-san. About me taking advantage of you this time, I'll repay it later. Please forgive me, this is the last time. Ryunosuke put his hands in his pockets and left from there. He intended to go to the supermarket to buy fruits to visit Kushida, who was having a fever. After all, that girl got sick from being frightened by him, so he felt he should be a bit responsible. Ryunosuke bought several bananas and oranges at the supermarket, the main reason being they were cheap. While carrying 2 plastic bags containing the cheapest fruits, he headed to the girls' dormitory to visit Kushida. Upon arriving at her room floor, he knocked on the door softly. After a while, there was finally a response. Coming. Her voice sounded very weak, clearly she was seriously ill. The door soon opened. Kushida wore loose peach-pink pajamas. Because of her large size in the chest area, 2 buttons in the middle couldn't be buttoned, so her chest area was slightly open, showing her smooth white skin. However, Ryunosuke wasn't interested at all. He had seen beautiful women too often to the point of being almost immune. At this school, most female students had high-level looks. Whether it was Suzune, Hiyori, Hanami, Arisu, Ai, or Masumi, none were inferior to Kushida Kikyo. If not counting personality, they were far better than Kushida. Kushida's personality was too twisted. If he had to find a lover, Ryunosuke clearly wouldn't choose this type to avoid being stabbed in the back by his own person. If really had to choose someone to date, the literary girl Shina Hiyori or the expressionless girl Morishita Ai were far more suitable. Ryunosuke had already made the best dating rankings in his heart. And of course, there was no place for Kushida there. Seeing him standing in front of her door, Kushida reflexively was about to close the door. However, Ryunosuke held the door frame with his foot, forcing the door to stay open. Kushida gritted her teeth and added strength to close the door. That made Ryunosuke's big toe increasingly pinched and hurt until he grimaced. Because he couldn't stand it, he immediately shouted. Stop. Kushida, I came to visit you. Hurry and stop, my foot is about to break. Break. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Several moments later. Kushida let that man in with a face full of vigilance. The hostility on her face didn't decrease in the slightest. Because this man already knew all her secrets, she was too lazy to pretend to be an angel in front of him anymore. Ryunosuke took off his shoes and massaged his foot that was swollen from being pinched, his face looking annoyed. I came with good intentions to visit you, is this how you treat me? Kushida scoffed. Who do you think is the reason I got a fever? If it wasn't because of you yesterday. Her words stopped in her throat. She looked at him with a cold gaze full of hatred, even hinting at a murderous aura. Ryunosuke looked at her calmly and let out a long breath. Calm down, I have no ill intentions toward you. As long as you obediently become a model student and, little angel, and don't interfere in class competition, I won't do anything to you. Hey, Kushida crossed her arms in front of her chest with a contemptuous gaze. Why should I listen to you? You're telling me not to interfere? I'll do it even more. Ryunosuke sighed. In that case, don't blame me if I act roughly. He suddenly stood up. Kushida reflexively stepped back and gave a warning. I'm warning you not to do anything funny. This is the girls' dormitory, I can scream. If people come, you also won't be safe. Ryunosuke didn't care. He instead walked toward Kushida's 2 spare uniforms hanging neatly on the wall. Because he didn't know which one contained his fingerprints, he pulled both at once. Seeing that action, Kushida immediately knew what this man wanted to do. But as a girl, she couldn't win in strength against Ryunosuke, so she chose to scream for help. When Kushida opened her mouth about to scream, Ryunosuke immediately pounced on her onto the bed. One hand covered her mouth, while the other arm pressed her neck. Only then did Kushida feel real fear. She reflexively closed her legs, and her eyes began to tear up. She was very aware that if this man wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist a man's strength. She looked at him in despair. Ryunosuke only put his index finger in front of his lips signaling show, without doing anything lewd. You should be grateful I'm only interested in money. Kushida was stunned, looking at him confused. Ryunosuke released her, took both those uniforms, put them in his bag, and said without looking back. You're too careless, Kushida. Don't tell me you thought I really came to visit you. You hoped for too much, this is my real purpose. I used the visiting excuse so I could enter your room, so I could take the clothes containing my fingerprints. That way, you no longer have evidence to threaten me. Ryunosuke tidied his clothes and prepared to leave, not caring about her at all. Kushida covered her eyes with her hands, tears began flowing heavily. This was the first time in her life she was outsmarted by a man this brilliantly. That man didn't want her body or her money, his purpose was purely just to destroy evidence. She was very aware, if not for the visiting reason, she would never have let this man in. This man had planned it from the beginning. Kushida sobbed pitifully and finally cried loudly. Her crying full of frustration was clearly heard outside the door by Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke sighed softly. Forgive me, Kushida, this is the last time. He shrugged and walked away indifferently. He didn't care about Kushida's pitiful crying. What business was it of his? He didn't do anything immoral, so why should he care? Besides, crying occasionally is good for releasing stress. Kushida must be tired of pretending to be a good person, so she needed emotional release. Consider it him doing charity by letting that girl cry. Ryunosuke didn't feel guilty at all. He walked casually leaving the dormitory heading to the Holy Land called the library. There, a literary girl was waiting for him. He needed to communicate with that girl so there wouldn't be misunderstandings in the future. After all, he had destroyed Class C quite badly. He didn't want his relationship with Hiyori ruined because of this. This was the first time he considered Hiyori as a friend, perhaps a special female friend. Of course that was just Ryunosuke's one-sided thinking. He really wanted to try dating Hiyori. A girl as good as that he had only met for the first time, both in his previous life and now. Hiyori's personality was very suitable to his heart, until he didn't want to sever his relationship with her. Of course, there was another small intention. He wanted to use Hiyori's help to publish his novel to make additional money. Yes, just a little intention, really just a little. Chapter 57, Forming a Cooperation with Class C. Ryunosuke arrived at the library. Sure enough, that familiar silver hair strand appeared in his view. That girl sat in her favorite chair as usual, turning pages of a book titled Sherlock Holmes, Revelation. Ryunosuke walked in front of her. That girl seemed to be sulking, she kept staring at her book and ignoring his presence. Ryunosuke sat across from Hiyori and said half-jokingly. Yo. The library NPC has respawned. Hiyori closed her book with a slightly annoyed face. Treating other people as NPCs is too much, Akasaka-kun. Seeing Hiyori finally willing to respond to him, Ryunosuke's goal was achieved. He said in an apologetic tone. Sorry, this time I destroyed Class C quite badly, even though I already held back. Ryunosuke stopped his sentence. Hiyori covered her face with a book and rolled her eyes sweetly. I truly felt that mercy of yours. Thank you for releasing 10 million personal points and giving Class C room to breathe. Facing Hiyori's sarcasm, Ryunosuke felt somewhat awkward. After all, he had made all of Class C's points 0, and caused their homeroom teacher and class leader to be expelled from school. Daring to show his face in front of Hiyori now indeed required quite thick shamelessness. Ryunosuke said awkwardly, Shina-san, are your points still enough? If lacking, I can lend you some, the kind that doesn't need to be returned. This was the first time he was so generous to someone. Usually he didn't want to spend a single penny. This showed how important Hiyori was in his heart. Hiyori closed her book softly. No need, Akasaka-kun. Thanks to your charity of 10 million points, each of us could get a share of 250,000 personal points. If we're frugal, that's still enough for half a year. Thank you very much for your generosity. Hiyori smiled sweetly, but her tone was full of sarcasm. It seemed being betrayed by a fellow book-loving friend wasn't something she could just forget in a short time. Ryunosuke was indeed quite thick-skinned, having just stabbed from behind, he already wanted to make up as if nothing happened. Truly shameless. But Hiyori didn't really blame him. She still chatted as usual, while collecting the new novel. That was her main purpose. If not for Ryunosuke releasing a new book she really wanted to read, she wouldn't have forgiven him so easily. Hiyori happily received the new novel given by Ryunosuke as a bribe to coax her, namely the beginning part of Your Lie in April, Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso. Ryunosuke felt a bit guilty. Considering the ending of this novel's story wasn't too happy, he felt like he would stab her for the second time. But Hiyori, who had only read the beginning part that didn't contain sadness yet, didn't notice any oddity and really enjoyed its contents. She even forgot time until the day already showed 7:30 p.m. Ryunosuke kept accompanying her, watching her. Long after, Hiyori let out a long breath, still mesmerized by its contents. A very beautiful story. The story of Miyazono Kaori and Arima Kozai is truly sweet. Surely the ending is happy and warm, right? The corner of Ryunosuke's lips twitched, he didn't dare answer. Hiyori just assumed that Manhattan thought about the story's ending yet, so she didn't mind. She didn't know that later she would cry sobbing because of this book and would confront Ryunosuke. But that was for later. Seeing the day was already dark, Hiyori prepared to go home. The two of them walked together toward the school dormitory. Because the boys' and girls' dormitories were in the same building, just different elevators/access, they walked side by side. In the middle of the way, Hiyori asked her curiosity. Can you tell me how you arranged the plan against Class C? I'm very curious. Ryunosuke's step stopped. He looked at her strangely. You want to know? Hayori nodded. There were several things she hadn't fully understood. Besides, the incident had passed, telling it now wouldn't affect anything. Ryunosuke agreed and summarized his explanation. Actually, that first contract was just a backup option. The contract I signed with Ryuen worth 10 million points was money he extorted from the other two classes. I deliberately waited for him to finish deceiving those two classes, then it was my turn to deceive him. Hayori puffed her cheeks. Akasaka-kun, you're really evil. Ryunosuke shrugged. There's more evil stuff, want to hear? Hayori hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Ryunosuke continued about the second contract. Actually, the second contract conflicted with the first contract. The reason is, if I wanted to get 10 million from the first contract, I had to release claims against Yamauchi Haruki. However, if I chose the second contract, the result was 7 people from you would be expelled and your class points would become 0. Although your leader, Ryuen, chose to bear everything alone, the others were still considered accomplices and had to bear responsibility. Although not expelled, your class points would still be cut to 0. But, I wanted to maximize profits. So, I used invisible ink pen to hide the first contract's validity period. As long as I didn't bring it up, Ryuen would misunderstand and think the Yamauchi matter was finished. So, I used the second contract's contents first to drain almost all your homeroom teacher's personal points, Sakagami Kazuma. He had been teaching for 5 years. While our homeroom teacher, Chabashira Sae, only 3 years and her salary was only half of your homeroom teacher's, but she could save almost 8 million points. From there I deduced that Sakagami-sensei must have more than 20 million personal points. So, I immediately chose to drain all his money. Hearing this devil-like explanation, the corner of Hayori's lips twitched, and she slightly moved away from Ryunosuke. Are you a devil, Akasaka-kun? Ryunosuke waved his hand casually. Not at all, this is nothing yet. There's more terrible stuff, want to hear? He brought his face closer, teasing Hayori. Hayori bit her lower lip. Her curiosity was already piqued, how could she stop now? She puffed her cheeks signaling Ryunosuke to quickly speak. Ryunosuke explained about the first contract which was the final checkmate. I deliberately declared the first contract invalid and released claims for those 10 million points to plunge Class C into a deadly situation. At the same time, I baited your homeroom teacher to attack a student so he'd be removed from his position. A class that loses its leader while also losing its homeroom teacher basically won't be able to do anything anymore. That's why I left those 10 million points for you. Actually not because I wanted to, but because I had to do it. Between getting 20 million plus destroying you, or just 10 million without other results, I knew which was more profitable. So, you didn't leave those 10 million because of our friendship, but purely because the profit on the other side was bigger. Hayori pondered for a moment and finally understood. Indeed, because the contracts conflicted, if he wanted to destroy the opponent, Ryunosuke had to give up the first contract. If not, he would only get 20 million and the matter would just end without being able to expel Ryuen or remove the homeroom teacher. Yes, removing the homeroom teacher was actually just a bonus that happened to pass before his eyes. Class rank increase didn't always have to be by adding points. Reducing opponent points also worked. As long as he had remaining points, he just needed to drag the other 3 classes to 0, then he would become Class A. That was the madness of an Akasaka Ryunosuke. Currently, Ryunosuke's total personal points were 20 million from Sakagami Kazuma, 2 million from Chabashira Sae, 2.6 million from Hashinomiya Chie, 500,000 from extorting Horikita Manibu, plus 200,000 student council salary. After deducting spy camera costs and living expenses, his remaining points were 25.04 million points, not including pocket change. Hayori realized how terrifying Ryunosuke was, but she had no other choice. Currently her position was very weak. She only relied on the help of Albert and Ibuki left by Ryuen. Without them, she definitely couldn't lead Class C, which had now dropped to Class D. Hayori might be quite capable as a strategist, but to become a class leader, she felt it was impossible. She was just a gentle literary girl. She had no authority to lead. Hayori took a deep breath as if having steeled her resolve. She stood straight in front of Ryunosuke and pleaded. Let's cooperate, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke seemed to have already expected this. His lips grinned, showing a smile that was hard to interpret, different from the gentleness he usually showed to Hayori. Think carefully, Shina-san. Seeking profit from a tiger isn't a good choice. Hayori sighed. Do I have any other choice? I can't protect Class C alone. Now we've even become Class D. She smiled bitterly. Without Ryu and Kakeru, our class is just a scattered pile of sand. Although he used to lead with violence, at least we were united. Now, those wolves won't want to obey a literary girl like me. Besides cooperating with you, is there any other way? Ryunosuke shook Hiyori's hand. In that case, pleased to cooperate with you. Hiyori shook back. Pleased to cooperate with you, Akasaka-kun. The two officially formed a secret cooperation. Chapter 58, Buying Clothes. Ryunosuke stared at Hiyori's receding back, then sighed softly in his heart. Sorry, Hiyori-chan, for forcing you to do something like this. Actually, all of this was my deliberate doing. My goal was to get Ryuen Kakeru expelled from school. Because if Ryuen still exists, he'll be an obstacle for me in the cruise ship exam several months from now. As long as he's there, I'll have difficulty manipulating all of Class C from behind the scenes to work for my interests. So, I must eliminate this uncertainty factor. Ryunosuke walked with his hands in his pockets, his expression appearing calm as usual while his brain replayed the story plot he knew. The cruise ship exam and remote island exam several months from now were golden opportunities to reap points in large amounts. Eliminating Ryuen first was the right move. Then, by pulling Hiyori as an obedient pawn into his group, he would have more strategic options. Ryunosuke sighed again. Sorry, Hiyori, I've lied to you. But, there's one thing that's true. Namely that I indeed have good feelings for you, it's just that, you're not the only one. Ryunosuke went home, and the next morning he went to school as usual. Sae appeared to be in a very good mood. Of course she was happy. Her group not only rose to Class C this month, but the homeroom teacher of the old Class C, now Class D, had also been fired. Although feeling slightly bad for her colleague, but her happiness was far greater. Indeed, everyone's happiness is different. Because Kazuma had been fired, Sae had to become temporary homeroom teacher for 2 classes at once. Her salary would also increase for the next month until a new teacher came in. Sae was very satisfied, at least she got a decent additional salary. Moreover, the Class C homeroom teacher's salary was double her previous salary. Ah, wrong, now that salary became half, because now she was the new Class C homeroom teacher. Sae opened the classroom door with a wide smile. Even when looking at her students whom she usually considered failed products, now they looked a bit better. If before she looked at them like trash, now she looked at them like small insects. Although not much different, but her gaze was clearly much gentler. The classmates also noticed the teacher's oddity. Her wide smile was so wide it was difficult to hide. Sae kept teaching with a smile all day, as if not afraid her facial muscles would become stiff. Ryunosuke muttered internally. Just this much. If you rise to Class A, you might die from being too happy. Class ended. Kushida and Ryunosuke stood up simultaneously and left the class together. This made their classmates confused. Since when did their relationship become this close? Actually, it wasn't like that. Yesterday Ryunosuke damaged Kushida's 2 uniforms, so Kushida had no spare uniform. So, Ryunosuke had to replace them with new clothes. Ryunosuke agreed because that was his responsibility. The two of them went to the school clothing store to order uniforms. Throughout the way, Kushida's face looked gloomy. Because Ryunosuke already knew her true identity, she was too lazy to pretend to be an angel again. The shopkeeper saw Kushida's unpleasant face and thought they were a couple who were fighting. He approached Ryunosuke and offered a branded bag. This bag is the latest model from America, Valentino Classic Shoulder Bag. The pre-order price is 980,000 personal points. Would you like to buy this bag to coax your girlfriend to be happy again? The shopkeeper smiled widely, imagining the 5% commission he would get. Ryunosuke grimaced and immediately explained, she's not my girlfriend, she's just a classmate. However, Kushida, as if wanting revenge, immediately approached toward Ryunosuke and hugged his arm affectionately. She shook that arm while whining coquettishly. Will you buy it for me, darling? It's only 980,000 points, are you stingy? Kushida smiled very brightly, clearly with bad intentions. Hearing the number 980,000, Ryunosuke immediately released his arm as if just touching a plague disease and kept his distance. She's not my girlfriend. I have no relationship with her. Want to trick me out of 980,000 points? Don't expect it. Ryunosuke spat on the floor to show his disgust. But at an inopportune time, the shopkeeper earlier approached and said, spitting is prohibited here. Violators are fined 5,000 points. Please pay your fine, sir. Ryunosuke. This instantly made him silent. Hadn't bought anything yet, 5,000 points already flew away. With a heavy heart and painful feeling in his chest, Ryunosuke took out his personal points to pay the fine, then bowed his head listlessly. After receiving the fine, the shopkeeper smiled widely because that money went into his own pocket. He even had time to say, thank you for your visit. This made Ryunosuke grit his teeth in anger. He pulled Kushida's hand and immediately left from there. Let's buy clothes somewhere else. This store is a scam store. He exclaimed in frustration. Kushida looked at her hand being pulled. She initially wanted to refuse but said nothing. After all, she indeed intended to tease that man, and because it succeeded, she felt a bit satisfied. Finally Ryunosuke found another store and bought 2 sets of new uniforms for Kushida. He paid for everything. After trying them on and feeling they fit, Kushida no longer made things difficult for him. She took her new clothes and just left without looking back even a bit. She didn't even say a single word to him. Ryunosuke himself felt relieved and didn't make an issue of it. After all, the compensation he should have given had been given. If in the future Kushida dared betray him again, he wouldn't give mercy again. Chapter 59, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon vs Red Nova Dragon. Ryunosuke invited Morishita AI to meet alone. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't a date. This was just preparation for the next point reaping plan. AI took a deep breath, then used a straw to blow air into her lemon water glass. Gulu gulu gulu, gulu 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 gulu. Ryunosuke reflexively joined in playing, doing the same thing. Gulu gulu gulu, lu gulu 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 goo. He also didn't know what was happening to him. Every time he met with AI, his intelligence seemed to immediately disappear and he started doing chinibu actions. Really couldn't be controlled. The two of them bent over the table, playing with each other. AI used gulu gulu language to communicate with him, and Ryunosuke replied with the same language. Amazingly, the two of them seemed to understand each other about what was being discussed, truly magical. After realizing it, Ryunosuke didn't want to play anymore and released his straw. Can we communicate normally, Morishita-san? AI reluctantly released her straw, clearly she wasn't satisfied playing yet. Ryunosuke then started a normal conversation. I want to ask you a favor. But before his sentence was finished, AI raised her hand to cut him off. She looked at him with a serious expression. If you want me to help, you must defeat me first. Let's duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Style. The winner gets everything from the opponent. AI pointed arrogantly while declaring her war challenge. Although Ryunosuke felt this was strange, he still agreed. Before long, AI brought Ryunosuke to her house, or more precisely, her apartment. That's right, no mistake, she directly brought a strange teenage boy to her house. This very straightforward action was truly beyond reason. Ryunosuke didn't know what to say, but he still warned. Don't casually bring guys to your house. I'm only doing this with you. AI answered expressionlessly. Ryunosuke fell silent, unable to reply. Was that a love confession? Possibly. Upon entering, Ryunosuke saw so many action figures in AI's room that made his young blood boil. Not only a complete Gundam collection, but also the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Card set, including cards from the 1st to 5th generation series. AI took out 2 dual discs and threw one to him. Ryunosuke trembled from being so excited. He immediately attached it, then transformed his jacket to be like a billowing robe, and said gallantly. Let's duel, Morishita AI. Seeing him so quickly enter into character, AI's eyes sparkled brightly. She said to Ryunosuke, who had now transformed into a duplicate of Mutayugi. You're free to choose any card deck here. There are 1st to 5th generation series, all complete. You can play to your heart's content. AI said arrogantly while raising her chin high, as if asking for praise. Ryunosuke, who had already entered duel mode, didn't care anymore. He glanced at the card rack, took the deck belonging to the King, Jack Atlas, inserted it into the duel disc, and said very arrogantly. Let's start the duel. I'll finish you in 3 turns. AI put on a serious face, inserted her own deck, and shouted loudly. The game begins. My turn, draw. Life points, LP. Akasaka Ryunosuke, 4,000. Morishita AI, 4,000. AI drew 1 card, then looked at the 5 cards in her hand. Like Kaiba Sito, she suddenly laughed heartily with full enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Behold my soul, my pride. I activate polymerization from my hand. I fuse 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons in my hand to summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Appear. Buruezu Urutameto Doragon. A giant 3-headed white dragon appeared in front of Ryunosuke. All of this was their imagination, so just ignore it. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack, ATK 4500. Defense, Def 3800. Facing the terrifying giant monster, Ryunosuke wasn't fazed at all. He still declared arrogantly. You won't have a next turn. Nanny. AI cooperated very well, she stepped back with a contrived shocked expression. Ryunosuke closed his eyes softly. Oh my card deck, answer my call. Draw. He drew a card and smiled dismissively. Be astonished, behold the King's duel. With a big hand wave, he started his combo. I summon Soul Resonator. Based on its effect, I take Bone Archfiend from the deck to my hand. ATK 500, Level 3. I send Dark Resonator from hand to graveyard to special summon Bone Archfiend. ATK 1800, Level 4. I activate Bone Archfiend's special effect. I send Vision Resonator from deck to graveyard to raise its level by 1. Then I activate Vision Resonator's effect that was sent to graveyard. I take the continuous spell card, Crimson Gaia, from the deck and activate it. AI's eyes now turned into comic eyes, small dots, from amazement. Ryunosuke's chain operations continued without stopping, intending to finish AI's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in one series of attacks. I perform Synchro Summon with Bone Archfiend level 5 and Soul Resonator level 3. 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. The King's Heartbeat, created at this moment. Behold the power that shakes heaven and earth. Synchro Summon. Appear, Red Dragon Archfiend. A blazing red demon dragon appeared on the field. Once again, this was just their Chinibu imagination. Red Dragon Archfiend, ATK 3000. Not finished yet, Morishita AI. Ryunosuke waved his hand. Behold, the King's duel is always one step ahead. I continue to special summon Creation Resonator and Synchro Clone Resonator from hand. Creation Resonator ATK 600, Level 3, Synchro Clone Resonator ATK 100, Level 1. I perform double tuning with Red Dragon Archfiend Level 8, Creation Resonator Level 3, and Synchro Clone Resonator Level 1. 8 plus 3 plus 1 is equal to 12. Stars spun around Red Dragon Archfiend. Ryunosuke spread his arms and shouted his ace monster's name. King and demon, unite here. Burning soul. Cry out the creation of heaven and earth. Double Synchro Summon. Appear, Red Nova Dragon. Chapter 60, Shooting Star Dragon. Red Nova Dragon. Attack, ATK 6000, Level 12. Due to the special effect of cards sent to the graveyard earlier, each tuner card in the graveyard will add 500 attack points. Red Nova Dragon jumped from 4,000 to 6,000 points. This time it was Ryunosuke's turn to laugh heartily to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how you can turn this around. He was clearly too excited to the point of forgetting his main purpose for coming here. Meanwhile, AI's eyes sparkled. She felt she loved him even more. Because Ryunosuke's Chinibu soul was far purer than hers, without a single stain. Although she increasingly liked Ryunosuke, it didn't mean she would give up. Even though the opponent's attack was 6,000 points, she wasn't afraid at all because in her hand she still had the Dispel, or Diffusion, card. Just when Ryunosuke was about to attack with Red Nova Dragon, AI acted first. I activate Diffusion from my hand. I split Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon into 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. Return to my field. My soul, my pride. Buruezu Wado Doragon. On AI's field, 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons with 3,000 attack now appeared again. Although not as strong as their combined form, the opponent only had one chance to attack. After receiving one attack, her remaining life would still be 1,000 points, she could still turn the situation around. However, Ryunosuke smiled dismissively. You think that can stop me? Too naive. He raised 2 fingers and said the classic line. A king among kings like me is always one step ahead of you. I'll finish you in one turn, even Jesus can't help you. I activate Red Dragon Archfiend's special effect in the graveyard because it was used as synchro material. Return to the field. My soul, Red Dragon Archfiend. ATK 3000, Level 8. Seeing the opponent's attack was only 3,000, AI breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he can't finish me instantly. Even if Red Nova Dragon attacked with 6,000 points, she still had 1,000 life remaining. While Red Dragon Archfiend's attack was equal to her dragon, even if they destroyed each other, she still had another dragon. AI posed with a V sign. Ryunosuke raised his eyebrow. I already told you, this is over. I activate the magic card Metamorphosis from my hand. This card's effect is to exchange a monster on the field with a monster of the same level from the deck. Appear, Stardust Dragon. Along with Red Dragon Archfiend's roar disappearing into light particles, now standing on the field was Stardust Dragon, Level 8, ATK 2500. Ryunosuke continued his godlike action. I activate the last card in my hand, Card of Sanctity. Draw 6 cards from the deck. I summon Tuner Level 2, Formula Synchron. I perform Synchro with Level 8 Stardust Dragon and Tuner Level 2 Formula Synchron. 8 plus 2 is equal to 10. Crystals from dreams that gather will open the gate of new evolution. Radiate your light on heaven and earth. Excel Synchro Summon. Shooting Star Dragon. That pure white giant dragon flew spinning toward the sky covered by imaginary dark clouds. With one flap of its wings, it swept away all the clouds. Light illuminated the earth, and Shooting Star Dragon roared loudly. ATK 3300. Ryanosuke stopped his movement, his gaze calm. No need to continue, right? You surely know Shooting Star Dragon's special effect, you've lost. Moreover, I just sent 2 more cards to the graveyard. Currently Red Nova Dragon's attack becomes 7,000 points. Even without attacking you with Shooting Star Dragon, you've already lost. As soon as Ryanosuke's sentence ended, AI with a flushed face immediately pounced and hugged him, while declaring a bold love confession. I like you. Ryanosuke, become my boyfriend. I'm willing to give you everything. Her gaze was so burning like blazing fire. Clearly she was serious. She couldn't stand any more having to go through days without Ryanosuke. Initially she could still hold back, but Ryanosuke's performance just now really struck right at her hobby and heart. Who wouldn't want to have a partner with the same hobby? AI wouldn't let him go. AI's gaze made Ryanosuke not dare look at her. However, because he still had a big debt, he had to clarify everything. Ryanosuke held both of AI's shoulders and looked at her sharply. AI trembled, appearing full of hope while repeating the earlier game rules. You won. According to the agreement, the winner gets everything from the opponent. So from now on I am yours, please guide me, Akasaka-kun. The blushing AI touched her nose to Ryanosuke's nose, showing 2-dimensional world-style affection. Ryanosuke was full of question marks. Was there really such a point in the earlier agreement? He who was confused finally accepted this beautiful girl, his brain still empty. He sat on the stairs, holding his head that felt hollow. What did I come here for again? Oh right, to ask Morishita's help. Why did it turn into this kind of relationship? Forget it, already accepted. Let's continue with the next plan. The next target is the promise from Horikita Manibu. If I can manage Manibu, then the victory formula will be perfect. AI is a surprise. My intention was to play cards intimately, instead it ended up tied down. What do? I don't want to date while carrying a giant debt yet. Even though she's rich, isn't this irresponsible? No. I must explain it again. Ryanosuke returned to AI's side. Morishita-san, there's something I want to explain. AI placed her finger on Ryanosuke's lips. Call me wife. Ryanosuke. In the end he still accepted the girl named Morishita AI. However, he said that he didn't want to officially date now. He asked AI to wait for him at least until his debt was paid off. This was about responsibility and a man's pride. He knew AI's family was very rich. His debt of over 100 million yen was probably just the tip of a fingernail for their family, but he wanted to eat from the results of his own hard work, not eat soft rice, live off a woman's wealth. So they made a 3-point agreement. Before his debt was paid off, their relationship must be kept secret. AI agreed with her lips, but in her heart she had already formulated a naughty plan, how to make him fall into bed so our relationship becomes mature so Ryanosuke can't run away anymore. Chapter 61, Ryanosuke becomes abnormal. On the other side, after leaving AI's house, Ryanosuke went to the student council office to meet Manibu. At the same time, he wanted to clock out from work. Although his job had been replaced by someone else, he still held a formal position that required him to clock in, otherwise, his monthly 100,000 points could fly away. Ryanosuke did his usual card tapping and walked in front of Manibu. Seeing his arrival, Manibu knew there was something important to discuss. He told the other members to leave, leaving himself alone with Ryanosuke. Manibu adjusted the position of his glasses on his face. Tell me, what business do you have looking for me again? If the matter is too troublesome, I won't interfere. Ryanosuke adjusted the position of glasses that weren't actually on his face, then said coolly. Am I not allowed to see you if I don't have business? You're really keeping your distance, President. He plopped his behind on the sofa and crossed his legs arrogantly. Manibu was left speechless. You're not wearing glasses, what were you adjusting just now? Such a know-it-all. Ryanosuke felt a bit awkward. The side effects after being with AI apparently hadn't disappeared yet. Currently, his intelligence level was only less than 15% remaining, the rest had been taken over by 2-dimensional world hobbies. It seemed to need time to recover. Next time I have to reduce interactions with AI, I didn't expect the effect to be this severe, he thought while asking loudly. How are you with your little sister? Have you resolved your misunderstanding? Hearing the question, Manibu's cold face for the first time showed a restrained smile, then he cleared his throat and put on a stiff face again. Don't interfere. But, thank you. At least my sister is no longer so afraid of me. Ryanosuke spread his hands. If you met earlier, it wouldn't be this complicated. Your relationship became stiff because of your own doing. Both acting cold. One is timid, one pretends to be deaf, even ghosts wouldn't be able to resolve your misunderstanding. The feeling of gratitude in Manibu's heart instantly vanished. He felt that being grateful to this man was a big mistake. He was confused about what the other party's purpose was in seeing him, so he asked directly. Do you have business with me or not? Ryunosuke slapped his own cheek to alleviate the remaining Chinibu symptoms, trying to calm down, but unfortunately it was useless. Damn. So toxic. Why hasn't it healed until now? Seeing his conversation partner slapping himself, Manibu felt strange. Is your mental state okay? Need to go to the hospital? He asked in a slightly worried tone. Ryunosuke shook his head. I'm fine, just got too deep into playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the effect is still felt. Manibu. Although he didn't understand what that man was talking about, he was sure this person was not normal. Is it okay to entrust my sister under this kind of person's supervision? He won't teach her to become crazy too, right? Manibu began to feel regretful. Ryunosuke now hated himself for playing cards earlier. Now the Chinibu soul from his previous life truly awakened and couldn't be suppressed. His way of speaking was also a bit strange. Although usually he was indeed a bit eccentric, but never this bad. Damn. I'm a thinker type, wake up, you bastard. Don't become a comedian character. Ryunosuke bit the tip of his tongue to force his consciousness back. He needed to reap a lot of points, he had to hide this side. At least wait until the points accumulated enough and achieved financial freedom, then he could release his true Benkyou. Damn. It's relapsing again. Ryunosuke slapped his cheek once more. In his brain appeared an image of Ichigo's Benkyou, truly crazy. Please, I need to wash my brain. Ryunosuke ran out of the student council president's office, intending to do a full-body SPA to relax. He felt increasingly abnormal since playing cards. Manibu stared at the door that was almost damaged from being rammed earlier while furrowing his brow. That person, does he have a hole in his brain? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, AI returned to class with light steps while humming softly. Clearly her mood was very good. Arisu saw her subordinate return but didn't ask further because everyone had their own privacy. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was already at the SPA place. Doing body care indeed made him feel refreshed, although his brain was still a bit tilted and needed to be straightened. Yes, a little more to the left, oh right, there. Yes, perfect. The attendant helped adjust Ryunosuke's neck position, and he really enjoyed that rare moment. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In another place. In a small dark alley, a girl with long pink hair wearing black-framed glasses was running while tightly hugging Ryunosuke's camera. Behind her, a lecherous man was chasing her. That man was the clerk from the digital camera shop yesterday. That girl was Eri. She didn't know how that man could find her address, but that person kept bothering her. Because she couldn't stand it, she chose to run away, but that man kept chasing. Reflexively, Eri remembered Ryunosuke's words. That man had said, if she was in difficulty, she should contact him. With trembling fingers, she pressed Ryunosuke's phone number. The call was immediately connected, and a lazy voice was heard from the other side. Hello, this is Muri Detective Agency. Ah damn, my old habit is relapsing again. Eri said in a tense tone, Akasaka-kun. I'm being stalked by someone now, can you help me? Hearing Eri's frightened voice, Ryunosuke seemed to fully awaken. He immediately put on his clothes and ran out. While running, he calmed her down through the phone. Don't be afraid, tell me where you are, I'll come save you. Eri almost cried because that man was already right in front of her. She swallowed hard, then said trembling. Akasaka-kun, I'm at, beep beep beep. The call was cut off, clearly something bad had happened. Without thinking long, Ryunosuke opened the tracker on his phone. The target was only 1.2 kilometers from him. Still in time. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Eri was already cornered against the wall. She closed her eyes full of fear. In her heart, she screamed desperately. Someone, please save me, anyone. I beg you. Chapter 62, Sakayanaji Naramori. That lecherous man slowly approached Eri. When he felt he was almost successful, the sound of wind cutting through air was heard from behind, someone had come. Reflexively, that lecherous man turned back, but a kick flew right at his face, sending him flying backwards. The person who kicked him was none other than Ryunosuke, who had just arrived. That man held his painful face while rolling on the ground, then asked spontaneously. Who are you? Ryunosuke raised one finger to the sky. I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by. Remember that. He moved his wrist and struck the classic Kamen Rider W pose. Now, let's count your sins. That man was dumbfounded in confusion. You aren't mentally ill, are you? The corner of Ryunosuke's lips twitched. His current condition could no longer be controlled, so he decided to let himself fly free. Whatever happens, happens. He then switched to the classic Kamen Rider RX pose. I am the child of the sun, Kamen Rider Black RX. He stomped the floor hard, jumped high instantly, and launched the spinning rider kick technique. He himself didn't know how he could do it, but that technique successfully came out. That kick immediately sent the lecherousman flying far and broke 7 of his ribs. Ryunosuke reflexively wanted to take out Rebel Cane, light sword, to stab the opponent's waist, but he felt awkward when he realized that sword didn't actually exist. When will this disease heal? He thought desperately. Meanwhile, Eri, who was hiding behind, looked at him with sparkling eyes. Her eyes seemed to emit pink heart shapes, clearly she had fallen in love. Ryunosuke stared flatly at the lecherous-man who was now dying with foaming mouth after losing 7 ribs. He then took the hidden camera attached to his collar. Fortunately, his brain wasn't completely errored. He still left a bit of intelligence to record this incident as evidence to threaten the school's foundation chairman. That's right, he was no longer interested in the teacher's points, his target now was the much wealthier foundation chairman. Namely Arisu's father, Sakayanagi Narimori. His reason for taking advantage of Eri was to use this incident as a negotiation condition to gain profit. The problem now was, with his condition currently relapsing like this, could he speak normally? Don't tell me he'd instead shout, "Oh world, bow down to me," or something like that. Ryunosuke realized he was beyond saving. Once upon a time, my other self buried deep in the depths of my heart. Damn. Relapsing again. Ryunosuke slapped his own cheek. He just remembered about Mutayugi's AIBO from Yu-Gi-Oh! If it continued like this, he really had to enter a mental hospital. The side effects were too big that they couldn't be suppressed at all. While he was spacing out, Eri approached shyly. She bowed her head, not daring to look at Ryunosuke. Her face was red from embarrassment meeting that man. Although Ryunosuke acted a bit strange earlier, in her eyes it looked very cool. Perhaps this was the suspension bridge effect. No matter how abnormally Ryunosuke acted, in Eri's eyes, he was still very handsome. That was the power of blind love. After calming down for a moment, Ryunosuke asked Eri. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? But in Eri's view, that scene transformed. Ryunosuke looked extremely handsome. Though originally Ryunosuke's face was ordinary, just slightly above average. But for Eri, Ryunosuke was the most handsome man. The poison of love had penetrated too deeply. Facing Eri, who was drunk on love, Ryunosuke felt helpless. When he was normal, no girl looked at him. Why when he became abnormal, instead 2 girls were chasing him? Namely Eri and AI. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side of school, AI suddenly sneezed non-stop. Arisu asked worriedly. Are you okay? Need to go to the health unit? AI shook her head. I'm fine. Maybe there's someone talking badly about me. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In another place, Ryunosuke also mysteriously sneezed. Achoo. He wiped his nose. Very strange, who's bad-mouthing me? Before long, the school side came to clean up that mess. As victims, Eri and Ryunosuke were fortunately invited by the foundation chairman to meet. Perhaps to give hush money. That was better, that way Ryunosuke could ask for more. Soon after, the 2 of them arrived at the foundation chairman's room. There was a white-haired man wearing glasses, he was the school's leader, Sakayanagi Narimori. Narimori placed both hands on the desk, looking at them calmly while giving a friendly smile. Please sit, let's discuss this nicely. Ryunosuke didn't want to lose in intimidation and immediately sat down. Only Eri felt a bit afraid to sit. With a boss style, Ryunosuke pulled Eri to his side, letting that girl lean on his shoulder, and put his arm around her. Eri had stopped resisting. Her brain was empty at this time, the only thing she thought about was how warm Ryunosuke's shoulder was. Ryunosuke looked at Narimori calmly. You don't mind if we show some affection, right? Narimori waved his hand. Don't mind, do as you please. After saying that, he leaned back in his luxurious chair while closing his eyes to rest. Just consider that I don't see. You also can't force me to open my eyes to watch, right? The corner of Ryunosuke's lips twitched. He released his embrace of Eri and began to act seriously. Although his Chinibu aura was still very strong, he tried his best to stay formal, though it might be futile. Ryunosuke adjusted the position of his invisible glasses, his gaze becoming profound. Foundation Chairman Sakayanagi, this incident is very... You understand what I mean, right? Ryunosuke rubbed his fingers together, money code, signaling that there was no need to talk much more. Narimori sat up straight, looking at the boy in front of him seriously. Is this the kid who eliminated a teacher at his school? Truly interesting. Narimori adjusted his black-framed glasses. How about each of you gets 5 million personal points? Ryunosuke, who felt dissatisfied, spread both hands, one hand showing number 1, the other showing number 2. Naramori tilted his head confused. 12 million. Ryunosuke shook his head. 120 million. Naramori's lips twitched. Smart kid. Isn't your debt indeed 120 million points? You want to pay off your debt directly through me. Think carefully, beside you there's still someone who has to share points with you. Ryunosuke looked at Eri sharply and called her name. Sakura-san. Why yes. Eri jumped in surprise and immediately stood straight. Ryunosuke signaled her to sit back down and not be tense. Eri sat back down feeling timid. Chapter 63, Completing the Transaction. Eri sat back on the sofa feeling timid. Ryunosuke boldly put his arm around her again. Eri's cheeks blushed red, but she didn't feel hateful and didn't rebel. Instead, she actually liked it. Ryunosuke raised his eyebrow, then looked at Naramori. What's hers is mine too, isn't that right? Eri-chan. Eri nodded dazedly, her brain had stopped thinking. Naramori felt helpless. He finally said, the amount is too large. 120 million personal points is impossible. But if it's 10% of that, it's still reasonable. Ryunosuke clicked his lips dissatisfied, then released his embrace of Eri's shoulder. Eri felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted Ryunosuke to hug her longer. On the other side, Ryunosuke also felt he had no other choice. He had hoped to pay off his debt at once through this incident, but it seemed he hoped for too much. He tried to fight for maximum profit. The two of them bargained with each other, and the final negotiation result was, Ryunosuke got 20 million personal points, plus a dropout immunity coupon. Simply put, this coupon was a special privilege. Not only could it be used to select one person to be expelled from school at any time, but it could also protect oneself from being immune to school expulsion. This was like an all-purpose trump card. Just so you know, Student Council President Manibu also had a similar right once in a lifetime. This was a hint for the future. After business was finished, Ryunosuke brought Eri preparing to leave. Naramori stopped him. Wait a moment, young man. Ryunosuke's step stopped. Is there other business? Naramori adjusted his black-framed glasses, his gaze becoming profound. I hope you can restrain yourself more and not make too much commotion at school. Although I support healthy competition among students, I don't like extremist types like you. This incident can still be understood, and indeed you should get compensation. But regarding Sakagami-sensei's problem, you went too far. That's not something a teenager should do. I know you're cornered into doing anything to pay off your debt. But I ask you to still restrain yourself. Play within the corridor of rules. If you act too far. Naramori adjusted his glasses again, which now appeared whitened from light reflection. I might expel you from school. He showed a friendly smile, but the words he said contained absolutely no affection. Indeed, someone who could hold this position must have real ability. Facing the Foundation chairman's words that were half joking but half threatening, Ryunosuke appeared dismissive. To command me, you're still 20,000 years too early. Let's go, Sakura-san. Ryunosuke held Eri's hand. Eri's cheeks reddened, but she didn't mind. The two of them left the Foundation chairman's office. Seeing their departure, Naramori let out a long breath. That kid, it seems he's not the obedient type. Ha. He leaned back in his luxurious chair while closing his eyes. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, the two people who had already left began thinking about how to divide the results. Ryunosuke counted his points. Oh no, the numbers. His eyes were already sparkling seeing money symbols. He kept stroking the cold numbers on his phone screen with full affection. Seeing him like that, plus remembering the Foundation chairman's words that this man had debt outside, Eri gathered courage and asked. Does Akasaka-kun really need money? If you really need it, just give my share to you. Eri said with a blushing face. She herself didn't really need money because she was used to living frugally. If this could help lighten Ryunosuke's burden, she was very willing to hand over her personal points in full. Eri had fallen too deep into the hole called love. She couldn't and didn't want to get out. This feeling made her feel light like floating. Hearing that statement, Ryunosuke hesitated for a moment. But without thinking much, he still divided half those points to Eri's hand. Take out your phone, I'll transfer your share. Eri immediately waved her hand. No need. I don't need points for now. If Akasaka-kun needs them, I'll give mine to you too. She held out her phone. Ryunosuke was stunned. Was his charm that great? He felt he wasn't that handsome, right? Not as handsome as Hirata, and his personality was also a bit deviant. Was he worthy of being treated this well by a girl like Eri? Ryunosuke sank into deep thought until he didn't realize Eri had been holding out her phone for quite a while. Eri's hand trembled, she closed her eyes nervously, but Ryunosuke still didn't take it. Eri felt a bit disappointed. Am I that disregarded by him? I'm indeed useless. She gripped the edge of her skirt. For the first time in her life, she wanted to get someone's attention, not run away. She wanted this man to look at her, even if just once. Eri gathered her last courage, took a deep breath, and said in a very tense trembling voice. Akasaka-kun. May I call you Ryunosuke-kun from now on? Eri had already expended all her courage to say that sentence. But Ryunosuke didn't care too much and didn't understand the deep meaning behind it, so he just agreed. He didn't realize how intimate that address was. For him, he was already used to it because Megumi also called him like that. Seeing Ryunosuke agree, Eri's eyes immediately spun around from being too happy, then she fainted. Clearly for her, being able to call a man's first name was too strong a stimulation for her heart. Ryunosuke immediately caught her waist with one hand, feeling helpless. Don't faint here, how can I take you home? Seeing Eri who fainted in happiness, Ryunosuke felt dizzy. What now? How do I take her to the girls' dormitory without being noticed by others? He finally carried Eri on his back and walked toward the dormitory. Never mind, whatever. His face was thick enough, he wasn't afraid of embarrassment if people found out. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke openly carried Eri all the way to her house. The next day, many students spread gossip about them. Considering the dormitory was so large, his conspicuous action was impossible not to be noticed. There were rumors saying they were already dating. There were even more ridiculous ones, saying they were siblings. This one was definitely people who were denying the reality that they were single. Ryunosuke just rolled his eyes and didn't care too much. But after taking Eri home and gossip spreading, he had to explain for quite a while to AI. Besides that, there was also Hiyori. For some reason, Hiyori also chased him with many questions. But after confirming that they didn't have a special relationship, Hiyori appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 64, Selecting a New Homeroom Teacher. Ryunosuke checked his current personal points. 45 million points, plus 1 special school expulsion immunity coupon. Ryunosuke had intended to give some to Eri, but the girl flatly refused, so he was forced to keep it himself. Ryunosuke put his phone in his pocket and went to school calmly. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. The distance to the cruise ship exam was only 2.5 months away. During this period, the class rankings didn't experience major changes, but the gap between Class A and Class B was very thin. The two were closely chasing each other's points. Here are the current class point details. Class A, Ichino's Hanami, leader, class points, 1. Class B, Sakayanagi Arisu, leader, class points. Class C, Hirata Yosuke and Horikita Suzun, dual leaders, class points. Class D, Shina Hiyori, leader, class points. This was the current class order and ranking. Regarding Hiyori, Ryunosuke wasn't too worried. In their hands they still had 10 million personal points that he had released before. Each student on average had 250,000 personal points. If they were frugal, surviving for half to 1 year wasn't a problem. Arisu had also fully consolidated Class B through the previous incident. This time, she appeared very enthusiastic because she got stimulation from someone. Who else was the culprit if not Ryunosuke? When she learned that her biological father, Naramori, was also extorted by Ryunosuke, Arisu instead became more enthusiastic than before. She didn't care at all about the fact that her father lost 20 million points. Really a filial child? Ryunosuke was confused how to comment on it. Actually it wasn't like that. The reason Arisu was so enthusiastic was because Ryunosuke again did something beyond her expectations, which for her felt like an extraordinary challenge. Since long ago, Arisu only liked strong people. If not, she wouldn't be so obsessed with Ayanokuji just from seeing him once at the White Room. Before Ryunosuke appeared, only Ayanokuji was in her eyes. Now, there were two people worth challenging. How could she not be happy? On the other side, Ryunosuke was dating with AI on a long bench on the school roof. The two had officially entered into a relationship. As long as Ryunosuke hadn't paid off his debt, they agreed to keep their relationship secret. This was his request. He didn't want their relationship publicized yet, and that was his personal ego. AI agreed too. As long as Ryunosuke accompanied her, she already felt very satisfied. AI lay on the bench with her head resting on Ryunosuke's thigh, sleeping soundly until her drool dripped. Ryunosuke stroked her beautiful purple hair and didn't wake her. As a competent boyfriend, a little spoiling like this indeed had to be given. AI woke up dazedly, wiping the drool at the corner of her mouth. Looking at him, she wanted a warm hug. Hug. AI spread her arms, asking for a hug from him. Ryunosuke granted her wish, embracing her into his arms while stroking her back, then glanced at his watch. It's almost time for afternoon class, you have to wake up. Don't want to. AI further buried herself in Ryunosuke's embrace, showing her unwillingness to go. How could lessons be more important than boyfriend's hug? I don't want to go. Facing the sulking AI, Ryunosuke didn't spoil her further. He immediately lifted her body, put her back on the chair, and walked away with a flat face. If you don't go, I'm going. I'm a model student, I have to attend class. Ryunosuke answered from afar. AI shouted in frustration, actually which is more important, me or lessons, huh? Bastard. Lessons. Replied Ryunosuke's voice that was getting farther away. AI. Seeing him really leave, AI returned to class listlessly, as if losing her life support. Her spirit was truly wilted. It wasn't that Ryunosuke didn't want to accompany her, but he didn't want his affairs hindered, he still had to go to school. He would give her compensation later. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Naramori was currently puzzled by one thing, who would be the new homeroom teacher for Class C, formerly Class D. He checked the documents in his hand. Hiratsuka Shizuka from Sobu High School, age 27. Daughter of the head of Tokyo's largest mafia family, the Hiratsuka family. Hot-tempered character, likes smoking and drinking alcohol, and often accidentally beats students until they're hospitalized. Cross this one out, too dangerous. Naramori threw Hiratsuka Shizuka's document aside, then looked at the next one. Kirisa Mafuyu, third-year teacher from Ichino's Academy, age 25. Expert in teaching world history. Former figure skating athlete, sexy body, beautiful face, and likes wearing black stockings. Ahem. Ahem. Naramori coughed and rubbed his eyes. Who wrote such detailed data? Forget it, look at the next one. He put down Kirisa Mafuyu's data and looked at the next profile. Sakata Jintoki, the last samurai in Japan, has a high Bushido spirit, age 29, Scorpio, blood type O, notes, has a dependency on sweet foods, can die if doesn't eat sugar. Really likes strawberry milk and red bean rice. Very easy to maintain, only needs food and shelter. The more I read this the more unreliable it feels. Naramori muttered. He immediately threw out Sakata Jintoki's profile. He finally chose Mafuyu, who looked the most normal among the three. Of course not because he wanted to see black stockings, of course not. Naramori immediately called her. Before long, the call connected with a woman's voice that sounded cold. Who is this? This is me, Sakayanaji Naramori. Oh, turns out to be the foundation chairman from Advanced Nurturing High School. What's the reason for calling me? Mafuyu asked curiously. Naramori tapped the desk lightly. Do you have free time to become a teacher here? I'm short of teaching staff. For salary, I can give you about 600,000 points per month, with annual salary around 7.2 million plus year-end bonus. Total around 8 million points. Interested? Mafuyu seemed a bit hesitant. Sorry, Foundation Chairman Sakayanaji, I can't leave right now. I have two genius students I must guide. One is a science genius and the other is a literature genius. They are national assets that need special development, so I can't leave them. Naramori pondered for a moment. How about you bring both those kids along? I happen to have empty slots for 2 new students. Can you reconsider? I'm really short of people. If the salary feels insufficient, we can talk again. How about 10 million per year? Mafuyu thought. Bringing those 2 kids to the school seemed like a good choice, considering this school's reputation as a concentration camp for geniuses. Without thinking too long, she agreed. Naramori smiled broadly. In that case, please start working on the 3rd of next month. I'll handle all the admission procedures, including for those 2 students. Thank you, Foundation Chairman Sakayanaji. Mafuyu said. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. I entrust the student's education to you. Mafuyu nodded seriously. Leave it to me. Regarding student education, I'll never take it lightly. Chapter 65, Hasabi Haruka. Haruka approached Eri. What do you say? Should we go to the pool? The two had only known each other for a few days, but they could already be called good friends. How did they meet? Haruka accidentally discovered that Eri was a gravure model, found it interesting, and started interacting with her until they became close friends. Eri was a shy girl, while Haruka was the complete opposite. They seemed to complement each other perfectly. Eri was slightly startled. Eh? Go to the pool. She reflexively glanced toward Ryunosuke, her gaze appearing somewhat dreamy. Anyone could see that she was in love. Haruka showed a mischievous expression, intending to help her friend. She walked with her hands behind her back, hopping lightly toward Ryunosuke, then tapped his shoulder. Hello. Akasaka-kun, do you have free time on Saturday? Would you like to accompany 2 beautiful girls for a swim? Haruka looked at him with a, you know what I mean, expression, while subtly showing off her perfect figure, even better than a model's. She was really trying hard for her best friend, even using physical temptation tactics to help Eri. Eri's face flushed red. She could only look down silently, because deep down she also hoped Ryunosuke would come along. Ryunosuke set down his schoolwork and looked at Haruka with confusion. I don't think we're that close, are we? Haruka responded casually, don't say that. We're classmates, it's natural to invite each other to hang out, right? That may be natural, but being invited out by two girls isn't. Haruka felt helpless. Are you even a guy? Two beautiful girls invite you out and you refuse. Ryunosuke answered in a flat tone, I'm busy, I don't have time. This was the first time Haruka had met a man who was so difficult to win over. Actually, it wasn't that Ryunosuke didn't want to go, but he genuinely couldn't. He already had plans with his actual girlfriend, Morishita AI, so he didn't have free time. Haruka began to doubt her own charm seeing Ryunosuke's resolve. Usually, the lecherous men out there always looked at her body with lust. Why today did she meet someone who wasn't tempted by wealth or women? Her mother was a model, and Haruka inherited her mother's superior genes, her body proportions were equivalent to a top model's. However, this was what caused her many problems. Because her body developed too quickly since middle school, she had always been the center of men's attention. That was why Haruka hated men so much. Except for Ryunosuke, perhaps. Because this man was quite interesting. Since the second day of school when she joined the student council, Haruka had already started noticing this man. At present, her interest was still limited to curiosity, not yet directed toward romantic feelings. In the end, facing Haruka's relentless pressure, Ryunosuke was forced to agree. He had to ask his girlfriend for permission to shift their date to Sunday. Seeing her plan succeed, Haruka struck a victory pose toward Eri. Yay, I successfully invited him for you, Eri-chan. Eri's face immediately heated up. She frantically approached Haruka and pushed her away. I'm helping you, why are you doing this? Shut up. Don't interfere. Haruka smiled mischievously. Shy Eri is so cute. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Time passed quickly until Saturday arrived, the day Haruka invited Ryunosuke to swim. But unfortunately, all their classmates ended up coming too. The reason was that Hirata took the initiative to invite everyone to play together. Everyone agreed, so they came in droves. Seeing the other friends arrive, Eri felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to spend more time alone with Ryunosuke. Since their separation half a month ago at the chairman's office, the two had never communicated again. Eri didn't have the courage to ask whether they were actually dating or not. Because Ryunosuke never gave a clear answer. She was trapped in unrequited love. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke deliberately kept a bit of distance from Eri because he already had AI as his official girlfriend. At that time, he was under the influence of a Chinibu attack, so he wasn't normal and did many things that crossed the line, which made Eri misunderstand and think he liked her. Although he did like Eri, limited to a 2D character in his previous life, that was a different matter. Now Ryunosuke was confused about how to deal with Eri. The two stood side by side in silence. Seeing this situation, Haruka shamelessly pushed Eri toward Ryunosuke while whistling like a female delinquent. Phew. Ryunosuke looked at Haruka with annoyance, but he didn't say anything. He did need to talk seriously with Eri. Eri stood in front of Ryunosuke with a blushing face. The other students were busy with their own business, giving the two of them space. Only Kushida was watching them, and for some reason, her heart felt slightly uncomfortable. Everyone was already wearing swimsuits. Because no one invited Suzune, that shadow leader of the class didn't come here as in the original story. Ayanokuji didn't invite her either, he actually invited Megumi. He was currently very interested in that girl because he wanted to learn her assassination techniques. Megumi wore a flat expression. I've told you many times, Ayanokuji-kun, I don't know any assassination techniques. Ayanokuji Shoda, do you think I'll believe that expression? Megumi sighed softly. I've told you my thin presence is innate, if I could teach you, I would have already, Ayanokuji-kun. Oh. Ayanokuji showed a disappointed face like a small child. Megumi then coaxed him like calming a kid. Good boy, although I can't teach you the disappearing technique, I can teach you how to read situations. Ayanokuji's eyes sparkled. In that case, can I learn to read minds? Megumi. I've told you I don't have superpowers, Ayanokuji-kun. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke and Eri, who had already changed into swimsuits, didn't immediately get in the water. They looked for a shady spot and sat down. Both were silent, not knowing where to start the conversation. Ryunosuke knew his Chinibu actions back then had made Eri fall for him. It wasn't that he didn't like Eri, honestly, he liked almost all the female characters at this school, limited to affection for 2D waifus. But he knew that was wrong. He now had a girlfriend. He had to be honest with Eri before everything became even more wrong. Chapter 66, Not Married Yet, Just Take Him. The swimsuit Eri wore was a modest model, a tight black full-body suit that didn't show any skin at all. Ryunosuke sat calmly beside her. Meanwhile, Eri nervously bent her feet, hugging her knees, without uttering a single word. She occasionally glanced toward Ryunosuke with warm cheeks. Haruka, seeing that the two weren't making any progress and were just sitting in silence, intended to help this young couple who were stuck in place. She slowly emerged from the pool. Her swimsuit was quite daring, a dark blue bikini with a string design that matched perfectly with her long dark blue hair. Combined with her attractive face and sexy figure, she made the male students drool. Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimura, who had just joined, were now the class's new comedy trio. Yamauchi's gaze couldn't leave Haruka, the size was too large. Ike and Shimura also stared without blinking. At least a D cup, no wait. That's an F cup. Facing the gazes of those men, Haruka showed a disgusted expression. However, for her best friend's sake, she still walked confidently toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke initially intended to clear up the misunderstanding with Eri, at least explain the fact that he already had a girlfriend. However, he instead saw Haruka walking toward him in a sexy swimsuit. Reflexively, he couldn't look away. After all, he was a man. When seeing such an unreasonably massive burden, his eyes would naturally be drawn there. Ryunosuke was no exception, but the difference was that he looked with an appreciative gaze. Haruka noticed Ryunosuke's gaze, but she didn't hate it. Because this man's gaze didn't contain disgusting lust, but rather appreciation, as if he were admiring something beautiful. Haruka then stood with her hands on her hips confidently, letting him look to his heart's content, to the point where she forgot her original purpose for coming there. Eri pouted seeing her friend actually flirting with her crush. She briefly glanced at her own body size, hers wasn't that small either. Why isn't Ryunosuke-kun looking at me? Is it because of my swimsuit? Currently she was wearing a swimsuit that covered everything. Plus, she wore red-framed glasses that hid her beauty, along with a bad twin-tail hairstyle that covered her bangs. In others' eyes, Eri didn't look striking, only considered to have decent proportions. Because certain measurements were indeed difficult to hide. Eri puffed out her cheeks, annoyed at her friend. Haruka suddenly realized she had forgotten something. She immediately grabbed Ryunosuke and Eri's wrists, then dragged them both into the water. Splash! Both were pulled into the pool by Haruka. They surfaced to breathe fresh air. Underwater, Haruka deliberately pushed Eri into Ryunosuke's embrace. Because of their position in the water, no outsider knew it was her doing. Of course Ryunosuke and Eri knew because the three of them were very close. The two touched underwater. Haruka showed a satisfied expression, winked at Eri, and gave a thumbs up as if saying, "Do your best." After that, she swam away so as not to disturb their intimacy. Eri leaned against Ryunosuke's chest, feeling his strong and powerful heartbeat. Her face automatically reddened again. She immediately pulled away and bowed apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, Haruka pushed me." Eri immediately sold out her friend. Haruka, standing in the distance, felt her head spin. This girl is truly hopeless, given an opportunity and she wastes it. She thought while sighing. Oh well, might as well help until the end. Haruka muttered. She swam back and directly played openly in front of Ryunosuke. "Hey, you're a guy, so you should realize Eri likes you, right? I don't want to waste any more time. What are your feelings toward my friend?" Haruka asked while fixing her wet hair, showing the cute beauty mark on her face. Faced with such a straight ball statement, Eri was momentarily confused, but she still secretly glanced at Ryunosuke, awaiting his answer. Ryunosuke wore a flat expression. After pondering for quite a while, he exhaled a long breath and said to Eri, "Sorry. I already have a girlfriend." Instantly, the atmosphere became silent. Haruka covered her mouth in shock. Eri's eyes immediately welled up with tears, she reflexively wanted to run away. Realizing this, Haruka quickly chased after her. "Eri. Don't run, come back." Eri had already left crying. Haruka's hand froze in the air. Ryunosuke approached her and said, "Sorry, I." Haruka raised her hand to stop Ryunosuke's words. "You're not wrong, what do you need to apologize for? You already have a girlfriend, and I'm the one at fault for introducing Eri to you. I'm the one who should apologize." After that, she bowed apologetically. "Forgive me, Akasaka-kun, for making you uncomfortable. I need to chase after Eri, so I'll excuse myself. See you later." She turned and chased after Eri. Ryunosuke could only watch their departure in confusion. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong, he had only told the truth. Rather than letting someone continue fantasizing, it was better to explain everything clearly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Haruka found Eri Sakura hiding under a tree. She crouched down and apologized. Forgive me, Eri, I didn't know he already had a girlfriend. Eri buried her head in her knees, silent. Haruka finally sat to keep her company there. They sat in the shade while watching the pool scenery. A long time later, Eri, who had been thinking a lot, raised her head with traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. Do I have no chance left? She asked weakly. She felt she didn't want to let go, but didn't have enough courage. Haruka stretched her long legs that were slightly sore, then suggested. Opportunities must be seized. As long as he's not married yet, just take him. Eri was shocked by those words. Haruka showed a mischievous smile. They're only dating, it doesn't mean they can't break up. Take him from his girlfriend. She clenched her fist encouragingly. Eri shrank her neck. But, isn't that wrong? Haruka casually put her arm around Eri's shoulder. What's wrong about it? He's not married yet, just take him. Besides, Eri's face is incredibly beautiful, I don't believe you'll lose the competition. Besides, I'm curious who Akasaka-kun's girlfriend even is. Never heard of her and never seen her. Haruka stroked her chin while thinking. Meanwhile, Eri began to feel a bit energized and had the desire to fight. What Haruka said is right. As long as he's not married, I still have a chance. Eri clenched both fists, encouraging herself. Chapter 67, Kushida Kikyu and Horikita Suzun. Yamauchi and his friends, also known as the Lucky Trio, were currently discussing how to install surveillance cameras in the changing room. However, Ryunosuke immediately dragged them out in front of everyone. If it were before, he might not have cared because there were Ayanokuji and Suzun who would stop them. But now it was different, because of his interference, all the outcomes had become messy. Suzun didn't even come to the pool, which was why he stepped in to stop them. In front of all their classmates, Ryunosuke warned the three of them. There are things you can do, and things you cannot do, understand? If this is found out, you won't just be expelled from school, but you'll also cause all students to lose points. This month we just earned 11,300 points with difficulty, don't let those points disappear again because of you three. Although for Ryunosuke now points of that amount weren't a big problem, even mosquito meat was still meat, he felt it would be a waste if those points just disappeared. Yamauchi, Ike, and Shimura gritted their teeth glaring at Ryunosuke who had exposed their plan. They hated him very much. Why do you have to interfere? Yamauchi shouted angrily. People around looked at him with disgust, but Yamauchi didn't care at all and continued cursing. All men have perverted thoughts, it's natural. I'm just putting it into action, I'm not wrong at all, on what basis are you blaming me? Kei couldn't help but spit. Disgusting men. Hirata initially wanted to help mediate, but seeing this situation he chose to remain silent. After all, what Yamauchi did was indeed excessive, defending him now would really be inappropriate. Ike and Shimura tugged at Yamauchi's pants, telling him to shut up. They were now being watched by the entire class and felt very embarrassed. There were even students from other classes looking this way, this was truly social suicide. However, Yamauchi didn't care, his skin was very thick. He continued cursing without caring about others' views. You meddling bastard, someday I'll make you pay the price. Yamauchi said with a red face. Ryunosuke waved his hand indifferently. Make me pay the price. Just with your abilities. If you can't control yourself anymore, I'll be the one to make you pay the price and get you expelled from school. Just as Yamauchi was about to retort, SAE arrived with a serious face and issued a warning. Yamauchi. If you commit one more action that drags down the class's reputation, please pack your things and get out of here. SAE extinguished the cigarette butt in her hand with a sharp gaze. She had long wanted to get rid of someone who could only ruin plans and was useless like this. Unfortunately, this person was tied to the class's interests, so she couldn't just expel him. The homeroom teacher's sudden appearance made Yamauchi shut up. He snorted in dissatisfaction then left, taking Ike and Shimura with him. From that moment on, the three of them were truly isolated from the class. Who would want to be friends with people who intended to install cameras in the women's changing room? Everyone instead stayed away. After the problem was resolved, Ryunosuke intended to leave, but he was stopped by Kushida. Kushida's expression was no longer gentle as usual, but showed her true face. In front of Ryunosuke, she didn't need to pretend anymore because this man knew everything about her. This actually made her feel more relaxed. Ryunosuke looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Kushida's expression was very cold. "You and Horikita, are you good friends?" Ryunosuke was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and teased, "Don't tell me you want to be friends with her. With that Suzun." As if her thoughts were read, Kushida turned her face away and nodded softly after pondering. "Yes, I want to be friends with her." Can you help me? Ryunosuke felt helpless. How are you so sure I'll help you? What's in it for me? Kushida stepped lightly before him, showing her usual innocent smile, and said with a sweet smile. You'll definitely help me, right? Kushida brought her face close to Ryunosuke's ear and whispered in a threatening tone. If you don't help me, I'll tell everyone that you broke into my room, even if it means I have to be destroyed along with you. After speaking, Kushida waited for an answer with a cold gaze. Ryunosuke snorted inwardly. Risking your purity to threaten me. Fine, you win. He extended his hand and took the opportunity to pat Kushida's head. Just this once, after this don't look for me again. Although her head was being patted, Kushida didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, she showed her innocent smile again and nodded happily. Of course, Akasaka-kun. In outsiders' eyes, their relationship looked very close, but in their hearts, they were both cursing each other's ancestors. Ryunosuke cursed her as a slut, while Kushida cursed him as a disgusting man. However, on the surface they still smiled sweetly. Eri and Haruka, who were spying from a distance, appeared to be thinking hard. Are they dating? It doesn't look like it, but actually how is it? Haruka scratched her hair irritably. She was trying to guess who Ryunosuke's girlfriend was in order to help Eri devise a strategy. Meanwhile, Eri, seeing the two of them so close, felt a bit disappointed. She held her own head and murmured softly, I also want to be patted by Ryunosuke-kun. Haruka looked at her unambitious friend and shook her head. Really no guts. After getting that man, is this all you want? Eri's face reddened with embarrassment, she just stammered, not knowing what to say. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The next morning, Ryunosuke went to fulfill his promise to Kushida. Actually, he was too lazy to go because dealing with Susan was quite troublesome. But because he had once made her cry, there was a little guilt in his heart, consider this as compensation. Ryunosuke arrived at Susan's dormitory and knocked on the door. Susan opened the door, and upon seeing it was Ryunosuke, she reflexively wanted to close the door again. However, Ryunosuke stopped the door with his foot and said in a resigned tone. Do you hate me that much? Susan, I'm the person who helped you reconcile with your older brother, can't you invite me in for tea? Susan fell silent. She opened the door wide and walked in without looking back. Ryunosuke took off his shoes at the genkan, put on house slippers, and entered. Susan, wearing red sportswear, immediately sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and folded her arms across her chest. Speak. There's no way you came without business. What do you want? Ryunosuke sat on the tatami near the table. Can't you give me a drink first? I'm thirsty. Susan pouted, but still stood up to pour tea. She was indeed very tsundere. Chapter 68, just left Susan's room, already ran into Hanami. Susan poured tea for Ryunosuke and also sat on the tatami in front of him, her eyes staring straight at me. What business do you actually have coming here? Ryunosuke sipped the tea Susan poured and praised inwardly. Delicious tea. Susan folded her arms across her chest and mercilessly exposed his lie. That's cheap tea bought at the supermarket, just ordinary loose-leaf tea. The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth twitched. Do you have to insult me like that? Can't you cooperate with me just a little? Humph. Susan snorted. Too lazy to deal with you. Ryunosuke put on an innocent face. What did I do wrong to you that you treat me like this? I'm always like this. If you don't like it, then leave. Susan replied just as sharply. Ryunosuke slumped over the table listlessly. You're really difficult to deal with. If it weren't for your brother ordering me to look after you, I'd be too lazy to deal with you too. Susan's eyebrow raised. How much money did you receive from my brother? Ryunosuke thought for a moment. Maybe all of your brother's points after he graduates. Anyway, there's no point hiding it from you, you'll find out sooner or later. Susan's expression became complicated. I'm troubling Nissan again. Ryunosuke waved his hand. It's natural for an older brother to help pave the way for his younger sister. Don't feel burdened. Susan rolled her eyes. Of course you're not burdened, you're the one profiting. My brother's personal points must reach tens of millions, you're really making a killing, Akasaka-kun. Thud. Susan mischievously kicked Ryunosuke's leg from under the table. That hurts. Can you stop kicking me? Susan. I told you not to call me so familiarly, our relationship isn't that close. Susan glared fiercely and extended her leg again to kick. Ryunosuke quickly caught her ankle to stop her action. All right, stop kicking. I have something serious I want to talk about. Susan finally lowered her leg, combed her straight long black hair, and put on a haughty face. Say what it is. If it's not important, please get out of my room. Ryunosuke shortened the story and immediately explained about Kushida. Hearing that, Suzan's brow furrowed deeply, looking confused. Why does she want to be friends with me? Am I even close to her? If Kushida heard this answer, she would definitely vomit blood from frustration. Considering that Miss Sweetheart always tried to approach Suzan to prevent her middle school secrets from being exposed, it turned out Suzan didn't consider her existence at all. Ryunosuke asked curiously, aren't you and her from the same middle school? You don't know her. I know her, but I don't want to deal with her. Suzan answered bluntly. At that time she only focused on studying to chase after her brother's footsteps, where would she have time to deal with others? Back in middle school, Kushida had tried to be friends with Suzan but was always ignored and treated like air. Since then, Kushida knew that Suzan was a tough bone to chew and never looked for her again. Ryunosuke actually laughed, making Suzan furrow her pretty eyebrows. What are you laughing at? Ryunosuke immediately waved his hand, afraid of receiving a counterattack. It's nothing, I just suddenly understand why you have no friends. Suzan raised her leg again to kick. Ryunosuke immediately stood up, not wanting to play anymore. He opened the door and ran like lightning. Watching him flee, Suzan took a deep breath and slammed the door hard. Clearly she was emotional, and the door became her outlet. While running out, Ryunosuke called Kushida to announce his failure. On the other end of the phone, Kushida, who was twirling the phone cord, didn't say much. As if she had already predicted the result, she just nodded. I understand, Akasaka-kun. Thank you for trying. Ryunosuke immediately got to the point. Last time I made you cry, has your anger subsided? Hee, Kushida laughed. Her laughter sounded very cheerful but felt so cold. If you hadn't brought it up, I almost forgot. You bullied me very badly back then, Akasaka-kun. How are you going to compensate me? Ryunosuke started acting shameless. Didn't that just now count as compensation? My task is done, we're even. Just as Kushida was about to respond, the phone was already hung up unilaterally. She froze for a moment. After realizing that Ryunosuke had really hung up on her, she gritted her teeth furiously, almost slamming down the phone receiver. Damn you, Akasaka Ryunosuke. Just wait for my revenge. Don't think this matter is over just like that. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Hum. On the other side, Ryunosuke hummed softly, feeling happy to have escaped from the problem named Kushida. However, after walking only a short while, he encountered another problem. It was Ichino's Hanami. The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth twitched. Why so unlucky? What kind of luck is this today? But he still walked over resignedly and greeted her. Yo, what are you thinking about, Hanami-chan? Hanami, who was sitting on a park bench confused about how to reject a male student's confession, reflexively looked up when she heard Ryunosuke's voice, and her face immediately brightened. Akasaka-kun. What a coincidence to meet you here. Yeah, what a coincidence. Ryunosuke also sat down next to Hanami. Hanami didn't maintain any distance at all, she sat with him and chatted intimately without caring about gender differences. Perhaps because she was already used to their closeness. After all, Ryunosuke had once done things far bolder than just sitting together, so to Hanami, this felt ordinary. Hanami said in a slightly troubled tone, Akasaka-kun, how do you reject someone's confession without hurting their feelings? Ryunosuke was stunned. Is this that plot development? Don't tell me it's Shiranami Chihiro. He reflexively answered, the person you mean, don't tell me it's a girl. Hanami showed a surprised expression and covered her mouth. Akasaka-kun is amazing. How did you know? Ryunosuke joked, because I'm the worm in your stomach, I know everything you're thinking. He gently flicked Hanami's forehead. Ow! Hanami let out a cute sound, pretending to be in pain while holding her forehead and saying with a pitiful face. Akasaka-kun is bullying me again, I don't want to talk to you. She turned her face away, pretending to sulk. Ryunosuke chuckled and stopped teasing her. He asked seriously. What kind of result do you want? Continue interacting normally as usual, or do you want to completely cut ties? Hanami shook her head confusedly. I don't know, but I want to be able to maintain a good relationship with her like before. Does Akasaka-kun have a good method? Why do you think I have a method? Because I think Akasaka-kun can do anything. Hanami looked straight at him, as if convinced that the other party was someone who had solutions for everything. Ryunosuke spread his hands. I'm not Doraemon with a magic pocket, don't place too much hope in me. Oh. Hanami showed a cute disappointed face, but Ryunosuke's next sentence immediately made her smile broadly. But I can try. Don't expect too much though. Excellent. Chapter 69, Hanami treats to a meal. Excellent. Hanami felt so happy she wanted to give him a tight hug, but Ryunosuke quickly dodged awkwardly. There are boundaries between men and women, watch your behavior. Ryunosuke said resignedly. Hanami instead pouted. Back then you even hugged me tightly. We've already done everything that could be done, why do you care now? The more Hanami spoke, the redder her face became until it felt hot. Clearly she remembered when Ryunosuke helped her out of trouble back then, including the intimate touches between them. Hanami glanced at him shyly, then quickly hid her face again. Very sweet. The two sat in silence on the park bench, not uttering a single word. Hanami turned her face to the side, using her hand as a fan to cool her reddening face, while trying to change the subject. The weather is really nice today, ha ha ha. As soon as Hanami finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered to cover the sky. Hanami gaped at the sky that suddenly turned overcast. She really couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke held back his laughter beside her. Hanami puffed out her cute cheeks. Even though she was annoyed, she still looked adorable. Don't laugh. What's so funny? Akasaka-kun. Her face reddened with embarrassment and annoyance. After laughing to his satisfaction, Ryunosuke wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I didn't expect Hanami the little angel to have the ability of words becoming reality. Whatever you say, immediately happens. How about you say this, Akasaka Ryunosuke wins the lottery for 120 million points, so I can pay off my debts. Ryunosuke laughed heartily, speaking half seriously and half jokingly. He really wanted to test whether Hanami's luck was truly that good. Besides, there was no harm in trying, who knows, it might work. Then his debts would be paid off. Although he knew it was just a pipe dream, if you don't have dreams, what's the difference between life and a salted fish? So Ryunosuke, who usually didn't believe in superstition, for the first time hoped for Hanami's luck to pay off his debts. Hearing that suggestion, to cheer up Ryunosuke, Hanami finally agreed to try to fulfill the man's wish. She closed her eyes, clasped both hands together as if praying. Bless Akasaka-kun so he can win the lottery and pay off his debts. After finishing her prayer, Hanami opened her beautiful eyes. Just about to speak, she realized Ryunosuke had disappeared. Hanami made a cute sound. Where did Akasaka-kun go? She immediately looked around. It turned out Ryunosuke had just come out of the lottery shop with 2 large bags full of lottery tickets. He spent hundreds of thousands of points on it. That's right, he believed. He believed in Hanami's words. He held a little hope, what if he won? Wouldn't his debts be immediately paid off? So he invested heavily to gamble. Ryunosuke returned to Hanami, gave her 1 bag of lottery tickets and said, help me scratch them, Hanami, see if any hit the grand prize. Seeing the pile of lottery tickets in his hands, Hanami felt very helpless. Akasaka-kun, please don't waste money. Something like this is impossible, how could you win so quickly? Although she said that, Hanami still indulged Ryunosuke and helped him scratch those tickets. And so a strange scene occurred in that park. A pair of men and women crouched on the ground, arranging lottery tickets and scratching them one by one. Hanami's wrist began to feel sore. She said in a resigned tone, how about we just go home? Akasaka-kun. It's already very late, I'll treat you to dinner. Ryunosuke didn't care and continued scratching, he insisted on finishing all those tickets. He didn't believe he wouldn't get even a consolation prize today. He was clearly already heated up. This was no longer about money, but about pride, he had to get something from these tickets. Seeing his stubbornness, Hanami could only accompany him. Before long, all tickets were finished scratching, and not a single prize was won. All of them said, thank you for participating. Ryunosuke clutched his chest. It felt very painful. Damn it. Give me even a consolation prize to comfort myself, but why are they all blanks? You really don't want to give me a single point, huh? Ryunosuke was so frustrated his heart ached. He swore to himself. If he dared to touch lottery tickets again, he would, have a son without an anus. At least in the future he'll only have daughters. Without Ryunosuke realizing it, in the future he indeed truly only had daughters. Let's eat, Akasaka-kun. Hanami invited. She was really hungry, her stomach had been growling because she hadn't eaten for half a day. Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. He helped Hanami tidy up the scattered lottery tickets, threw them in the trash, then went to eat. This time Hanami was treating as an expression of gratitude for his previous help. Ryunosuke was still not shy and ordered the most expensive menu, a luxurious dinner costing 3,800 yen. However, Hanami didn't mind, she instead expressed gratitude. Thank you Akasaka-kun for helping me out of trouble back then. While chewing rice eagerly, Ryunosuke answered with his mouth full, you're welcome. Then continued eating again. Hanami gave her portion of food to Ryunosuke. Seeing his way of eating like a starving person, she felt sorry. Actually, how much debt do you have out there that your life looks so miserable like this? Ryunosuke was stunned, then wiped the remaining oil on his lips. Seeing that, Hanami immediately took out a handkerchief and helped wipe his lips. Their positions were very close, almost touching faces. Right at that moment, Chihiro passed by and saw this scene. The lunchbox in her hands fell to the ground. Her gaze became empty. With stiff movements like a robot, she walked toward Hanami. Hanami hadn't noticed anyone else's presence and continued intimately wiping Ryunosuke's lips. Geez, don't rush when eating. Look, there's so much oil on your lips. She took out a new handkerchief from her bag to continue cleaning. She always prepared many items in her bag, including handkerchiefs and bandages. Chihiro finally stood right before them. With an empty gaze and a voice that sounded like a vengeful ghost, she asked while gritting her teeth. Hanami-chan. Who is he? That scream startled them both. Because of the shock, Hanami jerked backward and accidentally landed sitting on Ryunosuke's lap. Chihiro, neutral face. Chapter 70, Shiranami Chihiro. At this moment, Chihiro's lungs felt like they would explode from anger. Her beloved Hanami was currently sitting on another man's lap. She hated it. She hated why she wasn't a man. Why was she born as a girl? Her heart ached so much seeing Hanami being taken advantage of by another man right before her eyes. That's right, this girl was Chihiro, who secretly loved Hanami and had just intended to confess her feelings. However, instead of successfully confessing, she was forced to swallow the bitterness of seeing other people's intimacy. Moreover, it was the intimacy of the person she liked most. Chihiro was so angry, she really wanted to chop this man into 1,000 pieces, stomp him into a toilet hole, then soak him in a pig pen. Her smooth little feet were already itching to kick this smelly man. Quickly let go of my Hanami. How long are you going to hug her? Chihiro finally couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately forcibly pulled Hanami toward her, hugging her tightly like a puppy protecting its food, while growling at Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke could even hear the sound of teeth grinding from there. Hanami made a cute sound with an innocent expression, clearly she hadn't yet realized what had just happened. Chihiro glared sharply at Ryunosuke, as if this man had stolen her wife. Well, technically that's how it was in her mind. Ryunosuke felt helpless. Why was it such a coincidence he was seen by this person? Although unintentional, this situation was very difficult to explain. Hanami finally came to her senses and exclaimed, Chihiro-chan, why are you here? Instantly, Chihiro transformed into a docile cat. The hateful gaze from before immediately disappeared, replaced with a pitiful and clingy look. While hugging Hanami, and taking the opportunity to touch her chest, she whined. Wah, Hanami. I missed you so much. Why didn't you wait for me at the park earlier? I had already prepared to confess to you. That's right. The park Chihiro mentioned was the place where Hanami and Ryunosuke had been chatting earlier. Hanami had been waiting for Chihiro there with anxious feelings because she was going to be confessed to, but as soon as Ryunosuke came, she forgot everything, including her anxiety and her promise to wait for Chihiro. Hanami put on an anxious face. She indeed didn't know how to reject this girl, which was why she asked Ryunosuke for advice. Ryunosuke also realized this. He looked at Hanami and asked openly. Is this the person who wants to confess to you? Hanami nodded softly, acknowledging it. Ryunosuke glanced at the luxurious meal set he had just eaten from Hanami's treat. According to the saying, soft mouth from eating, short hands from receiving gifts, he decided to help her as repayment for this dinner. Ryunosuke slowly unbuttoned 2 cuff buttons at his wrists, loosened his tie a bit, and combed his hair upward to look like a street thug. He stepped forward in front of Chihiro, showed a cruel smile a la Ryuan, then said in a mocking tone. Yo, don't you know that Hanami is my woman? How dare you try to take her from me? Even if you're a same-sex loving woman, I won't let you off easily, kid. Ryunosuke brought his face closer. Chihiro was so frightened her face turned deathly pale and her body trembled violently. Seeing this, Hanami couldn't stand it and hit Ryunosuke's head with her palm. Don't scare Chihiro-chan. You're too much, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke rubbed his head while looking at Hanami confusedly. I'm helping you solve the problem, why are you hitting me? Hanami looked at Chihiro who was trembling with fear behind her, then replied irritably, helping doesn't need to be done like that. Chihiro was almost scared to death because of you. Seeing Chihiro hiding behind Hanami's back and not daring to look at him, Ryunosuke put on a guilty face. Sorry, I was just joking excessively. Instantly, Ryunosuke returned to his normal mode, a friendly and warm face, very contrasting with his thug appearance earlier. The two chatted again like old friends. Chihiro started to dare to open her eyes and asked confusedly. What exactly are you two? Hanami stroked Chihiro's head guiltily. Sorry for scaring you. He's my friend, his name is Akasaka Ryunosuke from Class C. Chihiro didn't listen to the other parts, she only caught the word friend. Instantly she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her own chest. Thank goodness, turns out just a friend. I still have a chance. Hanami of course heard that. She looked at Ryunosuke with a bitter smile while giving a lip signal, "Help me." Ryunosuke understood. He gave an "okay" sign, then turned back to face Chihiro. This time he didn't scare her, but spoke seriously. "Your name is Shiranami Chihiro, right? Hanami told me about you. I heard you like her and want to confess to her, correct?" Chihiro nodded confusedly, then hugged Hanami's waist again warily. "I won't hand Hanami over to you. She's mine." Ryunosuke and Hanami exchanged glances, both felt stuck. They had never faced a situation like this before. Ryunosuke scratched his hair resignedly. Seeing no one else around, he found a solution. Boldly, he pulled Hanami from Chihiro's embrace and instead put his arm around Hanami's waist. Hanami could only show a confused face when Ryunosuke put his arm around her. She hadn't had time to process what was happening. Ryunosuke said loudly to Chihiro, "If you want to take Hanami from me, you have to get past me first. I am her boyfriend. I won't allow you two to be together." "Shiranami Chihiro, don't even think about it." Chihiro's eyes instantly blazed with competitive fire. She replied, unwilling to back down, "On what basis do you say Hanami is yours? I've slept in the same bed with her, have you?" Ryunosuke looked at her questioningly. Hanami scratched her head shyly and laughed softly. "It's true. At that time Chihiro said her dorm door couldn't be opened, so she stayed at my place for a night. I agreed." Ryunosuke felt helpless and flicked Hanami's forehead. "Are you stupid? You believed such an obvious lie. Even if the school dormitory door can't be opened, you can contact the school. They'll send someone to open it or give you a spare key. There's no need to stay at your place, you fool." Hanami just realized she had been lied to. She glared sharply at Chihiro, as if blaming her immaturity. Unfortunately, because Hanami was too cute, that gaze wasn't scary at all. The frightened Chihiro reflexively stepped back several steps. She showed a pitiful face with crocodile tears beginning to fall. With a trembling voice and slight sobs, she said, "Hanami, do you hate me now? If so, I'll just leave." After that, she ran away while crying and sobbing. Hanami reflexively wanted to chase her, but her hand was held back by Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke shook his head, signaling her not to chase. Hanami looked very worried that Chihiro would do something reckless. On the other side, Chihiro, who had run away, finally stopped. Seeing Hanami not chasing her, she was truly desperate. She had wanted to use the tactic to lure Hanami away from that man. But reality. Hanami didn't come. Chihiro immediately cried, sobbing. She was the one who came first, Hanami's first knee pillow was hers, even the first bite from Hanami's lunchbox was also hers. On what basis could that man get her? The more Chihiro thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She would never hand Hanami over to that person's hands. Hanami was hers. Chapter 71, Class C's new homeroom teacher, Carissa Mafuyu. Time passed quickly until half a month later, and the new homeroom teacher for Class C finally arrived at the school. She didn't come alone but brought two very cute new transfer female students. At the same time, SAE finally ended her punishment period, which lasted a month as temporary homeroom teacher. Although only serving for a month, she received quite decent pay, equivalent to doing two jobs at once. The new homeroom teacher, who replaced the position of Class C's original homeroom teacher, was now holding a book and guiding two new transfer female students to the classroom. She opened the door firmly. She was Carissa Mafuyu. Mafuyu stepped into the classroom, looking at the attending students with a very serious expression. This was her work mode, commonly known as Ice Queen mode. She brought a strong aura and cold air that immediately assaulted all Class C students. Many students unconsciously shivered. They immediately knew that this teacher should not be taken lightly. Seeing their reaction, Mafuyu nodded in satisfaction and began to introduce herself. "My name is Carissa Mafuyu. From now on, I am your homeroom teacher. If you have difficulties, you can look for me. If there's something you don't understand in lessons, you can also look for me. Of course, I will educate you thoroughly, but I also want to remind you of one thing." Mafuyu widened her large eyes and said firmly, "If your exam scores next month are below 50 points, you all must run 30 laps around the field every day." Mafuyu hit the desk hard, warning the students not to dare get scores below 50 points. The Class C students, except for Shina Hiyori, who was indeed a genius, looked listless as if they had just lost their parents. Considering their previous scores were obtained through cheating, it would be difficult for them to guarantee scores above 50 points this time. They felt doomed. Hiyori herself didn't feel pressured. Her scores were among the best in her grade, so she didn't need to panic. After all, studying and reading books were her areas of expertise. Mafuyu felt that her desired effect had been achieved. She nodded in satisfaction, then clapped her hands to get everyone's attention because she would introduce the new transfer students, who were the result of her poaching from another school. Mafuyu called the two people at the door. "Come in, you two." Two beautiful figures immediately stepped inside. The male students instantly cheered with joy. "Wow, two beautiful girls transferred here. And look, their beauty is extraordinary. Comparable to Shina." The men in that class showed happy expressions. It was natural they were overreacting, because in Class C there weren't many beautiful girls, and the beautiful ones they didn't dare to bother. Ibuki Mio could kick their precious assets to death, while Manabe Shiho had a temperament like a fierce matron that was hard to like. The only perfect one like Shina Hayori was their boss, so they didn't dare mess around. Now two beautiful girls had finally arrived, their spring seemed to have come. The first female student to come forward was Ogata Rizu. She had a cute appearance, but with a body size that was very unreasonable. Her chest area was too large, completely disproportionate to her height. It didn't feel smaller than a 5-kilogram watermelon. Rizu took the chalk, about to write her name on the blackboard. However, something embarrassing happened, she apparently wasn't tall enough to reach it. The students below tried their best to hold back their laughter. They must not laugh. If they laughed, their chances of getting a girlfriend would vanish. Rizu's face reddened with embarrassment. Mafuyu, who knew this child was short, gave her kind advice. "Ogata-san, you can stand on the chair to write." Rizu took a deep breath, stood on the chair with a serious expression, and began her introduction. "Hello everyone. My name is Ogata Rizu. My family runs a udon noodle shop. Please take care of me for the next 3 years." After bowing, she looked at Mafuyu. "Kirisa-sensei, where is my seat?" Mafuyu pointed in a direction. "Sit next to the student named Shina-san, in the leftmost row, the third empty chair from the back." Rizu nodded in understanding and walked in that direction. She greeted Hayori who was sitting next to her. "Hello Shina-san, please take care of me." Hayori smiled kindly. "Please take care of me too, Ogata-san." She helped tidy up Rizu's desk. After thanking her, Rizu sat down. The next transfer student came forward to introduce herself. She had long straight blue hair and large eyes with yellowish-brown pupils. Under her left eye was a sweet beauty mark. Her skin was fair and clean, her smile like blooming flowers, and her demeanor gentle like water. Her only flaw was her flat chest, that was her only minus point. Fumino stepped forward with an aura like a noble young lady. "My name is Furuhashi Fumino. Please take care of me for the next 3 years." After paying respects, Fumino smiled sweetly at everyone. The male students cheered with joy. Although Fumino was somewhat flat, other aspects were very perfect. Really like a princess from a wealthy family. At least they could try to approach this one. Because a girl like Hayori was too difficult to reach, considering her status as their leader, they thought this girl who was 90% similar to Hayori could be an alternative. Having facial similarity and the same chest flatness similarity as Hayori. Their too many similarities made these men wildly imagine, as if they were pursuing their own boss. Mafuyu, seeing the students daydreaming, immediately knocked the board eraser as a warning. "Don't let me catch you bothering female students, or you'll be immediately expelled from school." Mafuyu hit the desk hard. Whether it was just their feeling or not, the desk seemed to crack. The students swallowed their saliva seeing the cracked desk and thought, this teacher is really dangerous. Everyone nodded obediently. Mafuyu felt satisfied, then looked at Fumino. "You sit behind Shina-san." Fumino nodded and walked down, approaching Hayori. "Hello, Shina-san, my name is Furuhashi Fumino. Please take care of me." Hayori waved her hand kindly. "I'm also happy to meet you, Furuhashi-san." The two officially became acquainted. With similar personalities and equally flat assets, they soon became good friends. Perhaps because they felt like comrades in misfortune as washboards. Shortly after, Mafuyu began teaching. Everyone listened very seriously. How could they not? Just look at that board eraser dented from being squeezed, and the desk cracked. Who dared not to listen? If they were hit by this teacher, if not dead they'd be seriously injured. Mafuyu was very satisfied with the quality of this year's students. It's really an elite school, the students are very extraordinary. She didn't know that the students were just frightened. Did she think Class C students could be that gentle? They respected strength, and clearly they acknowledged Mafuyu's strength. Mafuyu, who knew nothing, felt that her journey to this school was not in vain. High salary, good facilities, and obedient students, really perfect. She intended to look for other homeroom teachers to drink together after class hours so they could become closer. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After class ended, Mafuyu tidied up her books and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she warned them once more. "Don't cause trouble, or you'll deal with me." "Yes, sensei." XN, the students answered in unison. Mafuyu nodded in satisfaction then strode away. She wanted to go to the school bar for a drink, she hadn't drunk for a long time and felt thirsty. She also intended to invite other teachers to build camaraderie. Chapter 72, Class C Transfer Students, 2 Genius Girls. Furuhashi Fumino and Ogata Rizu. On the other side, Fumino and Rizu prepared to go for lunch. Since they didn't know their way around yet, they needed someone to guide them. After all, this was their first day. The school also generously gave them 100,000 points, so they weren't short on money. This could be considered special treatment for transfer students. The same thing had applied to Megumi previously. Although the class points were depleted at that time, transfer students were still given 100,000 points, proving that this school still considered the welfare of new students. At least in the first month, they wouldn't have trouble with that many points. Hayori also tidied up her bag and prepared to go for lunch, while inviting the 2 transfer students to come with her. She really wasn't comfortable leaving them to others, she knew very well what kind of people were in her class. They might take advantage of the situation. By that, she meant taking advantage of those girls. Considering these 2 transfer students were incredibly beautiful girls, Hayori didn't feel safe letting the male students in her class be their guides. Shiho also couldn't be relied upon. Ibuki immediately went to train as soon as class ended and didn't join for lunch. Only she remained, the only person who could be relied upon to take responsibility for guiding them. Hayori sighed, then brought the 2 beautiful girls at school flower level to eat. The 2 girls followed her obediently. As the leader of Class C, on the surface, they greatly respected Hayori. Now they had understood the situation and rules at this school. Since the school year had been running for several months, there was no need to hide the secret anymore, they were directly told about the game rules at this school. The 2 girls realized how terrifying the school was, this wasn't an ordinary high school, so they didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Shortly after, Hayori arrived at the cafeteria and helped order food for them. The 2 girls felt puzzled, based on the information they heard, Class D, now C, should have no more points, so why could Hayori still eat calmly? Hayori, as if able to read their confusion, provided an explanation. Our class previously had a conflict with the current Class C. I'm sure you've already heard about the situation before transferring here. We lost. Lost so badly that even our homeroom teacher was also eliminated. Fumino immediately raised her hand to interrupt, asking curiously. Does the competition at this school involve teachers too? Facing Fumino's curiosity, Hayori felt a bit tired explaining it. Originally no, but someone used a very cunning method to trap our homeroom teacher. He made her hit someone else so that teacher was expelled. Fumino nodded although she only understood half. I see. So there's a method like that. The person who came up with that idea is really a genius. Fumino nodded in admiration, while curious about who that person actually was. To be able to think of a cunning idea to eliminate a teacher, she wanted to learn from them. Her Haragiro, cunning/two-faced, attribute began to ignite. Beside her, Rizu remained silent and ate heartily. One look and you could tell she was the type of model student who didn't care about trivial matters and only focused on her food. Suddenly, Hayori's eyes sparkled as if seeing something she really liked. She suddenly stood up straight, startling Fumino and Rizu who were busy eating. Before they could ask, they saw her carrying her food tray with hurried small steps, approaching someone enthusiastically, then sitting down and starting to chat intimately. Fumino and Rizu could only gape at that scene. Hayori looked at Ryunosuke in front of her with a happy face, immediately demanding a new book. Ryunosuke, who was enjoying his lunch, felt disturbed. Where was there time to take out a book now? Eat first, then talk. Hayori's hand stretched out and the air was left hanging for quite a while without getting a book. Instantly, veins appeared on her pretty forehead. She smiled sweetly while supporting her chin with her hand, then asked in a threatening tone. Akasaka-kun, where's my book? If you don't give it now, don't expect your 5 centimeters per second book to get a contract at my father's company. This was a very real threat. For the sake of reading books, Hayori went so far as to use such methods, really not like her usual style. But what could she do? Ryunosuke's work was too interesting for her. She didn't even dare imagine how she could live if one day Ryunosuke stopped giving her books. The 2 curious newcomers, Fumino and Rizu, exchanged glances then brought their trays closer. They actually didn't want to disturb people eating, it's just that they were curious about what relationship their leader had with that man. Yes, they already considered Hayori as their superior. Considering Hayori's position was indeed the leader in class, calling her boss wasn't wrong. Boss. X2, Rizu and Fumino exclaimed simultaneously. They stood upright while carrying their trays, looking like soldiers at a military academy. Hearing people call her boss, Hayori covered her face with both hands in embarrassment. She felt she had no face left in front of Ryunosuke. She immediately gave an explanation. It's not what you think. I didn't tell them to call me that, they did it voluntarily. Ryunosuke almost spit out his rice, but managed to hold it back. While holding back laughter, he said, "You're amazing, Boss Sheena. Are these two new trusted people you just recruited? Introduce them to me." Hayori rolled her eyes in annoyance. Too lazy to deal with that teasing, she extended her hand again demanding the book. Ryunosuke felt helpless. "Can you let me finish my food first? After I'm done I'll give it to you, okay?" "Oh." Hayori lowered her hand listlessly, but still urged, "Then eat faster. Class will start soon, I won't have time to read." Ryunosuke. "Wait for me to swallow this last bite, just a moment." Seeing Hayori's insistence, Ryunosuke was forced to speed up his eating, chewing heartily. Rizu and Fumino finally couldn't hold back their curiosity anymore and asked, "Boss Sheena, do you know this person?" Hearing that question, Hayori raised her head and introduced them. "This is my friend, the actual big boss of the current Class C, Akasaka Ryunosuke. You should keep your distance from him, he's a very dangerous person." Hayori said half-jokingly, but it was also a warning so they wouldn't get too close to Ryunosuke. She didn't want to feel jealous. After all, they were both top-class beautiful girls. She wasn't too worried about Fumino, the only one she worried about was Rizu. She felt unconfident she could win against those two giant watermelons of hers. Chapter 73, Getting to Know Each Other. Fumino and Rizu sat down and chatted. From that conversation, they began to understand the identity of the man in front of them and just how much of a monster he was. Broadly speaking, they had already heard from Hayori that this man was the mastermind who made the current Class D, formerly C, fall so badly. He could be said to be the big boss behind the scenes at this school. Hayori deliberately portrayed Ryunosuke as scary as possible, as if he were a terrifying monster. She did this because she was afraid these two girls would be attracted to him. However, unfortunately, Hayori's efforts to badmouth Ryunosuke actually produced the opposite result. Fumino instead looked at Ryunosuke with a burning gaze, as if there were sparks of admiration in her eyes. "This is bad." Hayori sensed a threat. Fumino's gaze was the same as her gaze when looking at a new book. She knew very well that was a look of extreme interest in something. Fumino basically had a slightly cunning, Oregairu, side. Knowing there was such an amazing demon king in front of her, she was naturally very interested. She immediately approached and started talking to Ryunosuke. Hey, can you tell me how you brought down that homeroom teacher? I want to learn too." Fumino's eyes sparkled, making Ryunosuke feel dazzled. Hayori puffed out her cheeks, clearly jealous. Although her relationship with Ryunosuke was clean and had no special bonds, she had very good feelings toward this man who could always produce books she liked. For her, as long as this man was writing books for her, her life would never be boring. Hayori already considered him hers and couldn't be taken by other women. She immediately sat right between Fumino and Ryunosuke, completely separating them, then smiled sweetly at Fumino. "Furuhashi-san, there are boundaries between men and women. Please mind your distance and manners." While speaking, Hayori stepped on Ryunosuke's toe under the table to vent her frustration. Ryunosuke could only gape in confusion, not knowing what this girl was doing. Because Hayori's strength was very weak, he didn't feel pain at all, in fact it felt slightly comfortable. So, he chose to remain silent and keep his mouth shut. Fumino murmured in surprise. Seeing Hayori's attitude, she seemed to realize something. She glanced at them both several times with an expression full of curiosity. "Don't tell me you two are dating?" Fumino asked bluntly without thinking twice. That question instantly froze Hayori and Ryunosuke. They exchanged glances for a moment, then turned their faces away simultaneously and said, "No. X2. This instead made Fumino feel strange. Hayori's reaction earlier was clearly jealous of her. If they weren't dating, then the only possibility was unrequited love. Fumino glanced at Hayori again. Seeing her behavior of kicking that man's foot out of jealousy, 80% my guess isn't wrong. Her eyes sparkled again, she really was the type who liked watching drama. Rizu only looked up briefly, then looked down again to continue eating calmly. Really an obedient child. On the other side, Hayori was still demanding the book. Ryunosuke finally finished eating and handed over the draft of the new book he wrote to the girl. Hayori hugged the book happily and smiled broadly. "Thank you, Akasaka-kun. I'll take good care of it." Ryunosuke waved his hand indifferently, then took out his phone. "May I have both your contacts?" Rizu and Fumino were stunned for a moment. Is that okay?" Fumino took out her phone and exchanged contacts. Rizu did the same. Hayori's gaze began to look unfriendly. After getting their contacts, Ryunosuke carried his tray and prepared to leave, completely unaware of Hayori's annoyed gaze like a neglected wife. Hiyori showed great displeasure with his action of asking for those two girls' contacts. However, Ryunosuke didn't realize it. After all, they weren't a couple, so he didn't think in that direction. Seeing the men leave, Hiyori felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to chat more about books with him, because they hadn't had a relaxed chat like this in a long time. She tightened her embrace on the book and said to her two friends, "Let's go back, Ogata-san, Furuhashi-san." Anyone could see that Hiyori's mood was down, except for Ryunosuke. Fumino and Rizu exchanged glances. They began to understand the complexity of feelings between the two. Everything was clearly written on Hiyori's face. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke, who had left, was immersed in his thoughts. Furuhashi, Fumino, and Ogata Rizu, huh? Although since Kato Megumi came I knew this wasn't a single world, I didn't expect to meet other anime characters this quickly. Ryunosuke recalled memories from his previous life about them. Fumino was an expert in literature subjects. She was a girl who liked sweets but had weak digestion. Meanwhile Rizu, her height was only 143 centimeters and her family owned an udon shop. Her specialty was science. Both were geniuses in their respective fields, but they instead liked things opposite to their talents. Fumino was talented in literature but wanted to study science, while Rizu was talented in science but preferred literature. Because they forced themselves to study what they weren't good at, no wonder they ended up in Class D, C. Those weaknesses were indeed very glaring. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Time passed another month. Now there was 1.5 months left before the exam on the cruise ship began. The rankings of Class A and Class B were almost equal, their point difference was less than 20 points. It was estimated that next month Class B would catch up. However, Hoshinomiya Chie didn't feel at a loss. Her salary had increased many times over during the past 4 months. The 600,000 personal points she gave to Ryunosuke had returned in just half a month. Class C's, Ryunosuke's, points stood at 145, which meant they received 14,500 points per month, enough for normal expenses if frugal. And the debt of 9,000 points from his classmates to buy exam questions was finally collected and paid this month. Ryunosuke could only shake his head. It took them 2 months to collect just 9,000 points. Meanwhile, Class D led by Hiyori had 95 points. They didn't need to worry about money because they still had a reserve of 10 million points previously obtained. Today, the homeroom teacher of Class A, actually B, but called a here because of ranking, namely Hoshinomiya Chie, wanted to discuss business with him. Ryunosuke knew exactly what she wanted, to use him to maintain Class A's position. Ryunosuke opened the teacher's room door roughly. Chie was already waiting for him there. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke immediately sat down and crossed his legs. Chie was hugging a drink bottle while smiling foolishly, clearly she was drunk. Ryunosuke didn't care about that, he only cared whether this business would be profitable and how many points he could get. Chie walked staggeringly toward him, sat next to him, then burped. Hick. Ryunosuke covered his nose because of the pungent alcohol smell. How much did you drink, Hoshinomiya-sensei? He opened the window to find fresh air. Chie waved her hand casually. What's the problem? I'm an adult, just drinking a little won't be a problem, hick. She slumped on the desk, barely able to open her eyes. Ryunosuke disgustedly took the drink bottle from her embrace. Chie tried to take it back but was prevented. If you dare drink again, this business is cancelled. Iya, why are you so cruel? Chie whined, but she knew what was more important. She patted her own cheeks to try to sober up. After a while, she took a deep breath and returned to her normal mode. She looked at Ryunosuke and said, I want to continue maintaining Class A's position. Name your price, how many personal points are you asking to help? Ryunosuke's eyes immediately sparkled hearing the word points. He approached enthusiastically and rubbed his palms together. Last time was our first cooperation, so I gave you a discount price. This time there's no more promotional price. 2 million personal points, not a penny less. Chie was clearly not satisfied with that price and tried to negotiate. Last time it was only 600,000, why has it now increased more than threefold? Can it be a bit cheaper? No way. Ryunosuke crossed his arms forming an X sign, flatly refusing. Chapter 74, Signing a New Agreement with Hoshinomiya Chie. Are you kidding? A bit cheaper means my income decreases, and that's all my money. I will never agree. Iya. Chie slumped on the desk listlessly and started acting like a child. She hit the desk with both hands and stomped her feet. I don't care, I don't care. You must give me a discount. Seeing her whining nonsensically like a child, Ryunosuke didn't indulge her at all. He stood up and prepared to leave. Without 2 million points, no deal. Chie immediately hugged Ryunosuke's leg. Don't go yet. We can discuss this properly. How about 1.2 million points? 1.2 million. I can't give more than that. Ryunosuke tried to move his heavy leg that was being held back. I already said, without 2 million points, forget it. Geass started crying and sobbing. Alright, I'll give you 2 million points. So don't leave yet. Several moments later. Geass, who had returned to normal, took out 2 draft contracts and signed the agreement while muttering softly. Stingy. Ryunosuke was so annoyed the tip of his pen broke. He said while gritting his teeth, don't be too greedy, Hashinomiya-sensei. As far as I know, during these past 4 months, your salary has increased by as much as 4.8 million points. Even after deducting the 600,000 points you gave me before, and if you give these 2 million points to me for free, you still profit 2.2 million points. You're not losing at all. Shoo. Chie whistled softly, choosing to pretend not to know. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes. The contract is now in effect. In 2 months, I'll settle the point difference between you and Class B. Chie suddenly raised her hand with curiosity. Hey, why does it have to be 2 months? Can't you do it this month? Ryunosuke rolled up the contract, carefully put it in his school bag, and answered without looking back. Are you stupid? In a peaceful situation like this, how can I create a large point difference? Of course I have to wait until the special exam arrives. Without the help of a special exam, how can I widen the large point gap between 2 classes? Ryunosuke slung his bag over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Chie finally realized what this man was planning. Oh, I see. You want to take advantage of the exam on the cruise ship to widen the point gap. That's right, as a student council member, you must have gotten information early. But speaking so bluntly to a teacher, aren't you afraid of being expelled from school? After all, exam content was a very strict company secret of the school. Even student council members could be punished for leaking it. Ryunosuke stopped his steps for a moment and answered without looking back. We're on the same boat now, you won't betray me. Besides, as a teacher at this school, you must have known about it earlier, right? So, whether I tell you or not, actually makes no difference. After saying that, Ryunosuke left. Chie looked at his back and muttered softly. Really a smart kid. If only you were in my class, how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, as long as you don't want to transfer to my class, we are enemies. I really don't want to deal with you. I don't want to end up tragically like Sakagami-senpai who you completely screwed over. Chapter 75, Women's War, Men Are Forbidden to Interfere. Time passed until half a year later, when the cruise ship exam began. Many first-year students boarded the luxury cruise ship. Ryunosuke's first thought was to go eat delicious food. After all, on this luxury cruise ship there were plenty of delicious dishes he rarely encountered. He separated from his group's line heading to the cafeteria. No other student stopped him because they considered this a sightseeing trip, not an exam. Haruka, seeing Ryunosuke leave the line, whispered softly in Eri's ear. Great opportunity, Eri. This is a rare chance to be alone together, quickly catch up. Eri hesitated and looked shy, not daring to go. Haruka felt frustrated and patted her back. If you don't hurry, he'll be taken by someone else. Haruka pointed toward AI who was stealthily following Ryunosuke. At this moment, AI was approaching his back intending to surprise him. Ryunosuke had already noticed her presence but didn't give any reaction. AI immediately attacked from behind, hanging on his body like an accessory, and asked in a spoiled tone. Did you miss me, darling? Ryunosuke sighed resignedly. I already told you not to be too intimate in public. Didn't I say our relationship must be kept secret? Yeah, I don't want to. I want to keep clinging to you. AI kept rubbing her cheek against Ryunosuke's face without caring about their surroundings. Ryunosuke could only indulge her because he was truly helpless dealing with this girl. On the other side, Eri, seeing that scene, felt her heart shatter. She became even less brave to greet them. Haruka, seeing her friend's courage shrink, sighed resignedly. Well then, if you don't dare, I'll go ahead. Before Eri could respond, Haruka had already stepped forward. Eri's brain instantly froze, hung. Was her good friend intending to steal her target? Actually, Eri misunderstood. Haruka wouldn't do such a thing, at least not for now. After all, she hadn't fallen in love with this man named Akasaka Ryunosuke yet. She arrived in front of the two of them, sat casually before Ryunosuke, and asked while smiling sweetly. What exactly is your relationship? Are you two dating? AI sensed hostile aura. She reflexively tightened her embrace around Ryunosuke's neck and asked back. Darling, who is she? Don't tell me she's your old mistress. AI's question was a critical hit that almost made Haruka in front of her choke. However, she suddenly thought this was a great opportunity to eliminate a rival for Eri's sake. Without hesitation, Haruka directly acknowledged it bluntly. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything, at most just be gossiped about, and she didn't care about that. As long as she could eliminate a rival for Eri, she could accept this small consequence. She slowly brought her face closer to AI and said in a challenging tone. Try to guess who I am. Maybe my relationship with him is much better than you imagine. AI reflexively tightened her embrace on Ryunosuke's neck. Ryunosuke, whose neck was being choked, just wanted to deny and say that he wasn't close with Haruka, but Haruka immediately took the lobster beside her and shoved it into Ryunosuke's mouth, silencing him. Just eat your lobster. Don't interfere in women's war. MMPFF, Ryunosuke was forced to be silent. The gazes of the two women instantly met. As if there were lightning flashes striking each other between them. Behind Haruka, as if appeared the shadow of a giant blue dragon. And AI wasn't willing to lose either. Behind her also appeared a shadow, a purple thunderbird. The blue dragon and thunderbird looked up and roared, as if ready to battle. The gazes of both girls were full of ill intent. Ryunosuke swallowed the lobster in his mouth. He could speak now, but he chose to remain silent. His instinct warned that in situations like this, it was better not to make a sound. If he interfered, these two women might unite to attack him. So, playing dead was the most appropriate choice. At the meeting point of their gazes, electric sparks continued to clash, pressing against each other with neither willing to yield. Right at that moment, the leader of Class C from a distance, Hiyori, happened to see this scene. Her eyes sparkled and she immediately walked over. Behind her followed two familiar figures, namely the two transfer students, Fumino and Rizu. Because of their extraordinary talents, both had become Hiyori's right hands. Albert and Ibuki also followed from behind. The group of five walked toward Ryunosuke's direction. However, Hiyori as if didn't see the two girls who were in a standoff. She walked straight past them, sat next to Ryunosuke, and said while smiling sweetly. Akasaka-kun, have you written a new book lately? The part you gave me before I've finished reading. Is there more? The hopeful gaze from Hiyori's eyes couldn't be hidden. Haruka and AI simultaneously stopped their actions. Both looked at Hiyori who was busy chatting with Ryunosuke, and thought in unison, who is this person now? Ibuki standing beside them folded her arms across her chest and whistled softly. Sure, there's going to be an interesting show. The honest Albert also nodded in agreement. Fumino looked very excited. A scene like this she had only read in novels, this was really interesting. Her Horiguro attribute and entertainment seeker soul within her truly awakened. Rizu didn't show a big reaction, she just stood obediently carrying out her duties. Hiyori just realized there were two unfriendly gazes directed at her, but she didn't care. Compared to that, she wanted a book more. Akasaka-kun's books are too good. Today I must get the continuation of the story. Ryunosuke really wanted to answer Hiyori, but seeing this situation, somehow his voice wouldn't come out. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong. AI was his official girlfriend, so acting a bit spoiled wasn't a problem. But what was with Haruka? He shouldn't be close with her, right? They only knew each other, so why was she talking as if there was a relationship that could cause misunderstandings? Eri, watching all this from afar, felt extremely panicked. What should I do? What should I do? Haruka really went there. Should I follow too? Eri looked at the situation on the field, and still she didn't dare to go forward. Chapter 76, Fake Shiraba. After her efforts to collect the book bore no fruit, Hiyori began to pay attention to the two women beside her. Their beauty was not inferior to hers. Especially the blue-haired girl with a mole at the corner of her eye, Haruka, she was dangerous. That girl's asset scale was something she could never catch up to in her lifetime. Hiyori looked down at the tips of her own feet, and an inexplicable sense of crisis arose in her heart. She also responded with an unfriendly gaze toward Haruka. Behind Hiyori, a shadow began to appear, a giant white wolf. The purple thunderbird, AI, white wolf, Hiyori, and blue dragon, Haruka, now faced each other. The three sides were hostile to each other and none would yield even a hair's breadth. Fumino became more excited. Fight! Fight! Her thoughts screamed with joy. She really wanted to see a scene of these three women brawling. Haruka flipped her long blue hair, puffed out her chest confidently, and showed a contemptuous smile. For her, even the combination of the two in front of her was no match for her. AI initially felt confused, she didn't understand the meaning of the gaze from the opposing side. However, then she followed Hiyori's lead by looking down at the tips of her own feet. Her fate was slightly better than Hiyori's because at least there were some waves, but even if combined, the two of them still weren't a match for Haruka. She asked her boyfriend in a listless tone. Ryunosuke, do you prefer big or small? Puff. Ryunosuke, who had just drunk his tea, immediately spat out the water, soaking AI's face. AI froze without expression, her heart felt very sad, and tears began to pool in her eyes. Ryunosuke panicked. He immediately grabbed tissues and wiped AI's face and body. In the process, his hand accidentally touched some sensitive parts, but neither of them cared because they were officially dating. However, the two women beside them didn't know that they were a couple. The atmosphere immediately exploded. Hayori snatched the tissue from Ryunosuke's hand and scolded, "Let me do it. You're a man, how can you touch a woman's body carelessly? You really have no basic ethics." Ryunosuke was just about to explain that they were dating, but Haruka, who had already sensed something was amiss, again took a lobster and shoved it into the man's mouth. Haruka wasn't stupid, she had already seen their relationship was unusual. Plus Ryunosuke had said he already had a girlfriend. Because the two were acting so intimately, most likely that girl was his girlfriend. Haruka had to stop Ryunosuke's words, or she would lose completely. She was here representing Eri. She couldn't let her good friend lose without a fight before competing. Ryunosuke, whose mouth was blocked again, could only chew the lobster with a resigned face. He gave up on speaking. The three girls' attention was diverted by this small commotion, and a ceasefire occurred temporarily. It should have stayed that way, but from the distance came two more people, who were also top-class beautiful girls. They were Komuro Masumi and Sakayanagi Arisu from Class A. Arisu walked slowly while leaning on her cane. Masumi followed beside her like a faithful servant, ready to catch her if she fell. Considering Arisu's weak leg condition, Masumi was very protective of her class leader. Arisu walked closer and gave a noble-style bow in front of Ryunosuke. "Good afternoon, Akasaka-kun. How have you been lately?" SSSSH. Everyone there took a deep breath. Especially Albert, who looked at Ryunosuke with extraordinary admiration. For him, this man was the real-life version of Ito Makoto, the protagonist of School Days. Ibuki folded her arms across her chest and sneered. TCH, two more top-quality goods arrived. Boss Shina's position seems increasingly threatened. Actually, Arisu had already seen this interesting scene from afar and wanted to muddy the waters. She showed a cunning smile and said to Ryunosuke, "Sometime play chess with me again. As usual, I'll give you a reward." Arisu deliberately said it in an ambiguous tone, as if hinting that the reward was something special. People around clearly immediately thought negatively, except for Ryunosuke. Because he knew very well that the reward Arisu meant was just personal points from their chess betting. But thanks to that statement, the three-way competition now became four-way. Behind Arisu appeared the shadow of a white tiger. Blue dragon, thunderbird, white wolf, and white tiger, four sacred beasts now faced each other. A very large aura emanated from the four girls. But strangely, the blue dragon, Haruka, seemed more dominant. Her pressure made the other three beasts unable to raise their heads. Everyone reflexively looked at their chest areas and instantly understood why they lost to the blue dragon. It turned out, even if the sizes of the other three girls were combined, they hadn't even reached B+ size. How could they win? Their opponent was the owner of an F cup. The winner was already very clear. Haruka again puffed out her chest proudly, looking at the other three girls with a contemptuous gaze, as if saying, "That's all." AI immediately wilted. Hayori clenched her fists with reluctance, but finally released them resignedly. Arisu gripped her cane handle while gritting her teeth. Her intention to watch other people's drama, she herself got mentally hit instead. Arisu, who couldn't accept it, pulled the edge of Masumi's clothes. "What is it?" Masumi asked in confusion. Arisu asked in a venomous tone, "What's your size?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Masumi felt confused. Had Arisu gone crazy? Seeing Masumi not responding, Arisu directly held and measured it herself. After feeling it, she thought, about C+, not small, but still can't win. Masumi's face turned bright red. She swatted away Arisu's hand and snapped angrily, "What are you doing? You've gone crazy." Chapter 77, The Arrival of Sakayanagi Arisu. Just when Masumi didn't want to get involved in this chaos, another person appeared. It was Sakura Eri, who was a member of Haruka's group. Now the situation was even worse, even two Masumis wouldn't be able to win against the Blue Dragon faction. Eri pulled at the edge of Haruka's clothes, signaling her to stop. Seeing her friend asking this, Haruka decided to stop. After saying goodbye to Ryunosuke, she took Eri away without looking back. She left that pile of problems to that man. Ryunosuke took a deep breath. He wanted to explain that his relationship with Haruka wasn't like that, but it turned out everyone had already dispersed. Arisu had indeed come to look for AI. Since the target had been found and the show was over, she had no reason to stay. She also left, taking Masumi and AI. Hayori also had to take care of her class's matters. As the formal leader, she was very busy. She also led Fumino, Rizu, Ibuki, and Albert back to their camp. Only leaving Ryunosuke standing dazed in the wind. He scratched his head in confusion. What were those people actually doing? Oh well. I should go too. After that, he returned to his own class group. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. This exam was conducted on an uninhabited island without prior notice to students. However, some students had already noticed something was off. Besides Ryunosuke, who already knew from the beginning, Hiyori also noticed the anomaly. She looked at the island in the distance, as if already guessing something, then gave instructions to Rizu. Ogata-san, can you memorize the detailed scenery of that island? We might need it. Rizu stepped forward and nodded calmly. She immediately used binoculars to observe the entire terrain, trying to record the map into her brain. Her science grades were almost perfect, whether it was mathematics or geography, she was a top-class genius. Of course, behind her genius was a weakness. Besides those subjects, her other grades were very poor. She was the type of student who was very one-sided in academic achievement. The same applied to Fumino. That was why they ended up in Class D, the Class C formed by Hiyori. Without weaknesses, they wouldn't fit in that class. In just 30 seconds, Rizu had finished memorizing. The island map was perfectly drawn in her mind. She nodded to Hiyori, indicating the task was complete. Hiyori breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know yet what kind of exam will be given, memorizing the map is the right step. Thank you very much, Ogata-san. Your memory is truly extraordinary. Rizu gave a thumbs up. Don't hesitate, Boss Shina. If there are other tasks, just say so, I'm ready anytime. The reason why Rizu was so obedient to Hiyori was because Hiyori helped provide solutions to the problem that had been weighing on her, namely literature subjects. Rizu's dream since childhood was to enter literature university, but ironically, she was weakest in that field. Hiyori helped her study, and although her progress was slow, that help meant a lot to her. That's why Rizu greatly admired Hiyori. Beside them, Fumino, seeing Rizu able to memorize the entire terrain in just 30 seconds, felt very envious. How nice. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to worry about science problems anymore. Fumino's condition was the opposite of Rizu's. She got perfect scores in literature but got 0 in science. The two of them were as if being toyed with by fate because their interests were opposite to their respective natural talents. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was in his dorm room on the cruise ship, thinking about how to use this exam to make money. Suddenly, his room door was knocked. When opened, standing there was a petite silver-haired girl, Sakayanagi Arisu. Arisu showed a meaningful smile. May I come in and sit for a moment, Akasaka-kun? Ryunosuke opened the door wider. Come in. This room is occupied by 2 people, my roommate is Ayanokuji. Arisu's step stopped for a moment, she seemed to react to that name. Ryunosuke poured a glass of plain water for her. Sorry, I don't have tea. I hope you don't mind. Arisu sat slowly on the edge of the bed, positioned her legs gracefully, and placed her cane beside her. I won't mind water poured by Akasaka-kun. After all, this is a rare service. She sipped the water a little and seemed satisfied. If in the future I can continue to receive service treatment like this, I'll definitely make you my exclusive pet, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke, who knew Arisu's nature very well, rolled his eyes. By pet you mean making me your dog, right? Arisu covered her mouth with her hand pretending to be surprised. Are you a tapeworm in my stomach? Ryunosuke's forehead wrinkled in annoyance. If you came here just to mock me, please leave. Even though I have a lot of debts out there, I'll pay them off with my own efforts. I don't need your pity. Seeing that, Arisu stopped joking and slightly lowered her head apologetically. Forgive me, Akasaka-kun. My joke was excessive, please forgive me. I didn't mean it that way. Ryunosuke sighed deeply, knowing this girl just wanted to tease him. He then started the main topic. Tell me, you came looking for me surely not just to chat, right? Arisu's lips curved into a smile. Does Akasaka-kun really not consider working under my control? Rather than struggling to pay off debts alone, leaning on a big tree is the easiest choice. I always appreciate people who have ability. If you're willing to work for me, I won't just pay off all your debts, but I'll also take responsibility for the rest of your life. Ryunosuke understood that take responsibility here meant guaranteeing his financial life until old age, not something else. He knew very well that leaning on a rich woman like Arisu would make him live without burden. However, his pride as a man didn't allow it. Without thinking too long, Ryunosuke rejected the offer. Arisu showed a disappointed expression, she really felt regretful. Only she herself knew how great her desire was to obtain talent like Ryunosuke's. In her heart, Arisu had placed Ryunosuke at the same level as Ayanokuji. Although Ryunosuke's physical abilities might be different, that didn't hinder Arisu's admiration for him. This was the second time in her life she was so obsessed with a man. Her first obsession was with Ayanokuji due to dissatisfaction after being defeated when watching his chess game at the White Room. And now, her pursuit targets had increased by one more, the men in front of her. Chapter 78, A Bet with Sakayanaji Arisu. Arisu finally revealed her main purpose for coming there. I want to bet with you, Akasaka-kun. The stake is all the points I currently have. I want to determine the winner through this special exam. Arisu's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She was determined to take the first from Ryunosuke. What was meant here was his first defeat, nothing more. As soon as he heard there was an opportunity to make money, Ryunosuke instantly changed his attitude. Without further ado, he immediately took out the best tea leaves, brewed a pot of fresh Longjing tea for Arisu, and personally delivered it before the girl. The corner of Arisu's mouth twitched slightly seeing that drastic change, but she didn't take it to heart. She already knew very well this man's nature. Her father had once shown her data about Ryunosuke, so she knew this man desperately needed money. She considered such materialistic behavior natural. Arisu sipped tea from her cup, but she tasted a slight bitterness that shouldn't be there. Do you know how to brew tea? Brew a new one. She was clearly not satisfied with that first cup. Growing up in luxury made her highly sensitive to tea quality. The man in front of her clearly didn't understand much, he didn't even do the basic step of discarding the first brew. Actually Ryunosuke knew, it's just that he felt it was a waste to throw away quality tea water like that. However, for the sake of the bet, he brewed a new cup again, and this time Arisu felt satisfied. Arisu returned to the main topic. Are you willing to accept my challenge? My total points are 2.8 million, that's all the assets I have so far. I want to bet everything to see which of us gets the most points in this exam. Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately, but seemed to think for a moment. Sakayanaji, aren't you setting aside money for your own living expenses? Arisu smiled sweetly. No need. If it runs out, I'll just find more. She said it very casually. After all, with her abilities, she only needed to play chess a few times with seniors. All this time, to collect points to bet with Ryunosuke, she had swept clean the points of second and third-year seniors through international chess games. Considering her physical condition, Arisu couldn't earn points through physical means. So, she used her intelligence to compete strategically with seniors. Although she had won many matches, she only collected 2.8 million points because she had drained the seniors' wallets in a short time. Those seniors were clearly heated up. As soon as next month's points were distributed, they would definitely look for her again to challenge for revenge. Arisu didn't even need to go to them, they themselves would come to give her points. That was actually advantageous because it didn't burden her weak legs. Arisu sat on the bed while swinging her small feet, waiting for an answer. Without thinking too long, Ryunosuke agreed to the challenge but changed the bet value to 2.7 million points. He left 100,000 points for Arisu so this young lady wouldn't have trouble with living expenses if she lost later. Arisu showed a beautiful smile. Akasaka-kun is really a good person. Even to your enemy you give a way out. If it were me, I wouldn't stop until my opponent was completely destroyed without a trace. Ryunosuke didn't respond to that statement. He took 2 sheets of paper, wrote identical draft contracts, signed them, and handed them to Arisu. Arisu received them with both hands, read them briefly, then signed and stamped her thumbprint as a sign the official contract was in effect. After business was finished, Arisu breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her hand and looked at it. Can you escort me? My dorm room is quite far, my legs are also uncomfortable. You won't just leave me like this, right? Ryunosuke was slightly surprised. You came alone. Where's your assistant? Didn't she come? Arisu shook her head. I came alone, didn't bring anyone. Ryunosuke felt incredulous, but he still held Arisu's hand and scolded, you're really reckless. Aren't you afraid an innocent girl like you will meet bad people on the road? With such a weak body, you dare to wander around alone. Receiving that reprimand, Arisu wasn't angry but smiled instead. She knew this man spoke like that because he cared about her safety. Ryunosuke, seeing her smile instead, felt confused, but he still held the young lady's small hand and escorted her home slowly. Aren't you afraid people will see us like this? Be careful, unpleasant gossip might appear later. With one hand leaning on her cane and the other holding Ryunosuke's hand, Arisu answered indifferently. Let them talk, I don't care. You don't care, but I do. I already have a girlfriend. Oh. You mean Morishita-san? Eh? You already know. Of course, I'm not an idiot. Arisu raised her chin proudly. I've long been aware of your relationship. When did you start dating her? Ryunosuke scratched his head. About 2 months ago, I think after I got too enthusiastic accompanying her playing Yu-Gi-Oh! After that she confessed her feelings to me very enthusiastically, and I didn't refuse. Arisu nodded in agreement. That's good, at least you don't need to worry about your debt anymore. The Morishita family can solve it easily. For them, your debt is only equivalent to a few meals' worth. Ryunosuke shook his head. I don't want to live off a woman's wealth. Arisu's steps stopped, she turned to look at the men. Until now you still talk like that. Don't you know how lucky you are to have a shortcut in life? Yet you don't take advantage of it. Ryunosuke looked toward the sea, feeling the sea breeze. He remembered his previous life when he was exploited to the bone by a cruel boss. He exhaled a long breath. In this life, he didn't want to live without dignity. He wanted to live as a complete human being. He said softly to Arisa beside him, I want to live with dignity. Even though I have to bear a large debt, I don't want to bow my head. Arisa looked at the boy in front of her. She was moved by his words and smiled faintly. She didn't say anything, but she already understood this man's principles. This man would not bow to anyone, even if his opponent could destroy him with one finger, he would never surrender. Arisa felt she liked this man even more. Her interest was no longer just curiosity, but a different emotion that began to grow in the depths of her heart. At this time, she hadn't realized that strangeness because the seed of that feeling was still too small to be noticed. Perhaps when that seed grew large later, she would realize that she had fallen in love with this man. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycanned. Chapter 79, Ayanokuji's Request. Ryunosuke escorted Arisa to her residence. Of course, that scene was witnessed by many people, including his own girlfriend. Ai pouted her lips, taking Arisu away with a bit of emotion. Clearly she was jealous. Seeing Arisu had been picked up by her little assistant, Ryunosuke prepared to return. Arisu looked back at him. Remember our promise, Akasaka-kun. Whether Arisu said it that way on purpose, that sentence made those who heard it wildly imagine, thinking there was a secret relationship between them. Ai's nostrils flared, she looked like she wanted to cry because she felt very sad. Even though she was his official girlfriend, why was someone else trying to steal her men? Hearing Arisu's words, Ryunosuke kept his back to her and only waved his hand as a sign that he understood, without giving an excessive reaction. Arisa gazed deeply at his back before finally looking away. Let's go, Morishita-san. Ai stopped her steps, her face showing a deeply hurt expression. Sakayanagi-sama, he is my boyfriend. Could you not act so ambiguously toward him? Are you intending to take him from me? Calm down, calm down. I just wanted to joke a little, don't be too emotional. Arisa calmed Ai down, signaling her not to be impulsive. She herself felt she suddenly wanted to tease due to an instinct she didn't understand. However, Ai was not easily persuaded. She still pouted her lips and asked, what promise did you actually make with him? Arisa felt helpless and finally told the whole story. After hearing everything, Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, turns out you don't want to take him. Then I'm relieved. Ai took a long breath, she really thought Arisa wanted to take her boyfriend. However, Arisa then said half-jokingly, a man as excellent as him. If I were told to choose a partner, my first choice would definitely be Akasaka-kun. Ai looked at her tensely, even in her eyes flashed a sharp glint for a moment. Arisa realized her joke had gone too far and just wanted to explain. Unfortunately, before she could open her mouth, Ai had already left her and walked away alone, not caring at all about the young lady's uncomfortable legs. This is bad. Arisa watched Ai leave, feeling the situation was a bit difficult to handle. This really is the result of my own doing. Why did I instinctively do that? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke quickly returned to his room. There, Ayanokuji had long returned to the dorm. He sat on the bed with a flat expressionless face, as if waiting for someone. Ryunosuke greeted him and returned to his bed. Seeing that Ayanokuji seemed to be waiting for him, he immediately asked. Do you have business with me? Ayanokuji nodded flatly. Yes. The two sat on their respective beds, staring at each other in silence. Quite a while later, Ayanokuji broke the silence. Chabashira-sensei is abusing her authority. Can you help me report her to the student council? Ryunosuke was stunned. What kind of situation is this? Ayanokuji told how SAE threatened him at the cinema. SAE had apparently investigated Ayanokuji's identity and used that to threaten to have him expelled from school if he wouldn't help the class in this exam. The reason SAE threatened Ayanokuji was because she no longer had money to hire Ryunosuke's services. She realized that without money, Ryunosuke wouldn't move. Rather than continue being passive, she sought another way out by targeting Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji felt very disturbed, so he sought out his only close friend, namely Ryunosuke, to seek justice. After all, this only friend was a student council member. Reporting a teacher who threatened a student with audio recording evidence he had already prepared at the cinema should be effective enough. Although SAE might not end up as tragically as Sakagami Kazuma, at least it could silence her for a long time. Hearing the full story, Ryunosuke's expression became slightly strange. Was this proceeding according to the original storyline? Why did SAE still seek out Ayanokuji? Didn't she already have him to help? He didn't realize that actually SAE was forced to find a second tool because she couldn't afford his fee. Although Ryunosuke was somewhat expensive, his service was very satisfying. He dared to face anyone, not even afraid of the chairman himself. However, with only 1,000,000 points remaining, SAE wasn't confident enough to hire Ryunosuke again. Ayanokuji felt very displeased, so he decided to report. He planned to let SAE understand that if she wanted to threaten him, she had to get past his friend first. He intended to use Ryunosuke as a shield. After all, better to be used than not at all. Moreover, this friend of his had once sold him out and called it friendship ethics. As a friend, he felt he should repay that ethics to appear polite. Ryunosuke knew he was being used as a shield by Ayanokuji, but what could he do? He felt indebted for having sold out that friend before. Consider this as repayment. Ryunosuke agreed to his request, but with one condition: he wanted Ayanokuji to contribute in this exam. Ayanokuji stated he understood and agreed. Ryunosuke left the room to find SAE. He didn't really want to defend Ayanokuji, he just wanted to extort the last 1,000,000 points from the other party. No matter how small the mosquito, its meat was still meat, especially this was 1,000,000 personal points. A waste not to take it. To win the bet with Arisu, he would definitely take action in this exam. So, Ryunosuke would visit SAE and say that he would act in this exam for a fee of 1,000,000 points. SAE, who desperately wanted to advance classes, would definitely immediately agree. For just 1,000,000 points to hire him, she would definitely feel it was very profitable. The corner of Ryunosuke's mouth slowly curved, he couldn't hold back his cunning smile. That smile looked like a naughty uncle deceiving a small child, even though what he was deceiving was an adult woman 10 years older than him. Ryunosuke knocked on the room door. SAE, who was smoking inside the room, immediately came out to check. When she saw that it was Ryunosuke who came, her face showed extraordinary joy. She immediately welcomed him, and even before Ryunosuke could speak, SAE lit another cigarette, trying to suppress the excitement in her heart. With slightly trembling lips, she asked, "For this special exam, do you intend to take action?" "I'll say first, I only have 1,000,000 points left in hand. There's no more if you ask for more." SAE asked very carefully, as if afraid Ryunosuke would reject her. Chapter 80, the exam begins. The agreement between Ryunosuke and SAE was as follows. Ryunosuke must fight for the maximum benefit for his own class, which was Class C. In this uninhabited island exam, the points obtained must not be less than 200 points. At the same time, he also had to bring down the current Class A, previously Class B. After 2 months of cleansing, the class where Arisu was located overtook the position again and became the new Class A. Actually, that was natural, because from the beginning the point difference between the original Class A and Class B was not large. Although the initial result had changed due to Ryunosuke's interference, half a year was enough for them to catch up. The current Class A remained the same class as when they first entered school, Arisu's class. This time, to extort SAE's last money, Ryunosuke provided a little service bonus. He agreed to cut Class A's points by 200 points. That way, the point difference created was 400 class points. This part was already written in the contract and could not be changed. SAE herself couldn't believe it. Has this kid repented? He's giving me this much profit margin even though I only paid 1,000,000 points. SAE knew very well how complicated this exam content was. Guessing other classes' leaders could indeed provide 50 class points. However, one wrong guess and the points collected during the exam would be forfeited to 0. Worse yet, if your own class leader was guessed by others, points would be deducted by 50. To make a class lose exactly 200 points, Ryunosuke had to ensure the other 3 classes guessed that class's leader simultaneously, while making that target class itself guess wrong about other classes' leaders twice. An operation like this was almost impossible to carry out. However, Ryunosuke's words forced her to believe. Because the man in front of her was someone who had created miracles, not only making Class D rise to Class C in 2 months, but also destroying the old Class C until their points were 0. Even the old Class C's homeroom teacher and class leader were eliminated by him. Really terrifying. SAE's fingers trembled slightly. She wanted to light a cigarette to calm her turbulent heart, but she failed to do so repeatedly because her hands kept trembling. Ryunosuke kindly took the lighter from her and lit the cigarette for her. After instinctively saying thank you, SAE immediately inhaled the cigarette deeply. From the way she inhaled, it was clear she was a heavy smoker. SAE suddenly choked on her own smoke. Ryunosuke patted her back to relieve the tightness. After calming down, SAE felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I embarrassed myself in front of a student. I'm really an incompetent teacher." Turns out you're self-aware too. Commented Ryunosuke with a flat face. Sae's face immediately reddened with annoyance. She raised her black high heels and tried to step on his foot. However, Ryunosuke immediately dodged with one far jump. Ha! You're not the only person who wants to step on my foot. I already know how to anticipate this move. Step on the toe. Already doesn't work on me. Ryunosuke said proudly. Sae felt incredulous. Is that something to be proud of? By the way, are you often stepped on by women? Ryunosuke's expression immediately turned gloomy. There is one person, but that's none of your business. Sae chose to shut up, realizing there were things that shouldn't be asked. After the agreement was done, Ryunosuke returned. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Shortly after, the cruise ship arrived at its destination, an uninhabited island that was the exam location. Here, students had to survive for 1 week. The school provided 300 class points that could be used for expenses on the island. Unused points would be added to next month's total class points. On the other side, Arisa couldn't go down to the island because of her leg condition. She could only give instructions to Katsuragi Kohei to act according to plan. Arisa's gaze looked very deep. Remember my words earlier. Don't do things you're not sure about, don't feel smart, and don't do unnecessary things. Kohei, who was no longer the class leader, could only listen to the plan arranged by Arisu, the new leader. Whether it's the current Class B or Class D, if you're sure, you may guess who their leader is. But remember one thing. Arisu raised her cane and walked slowly beside Kohei. Never try to guess the leader from Class C. Kohei didn't understand. Why can't we guess them? Arisu smiled faintly, remembering the two monsters in Class C, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka and Akasaka Ryunosuke. She shook her head. There are two monsters there. You won't be able to guess. Kohei felt confused. He could understand one monster meant was Ryunosuke because his reputation was already very famous, entering the student council in 2 days and destroying another class in 2 months. His power had become legendary through rumors. But who was the other monster? Was there a figure that great in Class C besides Ryunosuke? Arisa didn't explain further, she only warned Kohei to obey her orders. Yahiko, Kohei's loyal follower, couldn't accept it and interrupted. On what basis are you ordering my brother? Arisu's gaze became very sharp like a knife, directly stabbing toward him. Yahiko swallowed and said nervously, well. I'm not afraid of you. I'm just worried you carrying the cane might easily fall. I'm really not afraid of you. Yahiko immediately hid behind Kohei's back. Kohei sighed resignedly. Enough, don't be silly. Sakayanaji is our leader, we must obey orders. Hearing the boss he admired speak so, Yahiko could only agree reluctantly. Arisu's plan was actually simple. Guess the leaders of Class B, Hanami, and Class D, Hiyori, to get 100 points. As for Class C, she chose not to touch it. As long as those two monsters were there, it was impossible for her to guess correctly. That's why she only targeted the weak. If they didn't guess wrong and could save the use of 300 points from the school, Class A would still get stable results above 200 points. This was Arisu's plan, a strategy born from necessity. When betting with Ryunosuke, she didn't yet know the exam content would be like this. Although she was the daughter of the school board chairman, her father highly upheld fairness and wouldn't leak exam secrets to her, and she herself didn't want that either. Arisa sighed deeply while massaging her uncomfortable leg. Well, this time I have to admit I'm unlucky. I can only accept this bad fate. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycand. Chapter 81, Conflict in the Old Class D. On the remote island. Many students had landed on the island, and at the same time, they had learned the contents of the exam. Each began making preparations. In Class D, Hiyori managed to find the first checkpoint location thanks to Rizu's extraordinary memory. They checked in early and successfully got a head start. According to school regulations, one check-in would yield 5 class points, and could be renewed every 24 hours. There were many control points on this remote island, countless in number. To be able to check in, one had to have a strong physique to adapt to the rainforest environment. Hiyori looked at Albert. I'll leave the rest to you. You'll be our class leader and be responsible for checking in and seizing location points. Among all of us, your physique is the strongest and most capable of visiting more points. Albert nodded and received the green card symbolizing the leader's position from Hiyori's hand. He officially became the class leader. However, he then scratched his head in confusion. Boss Sheena, if I go checking in openly like this, won't my identity as leader be exposed? Is this really okay? Albert, who usually was too lazy to use his brain, since Ryuan's departure had started working hard for the class. Hayori felt quite pleased seeing Albert could think about that. She explained to him. You don't need to worry about that. I'll think of a way. You just focus on checking in, leave the rest to me. Albert nodded. I understand, Boss Shina. Hayori then looked at Rizu. At this time, Rizu had drawn a map of the entire island by hand, including the distances within it. She handed the draft drawing to Hayori, who then gave it to Albert. This is a map of this island, including the location points within it. With this, you can find them faster. Remember. Don't fight with others, don't ever do it. Hayori gave a warning because she was afraid Albert would make trouble. Albert scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that kind of person. Back then it was all because Ryu enforced me. Actually, I'm a good kid. Good kid. The people behind them muttered. Looking at that giant figure nearly 2 meters tall, the corners of their mouths twitched. Hayori handed over a large amount of food and water, especially high-calorie food, to Albert, who served as manual labor so it would be easy to consume on the journey. Because he had to run around the map, energy would be depleted very quickly, so food intake was needed. Although carrying 5 kilograms of goods was quite tiring, it had to be done. Water could prevent Albert from getting dehydrated, and food could restore his energy. Hayori didn't let him carry too many items so as not to hinder his journey. She also gave him a small backpack to carry the equipment. Albert shouldered his food and water, then nodded as a sign he would depart. Hayori advised once more. If the food and water run out, come back immediately. Don't get fixated on those few points, safety is most important. Albert showed his row of white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Boss Shina. Albert's stamina isn't that weak. Well then, I'll go first. After saying that, he shouldered his food and water then started running quickly. Hayori didn't sit idle, she immediately ordered the other members to work. Ibuki-san, you lead the girls' group to patrol the surroundings. Change personnel every 2 hours to rest in rotation. If there are people from other classes approaching, notify me immediately. Ibuki answered somewhat lazily, I understand, I'll do it. After that, she brought the female students to start inspection. The remaining male students began taking initiative to set up tents and look for firewood to prepare for cooking. After all, there were many wild food ingredients around here that could be eaten. From fish in the sea, wild corn, potatoes, to sweet potatoes, everything was there. Finding some food ingredients shouldn't make them starve. However, most of these spoiled students didn't want to dig in the ground. It's unknown whether this was intentional by the school so students could experience life in the wild to adapt to a harsh environment. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Class B, namely Honami's group, looked very harmonious and did their work very orderly. However, looking at their attitude, it seemed they only wanted to occupy one location and had no intention of competing for other points. Meanwhile in Class C, the atmosphere wasn't that harmonious. They were involved in a fierce argument over the toilet division problem. The cause was Hirata Yosuke, who made a toilet for female students but not for male students. This triggered strong protests from the male side, while the female side wouldn't yield, so polarization occurred that led to a verbal fight. The group of 5 Jiraiya girls, with Karuizawa Kei as their leader, pointed at Yamauchi Haruki dissatisfied. Can you men yield a bit to us women? You can do it in the bushes, but we women can't. We need a toilet. Before Yamauchi could speak, Kanji spoke up first in refusal. I can understand about the toilet, but why do you also have a shower room? Aren't you being too excessive? These points belong to everyone. On what basis can women shop as they please? While us men aren't even allowed to ask for a toilet. I protest. Ike shouted angrily. This time he was really provoked emotionally. He could understand about the toilet, but what was the shower room for? The shower room cost 80 points, while the toilet was only 20 points. However, the men didn't even get a toilet. He couldn't accept it. Especially Hirata. Why was he so biased toward women? Was it just because Kei was his girlfriend, so he deliberately acted biased? What was that about? The male and female sides continued arguing endlessly. This was no longer about the toilet, but about an attitude that was too biased toward women. The female side had already spent 100 points at the start, but the male side got nothing, while the women got a decent shower room and toilet. While the men got nothing, absolutely nothing. Ryunosuke watched both sides arguing and felt quite dizzy. Already in a situation like this and still arguing, this class is really... Fortunately he had no expectations for them at all, otherwise sooner or later he could die from high blood pressure seeing their behavior. Chapter 82, Horikita Suzun in the palm of Kato Megumi's hand. As the formal leader of Class D, Horikita Suzun only watched all that chaos coldly, with no intention of interfering at all. Ryunosuke approached her. Don't you want to manage them? Heh. Suzun snorted contemptuously. Manage. How am I supposed to manage them when everyone only listens to what Hirata says? Suzun flipped her hair and walked away arrogantly, not even bothering to glance at them any longer. Although she was their leader, the majority of people in the class didn't want to listen to her and prioritized Hirata instead. Ryunosuke shook his head resignedly. He prepared to move separately on his own, while calling Ayanokuji and Megumi. Before leaving, he took the time to discuss with Hirata. I don't care how you spend the points, but you must set aside 100 points that must not be touched. That's my final limit. If you want this class to go through the exam better, then manage your people. Don't let them splurge. Those remaining 100 points absolutely must not be disturbed. Do you hear me? Ryunosuke warned while pointing his finger at Hirata's chest. Hirata could only smile bitterly. I'll try my best. Although Ryunosuke wasn't the class leader, he had greater authority than the leader himself. His power was real, so the weight of his words was very crucial. At the same time, he also requested the leader's green card from the entire class and handed it to Ayanokuji. His purpose was clear, he wanted this monster Ayanokuji to go sweep through all the location points. Since Ayanokuji had previously promised to help, he didn't complain and took the card to start looking for location points. As for the risk of his identity as leader being exposed by others, Ayanokuji believed Ryunosuke had a way to solve that small problem. This was a long-built trust in him, as well as recognition of his abilities. He was sure Ryunosuke wouldn't be constrained by such trivial obstacles. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Katsuragi Kohei from Class A also began to move. He specifically sent people to the location points of Class B and Class D, namely the territories of Ichino's Hanami and Shina Hiyori. Arisu had specifically instructed that the leaders from those two classes were the easiest to guess. Once there was certainty, they had to immediately bring them down. Although Kohei was reluctant to follow Arisu's orders, for the sake of the entire class's interests, he could only carry them out. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Hanami from Class B was still, how to put it? No sense of tension at all. At this time, they were lighting a fire for a picnic. Tents were already set up, and many of her classmates were bringing corn to roast, as if they had truly forgotten this was an exam. Hanami was too naive and didn't realize how important this exam was. The strategy they currently chose was actually just to survive and preserve those 300 points. As for guessing other classes' leaders, Hanami wasn't capable of doing such a thing yet. First, because she felt reluctant, and second, she indeed didn't have the ability to do it. For half a year from the first month until now, thanks to Ryunosuke's help, they basically won easily without needing to exert much effort. That's why they lacked bloodthirsty instinct, the courage to fight with others. If they didn't go through a bloodshed, it would be difficult for them to realize again that this wasn't a game. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On Ryunosuke's side, he brought Megumi to meet Suzun to ask for her help. At that time Suzun was washing her beautiful hair with river water to save water resources, so she wouldn't need to use mineral water bought with points. Meanwhile, the other female students in the class all washed their hair using mineral water exchanged for points. After all, girls really liked cleanliness and couldn't bear to wash their beloved hair with unclean water. But Suzun, she remained steadfast in her stance like a stubborn person, following the rules and not misusing class points. She was indeed a very stubborn person. Ryunosuke approached her to ask for help. Suzun's hand movement while washing her hair stopped. She asked without turning around, "What is it?" Ryunosuke reminded her with good intentions. Washing your hair with cold water can make you easily catch a cold. There's hot water in the shower room, why not use it? Suzun furrowed her brow deeply, unwilling to answer and continued washing her hair with river water. Megumi kindly took a dry towel, placed it on top of Suzun's head, and helped dry it. Suzun opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. She lowered her head with a feeling of embarrassment and spoke in a very soft voice. "Thank you." Megumi's lips curved into a sweet smile. She said in a light tone of voice. "You're welcome. After all, we're friends." Suzun's face immediately blushed red. She really had no defense against Megumi. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycand. Chapter 83, Heading to the Old Class C. Ryunosuke watched the two girls so harmoniously by the lake. He nodded in satisfaction. With this, Student Council President Manibu no longer needs to worry about his sister not having friends, right? Shortly after Megumi finished drying Suzun's hair, both walked toward Ryunosuke. Suzun put on a displeased face and asked, "What business do you have looking for me?" "Ahem." Ryunosuke immediately cleared his throat and chose to get straight to the point. "Actually, I'm looking for you because I want to ask for help. Accompany me to the current Class D, which is Shina Hiyori's class." Suzun's eyebrows furrowed deeply. "I don't want to." She then turned around and walked away without looking back. Ryanosuke immediately grabbed her wrist, trying to persuade her once more. "Accompany me just for a bit, I don't dare go alone," he exclaimed with a pitiful face. "Oh." This time Susan became interested. "Why? Are you afraid they'll take revenge on you?" The meaning of that sentence was very clear, referring to the previous incident where Ryanosuke made Class C suffer so badly. Ryanosuke felt somewhat awkward, but he still nodded. "By myself. I really don't dare go there." Ryanosuke brought his 2 index fingers together hesitantly. Susan's lips curved into a smile. Not because she wanted to laugh, but purely because she couldn't hold it back. "Feel that?" Susan said, then she walked away while not forgetting to pull Megumi with her. Ryanosuke immediately blocked their path and rubbed his palms together awkwardly. "Please help me just a little, Susan. Don't call me that. We're not that close." Susan reflexively replied, but she finally sighed. "All right, I'll help you one more time. Consider this as payback because you helped me meet Nisan back then." Ryanosuke was stunned and reflexively asked, "Have you and your brother reconciled yet?" He really misspoke. That question instantly triggered Susan's anger. Suddenly Susan stepped on Ryanosuke's foot and pressed it with all her strength while twisting her heel. "Ryanosuke. If you don't want to talk then fine, why do you have to step on me? Besides using this trick against me, don't you have any other way?" "I do." Susan answered firmly, while directing her hand to pinch Ryanosuke's waist. "Ryanosuke." Several moments later, Susan released her hand with a feeling of satisfaction. After venting her frustration, she felt very refreshed. Ryanosuke rubbed his waist and sneered. "Now you're satisfied, right? Can we leave now?" Susan didn't speak, she just walked following behind. Her meaning was already very clear. Ryanosuke felt quite satisfied. He then brought Susan and Megumi toward the old Class C's campsite location. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Albert had just run back to headquarters. He was panting and sat down on the ground with ragged breathing, clearly he was already exhausted. His classmates immediately ran to help. They gave mineral water to Albert so his thirst would subside. Albert accepted the water, said thank you, then immediately opened the bottle cap and poured water on his own head to cool down his body temperature. Some people helped him dry off with a clean towel, while others got food to restore Albert's energy. Hayori, seeing her friend this exhausted, felt very reluctant. "I told you not to overdo it. Actually, how many location points did you seize to be this exhausted?" Getting attention from his boss, Albert showed his row of white teeth and grinned widely. "Hee, not many. In this one trip I visited almost 7 locations. If it weren't for Ogata-san's map, I think visiting even 3 locations would have been very difficult." Rizu pushed up her red-framed glasses. "This is what I should do. After all, I'm also part of this class." After speaking, Albert's breathing still sounded heavy, a sign he was truly very tired. Fumino also deftly brought food and candy to restore Albert's energy and stamina. She sneakily ate a little because she was hungry, but fortunately no one noticed. The majority of class members gave their best goods to Albert. Albert immediately devoured the food, planning to go again after resting briefly. After all, this was a rare opportunity so their classmates wouldn't have to worry about points anymore. Although they still had 10 million personal points left by Ryanosuke previously, they couldn't continuously rely on those savings. They needed to find points themselves for living expenses. And this time was the opportunity. Albert's thinking was very simple, using his strength to get points so everyone in the class could live better. He knew his brain was simple and couldn't think about things that were too complicated. He didn't have tactical intelligence, the only thing he had was a strong physique. This was a rare opportunity for him to help the class through the field he mastered, and he greatly anticipated it. Since Ryuin's departure, he was very aware of the principle that the strong survive in this school. The only thing he could do to help the class was this. He couldn't interfere with the rest of the strategy, he just needed to obey and listen to the boss's orders. Suddenly, sounds of movement came from the bushes. Ibuki sent one of the female students to tell Hayori that someone from another class was approaching. Hayori's gaze became serious. "Someone from which class is coming?" That female student looked hesitant. Clearly the person coming wasn't just anyone, to the point where she was afraid to speak. Hayori furrowed her brow. "Just say it." For the first time, she showed her authority as a leader. That female student trembled and immediately shouted. Aye, it's the arrogant king from Class C. Akasaka Ryanosuke. Oi. Don't carelessly give people nicknames, bastard." Ryanosuke, who had just arrived and heard that nickname, couldn't accept it, so he shouted in protest. Hayori, seeing who had come, immediately felt calm. Chapter 84, Bribing Shina Hayori. Ryanosuke walked with his hands in his pockets toward the old Class C's campsite. Hiyori stood with her hands folded in front of her body, she greeted with a smile on her face. Isn't this the Demon King from Class C, Akasaka Ryunosuke-kun? What business do you have coming to my place? By the way, didn't Ibuki-san stop you all? Hiyori tilted her head sweetly. Ryunosuke pointed behind with his thumb. The Ibuki you mean is fighting with our leader. Hiyori shifted her gaze and saw one of her class's combat aces, Ibuki Mio, fiercely fighting with Horikita Suzun. Ibuki kicked toward a tree trunk, but Suzun managed to dodge and assumed a martial arts stance, ready to respond to attacks at any time. Ibuki pulled back her leg and prepared to kick the opponent's head. My defeat back then was because I was careless. Let's fight again. Ibuki's face looked enthusiastic, clearly she wanted to avenge her previous defeat. After all, at that time Suzun had beaten her pretty badly until her head was injured, this time she had to win no matter what. Suzun was also ready to counterattack, but at that moment Hiyori's voice was heard from afar. Stop. Ibuki-san, now is not the time to fight. Ibuki's leg was suspended in the air, her eyes staring sharply at her opponent. Suzun also remained in a defensive position with sharp eyes. The two stared fiercely at each other before finally lowering their stances in annoyance. TCH. Ibuki kicked a small stone at the roadside irritably. Don't think this is over. Someday we'll fight again, I won't lose again. Suzun straightened the wrinkles in her clothes indifferently. She didn't care at all and immediately walked beside Ryunosuke, exactly like a bodyguard. Well, she was indeed his bodyguard. Ryunosuke was afraid he couldn't win against them, so he brought two people to keep the situation under control. After recovering, Albert stood with a serious gaze. However, when he saw that the monster who could lift him with one hand didn't come, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he didn't come, there's still a chance to win. The monster Albert meant was Ayanokuji. Considering his height was only 175 centimeters but could lift his giant 2-meter body with one hand, that was truly terrifying. As long as that person wasn't there, Albert was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone just by relying on his 2-meter height and muscles all over his body. Without thinking long and without waiting for Hiyori's order, Albert immediately charged forward, intending to incapacitate the opponent first. Hiyori wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Albert was already in front of Ryunosuke with his giant fist ready to smash the young man's face. You've made our former boss suffer. Akasaka Ryunosuke. I'll avenge Ryuen, let me hit you just once. Ryunosuke remained calm with his hands in his pockets, not panicking at all because Megumi had taken action. With a calm gaze, Megumi took out a stun gun, circled behind Albert, and shocked his neck. At that instant Albert fell face down and fainted. The stun gun in Megumi's hand was still sparking electric current. Clearly to incapacitate this giant, Megumi used maximum power because she was afraid a body as sturdy as an elephant wouldn't fall. After finishing everything, Megumi slowly disappeared from people's view like a ghost, as if she had never been there. Everyone was startled. My god. A transparent human. There's a superpower user here. Even Hiyori, who was usually calm, gaped wide in shock and couldn't react for several moments. Had anyone ever seen someone disappear just like that in front of many people's eyes? This was too frightening, it felt like meeting a ghost. No. Scarier than a ghost because this person had a physical form. Hiyori looked at the fallen Albert and swallowed. That is still human, right? Hiyori felt doubtful. However, in Ryunosuke's eyes, Megumi just walked normally there, incapacitated the opponent, then returned with a flat expression. It's just that in outsiders' eyes, Megumi suddenly appeared when attacking, as if she were a transparent person whose movements were not noticed at all before. Ryunosuke clicked his tongue inwardly. He was also very envious of this ability. If he had this ability, he wouldn't need to fear the debt collectors out there anymore. They wouldn't be able to see him. However, on the surface, he remained calm and said, now we can sit and talk calmly, right? Shina-san. The corner of Hiyori's mouth twitched slightly, she looked at him with an annoyed gaze. As soon as you arrive you incapacitate my member, and you still dare to talk like that. Ryunosuke spread his hands. I have no other choice. He attacked first, so naturally my bodyguard protected me. Ryunosuke glanced at Megumi. At this time, Megumi was already standing behind him and nodded with a flat gaze. People around still didn't notice Megumi's presence, didn't even remember her existence. Even though at that time it was Megumi who defeated the most people, reaching dozens, but they truly didn't remember that such a person was there. Hiyori felt somewhat awkward because it was indeed her own member who attacked, so she immediately invited them in. Let's talk inside. I don't have luxury goods here, so don't complain. Ryunosuke stated he didn't mind, he didn't come to look for food. Shortly after, the two sat together. Hiyori asked curiously, what business do you have looking for me? We're in interclass competition now, you and I are enemies, you know. Hiyori spoke while smiling sweetly. But Ryunosuke didn't care at all and chatted with her like a close friend. I came here wanting to borrow someone from you. Hayori immediately felt curious. Who? Ryunosuke's gaze was directed straight at Rizu behind Hayori. Rizu felt slightly chilled being stared at, then hid behind their boss's back while peeking a little to look at Ryunosuke warily. Ryunosuke chose to get straight to the point. I want this girl to help me draw a map. A map of this entire island. This girl must have already memorized the entire island, right? Ryunosuke said it so casually, as if he was very sure. Hayori furrowed her brows and pretended to be clueless. I don't understand what you're talking about. Besides, why do you assume this child has that ability? Why are you so sure she can draw it? Even if she has that ability, we wouldn't necessarily know the exam contents on this remote island, so it's impossible we made preparations beforehand. So what you're saying is unfounded. We didn't draw a map. Seeing Hayori still unwilling to admit it, Ryunosuke used his knowledge of these characters from his previous life plus his observations on site, then he spoke directly. This girl, since entering this school, her science grades have always been perfect. Even second and third year senpai lose to her. So, she has the ability to draw a map. Besides, with your intelligence, Shina-san, how could you not realize there's a special exam on this island? Even if you didn't know the exam contents, you must have already taken preventive steps beforehand, right? Hayori sighed softly, are you a tapeworm in my stomach? To understand me that well. Ryunosuke joked, I am indeed a tapeworm in your stomach, otherwise how could I write books you like? Hayori's cheeks blushed red. Don't say that in a place like this, there are other people here. Ryunosuke immediately shut his mouth, their relationship as fellow book lovers was indeed not known by others. Between the two of them pink bubbles began to appear, the atmosphere became increasingly strange. People around saw this ambiguous atmosphere and felt something was off. Our boss seems closely acquainted with the person in front of her. Since when? Hayori immediately cleared her throat and sat up straight. What business do you have? Just say it directly. Ryunosuke didn't beat around the bush anymore. I want a map. A panoramic map of this entire island. No way. Hayori refused instantly. However, Ryunosuke took out a book, slipped it into Hayori's hand secretly, then bribed her with a small voice. This is the manuscript content for Volume 2 of your Lie in April. About, can't you give some leniency? Hayori, neutral face. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycanned. Chapter 85, Poaching People. When someone feels truly speechless, they really will fall silent. Hayori looked at the book Ryunosuke offered, her heart really wanted to accept it, but she looked around at her classmates and felt somewhat hesitant. If she accepted it, wouldn't that mean she accepted a bribe? That couldn't be allowed. Hayori swatted away the book in Ryunosuke's hand, but the fallen book she quickly grabbed and hugged to her chest. Ryunosuke, neutral face. People, neutral face. Ahem. Hayori immediately cleared her throat, pretending to be clueless and said, this much down payment isn't enough yet. Ryunosuke snapped his fingers, understood. How about I add the identity of Class A's leader? Agreed. Hayori and Ryunosuke joined hands, clapping as a sign of this transaction agreement. Ryunosuke brought the two girls away from there. Before leaving, he glanced at Rizu. Ogata-san, not interested in moving to my place. The facilities at my place are very tempting, you know. Rizu pushed up the red-framed glasses on her face. Sorry, sir, I won't betray my class. Please look for someone else. Ryunosuke didn't feel upset despite being rejected. He turned to look at Fumino, then took out candy and several bags of potato chips from his pocket. Fumino's eyes sparkled, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, clearly she was tempted. Hayori furrowed her brow deeply. I told you, don't poach my people. Ryunosuke. Seeing Hayori so angry she stopped calling him with honorifics, Ryunosuke knew he had gone too far. He immediately stopped and put back the chips and candy. Disappointment was clearly visible on Fumino's face. Why like that? At least let me taste just a little. Fumino said softly, while her eyes occasionally glanced toward Ryunosuke's shirt pocket containing snacks. That longing gaze couldn't be hidden at all. Ryunosuke gave an eye signal toward the bushes on the side. Fumino immediately understood and pretended to say seriously, friend, please don't tempt me. My life and death belong to Boss Shina, I will never betray her. Hayori was slightly surprised. Since when did Furuhashi-san become so loyal? Shortly after, Ryunosuke left. Fumino breathed a sigh of relief, patted her small chest, and said to Hayori while smiling. I successfully resisted the temptation, boss. Fumino clenched both fists with sparkling eyes, as if asking for praise. Hayori said resignedly, all right, go do your duty. Food for dinner tonight, control yourself, don't eat too much. What Hayori meant was she could eat as much as she liked for dinner later, but don't overdo it because it's not good for health. After getting permission, Fumino's eyes immediately lit up. She licked her thin lips and smiled. Ready. Boss Shina, then I'll go patrol first. Fumino gave a standard military salute, then ran quickly into the bushes to complete her patrol duty. Hayori shook her head resignedly. She looked at the book obtained from Ryunosuke, stroked it lovingly, then immediately opened it to read. Everything and sounds around her seemed isolated, not disturbing her reading concentration at all. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Fumino arrived at a small forest with suspicious movements, afraid of being found out by others. Ryunosuke had been waiting there for a long time carrying 3 bags of potato chips and half a kilogram of fruit candy. Ahem. Fumino pretended to act elegant and gentle, stepping closer step by step, but her eyes stared straight at the snacks in his hands. Ryunosuke grinned and generously gave the snacks to her. Fumino received them with both hands, her cheeks feeling somewhat hot when she said, sorry, I'm indeed a bit greedy. Fumino scratched her head awkwardly. This was the first time she acted so embarrassingly in front of a man. Usually she could disguise herself well, but somehow this man happened to bring the food she liked most. Is this a coincidence? Fumino didn't really understand, just consider it a coincidence. After all, how could this person know her preferences? After saying thank you, Fumino left. Ryunosuke didn't ask her to do anything. This was enough, get acquainted first, they'll become close later. The 2 people hiding in the bushes came out. Megumi's voice sounded soft entering Ryunosuke's ears. Ryunosuke-kun, you're really a womanizer. Are you intending to seduce someone? That's natural, after all she's also a beautiful woman. Ryunosuke felt uncomfortable hearing Megumi's sarcastic insinuation, he immediately explained. And no, it's not what you think. Can't you read minds? You should know what I'm thinking. Oh, Megumi pouted her lips, clearly not easily convinced. She knew what Ryunosuke was thinking, but she couldn't accept the process. Ryunosuke was hers alone. She didn't want anyone else to touch him in the slightest. No one was allowed. Jealousy could make people crazy, Megumi included. She knew better than anyone that besides Ryunosuke, she might never find anyone else who could notice her. Even if she found them, she didn't want anyone besides Ryunosuke. Because she had already fallen in love first, whoever came after could never match the first. That was the power of first love. The harder it was to get, the greater the desire to possess it. Don't be fooled by Megumi's attitude that seemed unwilling to compete or fight, her level of cunning was no less than others. Suzune herself didn't feel anything strange. Just poaching people. She didn't deign to do such things. Ryunosuke needed a long time to explain to Megumi until finally he was forgiven. He also didn't know why he had to explain, but he felt if he didn't, Megumi might not help him again in the future. His feelings told him so. For the first time Megumi showed a bit of anger, she turned her face away and pouted her lips, ignoring him. Ryunosuke also felt dizzy, not knowing what else to say. The conditions he had to fulfill in this exam were quite heavy and couldn't have the slightest error. He couldn't do it without Megumi, because she was his only chance of winning. As if knowing the future, Megumi saw through Ryunosuke's thoughts and took the opportunity to propose her own condition. After this exam ends, you must agree to one condition from me, then I'll help you. This was clearly a trap, but Ryunosuke had no more time to think. He immediately nodded in agreement, then brought Suzune and Megumi hurriedly to Class B's location. Time was very tight, he had to hurry. Megumi showed an expression as if her plan had succeeded. Chapter 86, Arriving at Class B. On the cruise ship, Arisu was sitting in a chair, playing international chess alone. She held a black piece, moved it to position E5 in the center, then took a white piece and placed it in the upper right corner. She stopped her movement, then pondered in her heart. Next, what's the move? What Arisu was thinking about wasn't the chess game, but the outcome of this exam. She admitted she had been careless, she didn't expect the exam would be wilderness survival. She herself couldn't be present directly at the location, and that was very disadvantageous for her. However, don't expect her to give up so easily. She was Sakayanaji Arisu, even if she had to face a rapidly flowing river, she would leap over it like a koi fish. Arisu placed the black piece in a dead-end area, a genius move. She looked up with a sharp gaze, her eyes as cold as winter wind. Akasaka Ryunosuke, I won't give up that easily. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Kohei from Class A was also working very orderly. He did what Arisu ordered. At this time, he had sent people to Class B in the old Class C. Entering Class B's territory turned out to be much easier than imagined. However, what was unexpected was the old Class C. Who would have thought that after Ryuan left, that class instead of falling apart, quickly united like a strong rope. At this time, the front line was led by Hiyori as the class leader. That literature girl who usually behaved very politely and cultured turned out to have the leadership side of a king. Kohei couldn't help but feel admiration. Because for a girl to want to lead an entire class, she not only needed intelligence but also strategy and a leader's authority. Perhaps Hiyori was still slightly lacking in that, but her classmates could cover her weaknesses. Albert, who was 2 meters tall, could cover the deficiency in physical strength. Ibuki helped lead the female students group. Hiyori's 2 assistants also couldn't be underestimated. Fumino had nearly perfect literature grades, far exceeding second-year and even third-year seniors. The other one was a science genius who was equally impressive. It's just that their other subject grades, how to put it, didn't even reach double digits. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke had arrived at Class B, where Hanami was. They were having fun as if on a picnic, laughing cheerfully without realizing at all that this was an exam. Although Ryunosuke had already guessed this from the start, the corner of his mouth still twitched. Was his choice of making Class B his backup path a bit too rash? Ryunosuke immediately shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about that, he had to talk to Hanami. Seeing Ryunosuke arrive, Hanami ran over to him with a happy face. In her hand was a baked potato she had just taken from the fire. At this time, her face was full of dust from digging potatoes, but her smile showed she didn't feel dirty at all. It seems she's really enjoying this. Does she think this is a summer camp? Ryunosuke looked at Hanami with a flat expression, feeling both exasperated and disappointed seeing how unambitious this girl was. However, he also realized that because of his interference, Class B had never experienced any difficulties. A reaction like this was actually very natural. It seemed this time he couldn't help them anymore. Just complete the 200-point fluctuation mission. They also needed to be tempered, otherwise they would collapse. Hanami's face was full of dust, both hands peeled the cooked baked potato then offered it to Ryunosuke. Here, the potato I just roasted. Eat it while it's warm. Oh, thank you very much then. Ryunosuke took it and started eating without hesitation. The roasting is quite good. Right. Hee hee. Hanami laughed foolishly, looking very happy. In front of Ryunosuke, Hanami could always chat very casually. Only with this person could she be like that. Hanami hid both hands behind her back shyly, her toes moving restlessly. She felt somewhat embarrassed because her appearance now was indeed very dirty. She had to bathe soon, fortunately there was a river nearby. At Hanami's place they also didn't buy shower room facilities, because they were too expensive, needed 80 points. The school only gave 300 points, and their operation plan was very simple, economize. They didn't intend to dominate other location points and chose to hold out until the exam ended. Ryunosuke put on a flat face. You all are too relaxed. This is an exam, is it okay to act like this? However, Hanami shook her head. It's okay. Besides, our points are already so many they're endless, so losing a few of these points doesn't matter. Naive. Susan muttered, unable to hold herself back. Hanami just smiled awkwardly and didn't refute. By the way, what business does Akasaka-kun have coming here? Ryunosuke didn't want to waste time and got straight to the main topic. I have an agreement with your teacher. I must help you return to Class A position. You help me a bit. Hearing that, Hanami was stunned. Hashinomiya-sensei, transacted with you again. Ryunosuke nodded. That's right. Honestly, even if I help you, you'll fall again because you won't be able to maintain it. Hanami's gaze dimmed slightly. Facing Ryunosuke's reprimand, she couldn't refute. Both fell silent. Seeing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Kanzaki Ruji approached them, followed by Shiranami Chihiro. Chihiro glared at Ryunosuke dissatisfied and snapped. What are you doing coming here? Aren't you a Class C person? Then, are you bullying our Hanami? I'm warning you. If you dare bully Hanami-chan, I won't let you get away. Chihiro showed her small fangs and spoke fiercely. At the same time, she hugged Hanami and groped her soft chest. Hanami made a cute sound. Lately she had been attacked by Chihiro so often that she had no defense at all. Ryunosuke glanced at her and muttered in his heart. This same-sex-loving girl still hasn't given up, so persistent. However, on the surface he remained calm and continued his suggestion. Who is your leader? Ruji had already heard from Hanami that Hashinomiya-sensei asked Ryunosuke to help them, so he behaved very cooperatively. Our leader is Shiranami Chihiro. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycand. Chapter 87, Returning to the Old Class D. Ryunosuke nodded, and after understanding the situation, he chose to get straight to the point. I want you to find a way to change your leader on the last day. Remember, do that change when the last day is almost over, that's the safest. Hanami raised her small hand. But how do we change it? Ryunosuke rolled his eyes, reflexively wanting to flick the girl's head, but seeing many people around, he held back. In a resigned tone he said. Just have Shiranami resign. The school has installed communication terminals in every student's hand because they're afraid accidents will happen to you. You only need to pay a 30-point penalty if you want to resign. That's the safest way. However, Hanami looked somewhat troubled. But then, we'll lose 30 points. She clearly felt hesitant. Ruji stepped forward, very much agreeing with Ryunosuke's words. What Akasaka said is right, this is indeed the safest. At least no one will be able to guess who our leader is. At the last moments, preferably within 30 minutes before the exam ends, we change the leader. That's definitely the safest. Akasaka's suggestion is undoubtedly correct. Seeing Ruji say so, Hanami had no more objections. Let them lose 30 points, at least this was the most guaranteed step. That was much more advantageous than having their leader guessed by another class resulting in a 50-point penalty, or even having all the remaining points deducted. Ryunosuke saw the other party had agreed, then left without talking much more. After all, he had given the idea, and that was the safest suggestion. The rest was just guessing Class A's leader identity, and that was quite easy to solve. Although the exam rules were different from the original, it wasn't a big problem, it even became simpler. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke returned to his own class, then he got news that shocked him greatly. Namely, in the 1 or 2 hours he was gone, they had spent points until only 120 points remained. Ryunosuke grabbed Hirata's collar and asked loudly. I told you to guard the points well, what the hell did you do, bastard? Facing Ryunosuke's anger, Hirata could only smile bitterly. Of the 180 points used, 30 points among them were because Koenji-kun resigned. The remaining 150 points, before you left earlier, we bought additional logistics for 1 week. That's enough to make us survive. Veins appeared on Ryunosuke's forehead. Nonsense. Logistics for 1 week is only worth 20 or 30 points. Where did you spend the remaining points? That money also includes my share, bastard. Ryunosuke cursed thoroughly. As long as it concerned money, especially his own money, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Seeing it could no longer be hidden, Hirata finally told the truth. Actually, we also spent 20 points to buy a men's toilet. Oh, I see. If that's the case, it can still be forgiven. Ryunosuke released his grip on Hirata, clearly he wouldn't make an issue of it anymore. Hirata was slightly surprised. You're not blaming me for wasting points? Ryunosuke dusted off his clothes and said without looking back, do I look like an unreasonable person? Just a toilet, that's normal. That request isn't excessive. Besides, I'm also a man, I also don't want there to be no toilet. That must be the main reason. Hirata replied honestly, but then he smiled with relief. Good that you can understand, Akasaka-kun. Ryunosuke immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Hey. It's too early to thank me now. Hand over all your remaining points to me. Quickly. Although somewhat confused, Hirata still handed over the black card containing points to me. He didn't ask much what I would do with that card, he only advised. I'll cover for you, and say that the card is still in my hands. Hirata was clearly thinking of Ryunosuke's safety. He was afraid if the black card was in Ryunosuke's hands, he would become other people's target. Ryunosuke waved his hand then just left without saying a single word of thanks. Hirata showed a bitter expression again. He really wanted to befriend this person, unfortunately Ryunosuke was too closed off. Since entering school, he had never had a chance to become his friend. On the other side, Ryunosuke sat on a rock, waiting for Ayanokuji to return in silence. Shortly after, about 40 minutes passed, Ayanokuji appeared before him. At this time, Ayanokuji no longer looked neat as usual. His appearance was messy and there were several leaves on his head. Naturally, running in the forest would surely make clothes dirty. Ryunosuke didn't beat around the bush, he handed over the hand-drawn map he obtained from Hiyori's hands in the old Class C to Ayanokuji. Ayanokuji immediately understood. Without even asking, he knew what the map was for. He immediately took it, folded it neatly, and put it in his pocket. He then asked, where did you get it from? From the old Class C. Ryunosuke answered. Oh. Ayanokuji without saying much. It seems in the old Class C there's quite impressive talent. He muttered in his heart while putting his hands in his pockets and gazing at the moon in the sky. Ryunosuke handed over the food and water he had already prepared to Ayanokuji so he could quickly restore his stamina. Ayanokuji didn't talk much and immediately started eating. Ryanosuke also explained in detail what should be done next. The points I have are still 120 points. I plan to spend my remaining 20 personal points for you, buying you the best food so your stamina fully recovers. Ayanokuji ate his food calmly and said with his mouth full. Aren't you afraid they in Class D will object? Ryanosuke felt somewhat resigned. Swallow your food first then talk, I don't understand what you're saying. Ayanokuji swallowed it all at once, then drank water so he wouldn't choke. Well then, I'll go to the location point once more. Eh? You're going again. After all, now there's a map. I need to speed up my pace a bit. Ayanokuji shook the map in his hand. Chapter 88, the exam's final day, everyone makes their final moves. Time passed quickly until the 6th day arrived, which meant there was only 1 day left before the exam ended. Kohei opened the envelope entrusted by Arisa containing a list of suspected leaders from other classes according to her speculation. Class B, the suspect list was, Ichino's Hanami, Kenzaki Ruji, Shiranami Chihiro. The old Class C, the suspect list was, Shina Hiyori, Ibuki Mio, Albert, Furuhashi Fumino, Ogata Rizu. As for the old Class D, they were not within Arisu's guessing range. Because she knew very well that the two monsters there wouldn't let their identities be guessed, so rather than wasting time, it was better to just give up on that option. Although Kohei didn't know who Arisa feared, he understood very well how terrifying Ryanosuke's figure was. He understood Arisu's reason for abandoning that option. Meeting someone like that, it was indeed better to avoid them, now wasn't the right time to clash head-on. After observing for the last 2 days, Kohei had also found out who the old Class C's leader was. Honestly, the opponent didn't try to hide at all, they went sweeping location points openly. It was hard not to notice who it was. However, precisely because of that, that person was most likely not the actual class leader. Clearly the opponent had already thought of a way, such as changing the class leader. Even the old Class D used this strategy, truly unexpected. Only Class B was the easiest to guess. They had placed people to spy there for several days, and finally managed to catch the opponent's movement when sweeping location points and taking out the card. They already understood who the leader was, namely Shiranami Chihiro. Kohei had almost confirmed that leader's identity and wouldn't change it again. Because during this week, that person never occupied other location points or did unnecessary things. Their thinking was too naive. If they only wanted to guard their own territory until the exam ended, such a person was considered unworthy of being a competitor. Kohei truly looked down on Class B, which he considered too weak. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Time kept moving until the 7th day arrived, the day when the exam would soon end. There were 12 hours left before the exam finished. All classes made their final moves. In Class A, Kohei breathed a sigh of relief. This time he didn't want to take risks anymore and only planned to guess one class leader, namely Class B. As for the other two classes, their movements were too strange so he didn't dare to guess. They swept location points openly, most likely they had a backup plan. So, he chose the most conservative way. Getting just 50 points was enough, after all, Class B wasn't much better than him. The point difference between the old Class C and old Class D with Class A was very far, so he didn't need to worry about being caught up in just this one exam. Kohei relaxed his vigilance. However, AI felt somewhat troubled. Because her status as Ryanosuke's girlfriend was exposed by Arisu. Arisu instructed Kohei to keep watching AI so she wouldn't betray her own class. How could she be that kind of person? Well, actually yes. Compared to class interests, AI cared far more about Ryanosuke. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, in the old Class D, Ryanosuke felt very resigned. He saw Suzune who had started running a fever and persuaded her to return to the cruise ship to rest, but the girl remained stubborn. Suzune insisted on holding out to save the 30 points that would be lost if she resigned. It was only 30 points, just let them go. But with her stubborn nature, she didn't listen to anyone and kept pushing herself. Suzune lay on a makeshift bed with Megumi watching over her. Megumi wrung out a wet cloth and placed it on Suzune's forehead to lower her fever. At this time, Suzune was sleeping very peacefully like a sweet baby. Ryanosuke almost couldn't resist pinching her cheek, but his hand was swatted away by Megumi. He was chased out of the tent with a calm face. Horikita-san needs rest. If Ryanosuke-kun feels bored, you can play with tadpoles by the riverside. After that, Megumi tightly closed her tent. Ryanosuke, who was chased out, didn't feel angry. He checked the time and felt there was no need to rush. Shortly after, Ayanokuji returned after finishing sweeping location points. His appearance was very messy and his body smelled bad, clearly he had worked hard during this week. Ryanosuke thanked him for his hard work and asked, "How many points did you manage to hit?" Location points were refreshed every 8 hours, which meant they could be swept 3 times a day. But Ryanosuke knew the calculation couldn't be like that, it was impossible to sweep points for a full 24 hours. At most 5 times in 2 days was already very good. After all, how could the timing always be perfect? Ayanokuji answered flatly, "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Can I resign now?" Ryunosuke nodded, but felt somewhat awkward. "That, to save 30 points, are you willing to suffer a bit?" He said it very gently. What else could be done? If he wanted to resign without the 30-point penalty, the only way was if his physical condition was problematic, like being sick or feverish. If he withdrew in healthy condition, the 30-point penalty still applied. Ryunosuke intended to have him bathe in cold water to get a fever or use ice cubes. In essence, make him sick so he could withdraw for health reasons so the 30 points would remain safe. Hearing that, Ayanokuji without a single word immediately broke his own arm. Crack! A crisp sound was heard as Ayanokuji's arm broke instantly. Ryunosuke's eyes almost jumped out from shock. My god. Dude, do you have to be this extreme? I only told you to catch a cold. Was it necessary to break your own arm? That way is too troublesome, this is faster. Ayanokuji answered without expression. Ryunosuke took a deep breath. Crazy. You're really crazy. What else could he say in front of someone this brave? He could only accept the result. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Class B was also making their final settlement. They followed Ryunosuke's order to change the class leader. They lost 30 points and now only had a pitiful 100 points left. If there were no extraordinary events in this exam, that would be the final result. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile in the old Class C, Albert had also exerted all his strength. Until the last second he still wanted to run once more to sweep location points, but Hiyori stopped him. It was enough, no need to torture Albert to that extent. Finally Albert was deducted 30 points and returned to the cruise ship to rest. The old Class C had also completed all their tasks, they just needed to wait for the exam to end. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycanned. Chapter 89, Time to Act, Kato Megumi. Ryunosuke carried Suzun on his back. Haze. I didn't expect you'd be quite heavy, huh? Suzun's eyebrows furrowed, she really wanted to retort, but at this moment she was very weak and didn't want to talk. Ryunosuke carried Suzun intending to bring her back to the cruise ship to rest. He had already explained to her that resigning due to fever like this wouldn't deduct class points, which was why Suzun finally agreed to compromise. Actually, this girl was a bit foolish. Why help those weird people in that class when they wouldn't even be grateful? But Ryunosuke understood, this girl named Horikita Suzun only wanted to climb to a higher class to prove she didn't shame her older brother. One was a siscon, one was a brocon, both were truly beyond help. Suzun slept peacefully on Ryunosuke's back. Meanwhile, Megumi had been assigned by Ryunosuke to do other things. After all, this was the last time period, it was time to pull in the net. There were several things that only Megumi could do. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On Class A's side, they were also preparing for the final settlement. Kohei was packing his things, preparing to leave while sweeping location points for the last time. He took out a green card. That's right, this time's class leader was himself. As the saying goes, the most suspicious person is often the hardest to guess. Plus all this time they stayed inside a cave, it was impossible for anyone to see opportunities when they swiped the card. There were dozens of people guarding the cave entrance, not even a fly could enter. After sweeping the last location point, Kohei showed a relieved expression, unaware that behind him, there was a pair of eyes continuously watching him. Megumi saw the opponent had finished swiping the card and could almost confirm this person was their leader. She then walked out of the cave with a flat gaze. Before leaving, she glanced deeply at Morishita AI who was sitting in the corner, looking bored while playing with ants using a wooden stick. Megumi didn't say anything and directly left. Strangely, when Megumi walked out of the cave, even though there were dozens of people guarding outside, not a single one of them noticed her presence. She left just like a ghost without anyone realizing. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Hiyori from the old Class C was waiting for someone's arrival. Shortly after, Megumi appeared from behind her. Hiyori didn't sense her presence at all. Megumi gently tapped her shoulder. Yua. Hiyori was so startled the book in her embrace fell to the ground. She immediately turned around and was almost scared to death. Kato-san. When were you behind me? Hiyori asked with a trembling voice, clearly she was very shocked. Megumi sighed, she was already used to this. Even though she wasn't intentionally hiding her presence, it was still difficult for others to notice her, truly troublesome. Megumi chose to get straight to the point. She told Hiyori the fact that Class A's leader was Katsuragi Kohei. Hiyori nodded in understanding, then instructed Megumi. Tell Akasaka-kun that I understand. This cooperation I'll carry out according to his wishes. Kuin. Megumi didn't really care about the content, but about the honorific Hiyori used. Hiyori didn't notice the strangeness in her conversation partner and turned her face away. You should go now. Next you'll definitely go to Class B, right? Megumi nodded calmly. You know quite a lot, did he tell you? The he referred to here was Ryunosuke. Hiyori's lips curved into a smile while gently hugging her book. Even if he didn't tell me, I can guess what he's thinking. This is intuitive understanding, chemistry, between the two of us. Megumi's eyebrows knit together, she muttered in her heart. Another love rival. Without talking more, Megumi went to Class B. Time was very tight and she had to complete many things. Hiyori watched her departure while holding her chin and thinking. I didn't expect Class C had someone like that, truly frightening. Walking without the slightest sound, has she received special training? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Megumi had already arrived at Class B, where Hanami was. She didn't beat around the bush. After delivering the message she immediately left and returned to Class A to meet a female student named Kamuro Masumi. Masumi looked annoyed seeing the girl who suddenly appeared before her. Were you sent by that Akasaka? What business do you have looking for me? Besides, how did you get here? Why didn't anyone notice? That's not important. Megumi answered with an expressionless face. That's very important. How did you get here? This is our camp. Masumi exclaimed loudly. That's not important. Megumi still gave the same answer. Masumi's face reddened from holding back annoyance. This was the first time she was angry at someone but couldn't vent it. Megumi still didn't waste time. After completing Ryunosuke's entrustment, she went to meet Morishita AI, her biggest love rival. As someone who had near mind-reading abilities, how could Megumi not realize their relationship? At this time she felt so annoyed she wanted to clench her teeth hard. She was the one who came first after all. She found AI who was still busy counting ants on the ground, then said flatly. Hello, Morishita-san. Yua. AI was also almost scared to death and immediately jumped in place. After realizing there was someone behind her, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who are you? Megumi got straight to the point. I was sent by Ryunosuke-kun. Ryunosuke-kun. AI looked suspiciously at this bob-haired girl. She smelled the scent of a love rival. That was indeed deliberately done by Megumi by calling Ryunosuke's name intimately to provoke the opponent's annoyance. Even so, she still carried out Ryunosuke's instructions. Ryunosuke-kun wants you to help him a bit. Several moments later, the two finished communicating and Megumi left. AI looked at the girl's back while stroking her chin. Who was that female student? Why have I never seen her? Strange, what was her name again? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Megumi had already returned beside Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke immediately made her the class leader. With Megumi's thin presence attribute, she would definitely be the hardest leader to guess. Even if Ryunosuke said it directly in front of people that Megumi was their leader, most likely they would immediately forget shortly after. That might sound exaggerated, but reality wasn't far from it. Megumi said in a soft tone, Ryunosuke-kun, don't forget our promise. You owe me one commitment. Ryunosuke nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I won't eat my own words on what I've already promised. Megumi smiled sweetly, looking very satisfied with Ryunosuke's answer. Chapter 90, Announcement of Results for the Old Class D. The remote island exam was officially declared over. The match results began to be announced. All students from all classes, including the homeroom teachers, had gathered below the cruise ship. This was the first time Ryunosuke saw the new homeroom teacher of Class C, Karisa Mafuyu. It must be admitted, she was truly a beautiful woman, especially with the tight skirt paired with long legs wrapped in black stockings. TSK, her beauty is no less than Chabashira-sensei's. If you don't count the smoking habit, she's far superior to Chabashira-sensei. SAE, who was standing on the upper part of the cruise ship, suddenly furrowed her brow. She felt as if there was someone thinking improperly about her, but she didn't know who. The homeroom teacher from Class A held the microphone and began announcing the exam results. Starting from the highest to the lowest. Class C Horikita Suzun, initial class points are 183 points. Remaining points from this special exam are 100 points, which will be added to current class points. In addition, because they successfully guessed Class A's leader, they get an additional 50 points. In this location point sweeping activity, they surprisingly obtained 385 points, which has been recorded into class points. Total additional points are 535 points. This is the most extraordinary result here. This point addition will be added to next month's point distribution, which becomes 718 class points. Class A's homeroom teacher, Mishima Tomoya, applauded. He gave them congratulations. He was sincerely proud because they managed to catch up through their own hard work. Class C students still hadn't fully come to their senses. What did they just hear? They were first place. And next month's points would be over 70,000. That meant they wouldn't lack food and drink anymore. At that instant, thunderous cheers erupted from Class C's direction. Unconsciously, they looked toward their class leader, namely Susan, who had just taken fever-reducing medicine and hadn't fully recovered. They all considered this success was thanks to her efforts. After all, they felt they hadn't done anything and only won while lying down. Plus, on the surface, Ryunosuke appeared to be Susan's person. This was indeed deliberately done by Ryunosuke, because he had promised Manibu to look after his sister. He gave all the credit for this exam to Susan. The purpose was so this formal leader would have greater influence and authority after the exam ended. Only one person didn't care much, namely Matsushita Chiaki. She looked deeply at Ryunosuke hiding in the distance with a flat face, as if this incident had nothing to do with that young man. For the first time, Chiaki felt interested in someone. As for the other Class C members, who cares about the truth? In that euphoric atmosphere, they all poured all credit to Susan. Kushida put on a gloomy face, but she didn't say anything. Class C students who were cheering wanted to lift Susan's still weak body that had just gotten off the ship trembling. Susan hadn't realized what was happening. When surrounded, she reflexively assumed a martial arts stance. Because she had just gotten off the ship, she didn't hear the last sentence clearly, so she didn't know what was happening. Until those people presumptuously lifted her and threw her in the air, only then did she realize. Their class seemed to win. Ahem. Please be quiet. Class A's homeroom teacher cleared his throat, signaling for everyone to be silent. He hadn't finished speaking, and the results of the other three classes hadn't been announced yet. Class C stopped being noisy. They all grinned foolishly and remained quiet. On Class A's side, Kohei clenched his fist full of dissatisfaction. Their leader's identity being guessed meant they had to be deducted 50 points. But that wasn't the most important thing. What was most important was, why could Class C's points be that high? Who had that much ability? Was it Ayanokuji? Kohei looked deeply at Ayanokuji, who was currently on the ship with one hand wrapped in a bandage hanging on his neck. At this time, Ayanokuji was eating the ship's luxurious dishes with a calm face, as if not caring about this situation. Kohei gritted his teeth. Forget it. A class that even Sakayanaji is wary of must have something special. Now the most important thing is what rank is my own class. Kohei didn't think further and waited patiently for the teacher's next announcement. Meanwhile, Arisu, who was also on the cruise ship, had walked toward Ayanokuji with the help of her cane, then sat beside him. You don't mind if I sit here, right, Ayanokuji-kun? Ayanokuji gave a signal with a flat gaze for her to please sit. Arisu made a polite noble gesture, then sat and greeted like old friends who hadn't met in a long time. Long time no see, Ayanokuji-kun. Do you still remember me? Ayanokuji kept staring flatly and shook his head slightly, signaling he didn't remember. Arisu sighed. Is that so? That's natural. For someone like you, a loser like me might not be worth remembering. Arisu said in a half-joking but serious tone. Ayanokuji remained unaffected and continued eating. Just say what your purpose is looking for me. Hee, Arisu laughed softly like a little demon, then spoke full of mockery. I didn't expect the White Room's best masterpiece could actually obey other people's orders. What reason makes you willing to obey Akasaka Ryunosuke's orders? Arisu looked at him sharply, observing his every movement to look for clues. Ayanokuji remained calm as if not caring about Arisu's words. In the past, if anyone dared mention the words White Room before him, his first thought was to eliminate that person. No matter who it was. But now it was different. He had a practical errand boy who would clean up problems for him, and he only needed to occasionally help solve some complications for that person so his life remained peaceful. The errand boy meant was of course Ryunosuke. The two of them needed each other, so neither wanted the other party to have problems. Seeing Ayanokuji give no reaction, Arisu lost interest. She stood up with her cane, preparing to leave. Before leaving, she threw out one last question. What's actually the reason? What could make you obey that person's orders? Is he better than me? Arisu gripped her cane tightly, as if seeking an answer for her inner peace. After finishing eating, Ayanokuji wiped his mouth with a tissue, stood with his hands in his pockets, and prepared to leave. Before passing Arisu, he whispered softly. Akasaka Ryunosuke is a person far more valuable than you. At least as far as I know currently, you still can't match him. After saying that, Ayanokuji just left, not caring about Arisu at all. Arisu's lips curved into a smile. Interesting, even you admit he's stronger than me. But I actually want to compete with him. I'm not just decoration. Her cane struck the floor hard, the sound was quite loud. She walked away limping. She knew very well she had already lost. Since Class C occupied first place, she had already lost to Ryunosuke. But she wanted to know, how big was the distance between herself and that young man? Would it be as hopeless as when facing Ayanokuji? Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycand. Chapter 91, The Remote Island Exam ends. After announcing the results of the old Class D, now Class C, Mishima, who was the current Class A's homeroom teacher, continued reading the remaining results. Class D Shina Hiyori, initial class points are 123 points. Points obtained from this special exam are 130 class points, which will be added to current class points. And also, right when reaching this part, Class A's homeroom teacher's lips twitched, but he still carried out his professional duty and read it out. Class D also successfully guessed Class A's leader identity, thus obtaining an additional 50 class points. In this location point sweeping activity, they also obtained extraordinary results of 315 points, which has been recorded and will be added to current class points. Total points obtained by Class D are 488 points. Points to be distributed next month are 611 class points. Class D members also cheered with joy. They almost wanted to lift Hiyori and throw her in the air. However, remembering she was a girl who appeared weak and gentle, everyone held back their excitement and stopped that intention. The greatest hero this time is Albert. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have gotten those 315 points. Hiyori generously gave that credit to Albert. Albert felt embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. This is all thanks to boss's guidance. Ha! Hearing herself called boss again by the 2-meter-tall giant, Hiyori felt somewhat depressed. On the other side, Class A members' faces looked very bad, as if they had been constipated for 3 years. Especially Kohei, his face had become very gloomy. He didn't expect his identity to be guessed by 2 classes at once. That meant his class would be deducted 100 points. This is bad. Kohei seemed to realize something. It was impossible for them to guess simultaneously unless they cooperated. If those 3 classes cooperated, then his class would at minimum be deducted 150 points. It's over. Sure enough, according to Kohei's suspicion, Class B's results were also announced. Class B Ichino's Hanami, initial class points 1093 points. This special exam obtained 150 points. Because one person resigned, deducted 30 points, leaving 120 points. Successfully guessed Class A's leader identity, added 50 points. Because Class B did not occupy any location points, the points obtained from that sector are 0. Total points obtained are 170 points, which will be added to next month's class points. Thus, Class B's points are 1,093 plus 120 plus 50 is equal to 1,263 class points. All Class B members breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't show overly happy expressions. After all, they only placed third. If it weren't for Ryunosuke helping to provide the opponent's leader identity, they might have been in last place. They realized they were too lacking in competitive awareness, which caused them to only know how to depend on others and give up their own way of competing. In Class B, there was a girl with sharp eyes and twin-tail hair. She was Himino Yuki. She blew a bubble from the chewing gum in her mouth, as if not caring that her class only placed third, she even felt somewhat grateful. This was better, at least this could give them a sense of crisis. So they wouldn't depend too much on that person, the person named Akasaka Ryunosuke. She had a premonition that man was using Class B to achieve something. More precisely, that man deliberately led Class B to depend on him, rely on him, and couldn't break free from him. This wasn't a good thing. Himino's dead fish eyes seemed to see through the truth. She kept chewing her gum and blowing bubbles. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Next was the main event, namely the results from the original Class A, still Class A. At this time, Kohei didn't want to hear anything anymore. He had already lost badly and fallen to last place, what else was there to hear? He felt like running straight back to the cruise ship and burying himself under the blanket in shame. Class A's homeroom teacher, Mishima, announced the last class's results with a tone full of disappointment. Class A Sakayanaji Arisu. Initial class points 1156 points. This special exam should have collected 150 class points, but because of guessing other classes' leaders wrong, those points immediately became 0. Moreover, because your class leader was guessed by the other 3 classes simultaneously, deducted another 150 points. Remaining points are 1006 class points. However, Class A's homeroom teacher took several breaths, then added the last sentence with a heavy heart. Because 2 people resigned, deducted another 60 class points. Then current remaining class points are 946 points. As soon as that sentence fell, the atmosphere in Class A immediately exploded. What? 2 people resigned. Who are they? Who knows? We didn't even notice it. Who actually resigned? Don't they know this is a team competition? This will hinder the entire class. Kohei trembled with anger. He really didn't expect there were 2 traitors. The other party must have resigned in the last seconds, otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to notice at all. Regretting now was useless, that traitor definitely wasn't stupid enough to confess themselves. Kohei sighed, this time he really stumbled. He had to find a way to drag those 2 traitors out, otherwise, this problem would continue forever. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Arisu, who was sitting on the cruise ship, seemed to have already guessed this and knew who one of them was. Maybe it's Morishita Ai-san. It must be Akasaka-kun who ordered her. But who's the other one? Arisu thought for a moment, then her eyes caught Masumi's figure walking with explosive emotions toward Ryunosuke's direction. She seemed to understand something and smiled resignedly. It seems Kamuro-san was also threatened by Akasaka-kun. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that angry. After knowing everything, Arisu didn't feel angry. As her right hand, she indeed intended to protect her. As long as she didn't say it, shouldn't no one know? But with Masumi's brain, could she hide this problem? Arisu began to feel dizzy thinking about it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Masumi walked toward Ryunosuke like a raging tigress. Ryunosuke tried to find someone to use as a shield. He saw Ayanokuji was already on the ship calmly eating a pear as if watching a show. Meanwhile, Suzun was still weak and had no strength to protect him. Ryunosuke wanted to glance at Megumi beside him, but realized the girl had already disappeared. When Megumi knew there were so many opposite sex around Ryunosuke, she already intended to teach him a little lesson, so she chose to just disappear. Damn. Seeing no one reliable, Ryunosuke intended to just flee. His fighting ability was very low. That slap from Masumi back then left quite a big trauma. He knew this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Here are the current points for each class. Class A, Sakayanagi Arisa 946 points. Class B, Ichino's Hanami 1263 points. Class C, Horikita Suzun 718 points. Class D, Shina Hiyori 611 points. Chapter 92, Completing the Mission. Stop. Seeing Ryunosuke intended to flee, Masumi no longer cared about her image and chased that young man like a raging woman. You bastard, how dare you threaten me? That's right. The message Ryunosuke entrusted through Megumi to Masumi was about the video of the drink and theft back then. He still kept it. He threatened Masumi to resign from the exam, which of course caused great loss to her class. How could Masumi not be upset? She had been tricked twice by this man. She could no longer hold it back. Ryunosuke ran in front, while Masumi chased wildly behind. He occasionally glanced at Masumi who was still chasing him and shouted in annoyance. Stop chasing me, can't you? Be careful, with such violent behavior, you won't get married later. None of your business. Even if I don't get married, I'll mince you to pieces. Stop. Masumi's stamina was clearly better than Ryunosuke's, and she soon managed to catch up. Masumi made a strong tackle that directly knocked Ryunosuke down to the beach sand. She used both hands to lock the opponent's hands so he couldn't escape. Masumi panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly, as if it could explode at any moment. It's just that their current position was somewhat ambiguous. Because Masumi was sitting on top of Ryunosuke's body, giving the illusion as if she was committing forceful action. Students around them began showing gossipy expressions and watching that show. Masumi didn't notice at all. After regulating her breathing, she showed a satisfied face. Try running if you can. Ryunosuke gave up and looked with a flat face. My suggestion, look around you. Many people are watching. Let them watch. I just want to beat you up now. Masumi declared she no longer cared. She just wanted to throw one punch at him to vent her anger. This man had threatened her twice. He said that video was already deleted, but turns out he still kept it. Masumi raised her fist, about to punch Ryunosuke. She no longer cared about others' views, she just wanted to vent. Seeing Masumi really would punch him, Ryunosuke immediately begged for mercy. Don't punch. I lied to you. I deleted the video long ago, I don't have it anymore. You think I'll still believe you? How many times have you lied to me? Masumi didn't believe and raised her fist again. Ryunosuke immediately handed over his terminal phone. If you don't believe it, check it yourself. I really don't have it anymore. Masumi snatched it and began checking. Of course she saw the personal point balance reaching 45 million, but she didn't care. Although she knew the importance of points, she didn't care at this moment. What was most important to her was confirming whether this man still kept that video so she could no longer be controlled. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Masumi breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and no longer pressed Ryunosuke with her hips. Masumi extended her hand, intending to pull him up. Get up. If you dare do it again next time, I won't let you go. Ryunosuke grabbed Masumi's hand, stood up, then patted the sand off his clothes while grumbling. Violent woman. Veins appeared on Masumi's forehead. She grabbed Ryunosuke's collar again, threatening to punch him. This young man really asked for a beating, every day always provoking her emotions at the most sensitive point until she couldn't hold back from not punching him. Seeing her like that, Ryunosuke could only be resigned. After all, this tool was very practical, stupid and easy to deceive. He had never met a tool this practical. Regarding this woman's anger at him, he didn't mind too much. After all, through this exam, he had raked in 3 million from 2 teachers. In addition, Class C's points were also successfully pulled to above 70,000. Class C was just a side project, he was just helping, he didn't place too much hope on his own class. Because the problems there were too complicated, ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle them. The two finally stopped arguing and returned to their respective classes. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. AI's gaze toward Masumi became increasingly strange. Before she only considered her a classmate who together helped Arisu, but now it seemed this woman's relationship with her man was not ordinary. She suddenly felt a crisis. Arisu saw her 2 assistants had returned but said nothing, only closed her eyes to rest. She knew very well that the reason for the 2 traitors who resigned from the exam was most likely these 2 people beside her. One might be intentional, the other unintentional. The intentional one was AI, that girl's relationship with Ryunosuke was most likely a couple, so AI directly followed Ryunosuke's request. The unintentional one was Masumi, she was too stupid, perhaps Ryunosuke again held her secret and threatened her. Not one of these 2 assistants gave her peace of mind. If not for lack of people, Arisu would have definitely fired them both. Here are the details of current class points. Class A, Sakayanagi Arisu remaining points 946. If there are no major changes, next month will drop to Class B. Class B, Ichino's Hanami class points became 1263. The difference with Class A widened to almost 300 points, which is difficult to catch up in a short time. And this was Ryunosuke's goal. Of course, this was also a backup guarantee. If his own class couldn't be relied on, he could transfer classes at any time. He didn't even need to spend money to transfer classes, because someone would pay for him. Hashinomiya Chie suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Who's cursing me? Continuing to the other 2 classes situation. Class C, Horikita Suzun and Hirata Yosuke dual leadership, final class points obtained were 718. Fundamentally, it was Ryunosuke who brought them to victory alone, the others did nothing except winning while lying down. He not only thought about class benefits, but also for himself. Although this class had many defective products, it must be admitted the talent here was also the most. If used well, this class would definitely be stronger than other classes. Simply put, the upper limit was high, but the lower limit was also very low, depending on how to use the people. Class D, Shina Hiyori also obtained good results. Class points had reached 611. Next month they would get 61,100 personal points, no need to rely on old savings anymore, their crisis could be said to be resolved. Ryunosuke pretended to think, with this his winning formula had been achieved, just waiting for the next exam. It's just. He looked deeply at Koenji Rokusuke who had left the area from the start. At this time Koenji was combing his hair very narcissistically. He noticed that gaze and smiled contemptuously, as if saying, "Are you also captivated by this young master's handsomeness?" Ryunosuke didn't pay too much attention to that narcissistic man. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away without looking back, while thinking in his heart, this person could be an obstacle. Chapter 93, Taking Points from 2 Teachers. On the cruise ship, Ryunosuke couldn't wait to collect money from the 2 teachers. First, he visited Hashinomiya Chie to claim his 2 million points. Bang. He opened Chie's room door with a flat face. The sound of trickling water could be heard from the bathroom, it seemed she was bathing. Ryunosuke sat calmly on the sofa, crossed his legs, and folded his arms across his chest while waiting for that woman to finish. Mm. A soft hum was heard from inside the bathroom along with the sound of Chie's feet splashing in the bathtub. She naturally heard the commotion outside, but she didn't mind. She knew that young man didn't have that kind of interest in her. Even though she already knew, she still felt dissatisfied. Am I that unattractive? To the point even a young boy can't be conquered by me. Chie wrapped her body in a bathrobe and walked out casually. Ryunosuke closed his eyes to prevent himself from seeing things he shouldn't see. Chie didn't beat around the bush, she took her terminal phone and transferred 2 million points to that young man. After all, she was very satisfied with this result. With the class point difference widening to almost 300, it was estimated it would take half a year for other classes to catch up to them. How could she not be satisfied? Ryunosuke could be said to have completed his task with results exceeding expectations. She even felt spending these 2 million points still felt profitable. After receiving those points, Ryunosuke immediately left. He didn't care at all that the beautiful woman in front of him was only wearing a bathrobe, he didn't even deign to glance at her twice. In his eyes there was only money. Really a stubborn kid. Ignoring a beautiful woman like me and only caring about money. What's so good about money? Humph. Chie tightened her bathrobe and puffed out her pretty cheeks. Chie returned to her room annoyed, intending to take a hot bath again because she hadn't finished earlier. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ryunosuke then visited Sae to collect the remainder of her points. The two of them went to a cinema, and Ryunosuke sat beside her. Sae lit a cigarette, took one drag, then praised. Good work, Akasaka. Ryunosuke didn't talk much and immediately showed his terminal phone, signaling it was time to pay. Sae rolled her eyes in annoyance. Don't keep pressing, are you a debt collector? Your money won't be short a penny, why are you in such a hurry? Although she said that, Sae still took out her phone and transferred the remaining 1 million points to Ryunosuke. Now, she herself only had about 800,000 points for living expenses, she was truly out of money because everything had already been given to him. Sae looked at her terminal phone sadly then sighed deeply. Forget it, this time class points immediately jumped breaking through 700 points. Although the distance with classes still exists, at least I can see hope. You did very well, Akasaka. Sae patted his shoulder as encouragement. Ryunosuke swatted away her hand in disgust. Don't randomly pat my shoulder, I won't be able to grow tall. This kid. Sae laughed in annoyance, but it was sincere laughter without ill intent. The more Sae looked at this child, the more she liked him. There was a desire to possess him, not physically of course, but as a tool. This young man was too extraordinary. Throughout her teaching career, she had never met a student this excellent. Even in this school, there had never been anyone like him. Sae inhaled her cigarette. Ryunosuke beside her clearly smelled it and furrowed his brow. He suddenly took the cigarette from her mouth, extinguished it, then advised. Reduce smoking, it's not good for your health, and the smell is very suffocating. Sae was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, the cigarette in her hand was already extinguished. She actually wanted to be angry, what's it to you whether I smoke or not? But after thinking about it, she held back. Considering Ryunosuke was her class's great hero, she had to be patient. However, she still didn't give up and took another cigarette then lit it. Ryunosuke, neutral face. Really a heavy smoker. Sae lit her cigarette and inhaled deeply. None of your business. After being silent for quite a while, Ryunosuke broke the silence. Sensei, now you have no more money to order me around. If my calculations are correct, the points in your hands don't even reach 1 million. Sae sighed. That's true. Seeing she didn't continue her words, Ryunosuke reminded again. If there's something that makes you pressed, look for me. As my former donor, I can still provide free service occasionally. Consider it after-sales service. Hearing this, Sae laughed bitterly. That's right, you've already drained my money, at least you should take a little responsibility. So, in the future, can we still cooperate? Sae asked in a slightly careful tone. She didn't dare imagine if Ryunosuke didn't help her anymore, what position would she fall to? Maybe she would return to depression like before. Sae smiled bitterly. If only I had met you earlier. If you had come a few years earlier, I might have already fallen in love with you. Because a man as excellent as you is the type I really liked when I was still young. She looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing about her college days. At that time, she led the worst Class D, kept crawling up until reaching Class A. However, in the final graduation exam, they had to sacrifice one person to maintain class points. If not, class points would be deducted 300 and they would immediately drop to Class B. At that time, her boyfriend volunteered to shoulder that responsibility alone. He asked his classmates to vote for him to be expelled from school to maintain the class position. But as his girlfriend, how could Sae bear to see her boyfriend just leave the school? In the end, all class members voted yes, except for herself who voted no. Because of that, the entire Class A turned into Class B, and they failed to graduate with Class A status. Her boyfriend also didn't understand her action and broke up with her. If Ryunosuke had been there at that time, there surely would have been a way to get a perfect result for both sides. And herself, in front of such an excellent young man, would most likely have fallen so deeply in love it would be difficult to break free. Unfortunately she was no longer young, no longer impulsive like before. Sae viewed feelings more rationally, no longer reckless and crazily in love like when still young. Perhaps adults were indeed more rational and could no longer find back the feelings of youth. While Sae was daydreaming, Ryunosuke who had already received his money prepared to leave. However, his words that were cold like a demon suddenly snapped Sae back from the past. Chabashira-sensei, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka is my friend. If next time you dare to bother him again, don't expect your class will be able to fantasize about rising to Class A. At the same time, I also won't let you go. Sae instantly froze stiffly. This young man clearly already knew about her problem of threatening Ayanokuji. She had to explain immediately, otherwise. Sae just wanted to speak, but Ryunosuke raised his hand to stop her and said with a cold expression. Chabashira-sensei, about you threatening Ayanokuji, I won't make an issue of it for now. But don't let there be a next time. Do you hear? Sae showed a bitter face and nodded. I understand, there won't be a next time. This was the first time Sae bowed her head to a man who was her own student. She knew very well if she didn't bow her head, she wouldn't get good results. Ryunosuke had 10,000 ways to destroy her. Hadn't she already seen how Sakagami Kazuma left? Sae didn't dare to gamble. Ryunosuke took out the recording pen Ayanokuji gave him with an expressionless face, then played it right in front of Sae's eyes. In it could be heard Sae's confession of threatening Ayanokuji. Sae's face became deathly pale. She looked at that pen with fear and reflexively wanted to snatch it. However, Ryunosuke's next sentence immediately killed her intention. It's useless for you to snatch it, Chabashira-sensei. I still have a backup of this recording, so you won't be able to destroy the evidence. Sae sat slumped weakly in the chair. She pressed her dizzy head and asked in a hoarse voice, what do you want? Threaten me. Make me leave this school like Sakagami Kazuma. Ryunosuke just shrugged and put back that recording pen. I'm just warning you. Don't touch my friend, or not only will your class fail to rise, you also won't be able to stay here anymore. Although this recording isn't enough to expel you from school, verbal disciplinary punishment surely won't be light. Ryunosuke patted Sae's shoulder and walked away calmly. Behind him, his last words were heard. If you want to rise to Class A, behave nicely, Chabashira Sae. Sae sat in the chair with a bitter face. Not even calling me teacher anymore. Directly calling my name, this kid is really impolite. She wanted to light a cigarette again, but she remembered Ryunosuke's image forbidding her to smoke earlier. She resignedly extinguished her cigarette butt. Forget it, this once I'll just follow the kid's words, I'll quit smoking. Besides, I can't keep being depressed. As long as this kid exists, I can definitely rise to Class A. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke who had just left the cinema met Ayanokuji who had been waiting long at the front door. As if already guessing, he asked flatly. Been waiting long. Ayanokuji put his hands in his pockets, also with an expressionless face. Quite a while. Is everything finished? What was asked was the Sae problem. Ryunosuke nodded slightly. Already settled. That old woman won't bother you anymore, don't worry. I'm not worried about that anymore, after all there's you. Ayanokuji answered, indeed not feeling anxious in the slightest. Ryunosuke took out 2 lollipops from his pocket, opened one wrapper then put it in his own mouth, and handed the other one to Ayanokuji. Want one? Ayanokuji looked at the lollipop offered to him and commented softly while still accepting it, only kids eat lollipops. Ryunosuke rolled his eyes. What do you know? This is a symbol of friendship between men. Men's friendship is supported by lollipops. Ayanokuji asked curiously. Ryunosuke looked at him meaningfully. You know it yourself, right? As long as I'm here, your school life won't be disturbed. That's true. Ayanokuji opened the lollipop wrapper and put it in his mouth. The two walked together toward the student dormitory. Although their conversation sounded vague and full of riddles, both understood each other's meaning. Ayanokuji needed someone at the front line as a shield, while Ryunosuke only wanted to earn money to pay debts. Both agreed in silence, forming a unique relationship. Ayanokuji would help Ryunosuke, and Ryunosuke for his own interests would also help Ayanokuji. Their relationship was already very clear to each other, but never explicitly expressed. Chapter 94, Karuizawa K. After the remote island exam ended, all students returned to the cruise ship to rest for 3 days before continuing to the next exam. Hum hum hum. Karuizawa K hummed softly while carrying a food tray. Together with her Gyra group, she intended to go to the cafeteria for good food. Clearly her mood was very good. After all, Class C achieved a great victory this time. Not only did they occupy first place, their points also jumped to 71,800 personal points. That meant they would no longer lack food and drink. What are we eating today, Chiaki? Kei asked Matsushita Chiaki. Chiaki, who was also carrying a tray, showed a polite smile. We can eat anything, Kei, but we'd better not waste points too much. Because the time on the cruise ship coincided with the point distribution schedule, points for this month had already been distributed. Along with that, the school removed the free meal facility on the ship. After all students had money now, so there was no need to make it free anymore. Well, Kay complained, looking dissatisfied. What's wrong with it? This month we got 71,800 points, once in a while being luxurious doesn't matter, right? Exactly. Sato Maya approached and chimed in. Once in a while splurging is okay, right? We have this many points. Chiaki sighed and smiled resignedly. Alright, it's up to you what you want to eat. Yay. Maya showed an expression as if her plan succeeded, then did a high five with Kay to celebrate. So what are we eating? I heard the spicy lobster for 2,600 points is very delicious, want to try? Sure, after all we have lots of points. Kay agreed. The Jairu trio went to the luxury ordering window. There they passed by Class D students who also intended to order in the luxury area. Manabe Shiho brought 3 of her friends, intending to splurge too because their class managed to get over 60,000 points. Kay didn't pay too much attention. She just focused on the spicy lobster that had only one last portion. She immediately rushed forward and accidentally bumped Shiho until she fell to the side and her tray flew to the floor. Ah, sorry. Kay said briefly without remorse. She didn't care and kept trying to fight for that last portion of spicy lobster. Chiaki, standing behind them, furrowed her brow and reminded her kindly. Kay, you bumped someone until they fell, you should apologize properly. Huh? Didn't I already apologize earlier? Besides, the lobster is almost gone. We'll discuss that later. Kay clearly didn't care and kept calling the staff at the order window until she successfully got the last lobster portion. Shiho rubbed her painful buttocks, picked up the stainless steel tray that fell, and looked at Kay in front of her with an unfriendly gaze. Usually she was the one who bullied others, when had she ever been bullied like this? Shiho gripped her tray tightly and walked full of anger toward Kay's direction. Clearly she was exploding. Hey! You, that girl over there, what's your meaning? Kay had just finished taking her food. When she turned around, she heard the voice behind her and answered impatiently. Didn't I already apologize? What else do you want? Veins appeared on Shiho's forehead. Is that the proper attitude when apologizing? You bumped me until I fell, don't expect this matter to end just like that. Kay also furrowed her brow. Then what do you want? While talking, Kay backed up near her friends, specifically next to Chiaki and Maya. Clearly she felt tense and wasn't as calm as she appeared. Chiaki sighed and stepped forward, intending to explain on Kay's behalf, but Shiho raised her hand to cut her off. Let her apologize herself, you don't need to. She shouted while pointing at Kay. Kay felt offended and retorted, what the heck? I just accidentally bumped you, doesn't mean I did it on purpose. You just want to pick a fight, right? Hee hee, Shiho laughed coldly while squeezing the tray in her hand, as if ready to hit at any time. She was the hot-tempered type who would take revenge on the spot. Seeing the situation beginning to get out of control, Hirata, who was eating in the cafeteria, immediately came to mediate. Sorry, my girlfriend has troubled you, he said while bowing and apologizing to Shiho. At this time they were formally a couple, so Hirata had to step forward to protect Kay. Actually, the reason they were dating was only to provide enough protection for that girl. Considering that in middle school Kay had been a victim of bullying, she formed a fierce personality to protect herself. Seeing Hirata's attitude so humble, Shiho found it difficult to say anything more. That girl's boyfriend had already bowed and apologized to her, what else could she do? Shiho scratched her head irritably. Alright, don't let it happen again. Thank you. Hirata said it with full gratitude and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the problem wasn't prolonged. However, suddenly Kay seemed to experience a trauma reaction, trigger. She suddenly exploded. For her, seeing Hirata debase himself like that reminded her exactly of the incident when she was bullied in middle school. She remembered when she bowed to apologize but others instead poured mineral water on her face. Without thinking twice, Kay threw the food tray in her hand right at Shiho's face. Shiho, who had just intended to leave, was immediately hit by the tray on her face. Although it didn't hurt much, it successfully provoked her anger to the maximum level. She turned around, and this time no one could stop her. She grabbed Kay's hair and raised her big fist, ready to punch. Kay just realized her fear now. She immediately closed her eyes with her body trembling violently. Right when that punch almost hit her, Hirata immediately held Shiho's body from behind. Chiaki and Maya immediately approached Kay, who was already crouching on the floor trembling with fear. Seeing her friend like this, Chiaki felt helpless. She had to find a way, she couldn't let Kay keep behaving like this. Meanwhile, Maya didn't think too much. What she knew was her friend was being bullied and she had to protect her, no matter who was wrong. Maya rolled up her sleeves, ready to get involved in that commotion. As a friend, she was clearly very loyal. Chapter 95, Agreement with Koenji Rokusuke. Seeing both sides about to start fighting, the situation became increasingly chaotic. Hirata couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted angrily. Enough. All of you, stop. At this time, Maya was already involved in a physical fight with Shiho. They were rolling on the floor. Well, it's called women fighting, definitely hair pulling. The two pulled each other's hair and scratched each other's faces, neither wanted to let go. Hirata's face became very gloomy. His usual friendly expression instantly vanished, replaced by extreme coldness and impatience. He stared sharply at both sides and threatened. If you keep fighting, I'll report this to the teachers. You might face expulsion from school. Hearing that, both sides instantly stopped and immediately released each other. Maya and Shiho stood up, tidying their clothes and messy hair from the fight earlier. They glanced at each other cynically, snorted in dissatisfaction, and turned their faces away simultaneously. Clearly, a grudge between them had formed. In the future, it was not impossible they would fight again in places out of sight. Seeing the two finally stop fighting, Hirata breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and returned to his normal personality. As long as you don't fight again, I won't tell the teachers. The two clearly didn't care about Hirata. They still stared at each other with eyes full of displeasure. Hirata with a bitter face approached Chiaki, who was beside Kei. Seeing Kei still crouching on the floor holding her head, both showed anxious expressions. As a friend and as a formal boyfriend, they both felt worried about Kei. If it continued like this it wouldn't be good, they had to find a way, precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke was looking for a man named Koenji Rokusuke. The two met at the outer deck of the cruise ship, looking at the beautiful scenery outside. Koenji tidied his blonde hair with a narcissistic face. This beautiful scenery was born only for me, Koenji. He spread his arms, welcoming the sea breeze. Ryunosuke slowly approached beside him, leaned his body against the barrier fence, then said in a casual tone. Really not considering cooperating with me? You can get personal points in large amounts. Koenji chuckled, as if laughing at Ryunosuke's helplessness. No one can order me around. I am free. He stared sharply at Ryunosuke with his red eyeballs. Ryunosuke still showed a flat face and asked once more. You really won't consider following my orders? I can guarantee you'll graduate as a Class A student. Koenji seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Really a dull question, sweet boy. You won't be able to order this young master around. I, Koenji Rokusuke. Koenji tidied his hair, I am a figure that cannot be controlled. Ha 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 ha. Before leaving, Koenji passed Ryunosuke and patted his shoulder hard. Sweet boy, I know what you want to do. You want to use me to rake in big points in the next exam. Unfortunately, no matter how many stakes you have, I'm not interested. But, I'm interested in the method you use. At least for 3 years at this school, I won't be bored, ha ha ha. Koenji laughed heartily at the sky and was about to leave. Ryunosuke stared flatly at Koenji's back that was almost moving away, then launched a critical attack through his words. What if I said? I could get you expelled from school. Koenji's footsteps stopped. There was a flash of wariness in his eyes. He knew the men in front of him might really have a way to expel him, especially most likely this person had already collected 20 million personal points. However, on the surface he remained calm. He took out a comb and small mirror, elegantly combing his slick back hair. Even so, the fact that he stopped walking proved he was beginning to be interested. Seeing Koenji cancel his intention to leave, Ryunosuke immediately stated his conditions. Next exam, I want you to restrain yourself a bit. Don't act alone again. If you resign alone again like during yesterday's island exam, don't blame me if I get you expelled. After all, I'm someone who loves money. And you are blocking my path to earning. Koenji grinned widely. Ha ha ha, interesting. This is the first time in my life I've been threatened. You're great. At least you're much stronger than dogs that can only bark. So you agree? Ryunosuke glanced at him. Koenji held his forehead. No, no, no. I already said I won't accept threats from anyone. But if this is a transaction, I can accept it. Koenji raised one finger. 10 million personal points. Then I will cooperate with you in this exam. Too much, reduce it a bit. Ryunosuke tried to negotiate. Koenji, as if confident Ryunosuke wouldn't refuse, left in a relaxed style while giving a warning. I already know the contents of this exam in advance. If you can calculate well, the points obtained should be more than 10 million. Do your best, sweet boy. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Koenji who had moved away, Ryunosuke's heart felt painful. Damn. This creature is really hard to control. Just to order him around I have to pay such an expensive price, I really don't want to. But for this exam, I can only be patient. He sighed, put his hands in his pockets, and prepared to leave to eat. After all, he hadn't eaten dinner yet and his stomach was hungry. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When Ryunosuke returned to the cafeteria, he saw Kei crouching on the floor sobbing. It seemed she was crying. Around her were Hirata, Maya, and Chiaki who were comforting her. Ryunosuke didn't care about the commotion there. He ordered food as usual, looked for an empty seat, sat down, and started eating. Chapter 96, Yamamura Miki. After finishing dinner, Ryunosuke prepared to get up and leave, and this scene happened to be seen by Chiaki. Chiaki stroked her chin, looking toward Kei who had started to calm down but still looked annoyed. At this time, Kei was shoveling rice into her mouth one by one, seemingly still very dissatisfied with what happened earlier. What the heck? That woman named Manabe, on what basis does she demand we apologize? I didn't do it on purpose. Hirata only laughed awkwardly without saying anything, but he still reminded her. Karuizawa. Before his sentence could finish, Kei glared at him. Hirata immediately corrected his way of calling to be more intimate, changing the surname to her first name. He almost forgot that the two of them were currently dating, even if it was fake. Hirata tried to advise with good intentions. Kei, what you did wasn't right. Even if it wasn't on purpose, you should apologize properly. Seeing her nominal boyfriend not supporting her and instead telling her to apologize, Kei felt hurt. Her face became gloomy, she no longer spoke and continued eating in silence. Hirata knew that because of past events, Kei had a very fragile heart and couldn't accept even the slightest provocation. But, Hirata also didn't want to continue carrying this fake boyfriend status for 3 full years. That day, Kei came to him and told him about the difficulty she was experiencing. Out of pity, Hirata agreed to become her fake boyfriend to provide protection. But he didn't want to keep being like this. It wasn't just about the fake boyfriend status, but letting Kei continue depending like this also wasn't a solution. After she graduated from this school, who else could protect her? Because of that, Kei had to learn to be independent. Hirata's thinking was actually aligned with Chiaki's. The two exchanged glances, as if confirming what was in each other's minds. At this time, Kei hadn't realized the seriousness of this problem. She was still looking down while eating with very chaotic feelings. She thought Hirata would protect her and always side with her. He said he wanted to give protection, liar. Kei's eating movement became increasingly fast, clearly venting her anger on the food. Hirata looked at her resignedly. Knowing that girl was angry, he didn't speak anymore. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke who had already left was arranging plans for his next actions. Even if this special exam ended, the points he got wouldn't be enough to cover his debt. Especially after this exam, there wouldn't be opportunities to get personal points in large amounts anymore. And he still had to give 10 million to Koenji. Thinking about that, Ryunosuke held his chest, his heart felt painful. That was money that should have gone into his pocket. That was his money. Not allowed. He had to think of a way so it wouldn't be like this. While thinking, Ryunosuke arrived at Arisu's residence. Last time it was Arisu who came to his residence, this time to collect points from their bet, Ryunosuke visited Arisu's dormitory. He knocked on the door gently. Arisu, who was inside the room, heard that sound and immediately knew who came. The corner of her lips slowly rose, forming a beautiful curve. She looked at both her legs that weren't comfortable, feeling a bit of difficulty. At a time like this, I truly hate this disabled body. That. Arisu's roommate, Yamamura Miki, asked hesitantly. Is that someone Sakayanagi-san knows? Arisu smiled sweetly and honestly acknowledged it. That's right, that's my acquaintance. Yamamura-san, could I trouble you to open the door? My legs are uncomfortable right now, it takes time for me to walk there. It's okay. Miki waved her hand signaling there was no need to be polite, then went to open the door. Arisu sat upright on the bed, placed her cane beside her, and put her hands on her lap, waiting for Ryunosuke's arrival. Miki opened the door, and what she faced was a strange man. She reflexively wanted to close the door again. She felt afraid, because she didn't know that person and worried the other party wasn't a good person. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile on Ryunosuke's side. Seeing the one who opened the door was a strange girl who was quite tall, with blue hair tied in a ponytail, appearing very shy and timid. Ryunosuke searched for this person's name in his memory, and immediately knew her identity. Yamamura Miki, yeah. Forget it, important business comes first. Ryunosuke immediately forgot about that girl, because he came to collect money. What use were beautiful women compared to money? Earning money was more urgent. He passed Miki while saying, "Excuse me." Then took off his shoes at the entrance area, changed to house slippers, and walked in to meet Arisu. Arisu, who was sitting on the bed, smiled broadly. This time you won, Akasaka-kun. I'll transfer 2.8 million personal points to you according to our agreement. While talking, she took out her terminal phone from under the pillow. Ryunosuke wasn't shy about offering his phone, scanning the code, and after successfully receiving 2.8 million points, he intended to leave immediately. Right at that moment, Arisa spoke up. Don't want to stay for a bit and chat with me? You've already won this many points from me, at least there should be a little after-sales service. Ryunosuke couldn't refute, he turned back but was confused about where to sit because there was no chair. Arisa patted her bed. If you don't mind, sit here. Ryunosuke sat resignedly. Then don't blame me if I sit on your mattress, Sakayanagi-san. How could I possibly mind? You are the man who has defeated me, even defeated me twice. Arisa showed a cunning smile like a fox. Ryunosuke immediately waved his hand, feeling unworthy of being praised like that. Meanwhile, Miki was truly being ignored. Seeing Arisa able to chat and joke with a strange man, Miki felt a bit sad. She had been living in the same dormitory with her for so long but had never spoken more than a few sentences, while this strange man could chat so intimately with Arisa, who was most famous in the class. Miki said shyly that it would be better if I step outside for a bit, so as not to disturb you too. She wanted to leave that place. Ryunosuke just noticed the girl beside him. He immediately stood up and signaled there was no need, he was the one who would leave. This was someone else's dormitory, there was no reason for the owner to go out. Ryunosuke immediately walked toward the door. Before leaving, he said to Miki, "Sorry, I've troubled you." Miki immediately waved her hand indicating no need to apologize. It's actually me who should apologize. I should not have disturbed your conversation with Sakayanagi-san. While saying it, the corners of her eyes seemed to glisten as if about to cry. Ryunosuke felt dizzy. He couldn't stand watching women cry. He immediately reached into his pocket, took out a lollipop, quickly opened its wrapper, and forcefully put it into Miki's mouth. Ugh! Miki let out a cute whimpering sound, chewing the candy in her mouth with an empty gaze. Ryunosuke smiled warmly. What's your name? Of course he knew her name, but if the girl didn't tell him, he couldn't naturally mention it. Miki without thinking long immediately told her name. My name is Yamamura Miki, from Class 1A, ah no, now I've already dropped to Class B. Miki said with a sad expression. Ryunosuke got her name and immediately called her familiarly. Then I'll call you Yamamura-san. My name is Akasaka Ryunosuke, currently in Class 1C. Please take care of me. After speaking, he extended his hand. Miki hesitated, should she shake it? Right at that moment, Arisa spoke. Don't worry, this man isn't a bad person, you don't need to be afraid of him. Miki seemed to have her thoughts read, she bowed in embarrassment but still weakly accepted that handshake. Please take care of me too, Akasaka-kun. Looking at this shy girl, Ryunosuke felt the remaining candy in his hand and handed all the remaining 6 pieces of candy to Miki's hand. Miki looked at the candy in her hand. This. Ryunosuke looked at her. These are candy. I also know these are candy. Miki couldn't help but mutter softly, then immediately fell silent. But she still opened another candy wrapper and put it in her mouth while showing a thin smile. Seeing that smile, Ryunosuke felt satisfied and said, girls should smile more. Your face when smiling is far more beautiful than when you look timid. Miki's face instantly turned bright red, her cheeks flushed, but her hands tightly gripped the candy given by Ryunosuke. Arisa couldn't stand it anymore. She tapped her cane on the floor gently to draw their attention back. She already understood the situation. If she didn't stop this, Miki might really fall in love. Is this man really that good at charming women? Even though his face isn't that handsome. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycanned. Chapter 97, Furuhashi Fumino. Miki also woke from her daydream, and instantly her cheeks felt hot. She covered her reddening face and intended to flee, but the door was blocked by Ryunosuke, so she couldn't get out at all. Seeing Miki, who had already turned around while covering her face and didn't dare to look at Ryunosuke, Arisa couldn't help but roll her eyes prettily. Are you an incarnation of an incubus? Why are you so skilled at making girls' hearts happy? Ryunosuke pointed at himself in confusion. Huh? Look at my face, at best it's only slightly better than ordinary, it can't even be called handsome. How could any girl like? Right after saying that sentence, his words suddenly stopped. Because he remembered, indeed there were beautiful girls who liked him, even 2 of them, and maybe more than that. Seeing his reaction, Arisu also understood that young man was thinking about his girlfriend. After all, Ai was also an undeniable beautiful girl. Maybe even Miki had feelings for him, only that girl herself hadn't realized it yet. Considering Miki's brain, which indeed wasn't very sharp. She was somewhat stupid and slow, especially when it came to feelings. Arisa cleared her throat softly to break the awkward atmosphere. Ryunosuke was also responsive and immediately found a reason to leave. Then, I won't disturb your rest time. Yamamura-san, I'm leaving now. Don't forget to eat the candy I gave you earlier. Miki protected the candy in her palm and nodded slightly, while her face still felt hot. However, because she was looking down, no one noticed. Seeing that, Ryunosuke said his goodbyes. After that person moved away, only then did Miki shyly raise her head, gazing at Ryunosuke's disappearing back. Arisu, sitting on the bed, saw all of that and let out a short sigh. Yamamura-san, the person has already gone far, until when do you want to look at him? Miki just realized and lowered her head again without a single word. Seeing this scene, Arisu teased her slightly. Are you interested in him? What was meant was of course Ryunosuke. Miki immediately shook her head in panic, denying that reality. Oh, Arisu only responded briefly without asking further, then she added something. The candy he gave you, may I ask for one? Miki gripped the candy in her hand tightly, feeling somewhat reluctant, but she still took one and handed it to Arisu. Arisu took the candy and began tasting it. Not bad, the taste is good, fruity. Miki then offered the remaining candy. Sakayanagi-san, want to eat more? Seeing this shy girl was actually reluctant but still gave it, Arisu kindly reminded her. Something you like, don't give it to others. Okay. Miki lowered her head again shyly. Arisu was even made speechless, but she didn't say anything more. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke checked the 2.8 million personal points he had just obtained, added to the points he currently had. His point balance now had reached more than 50 million. Previously he had 45 million, then got 2 million from Chie, 1 million from SAE, plus this 2.8 million, the total was approaching 51 million personal points. One step closer to paying off his debt. Ryunosuke put his hands in his pockets and prepared to return to his room to rest. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Time passed quickly, 2 days had passed. Only 1 day remained before the next exam began. Ryunosuke's goal was very simple, namely to achieve the legendary Result 1, all members getting 500,000 personal points. However, to achieve that, he had to ensure not a single person became a traitor. Because of that, Ryunosuke planned to act 1 day earlier. Taking advantage of the situation where no class had yet received the exam content, he wanted to use information asymmetry to cooperate with them and sign contracts. That way, when the exam started later, they couldn't regret even if they wanted to. However, for them to obey, the contract contents had to truly threaten everyone, that is, anyone who dared betray the other party would cause the entire class to be immediately expelled from school. Only through this method could he restrict the entire class. But that alone wasn't enough. Ryunosuke first visited Hiyori's room and knocked on the door. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the room, Hiyori and Fumino were sitting side by side on the bed, happily reading the novel given by Ryunosuke, Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso Volume 2. Clearly, Fumino was also very captivated by the story. They were both roommates as well as close friends. Because they had many similarities, both were literature girls and also washboards, flat. There were so many shared feelings between them, it was hard not to become close friends. The two of them huddled together reading that book. When they wanted to continue reading, the door was knocked. Hiyori with a feeling of slight guilt immediately closed her book and slipped it under the pillow. After all, this book was obtained from an unofficial transaction with Ryunosuke, so outsiders mustn't see it. Hiyori hurried to open the door, she opened it only slightly with the door chain still attached. Because this was a dormitory for two girls, especially since they were both beautiful girls, it was very natural to be cautious when a stranger knocked on the door. Hiyori asked cautiously, "Sorry, who is it?" "It's me, Shina-san." Ryunosuke, who was standing outside the door, showed a genuine smile for the first time to a girl. Seeing it was Ryunosuke, Hiyori happily opened the door wide. Her attitude was completely opposite to her caution earlier. Fumino, who was standing behind her, couldn't help but comment, "Boss Shina, where did your caution from earlier go?" Hiyori felt awkward, her face reddened slightly. She bowed in embarrassment and invited Ryunosuke in, asking him to sit. Fumino also went to brew tea for Ryunosuke. As a young lady, the tea ceremony was the most fundamental of basics. Fumino brought the highest quality Gikuro tea, then gently crouched and poured the tea softly. Her elegant manner and literary aura truly deserved the status of a young lady. A strand of her hair accidentally fell. To prevent her hair from touching the tea water, she tucked it behind her ear with her white, slender fingers, revealing her fair clean neck. Ryunosuke accidentally swallowed. Hiyori, on the other side, couldn't stand it and kicked his leg under the table, clearly she was jealous. Ryunosuke then noticed and immediately averted his gaze, then coughed softly to cover his awkwardness. Fumino also felt a bit embarrassed. She noticed that young man had been looking at her neck earlier, but she didn't feel hatred. After all, this young man had once given her delicious food. She was a little foodie, and coincidentally Ryunosuke had once given her favorite potato chips, so she couldn't hate this person. Fumino secretly glanced at him then immediately averted her gaze. Ryunosuke noticed her gaze and took out candy from his pocket. Want one? Eh. Fumino was slightly startled, because that young man again took out her favorite fruit candy. Was it really a coincidence that every time this man took something out it always perfectly matched her preferences? But she still asked shyly. May I? Although she asked, her hand was already reaching for the candy. Seeing Fumino grab the candy first before asking, the corner of Ryunosuke's lips twitched slightly, but he still nodded. Sure. Seeing that young man give permission, Fumino's eyes sparkled. She was no longer shy, immediately put the candy in her mouth and showed a face full of happiness. Ryunosuke looked at her who was happy with a smile full of affection, as if looking at a small child. However, in Hayori's eyes, it looked as if the two of them were flirting with each other. Hayori truly couldn't stand it anymore. She kicked Ryunosuke again and said fiercely. Don't try to dig, steal, my friend, you bastard. Chapter 98, Cooperation with the Former Class C. Ryunosuke, who had just been kicked by Hayori, instantly grimaced in pain. This time Hayori was truly angry, and the strength of her kick was no joke. Although it was a full-power attack from a literature girl, for Ryunosuke who currently hadn't activated his Chinibu mode, it was still very painful. He rubbed his sore foot, then looked at Hayori across from him. That girl was tightly hugging Fumino as if protecting her own child, making Ryunosuke feel helpless. Meanwhile, Fumino was still happily chewing candy in her mouth, completely unaware that a war had broken out because of her. Hayori stared sharply at Ryunosuke. You didn't come here to steal my friend, right? Ryunosuke stopped joking. He sat up straight and began to get to the main topic. I came here to cooperate with Class D. You know yourself that the next exam is only 1 day away. You also understand my situation. I want to rake in big points through this exam, so I need your cooperation. In front of this girl, Ryunosuke chose to be honest. After all, Hayori already knew the fact that he owed more than 100 million, so there was no use lying. Hayori thought for a moment then asked, you came representing yourself, or representing your entire class? Ryunosuke shrugged. Myself. Oh, Hayori showed a meaningful smile. It seems Akasaka-kun isn't very popular in his own class. Even though I thought you were the puppet master behind the scenes arranging everything in Class C. Ryunosuke felt very helpless. Please don't talk about me as if I'm a final boss, okay? Am I that terrifying? Hayori and Fumino nodded simultaneously. Indeed terrifying, X2. Ryunosuke, neutral face. Alright. I've become curious, actually what do I look like in outsiders' eyes? Hayori waved her index finger while giving an explanation. In others' eyes, you entered the student council in 2 days, and you also destroyed our former Class C until it was battered, the type that was almost unsalvageable. Speaking about this, her face seemed filled with annoyance. You were really cruel back then. Even our class leader and homeroom teacher were finished off by you. Ryunosuke averted his gaze awkwardly and immediately changed the topic. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Better we discuss the cooperation matter. Hayori didn't chase him further, and her gaze became more serious. Akasaka-kun, as the current class leader, I must fight for sufficient benefit for my class. If your cooperation doesn't provide certain results for our class, then there's no reason to continue it, you understand, right? Facing Hayori's question, Ryunosuke was very aware that the pressure this girl carried was very large. The entire former Class C depended on her alone, so it was natural she had to consider her class's fate. Ryunosuke thought for quite a long time before revealing a bit of exam information. Based on information occasionally leaked by our homeroom teacher, this exam's content makes it possible for us to obtain personal points in large amounts. However, the condition is, everyone must unite and there can't be a single traitor. Only then can the benefits be maximized. My purpose coming here to seek cooperation is for that. I want to unite all of Class A, B, C, and D into one, then we drain all the points from the school. Ryunosuke clenched his fist, showing his determination. That's right. His ambition had now grown higher. He was no longer targeting students' money or teachers' money, this time he was directly targeting the school's points. If this plan succeeded, all first-year students would get 500,000 personal points. Of course the school wasn't stupid. Most likely they would create problems in future exams, for example expenditure exams. As soon as an expenditure exam appeared and was linked to class points, the choice was only two, pay points to save people, or don't. If they didn't pay, that class could immediately plummet to the lowest Class D. The school wouldn't stay idle. If they gave out points now, they surely had a way to take them back. They only needed to modify the rules in future exams. Hayori pondered for half a second before deciding to cooperate. She truly couldn't predict this man's methods. Rather than being an enemy, cooperating felt far more comfortable. The rest was a matter of benefit distribution. Ryunosuke asked for a 50% share. Hayori tried to negotiate up to 80% or 90% for her class. After all, every point saved was a benefit to the class, so she couldn't be careless. However, Ryunosuke took out a new book and silenced Hayori's mouth. That girl instantly fell silent, accepted the book obediently, then said somewhat hesitantly. Maximum distribution 40 to 60. 60 for me, 40 for you. Agreed. Ryunosuke and Hayori did a high five, marking the agreement reached. Fumino, standing beside them, could only slap her forehead. Boss Shina, how could you sacrifice 20% of class profit just for a single book? Hayori covered her reddening face with the book and defended herself. It's not what you think, Furuhashi-san. I truly didn't agree because of this book, truly not. Although she said so, she hugged the book tightly and refused to let go. Boss Shina, I suggest you put the book down first so your words would be more convincing. Fumino muttered. After the transaction was set, Ryunosuke planned to go to the next class, so he said his goodbyes and left Hayori's room. Watching Ryunosuke leave, Fumino felt confused. Why did you agree to this disadvantageous deal? Hayori didn't answer immediately. She stroked the book cover in her embrace and said in a soft tone. Rather than being that person's enemy, it's better to cooperate with him. She remembered when Ryuen had just been expelled, Ryunosuke immediately came to her to talk about cooperation. Clearly this had been planned for a long time. The 10 million points left for her was the foundation of their cooperation, or could be said as a guarantee. Ryunosuke didn't want to offend people completely. He spared Hayori and maintained a good relationship with her so later he could utilize the former Class C. Hayori was very aware of this, but she could only accept it, because at that time Class C was in its most fragile condition and couldn't take any more shocks. She stroked the book in her hand and opened it. Akasaka-kun wrote another new book. Let me see the title. Kimi no Suizuwa Tabitai, I want to eat your pancreas. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other side, Ryunosuke headed to the former Class B which was now Class A, where Hanami was. Before going there, he had already contacted her through the terminal phone because they were already friends. Ryunosuke had stated his intention to cooperate. Hanami said she had to discuss first with the entire class, because this wasn't a decision she could make alone. Ryunosuke suggested they all just gather, since this wasn't something that had to be kept secret. Hanami agreed. So, when Ryunosuke arrived, the entire Class A was already waiting for him in the hall. Click here, patter*n.com/lovefanfiction. For donations from generous benefactors who are crazy rich, paypal.me/andycanned.